Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Immortal King. In the early morning, within the confines of a hotel suite, a young man stirs from his slumber, his fair visage still tinged with the remnants of drowsiness. However, upon surveying his surroundings, his pupils dilate in shock, and he awakens completely in an instant. Is this a rebirth? Moreover, he has returned to his youthful days on earth. The young man, named Su Yun, is overwhelmed by the vast memories surging through his mind, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. In his previous life, he embarked on the path of cultivation through a series of fortuitous events, traversing the cosmos and battling myriad races across the universe. Over the course of millennia, stepping upon countless bones and corpses, he ultimately ascended to the rank of Immortal King. Regrettably, at the moment of achieving immortality, he failed to withstand the tribulation, resulting in his demise. Little did he expect to be reborn a millennium earlier, back to the age of 20. I never imagined that despite my failure to attain immortality, I would be granted another chance at life. Su Yun smiled, a fierce brilliance igniting in his eyes. In his past existence, the reason for his failure to overcome the immortal tribulation was not solely due to the formidable forces of heaven and earth or the interference of certain individuals, but primarily because he had not vanquished his inner demons. He harbored countless regrets from his previous life, some of which would haunt him for eternity. At that time, he was too weak to prevent the calamities that befell him by the time he attained the overwhelming power capable of instilling fear across the realms. It was too late to alter his fate. All of these grievances lay hidden within the depths of his soul, seeds of inner turmoil. Now, with the opportunity to relive a life anew, he finally has the chance to rectify all that transpired. Yinzhou, I have returned. Su Yun murmured softly, his words imbued with a chilling intensity that seemed capable of overwhelming the entire city. Yinzhou, this was the very place in his past life where he endured humiliation and misfortune. He had once believed that his visit to Yinzhou was merely an ordinary summer vacation. Little did he know, it would lead to his utter ruin. He was framed and falsely accused, with a substantial quantity of drugs discovered in his personal belongings, and other captured traffickers testified against him. With both witness and material evidence stacked against him, he was sentenced to over a decade in prison. From an ordinary university student, he was abruptly transformed into a convict. His father, in a desperate bid to clear his name, sold off the family estate, only to be swindled of all his resources. By the time Su Yun was released after his lengthy sentence, his father had succumbed to depression and passed away, leaving him without the chance to bid farewell. The years spent in prison severed his connection to society, lacking any skills. He was reduced to rummaging through trash and begging on the streets. Thus, he languished in this state for several more years. Eventually, through a twist of fate, he encountered a unique opportunity that allowed him to rise from the ashes and embark on the path of cultivation, thus commencing his legendary journey as the Qianyuan Immortal King. Yet, even with the might of an Immortal King, he could not revive the deceased nor mend the regrets of the past. These emotional voids erupted as inner demons during the immortal tribulation. Fortunately, in this new life, there is still time to make amends. In his previous life, he harbored no intentions of sparing those who had persecuted him. Everything would be settled in due course. At that moment, the sound of a phone ringing pierced the air. Su Yun picked up his phone, noticing the caller ID displayed at. "Hello, son, have you arrived in Yinzhou?" As the call connected, the familiar, rugged voice from the other end evoked a wave of emotion in Su Yun, causing his heart to ache and tears to well up in his eyes. In his past existence, his father's death remained the most profound regret of his life. "Dad, I arrived in Yinzhou last night. I booked a hotel online in advance, so you needn't worry about me. I'm already 20, Su Yun replied, attempting to mask the tremor in his voice. Hearing this, Su Yun's father chuckled heartily. "By the way, I just contacted Uncle Zhou. He will take you around Yinzhou and show you a good time. He's quite familiar with the place. Don't worry about imposing on him. We share a bond that transcends friendship. Also, Uncle Zhou has a daughter named Zhou Lulu. I've seen her a few times. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also quite courteous. I heard she was admitted to Yinjing Film Academy last year, and she might become a big star someday. Your father is creating an opportunity for you. You must put in the effort. If you and Lulu hit it off, our families will be even closer." Listening to his father's earnest advice, Su Yun chuckled softly. All right, Dad, I've just finished my summer break, and I'm only in my third year. Isn't this a bit premature? It's never too early. If you don't act soon, good girls might be swept away by others. Now, I have matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. Take care of yourself. After a few more words of caution, Su Yun's father hung up. In an instant, the smile faded from Su Yun's face, and his expression darkened. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. His misfortunes in his previous life were inextricably linked to the Zhou family. Uncle Zhou, known as Zhou Guangji, was a childhood friend of Su Yun's father, Su Baihe. They had served in the military together, forging a bond that Su Baihe considered one of utmost trust. Once, Zhou Guangji had offended someone and was beaten by a group. It was Su Baihe who took a severe blow for him, resulting in a debilitating fracture of his right leg that left him with a lifelong disability. Who could have anticipated that this man, regarded as a brother by his father, would, in Su Yun's past life, betray him and abscond with his father's wealth after he was wrongfully imprisoned? Moreover, his wrongful imprisonment was also entangled with Zhou Guangji's daughter, Zhou Lulu. In his previous life, upon encountering Zhou Lulu, he was utterly captivated by her beauty and grace, bravely pursuing her, only to be met with malicious mockery and ridicule. Ultimately, he fell victim to a scheme orchestrated by Zhou Lulu's wealthy boyfriend, landing him in prison. Zhou Guangji, Zhou Lulu, Zhang Peng. Su Yun murmured the names with a cold smile. In this life, having been reborn, I shall indulge you all in a game of retribution. The humiliation and agony you once inflicted upon me will be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. Though he no longer possessed the unparalleled powers of Celestial King in this reincarnation, he was resolute in his vengeance. Yet within his mind lingered the memories of 1,000 years of cultivation in a past life. A millennium of experience in honing skills, countless battles fought, an abundance of divine techniques, and innumerable secret arts. All of this would serve as the foundation for his prominence in the present age. This current vessel of mine is still woefully weak. I must first cultivate my physical body to perfection. Su Yun mused, a sigh escaping his lips as he assessed his present form. Indeed, it was far too feeble. The path of cultivation begins with the refinement of the body, which is the cornerstone upon which the journey to immortality is built. Without a sufficiently robust physique, all aspirations are mere illusions. Chapter 2. In the room, Su Yun casually sat cross-legged on the floor, his eyes gently closed as he plunged into contemplation. In his previous life, during the initial stages of his cultivation journey, he struggled with the lack of body tempering techniques, which resulted in a rather slow progress. However, at this moment, his mind was brimming with an abundance of esoteric methods. Notably, some of these belonged to certain extraordinary races among the myriad beings of the universe, concealed secrets of profound significance. Among the body tempering and foundation building techniques I am aware of, the one most suited to my current situation should be the 9 Xian soul-devouring art. By employing this technique, one could extract the spiritual essence from the most barren of environments. Utilizing that energy to refine the body, Su Yun mused inwardly. He was acutely aware that the spiritual energy on Earth had become exceedingly thin. Conventional methods of absorbing spiritual energy yielded limited results. Some individuals could only resort to external stimulation or medicinal baths for body tempering. Fortunately, Su Yun was not bound by such limitations. With a calm heart and focused mind, he commenced the 9 Xian soul-devouring art. In the next instant, the spiritual energy within a radius of 10 zhang around Su Yun began to converge towards him as if drawn by an invisible force. He appeared to transform into a black hole, incessantly devouring the earthly essence. In merely a few seconds, the spiritual energy within that 10 zhang circle was entirely depleted. Su Yun furrowed his brows, feeling a tinge of helplessness. His current strength was too feeble, limiting his ability to absorb spiritual energy to just the vicinity surrounding him. Only as his power grew would the range of his absorption expand. Now, having drained the spiritual energy in this area, he could only await the replenishment from other locations. This process was rather slow. Su Yun, however, had no intention of remaining idle. He quickly donned his clothes and shoes and stepped outside, progressing forward at a leisurely pace. Throughout this journey, he continued to circulate the 9 Xian soul-devouring art. He resembled a wandering black hole, exhausting the spiritual energy of every place he traversed. Gradually, a layer of dark impurities began to seep through his skin. Unperturbed, Su Yun recognized this as a normal aspect of the body tempering process. The path of a martial artist's body tempering is divided into 9 grades, a continuous journey of self-discovery and mastery over one's body. With each breakthrough in grade, the body expels waste and impurities, leading to a remarkable transformation and enhancement of physical prowess. Unconsciously, Su Yun walked from dawn until dusk, then from dusk into the deep of night, and finally into the morning of the next day. He walked for an entire day and night, with impurities being expelled from his body repeatedly. This process had occurred 6 times, in a span of 1 day and night. He had already attained the 6th grade of a martial artist. Such an astonishing efficiency would surely astonish anyone within the cultivation world. At this moment, the black impurities on Su Yun's surface had accumulated to a thick layer, nearly forming a mud-like shell. He raised his gaze and noticed, not far ahead, a large lake, Golden Mist Lake. Su Yun paused in surprise, realizing he had unconsciously wandered to this location. Golden Mist Lake was indeed a renowned scenic spot in Yun Prefecture. At the break of dawn, mist rose from the surface of Jinxia Lake, and when the sunlight illuminated it, it appeared as though golden clouds enveloped the water. Each morning, countless visitors flocked to Jinxia Lake to admire its beauty. However, it was still early before sunrise. Su Yun glanced at his filthy appearance and, noticing the absence of onlookers, plunged into the lake with a splash. Yet, shortly after Su Yun entered the water, 2 vehicles approached slowly and parked by the lakeside. Leading the procession was a black Hummer, followed by a luxurious executive van. From the Hummer emerged 3 robust men, exuding a fierce aura, who immediately surveyed their surroundings with vigilance. From the executive van, a breathtakingly beautiful woman assisted an elderly man as he stepped out. Behind them followed a physician, having not returned to Yunzhou in 20 years. The elderly man felt it was enough to have the chance to see Jinxia Lake once more before closing his eyes for the last time. His complexion was poor, his pallid face tinged with a hint of ashen gray. "Grandfather, you have overexerted yourself in the past. Now that you have stepped back, take the time to recuperate here, and refrain from speaking such ominous words," the woman urged. Despite her natural beauty, she wore a trace of sorrow in her eyes. "Life and death are inevitable. At my age, I have long come to terms with it," the elderly man replied with a smile, maintaining a composed demeanor even in the face of mortality. He approached the lakeside, gazing at the mist rising from Jinxia Lake, a fleeting glimmer of reluctance crossing his eyes. If there were even a glimmer of hope, who truly wishes for death? The young woman was about to say more when suddenly, a great splash erupted from the lake. A figure emerged abruptly from the water. This unexpected turn of events caused the 3 vigilant men to change their expressions drastically. The leader, a man with a menacing scar across his face, tensed his muscles like a coiled tiger, ready to pounce. The other 2 men instinctively placed their hands at their waists, prepared to draw their weapons. They were acutely aware of the esteemed status of the elderly man they were protecting. Although his life was waning, any incident occurring on their watch would have catastrophic consequences. The entire Yunzhou would tremble in the wake of such an event. Having washed away the grime, Su Yun surfaced and noticed the group by the lake. However, he paid them no mind as he climbed out of the water. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the scarred man demanded, his gaze sharp as a hawk, radiating an air of danger. Upon hearing the authoritative tone, Su Yun frowned. In his previous life as the king of all immortals, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Who I am and what I am doing here does not require your explanation. I am swimming here. Is that acceptable?" Su Yun replied with an impassive expression. At his words, a fierce glint flickered in the scarred man's eyes. Swimming in Jinxia Lake at this early hour? He was treated as a fool. There was no need for questions. They should simply take him down. The young woman beside the elder spoke coldly. Su Yun's entrance was so peculiar that it was impossible not to arouse suspicion. Regardless of whether he was an assassin or not, it was best to subdue him first. The elder, having witnessed countless dangers and assassination attempts in his lifetime, did not intervene when he saw this scene. The scarred man nodded and stepped forward, blocking Su Yun's path. "You, stand aside and cooperate with the investigation. Do not force my hand," he commanded. Su Yun smiled. "You wish to confront me?" The scarred man replied in a low voice. "If you do not cooperate, I will have no choice but to act." As he spoke, he forcefully ground his foot against the ground. Crack! The stone slab beneath him shattered with fissures. Any ordinary person would be terrified by such a display, yet Su Yun merely shook his head slightly. "I have no time to indulge your investigation. Step aside." "What? You refuse to heed my warning? The scarred man's gaze darkened, and in a flash, he lunged to grasp Su Yun's shoulder. However, before he could make contact, Su Yun coldly commanded, "Leave. Leave." Su Yun uttered this single word. While others remained oblivious, the scarred man's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by a thunderous force. He felt waves of sound crashing upon him. Boom. In the next instant, the scarred man let out a muffled groan, as though struck by a heavy hammer. Staggering back several paces, his face as pale as a sheet. His eyes widened in terror, as if he had seen a ghost. The two burly men beside him, without hesitation, drew their firearms and aimed them at Su Yun. "Don't move. Everyone, stand down. Put your weapons away." The scarred man, witnessing this turn of events, grew even paler and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He hurriedly positioned himself between the two men and Su Yun, bowing in apology. "Sir, I was rude and presumptuous earlier. Please forgive my indiscretion." As he spoke, he lowered his head in a respectful gesture. "Su Jun, what on earth are you doing? Hurry and take down Qi Qinglan," she scolded, unable to contain herself. She was baffled to see the scarred man retreating in fear from Su Yun's command and now groveling in apology. Before she could finish her thought, the elder beside her raised a hand to stop her. "Qinglan, do not be disrespectful. This gentleman is an extraordinary individual," the elder said gravely. Qinglan was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen such a serious expression on her grandfather's face. "This gentleman, I am Qi Guozheng. The earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding. I hope you will not take offense," the elder added, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. "Since it was a misunderstanding, let it be," Su Yun replied indifferently, nodding before walking over to a nearby ancient tree and sitting down in meditation. Having arrived at Jinxiao Lake, he intended to savor the breathtaking spectacle of mist swirling above the lake as the sun rose, casting golden clouds that adorned the water's surface, before taking his leave. As for the group from the state of Qi, despite their distinguished status, Su Yun found no inclination to engage with them. In his eyes, even the most powerful among the mundane were mere ants. As Su Yun walked away, a man known as Su Jun, marked by a scarred visage, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Qi Guozheng also felt a weight lift from his spirit. "Brother Jun, are you all right?" Two sturdy men inquired, having holstered their firearms, their concern evident as they approached Su Jun, who appeared pale. "I have sustained internal injuries from the shock, though I have temporarily suppressed the pain with my inner strength. I must take time to recuperate. The task of safeguarding Elder Qi will now fall to you," Su Jun replied, clutching his chest. "Su Jun, you are injured? When did this happen?" Qi Qinglan, only now realizing the gravity of the situation, expressed disbelief. "It was when that man shouted for me to leave. His sonic force caused my injuries," Su Jun said with a wry smile. "Hence, I promptly apologized and backed away. How is this even possible?" Qi Qinglan's eyes widened in astonishment. The mere utterance of a single word caused such harm. To her, it seemed utterly preposterous. "Nothing is impossible," Qi Guozheng sighed softly. Although he did not practice martial arts himself, his previous high status had allowed him to encounter various extraordinary individuals, fostering a sense of reverence for those transcendent beings. He recalled a renowned master who had purportedly mastered the Buddhist lion's roar, which could fell a bull with a single bellow. "But Su Jun, are you not a skilled fighter as well? How could you be so easily overwhelmed by that person?" Qi Qinglan struggled to comprehend. She was aware of Su Jun's background, having been a retired instructor of a special forces unit, capable of effortlessly defeating multiple armed assailants and breaking a tree trunk with a single punch. "Miss Qinglan, your unfamiliarity with martial arts leaves you unaware of that man's true terror. My abilities are but a jest in his presence," Su Jun explained. "Brother Jun, no matter how formidable that individual may be, he cannot withstand my bullets," one of the robust men protested. "Fool, the man's capacity for harm through his words is beyond my imagination. Even if you aim 2 guns at him, or even a dozen, you would not hit your mark," Su Jun admonished. At that moment, Qi Guozheng was seized by a fit of violent coughing, prompting everyone to cease their conversation. "Grandfather, the wind by the lake is fierce, and your health is not suited for prolonged exposure. I believe we should return immediately," Qi Qinglan urged with concern. "It is of no consequence. Let us wait a little longer. The spectacle of golden clouds over the lake is about to unfold," Qi Guozheng insisted, resolute in his decision. Reluctantly, Qi Qinglan ceased her attempts to persuade him. As time passed, more visitors arrived at Jinxiao Lake. With the sun rising, rays of light cascaded upon the water, causing the mist above the lake to dance in the sunlight like floating clouds. Su Yun sat in quiet meditation, appreciating the scene. Momentarily, as the temperature rose, the water vapor dissipated and the enchanting view vanished. Su Yun then rose, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, he heard a series of gasps not far away. It turned out that after admiring the scenic views of Jinxiao Lake, Qi Guozheng had let his guard down and collapsed helplessly onto the ground. His already pallid complexion became increasingly ashen. The accompanying physician had already taken out a first aid kit and portable oxygen tank to commence emergency treatment. Miss Qinglan, old Master Qi's condition is critical. I must stabilize his heart pulse with acupuncture. He needs to be transported to Tianhe Hospital within an hour. The physician, a middle-aged man with a square face, was inserting slender silver needles into Qi Guozheng's body while addressing Qi Qinglan. Yinzhou City, as the capital of Tianan Province, boasts the finest medical resources in the province. Among them, Tianhe Hospital stands as the foremost institution. I have already contacted Director Zhang, convening the top experts for a consultation. The medical helicopter will arrive in 15 minutes. Before that, Dr. Gu, you must ensure my grandfather's safety, Qi Qinglan said solemnly. Rest assured, within an hour. With my silver needles preserving his life, even the king of hell cannot take him from me, Dr. Gu replied with a hint of arrogance in his tone. Su Yun walked past, casting a glance at Qi Guozheng, shaking his head silently as he continued on his way. However, just as he averted his gaze, it suddenly fell upon Qi Qinglan. At that moment, she was half kneeling on the ground, supporting Qi Guozheng, and a blood-colored jade Buddha pendant slipped into view. Su Yun's pupils constricted slightly, his form coming to an abrupt halt. Sir, Su Jun noticed Su Yun standing by without moving, his mind suddenly overwhelmed. With old Master Qi's critical condition, he was already at his wit's end, and now Su Yun stood there, gazing intently at Qi Qinglan. If he harbored ill intentions, he truly wouldn't know how to respond. This elderly gentleman's state was perilous. Even if taken to the hospital, it might not suffice. Only my intervention could save his life, Su Yun stated calmly. Chapter 4. Saving lives. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, not only Su Jun and the two bodyguards were taken aback, but even Qi Qinglan lifted her head in surprise. Can you save my grandfather? She asked, her brow furrowed, revealing her skepticism. Although she was concerned for her grandfather's safety, she remained composed, maintaining absolute clarity and rationality. Indeed, I can save him. All you need to do is hand over the jade Buddha pendant you are wearing, and I will save your grandfather's life, Su Yun replied nonchalantly. You want my jade Buddha? Qi Qinglan's eyes darkened. This pendant was a gift from Qi Guozheng when she was a month old, and she had never parted with it in over 20 years. The audacity of someone attempting to exploit her grandfather's precarious situation to deceive her for the pendant was infuriating. Had it been an ordinary person, she would have already ordered Su Jun to throw him out. Enough said. My grandfather will be treated by hospital experts. There is no need for your concern, Qi Qinglan declared through gritted teeth. This gentleman, Su Jun said, bracing himself as he positioned himself in front of Su Yun. He too did not believe that Su Yun could save Qi Guozheng. Although he was aware of Su Yun's formidable martial prowess, he understood that such strength was merely a means of taking life, completely unrelated to the art of healing. Observing the scene before him, Su Yun chose not to approach any closer. He simply shook his head and remarked, Very well, this is your own decision. Having missed the opportunity to seek my aid, he is surely doomed today. Given his status as a celestial king, to utter such words was tantamount to sealing Qi Guozheng's fate. When he proclaimed that Qi Guozheng would certainly perish today, it implied that he would not witness the dawn of tomorrow. Silence. How dare you curse my grandfather? Qi Qinglan glared fiercely at Su Yun. I merely state the truth. If I am not mistaken, your grandfather's internal organs have been deteriorating at an alarming rate over the past year or two, an acceleration several times beyond the norm, resulting in the near total loss of functionality of his organs, Su Yun stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Qi Qinglan abruptly lifted her head, incredulous as she asked, How could you possibly know this? It turned out that Su Yun's assessment of Qi Guozheng's condition was utterly accurate. Over the past 2 years, his organs had rapidly aged and were on the brink of failure. The family had been preparing to transfer Qi Guozheng to the intensive care unit when he could no longer endure, relying on advanced medical machinery to substitute for his bodily functions in a bid to prolong his life. However, reaching that juncture would render him no different from a living corpse, eternally reliant on machines in a sterile room. clinging to a fragile existence. Do not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. My question remains. Are you willing to allow me to assist? Su Yun inquired. At this moment, Qi Qinglan hesitated. Initially, she believed Su Yun's claim of being able to save lives was mere bluster, an attempt to deceive her into relinquishing her jade Buddha pendant. Yet now, he had accurately described her grandfather's plight. After a fleeting moment of indecision, Qi Qinglan resolutely declared, "Very well, I accept your terms. If you can save my grandfather, this jade Buddha pendant shall be yours." She was willing to part with the pendant, provided it was contingent upon saving her grandfather. "Miss Qinglan, how can you agree to this?" The ancient physician who had just administered acupuncture to Qi Guozheng exclaimed in alarm. He had assumed that someone as astute as Qi Qinglan would dismiss such nonsensical claims, but to his astonishment, she had indeed acquiesced. "Miss Qinglan, it is possible that he has already gathered information about Elder Qi's condition. You must not allow this unknown individual to approach him," the ancient physician urged anxiously. Having made her decision, Qi Qinglan appeared resolute. "Let him try. I shall keep a watchful eye. Should he dare to employ any tricks, regardless of his origins, our family will not let him go unpunished," she stated firmly. The ancient physician, upon hearing this, was infuriated and began to stomp his feet. Having been assigned to care for Elder Qi, if anything were to happen to him, he would be implicated as well. Unable to reason with Qi Qinglan, he turned a fierce gaze towards Su Yun and warned, "Young man, I advise you not to act recklessly. Elder Qi's condition is exceedingly complex. Even I cannot treat it. Who do you think you are to speak so boldly here?" Su Yun cast a glance at him and replied, "And who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" Upon hearing these words, Dr. Gu suppressed his seething anger and declared with pride, "I am Gu Quento. Gu Quento, not only the chief physician of the traditional Chinese medicine department at Tiana Hospital, but also an official at the Provincial Health Bureau, was accustomed to treating the prominent leaders of the provincial committee, which instilled in him a sense of superiority. He could not fathom that a mere 20-something youth could cure what he deemed an incurable ailment. To him, Su Yun was nothing more than a brash individual, akin to Su Jun and his ilk, merely adept in physical techniques. "Gu Quento, never heard of him. Please step aside. Do not hinder my efforts to save a life," Su Yun said, pushing Gu Quento aside and approaching Qi Guozheng directly. Gu Quento, unable to impede Su Yun, exclaimed in frustration, "You do not even comprehend old Qi's condition. How can you treat him? What is there to misunderstand? This esteemed elder is suffering from poisoning. To save his life, we must first detoxify him," Su Yun replied calmly. "Poisoned? How is that possible? Old Qi's blood has been tested dozens of times. If he were poisoned, it would have been detected long ago. You fool. Stop this at once." Gu Quento's voice escalated to a piercing shriek. At that moment, he noticed Su Yun systematically removing the silver needles he had previously inserted into old Qi's acupoints. "Quick, stop him. My needling technique has barely preserved old Qi's vital energies. If he removes them, it will cost old Qi his life." Gu Quento cried out in a voice akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Su Jun and the two bodyguards immediately surged forward. "Wait." Qi Qinglan, her eyes reddened, fixed her gaze on Su Yun, urging him to proceed. Upon hearing this, Su Yun regarded the young woman with newfound respect. "Miss Qinglan, you step aside while I notify Mr. Qi." Meanwhile, after extracting all the silver needles, Su Yun swiftly pressed his fingers against Qi Guozheng's body. With each touch, a gentle force permeated Qi Guozheng's being. Moments later, Qi Guozheng suddenly convulsed and expelled a copious amount of dark red blood, within which wriggled minuscule, grotesque worms. Witnessing this scene, Qi Qinglan and the others were instantly taken aback. Unfazed, Su Yun placed one hand on Qi Guozheng's back, channeling pure vital energy to nourish his internal organs. Soon, Qi Guozheng regained consciousness. Although his complexion remained somewhat pale, his spirit was markedly improved. Qi Qinglan and the others were left in stunned silence, marveling at the remarkable results. Gu Quento, who had just finished his phone call, was equally astonished, unable to believe his own eyes. "Grandfather, how do you feel?" Qi Qinglan hurriedly inquired. Qi Guozheng exhaled a long sigh of relief, stating, "I feel completely revitalized. It has been ages since I felt this comfortable." Chapter 5. The blood jade in hand. Observing the noticeable improvement in Qi Guozheng's condition, everyone was left speechless. When they turned their gaze back to Su Yun, they regarded him with awe. Su Yun paid no mind to their astonished stares and approached Qi Qinglan directly, extending his hand. Hand it over. Qi Qinglan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized he was requesting the jade pendant. Sir, may we negotiate again and consider a different condition? A hint of reluctance flickered in Qi Qinglan's eyes as she gazed at Su Yun with an enchanting allure. As long as you are willing, any amount is acceptable. She truly could not bear to part with the jade Buddha pendant. Having worn it for over 20 years, it felt like an integral part of her being. With an impassive expression, Su Yun replied, hand it over. I shan't repeat myself. You. Seeing the lack of empathy from the other party, Qi Qinglan could not help but feel a surge of frustration. However, before she could utter another word, Qi Guozheng's voice interjected, Qinglan. A gentleman's word is worth more than gold. Startled, Qi Qinglan trembled slightly and reluctantly removed the jade Buddha pendant, handing it to Su Yun. The pendant, a deep crimson hue, exuded a smooth texture and still retained a hint of Qi Qinglan's warmth. Su Yun cradled it in his hand, gently caressing it with his fingers, seemingly relishing the moment. A flicker of embarrassment coursed through Qi Qinglan's heart. After all, this was her cherished possession. Sir, may I inquire about the special significance of this jade Buddha pendant? Qi Guozheng asked. This pendant was an unexpected acquisition for Qi Guozheng from years past. Crafted from an exceptionally rare material. He had even sought the expertise of several jade connoisseurs, yet they unanimously claimed they had never encountered such uniquely exquisite jade, deeming it a one-in-a-million treasure. It was then that he presented the jade Buddha pendant to the infant Qi Qinglan, who had just celebrated her first month. Jade nurtures the body. Over the years, Qi Qinglan had indeed remained in good health and enjoyed remarkable fortune, navigating the business world with unparalleled success. Having taken the reins of the renowned Tianqing Group at such a young age. This jade Buddha pendant is carved from primordial blood jade, Su Yun stated nonchalantly, his mood considerably lifted by such a treasure. Primordial blood jade is a precious gem nurtured by the life essence of a master who has achieved a spiritual physique, cultivated over years. Such a rarity, in the hands of common mortals like Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan, holds little use beyond warding off evil and promoting health. Yet, in Su Yun's possession, its potential transforms entirely. He could extract the essence of primordial blood within the jade, refining it to enhance his physical form significantly. Primordial blood jade? Both Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan were momentarily taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Su Yun, however, did not feel compelled to elaborate further. After securing the jade Buddha pendant, he prepared to depart. Before leaving, as if struck by a thought, he addressed Qi Guozheng. You have been afflicted by the life-devouring worm from the Miaojiang's curse. The parasite has integrated with your organs, incessantly draining your vitality, a condition undetectable by conventional medicine. Although I have alleviated the curse, the prior deterioration of your organs is irreversible. Without the intervention of a profound master to counteract your fate, you may only have 2 to 3 years left. Having been a sagacious governor, Qi Guozheng was astute enough to discern the implications within Su Yun's words. Even Qi Qinglan understood that the master referred to himself. Please, sir, I implore you to extend your assistance once more. Qi Guozheng respectfully performed a bow. Ultimately, he had not attained the enlightenment to transcend life and death. Knowing that there was a chance for prolonged existence, he naturally wished to seize it. Indeed, Su Yun nodded and remarked, to defy fate and reclaim life is not impossible. Yet the cost is considerable. Your internal organs and vitality are nearly depleted. To restore them to their former vigor, one must fortify them with rare elixirs. If you can gather sufficient century-old herbs, or even better, millennium herbs, I can concoct a spiritual pill to replenish your losses and extend your lifespan. Upon hearing this, the assembly was taken aback. Particularly, the ancient physician exhibited a notable twitch at the corners of his mouth. Century-old herbs were already regarded as unparalleled treasures in this era, unattainable even with wealth. Once herbs attain a century of growth, their properties undergo astonishing transformations, elevating them beyond ordinary medicinal plants to be classified as spiritual herbs. As for millennium herbs, such treasures were nearly inconceivable. This matter, my Qi family will endeavor to resolve. Qi Guozheng inhaled deeply and then signaled Qi Qinglan with a glance. Qi Qinglan promptly approached and retrieved a golden card from her bag. One side bore the inscription Tianqing Group, while the other merely displayed a phone number. My Qi family holds some influence in Yunzhou. If you require assistance, simply dial this number. All affairs pertaining to the Tianqing Group, including finance, goods, and personnel are at your command," she stated, her voice cool and her gaze composed, embodying the demeanor of Yunzhou's business queen. Su Yun accepted the golden card, briefly scrutinizing it before tucking it away. Qi Qinglan noted down Su Yun's number and assured him that he would be notified should any news regarding the century-old herbs arise. "By the way, may I inquire your name?" Qi Qinglan asked. "Su Yun," he replied before gracefully departing. Once Su Yun's figure vanished from sight, Gu Quinto approached quietly and remarked, "Miss Qinglan, regarding the elder's condition, his organs are severely aged. Even ordinary remedies may be beyond his capacity to endure. That individual seeks century-old herbs, which raises my suspicions. Perhaps he has ulterior motives." Qi Qinglan frowned slightly and retorted coldly, "I care not for his intentions. As long as he can extend my grandfather's life, that's sufficient. If you can achieve that, I would be inclined to fulfill your requests as well." Gu Quinto felt a flush of embarrassment and fell silent. Qi Guozheng observed with a dispassionate gaze, refraining from comment. If Gu Quinto had dared to voice such opinions in Su Yun's presence, he might have admired his audacity. But speaking ill behind someone's back was decidedly contemptible. "Elder Qi, shall I discreetly investigate this person's identity and background?" Bodyguard Su Jun inquired. Qi Guozheng shook his head, stating, "There is no need. Such extraordinary individuals are unpredictable. Should he become aware of our inquiries, it could lead to misunderstandings and unnecessary complications. Furthermore, today's events must remain confidential." His authoritative gaze swept over those present, ensuring compliance. Not only is it imperative to keep the news regarding Su Yun confidential, but also the information concerning the removal of the poison afflicting him must remain under wraps. Should this information leak, it would stir chaos and complicate any investigation into the source of the poison he received. Chapter 6. Refinement. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Yun eagerly retrieved the jade Buddha pendant. Sitting cross-legged, he once again activated the 9 Xian swallowing spirit technique, commencing the extraction of the innate blood essence contained within the pendant. In the ninefold realm of body refinement, Su Yun, with the aid of the 9 Xian swallowing spirit technique, managed to break through 6 levels in a mere day and night. However, a significant chasm existed between the 6th and 7th levels. In normal circumstances, given the current scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth, even with the 9 Xian swallowing spirit technique, Su Yun would require several months of effort to achieve a breakthrough. Fortunately, with the innate blood essence from the jade pendant, such a cumbersome process was rendered unnecessary. As Su Yun channeled his energy, streams of vivid crimson light flowed from the jade Buddha into his body. In an instant, Su Yun emitted crackling sounds, with thunderous echoes resonating from his bones. This continued for several breaths before his aura finally stabilized, rendering him as solid as a mountain, unshakable. The impurities seeping from his body were now even more pronounced than before. After 7 rounds of body refinement, he stepped into the realm of a 7th-tier warrior, a status that could easily be deemed as that of a martial arts master in today's martial world. With a slow inhalation, Su Yun exhaled sharply, releasing a concentrated wave of energy that surged forth like a mighty rainbow, swift as an arrow. The vase adorning the hotel room shattered as if struck by a bullet, and a hole, the size of a thumb, appeared in the wall behind it, nearly penetrating through. Satisfaction gleamed in Su Yun's eyes as he prepared to freshen up in the restroom. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, a man's voice resonated from the other end. "You are Xiao Yun, aren't you? I am your Uncle Zhou. Your father has already called me. These days, Uncle Zhou will take you to have some fun in Yunzhou." The caller was Zhou Guangji, his tone strikingly warm and cheerful. Had Su Yun not been privy to the man's true nature, he might have been deceived by the facade. Gripping the phone, a glint of coldness flickered in Su Yun's eyes, yet he maintained a smiling demeanor in response. "Uncle Zhou, are you coming to pick me up? That seems rather troublesome." "All right, I am at the Junshi Hotel." After concluding the call, a chilling smile graced his lips. With his current abilities, eliminating Zhou Guangji and his family without a trace would be a trivial task. Yet, why would Su Yun grant him such an easy fate? Furthermore, his father, unaware of the underlying circumstances, would undoubtedly be devastated upon receiving news of Zhou Guangji's family's demise. "Patience is key. I have ample time to entertain you," Su Yun remarked coldly with a smirk. After completing his grooming, he finally stepped out half an hour later. Outside the Junshi Hotel, a white BMW was parked a short distance from the entrance. In the driver's seat sat a middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor, smoking a cigarette, occasionally glancing at his watch. In the front passenger seat, a strikingly beautiful woman was lowering the sun visor, applying makeup while grumbling, "Old Joe. Could you please call and urge him? What on earth is that Sue fellow up to? We've been waiting for over 10 minutes. Why hasn't he come down yet? Well, let us wait a bit longer. Su Yun should be descending shortly." Although Zhou Guangji felt a hint of impatience, he possessed enough discernment to refrain from making a call over such a trivial matter. He glanced at his wife and cautioned, "You may, when Su Yun arrives, please be a bit more gracious. After all, his father has done me a favor." Lu Yumei curled her lip in disdain, retorting, "You continually bring up trivial matters. It's quite tiresome. Moreover, Su Qiao previously called to suggest that our younger generations interact more. Isn't he merely trying to matchmake Su Yun and Lulu? But he ought to consider whether his son truly deserves our precious Lulu." She added with a scoff, "It's akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat." A fanciful notion indeed. In the back seat sat a stylish, youthful girl, engrossed in her phone. She looked up and queried, "Mom and Dad, what is the situation with Su Yun's family?" Zhou Guangji casually replied, "Su Yun is still studying at Tsinghua University after the summer break. He should be entering his junior year. His family runs a small construction company in Lingbei County." "A small construction company?" Lu Yumei's lips curled into a slight sneer. "They lack even the qualifications to undertake independent projects, merely employing a handful of laborers under the guise of a reputable firm to subcontract minor tasks. In essence, he is just a small contractor." Upon hearing this, Zhou Lulu completely lost interest. The Tsinghua University that Su Yun attended was merely an ordinary institution, and his family background was unimpressive. Not only did her mother look down on him, but she also perceived a distinct social divide between herself and Su Yun. Zhou Guangji chuckled softly, but he never insisted on pairing Su Yun and Lulu. He merely suggested they befriend one another. Friendship? Does he even qualify? Lu Yumei rolled her eyes. "Old Zhou, you must understand that Lulu is destined to become a major star. Associating with individuals of such a low caliber would only invite ridicule." Zhou Guangji found himself in a bind. "But he has been kind to me. How should I respond to this?" Lu Yumei waved her hand dismissively. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it. I will ensure that Su Yun understands the disparity between us and knows better than to entertain unrealistic aspirations. This way, we also preserve Su Qiao's dignity." In truth, the Zhou family was not particularly affluent. However, Lu Yumei worked in the finance bureau of Yun City. Although she held a modest position, her frequent interactions with various dignitaries had elevated her standards, making her look down upon Su Yun's family. In her eyes, her daughter must marry into a prominent family or a wealthy household to maintain her status. Enough of this. It seems Su Yun is finally coming out. Zhou Guangji spotted a young man emerging from the hotel entrance and promptly retrieved his phone to compare it with the photograph sent by Su Baihe, confirming the individual's identity. "Xiaoyan, over here," Zhou Guangji called out while waving his hand outside the car window. Lu Yumei glanced out and noticed that Su Yun was clad in inexpensive street market attire, appearing rather ordinary, which only deepened her disdain. Zhou Lulu, peering through the car window, scrutinized Su Yun as well. Having encountered countless students as unremarkable as Su Yun, she found it typical that most would become flustered in the presence of someone as beautiful as herself, often struggling to articulate their thoughts. Zhou Lulu shook her head inwardly. Such individuals, she believed, were indeed unworthy of even being deemed ordinary friends. Chapter 7. Contempt. After greeting Zhou Guangji and the others, Su Yun calmly took her seat in the car. "Hello, I'm Zhou Lulu," she introduced herself, taken aback by Su Yun's lack of awkwardness or nervousness in her presence, prompting her to extend her hand. "I am Su Yun," came the reply, as Su Yun offered a brief handshake before releasing it, maintaining an air of indifference throughout. In a previous life, upon first meeting Zhou Lulu, he had been overwhelmed with excitement and admiration. However, after a millennium of cultivation and encounters with unparalleled beauties and extraordinary women, he found Zhou Lulu's mundane charm utterly unremarkable. Zhou Lulu furrowed her brows slightly at Su Yun's demeanor, but then a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes as if a thought had crossed her mind. "Is this a game of feigned modesty?" she mused inwardly, stifling a smirk. Such trivial maneuvers were all too familiar to her, and she perceived Su Yun's skills as significantly inferior to those of her seniors at the Beijing Film Academy. Zhou Guangji glanced at his watch. "It's already past 10. It's time to find a place for lunch. We can visit some famous attractions in Yunzhou this afternoon. Su Yun, what do you think? He inquired. I have no objections. Uncle Zhou, you may arrange it as you see fit, Su Yun replied nonchalantly. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Yuemei cast a casual glance at Su Yun and remarked, all right. Then it's settled. Old Zhou, let's dine at Wangxian Tower for lunch. Zhou Guangji nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing this. Unable to suppress his astonishment as he reiterated, we're going to Wangxian Tower for lunch? Wangxian Tower was renowned as one of the top 3 upscale dining establishments in Yunzhou, with the lowest expenditure per table starting at a staggering 888 yuan. While the Zhou family could afford it, such opulence was typically reserved for birthdays or anniversaries. Indeed, we shall go to Wangxian Tower. Old Zhou, you know that Su Yun has spent so long in the small town of Lingbei County without the opportunity to experience fine dining. Now that she finally visits Yunzhou, we must treat her well, Lu Yuemei said cheerfully, her tone laced with a palpable sense of superiority. Zhou Guangji chose not to respond further and silently drove towards Wangxian Tower. Su Yun remained silent, feeling a profound sense of discontent. Lu Yuemei truly regarded her as a Na'vi bumpkin, as if without her benevolence, Su Yun would never have the chance to enjoy such a meal. By the way, Su Yun, you are halfway through your university studies. Do you have any plans for your future development? Do share. Auntie is here to help you contemplate, Lu Yuemei continued. Not yet. I suppose I will just take it one step at a time, Su Yun replied dismissively. Lu Yuemei nodded, saying, indeed. There are far too many ordinary university students like you nowadays. Not to mention that you haven't graduated yet. Even those who have are quite lost. And jobs are hard to come by. However, you need not worry, Su Yun. If you truly cannot find a path forward, you could always return to your father's construction company as a manager or deputy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lulu nearly burst into laughter. She was already aware that Su Yun's so-called small construction company was merely a small contracting team comprised of a handful of migrant workers. The idea of becoming a manager or deputy there was laughable. Zhou Lulu exerted great effort to suppress her amusement. Yet Lu Yuemei was not finished with Su Yun. She began to recount stories from her surroundings, such as her colleague's son, who started working part-time in his freshman year, ventured into entrepreneurship in his sophomore year, and now has a thriving business. Although she did not explicitly demean Su Yun, her words were laced with comparisons that highlighted Su Yun's shortcomings. After more than 20 minutes had passed, the vehicle finally arrived at Wangxian Tower. This 3-story building, designed in an ancient style, stood proudly in the bustling city center, adorned with exquisite decor and unique furnishings. Flanking the entrance of Wangxian Tower were various luxury cars. The BMW 5 driven by Zhou Guangji seemed rather inconspicuous amidst the opulence. As soon as the group parked, the roar of engines echoed nearby. Several luxury vehicles pulled up to the entrance of Wangchuan Tower, a Mercedes-Benz 600, a Maserati Quattroporte, a Porsche Cayenne, and the most ostentatious of all, a bright yellow Lamborghini. A group of young men and women emerged from these cars, chatting and laughing as they made their way toward Wangxian Tower. Young Master Wang, Lu Yuemei exclaimed upon spotting a tall, imposing young man with an air of arrogance. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately approached him with a beaming smile. Who are you? The tall youth frowned, seemingly having no recollection of her. Young Master Wang, do you not remember? The last time you visited the bureau to see Director Wang, I had the honor of hosting you, Lu Yuemei said. Her earlier haughty demeanor replaced by a mask of obsequiousness. It was no wonder. She was merely a minor clerk in the budget section of the Municipal Finance Bureau, while the young man before her was the son of the director of the Finance Bureau. Oh, it's you, young Master Wang acknowledged, recalling Lu Yuemei but dismissing her significance. You are a busy man, so it is truly an honor that you remember me, Lu Yuemei continued to flatter, beckoning Zhou Lulu from behind. Lulu, come over here. This is young Master Wang, the son of Director Wang, who I often mention to you. He has built 3 companies from scratch at such a young age. Upon seeing Zhou Lulu, young Master Wang's eyes brightened, and his demeanor became notably warmer. It must be said that Zhou Lulu was indeed youthful and radiant, leaving a striking first impression. Young Master Wang and his companions were captivated by her presence. This young lady is. Young Master Wang's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Lulu. Lu Yuemei introduced with a smile, This is my daughter, Zhou Lulu. Wang Xiao. You have made her acquaintance today, so please take good care of her in Yunzhou. Certainly, Wang Xiao readily agreed, extending his hand to Zhou Lulu, during which he subtly revealed his Vacheron Constantine watch. Lulu, If you need anything in Yunzhou, just reach out to your brother Wang. I assure you he will assist you. Wang Xiao, taking advantage of their handshake, gently squeezed Zhou Lulu's palm. Rather than being offended, Zhou Lulu cast a shy glance at him, igniting a flutter in Wang Xiao's heart akin to the scratch of a cat's paw. Ahem, Zhou Guangji coughed awkwardly, his expression somewhat uncomfortable. Oh, this is my husband. Zhou Guangji, Lu Yuemei quickly added, realizing the need for introductions. However, when mentioning Su Yun, she merely referred to him as the son of an old friend of Zhou's, omitting his name entirely. Aunt Lu, Lulu, since we are all coincidentally dining at Wanchuan Building, let us gather together. The more, the merrier, Wang Xiao suggested enthusiastically, his gaze frequently drifting toward Zhou Lulu. Wang Xiao's friends, noticing his interest in Zhou Lulu, naturally wished to avoid dampening his spirits. Lu Yuemei, too, was quite pleased with the situation, with the sole downside being the presence of the unwelcome Su Yun. Chapter 8. He is unworthy. The group entered Wangxian Tower, guided by the waitstaff to a luxurious private room on the 3rd floor. Zhou Lulu walked ahead with Wang Xiao and his companions, while Lu Yuemei and Zhou Guangji deliberately lagged behind with Su Yun. Both parents felt a wave of emotion. They had visited Wangxian Tower several times, yet had never ascended to the 3rd floor. The exclusive VIP rooms on the 3rd floor were not open to the general public. Only the prominent figures of Yunzhou City were privileged enough to enter. Su Yun, please refrain from speaking if possible. You and Wang Xiao inhabit entirely different realms. There is no common ground between you. Forcing your way into the conversation will only invite ridicule. Furthermore, as you have never visited such an upscale establishment, do pay attention to your manners while dining, Lu Yuemei cautioned quietly, fearful that Su Yun might bring shame upon their family. Su Yun merely scoffed in silence, having long since condemned Zhou Guangji's family in his heart, thus disregarding Lu Yuemei's admonishments. Within the opulent private room, once the food and drinks were served, Wang Xiao raised his glass and took the initiative to introduce his friends to Zhou Lulu. This is Li Jing from Haojia Real Estate, a renowned business elite in Yunzhou City. He is currently managing the newly opened Shui Zhongtian development in the western suburbs. Wang Xiao first introduced a man in his 30s, whose appearance was unremarkable, yet his composed demeanor commanded attention. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei regarded him with profound respect. They had heard much about Haojia Real Estate, one of the top 5 real estate companies in Tianan Province. This is Zhao Dongdong, the young heir of the Kanghui supermarket chain. Wang Xiao pointed towards a corpulent man, prompting Zhou Guangji and his wife to hastily rise and toast with Zhou Lulu. The Kanghui chain supermarket is renowned throughout Tianan Province, boasting over 100 large establishments within the province alone. This is the daughter of Director Jiang from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, Jiang Ro, Wang Xiao indicated towards the last woman, who was strikingly beautiful yet cold in demeanor. Though Jiang Ro may not rival Zhou Lulu in beauty or figure, there was an innate air of arrogance about her that belied her disdain for the Zhou family. Lu Yuemei sighed inwardly, recognizing that friends of Wang Xiao's caliber belonged to a social stratum far beyond her reach. She subtly signaled Zhou Lulu, wishing for her daughter to assimilate into such circles. Zhou Lulu was indeed adept at navigating these social interactions, toasting to Wang Xiao and his companions with thoughtful remarks each time. Amidst the flattering exchanges, not only were Wang Xiao and his male companions pleased, but even Jiang Ro found Zhou Lulu's charm exceedingly agreeable. In a short span, Zhou Lulu had already warmed up to Wang Xiao and his group. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei occasionally chimed in with remarks as well. Only Su Yun observed with cold detachment, uttering not a word. As the revelry progressed, Wang Xiao finally seemed to notice Su Yun, the outlier in their midst, and casually inquired, "Will you not join us for a drink, young man?" Su Yun lifted his eyelids slightly and replied coolly, "I do not consume alcohol." "Is that so?" Wang Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. His comment had been casual. Whether Su Yun drank or not was of little concern to him. However, the tone in which Su Yun responded irked him. The Zhou family was keenly flattering him, their faces adorned with smiles whenever they spoke. In contrast, Su Yun's expression remained indifferent and his tone brusque, which discomforted Wang Xiao, accustomed as he was to the sweet words of others. "Is it not uncommon for young people to drink? By saying that, do you mean to slight me?" Wang Xiao laughed lightly. Before Su Yun could respond, Lu Yuemei quickly stood up, forcing a smile as she interjected, "Wang Xiao is jesting. To share a banquet and drink with you is a fortune sought after by many. Who would dare to offend you? Is that so? In that case, let him drink this cup." Wang Xiao declared, pouring a full glass of strong liquor and presenting it to Su Yun with a mocking gaze. Zhou Guangji's eyes widened at the sight of the overflowing cup, ready to say something, but he was silenced by a glare from Lu Yueme. Su Yun, since Wang Xiao holds you in such esteem, you should drink it. You must understand that not everyone has the privilege to receive a toast from Wang Xiao, Lu Yueme urged. Su Yun remained unfazed, not even lifting his head as he stated plainly, I have said I do not drink. Wang Xiao maintained his smile, albeit with a hint of darkness creeping into it. Ha ha ha, Wang Xiao, it seems your influence is not as great as you believed. Indeed, it appears he does not hold you in high regard, chimed in Li Jing and Zhao Dongdong, teasingly. Lu Yueme could no longer contain herself. After much effort, our family finally managed to connect with the esteemed Wang Xiao. If Su Yun were to provoke his disdain, all would be in vain. Su Yun, what is your attitude? Wang Xiao has graciously allowed you to join in the revelry, yet you continue to act so pretentiously. Lu Yueme scolded sharply. Your demeanor just now was quite unbecoming. Heed my mother's advice and drink this cup as an apology to Wang Xiao, Zhou Lulu added in council. Me, pay him respects with a toast. Su Yun scoffed softly, adding, does he deserve it? He is the illustrious Qianyuan Immortal King, traversing the heavens, and the few worthy of sharing a drink with him are indeed rare. Someone of Wang Xiao's caliber is, in my eyes, no more significant than an ant. As Su Yun's words echoed through the luxurious private room, a profound silence enveloped the space. The assembly was utterly astounded, scarcely believing their ears. Su Yun, have you lost your senses? Do you comprehend what you are saying? Lu Yueme shrieked, her frustration boiling over as if she wished to strangle Su Yun. Such blatant mockery directed at Wang Xiao, insinuating he was unworthy of her respect. Filled with regret, Lu Yueme lamented her decision to bring such a reckless individual to Wangxian Tower. Su Yun, have you taken leave of your senses? Hurry and apologize to Wang Xiao. Zhou Guangji thundered, slamming his palm on the table. Su Yun paid them no mind, engrossed in her meal, seemingly indifferent to Wang Xiao and his entourage. Wang Xiao's expression darkened, and his friends abandoned their previous amusement, now regarding Su Yun with solemnity. Wang Xiao, my sincerest apologies. We only just met him today and never anticipated his utter lack of decorum. Lu Yueme hurriedly explained. Su Yun is a childhood friend of mine, but I had no inkling he would be so uncouth. I truly apologize for the inconvenience caused, Zhou Guangji bowed repeatedly, anxious to prevent any negative impression of their family from Wang Xiao. Chapter 9. Setting the trap. Wang Xiao's face remained clouded, enveloped in silence. The atmosphere in the room felt as if it had frozen in time. After a long pause, Wang Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, do not be so tense. Would I, Wang Gangxiong, be so easily offended by mere words? I was only jesting. Did I frighten you? His laughter prompted Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme to join in with forced chuckles. Zhou Lulu playfully tapped Wang Xiao's shoulder with her delicate fist, feigning indignation. Wang Go, you are so naughty. You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were genuinely angry. Exchanging glances, Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme shared a bittersweet smile. They understood all too well that Wang Xiao, as a privileged youth, prized his reputation above all, especially in front of his peers. How could he let Su Yun's derision slide without consequence? Although Wang Xiao feigned magnanimity at that moment, it was not unlikely that he would seek retribution against Su Yun later. Thankfully, observing Wang Xiao's intimate banter with their Lulu, it seemed he had no intention of retaliating against their family. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Su Yun, that little rascal, must have developed feelings for Lulu. Witnessing the close relationship between Lulu and Wang Xiao, he harbored resentment and foolishly provoked Wang Xiao like a mad dog. However, he ought to reflect on his own worth. How could he even be compared to someone of Wang Xiao's stature? Lu Yueme scoffed coldly at the thought, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Su Yun. She had already resolved that once they departed, she would ensure that old Zhou and the crippled Su would sever all ties. They must never again associate with Su Yun's family. At that moment, Zhou Guangji discreetly tugged at Lu Yueme's sleeve, whispering, I saw Wang Xiao conversing with Li Jing from Haojia Real Estate for a moment. And then Li Jing stepped out to make a phone call. Do you think something might be amiss? Should we send Su Yun away first? Lu Yueme shot Zhou Guangji a glare, irritated, don't meddle. Su Yun is merely an insignificant nuisance. He deserves to be dealt with. I warn you, do not maintain any association with the Su family, or you will inevitably be dragged down with them. Zhou Guangji protested. It's not that I wish to associate with them. It's Suyun Baihe who keeps reaching out to me. Don't worry, I'll be cautious in the future. After the earlier incident, Zhou Guangji's impression of Suyun had plummeted. That fool didn't he even recognize his own limitations, daring to offend someone of Wang Xiao's caliber. It was utterly reckless. Although Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei were huddled together, whispering, their conversation remained inaudible to others. Yet, Suyun possessed an acute sense of awareness and had overheard their exchange quite clearly. Lu Yuemei's repeated reference to Suyun the cripple ignited a flicker of cold fury in his eyes. Wang Xiao, I've lost my appetite for this meal. Let us move to another venue for some entertainment, Zhao Dongdong suddenly suggested. Wang Xiao nodded in agreement, turning to the side to address Zhou Lulu with a smile. Lulu, would you care to join us? Naturally, Zhou Lulu was eager to accept, but she glanced first at Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei. Go ahead. Wang Xiao and the others are all elite members of society. Mingling with them will undoubtedly be enriching for you, Lu Yuemei beamed, wishing fervently that Zhou Lulu would not return home that evening. Aunt Lu, you flatter me too much. By the way, would you and Uncle Zhou care to join us? Wang Xiao inquired, feigning politeness. Lu Yuemei, however, was not so oblivious. She immediately waved her hands, stating, we older folks shall refrain from your youthful festivities. Old Zhou and I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Wang Xiao, taking the hint, replied, since you have commitments, I shall not insist. Lulu, I will take good care of you. Meanwhile, Suyun found himself entirely overlooked by the group. As they exited the Wangxian building, Lu Yuemei cast a disdainful glance at Suyun, saying, your Uncle Zhou and I have unexpectedly urgent matters this afternoon. You'll have to take a taxi home. Suyun shrugged indifferently, anticipating that Zhou Guangji would soon call his father, embellishing the tale to sever ties and make a clean break between their families. Suyun welcomed this outcome. For once the two families distanced themselves, he could take the opportunity to deal decisively with Zhou Guangji's family. Just then, a series of urgent car horns blared. A black Bentley Mulsanne approached with an imposing presence, showing no signs of yielding, and was headed directly towards Suyun. Suyun furrowed his brow and promptly took a step back. The Bentley brushed past him, speeding away. Had Suyun reacted even a moment slower, he would surely have been knocked down. However, before Suyun could express his anger, the Bentley came to a halt, and two individuals emerged from the vehicle, cursing vehemently. The one from the driver's seat was a burly, bald man, his face marred with coarse features, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. His gleaming bald head bore 2 menacing scars, exuding an aura of intimidation that could frighten children without any theatrical embellishment. The passenger, a lanky figure with dyed yellow hair, sported multiple piercings in his ears and a nose ring, almost as if he were inscribing, I am not a good person on his forehead. Damn it, are you blind? Didn't you see our car coming? You actually dared to step forward and seek your own demise. The bald man bellowed, his arrogance palpable. The yellow-haired individual, standing by, scrutinized Suyun's humble attire with a mocking gaze, sneering, this car costs over 5 million. If it gets even a scratch, can you, a mere commoner, afford the damages? Upon witnessing the fierce demeanor of the bald man, Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei instinctively recoiled, having no intention of getting involved. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man let out a shriek, pointing at the side of the Bentley, exclaiming, Brother Tai, there's a scratch caused by that kid. At his words, everyone turned to look in the direction he indicated, and indeed, they saw a conspicuous scratch on the otherwise pristine surface of the car. Damn you, the bald man roared, seizing Suyun's shirt at the chest, menacingly declaring, you're finished. You scratched my new car. What do you propose we do about it? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Suyun's eyes. He was acutely aware that he had not touched the other vehicle at all. Even if he had, it was inconceivable that he could have caused such a mark. This was clearly an orchestrated attack against him. Those who could afford such a luxury car would almost certainly not engage in a petty scam. If one were to, the first targets would undoubtedly be those adorned in extravagant attire like young Master Wang and his ilk. Under the present circumstances, it was evident that someone was intent on framing him. Are you certain it was I who scratched your car? Suyun replied with a dispassionate tone. Of course. The only vehicles in contact were yours and mine. Who else could it be? The bald man thundered, then turned to Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei, stating gravely, this must be your child, right? Let me make myself clear. Unless you can produce $1 million or $2 million in compensation today, you can forget about sweeping this under the rug. No, don't get it wrong. He isn't our child. He is merely the child of a friend of my husband, We have no connection to him. Lu Yueme quickly distanced herself from the situation without a second thought. Chapter 10. The infamous Sun Tai the Bald Man was clearly a formidable character, boldly demanding compensation of 1 million or 2 for a mere scratch. Zhou Guangji and his wife naturally had no desire to become entangled in such a predicament. That kid has landed himself in serious trouble. He has crossed paths with Sun Tai. If he can't come up with the compensation, the outcome will likely be dire. Not far away, young Master Wang observed the unfolding scene, a smug grin spreading across his face. Brother Wang, do you know this person? Zhou Lulu quietly inquired, her gaze shifting. Wang Xiao nodded slightly and remarked, we have crossed paths a few times. This individual is somewhat notable in Yunzhou. You are aware of the bars on Shuilin Street, correct? Zhou Lulu quickly nodded in affirmation. Shuilin Street is renowned for its vibrant nightlife in Yunzhou. During her high school years, she had visited it on several occasions with friends. The entire stretch of Shuilin Street is under the influence of Sun Tai, who commands a gang of several dozen tough individuals known for their ferocity. It is said that just last year, they were involved in several violent incidents resulting in severe injuries. Wang Xiao casually introduced this information, viewing the infamous bald-headed Tai merely as a common thug. It was the figure behind Sun Tai, Lord Kuan, who truly commanded respect, an authentic overlord of the underground world in Yunzhou. Listening to Wang Xiao's account, Zhou Lulu couldn't help but gasp in shock. It seemed that Su Yun was doomed this time. A sum of 1 to 2 million was a considerable burden for his family. With a sigh, she lamented. Unable to pay? Given Sun Tai's temperament, he might just cripple that boy. Wang Xiao chuckled, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. As a prominent scion of Yunzhou, how could he allow someone as insignificant as Su Yun to offend him? Previously, at Wangxian Tower, he had feigned indifference towards Su Yun, yet secretly instructed Li Jing to deal with him. Little did he anticipate that Li Jing had the connections to summon Sun Tai. Meanwhile, Sun Tai was already in a rage. With Huang Mao flanking him, they had cornered Su Yun. Sun Tai shouted towards Zhou Guangji and his wife. Since this brat is the child of your acquaintance, kindly relay a message to that familiar person. Inform them that I have detained this young rascal. And if they wish to reclaim him, they need to prepare 2 million in cash. I shall grant them 3 days. Zhou Guangji, hearing this, responded helplessly. I can convey your message, but given their circumstances, I doubt they can gather such a sum in 3 days. His words held a kernel of truth. Although Su Baihe was a minor contractor, the projects he undertook were often subcontracted multiple times, resulting in minimal profit. Furthermore, upon project completion, it was often challenging to collect the final payments, and he could not afford to delay wages for the migrant workers, forcing him to dip into his own pockets. It would be remarkable if the Su family could muster even a few $100,000 in cash on such short notice. Sun Tai raised an eyebrow, observing Su Yun's ordinary attire, realizing that his family was unlikely to extract 2 million from their resources. Rubbing his bald head, he cursed, "Damn it. Consider this a moment of mercy on my part. If you kneel and admit your fault, slapping yourself twice, I shall settle for 1 million. Huang Mao, with a boisterous laugh, wrapped his arm around Su Yun's shoulder and exclaimed, "Kid, you're in luck. Just kneel and give yourself a couple of slaps, and you'll save 1 million. Where else could you find such a deal? Hurry up, don't dawdle." Su Yun, unperturbed by Huang Mao's grip, replied calmly, "Are you certain you want me to kneel and apologize? I fear you may not be able to handle the consequences." "Damn you," Huang Mao retorted, incredulous. "You still dare to act tough at this point. You truly have some nerve." Sun Tai's face, thick with blubber, darkened as he turned to Zhou Guangji and said, "You heard it. This brat failed to cherish his opportunity. Convey the message, 2 million, not a penny less." With that, Sun Tai took his place in the driver's seat. Huang Mao then roughly shoved Su Yun, admonishing, "Get in the car quietly, don't force my hand." Su Yun refrained from arguing, opening the rear door and settling into the vehicle. After all, they were in a bustling urban area, unsuitable for violence. As they watched Su Yun being taken away, Wang Xiao and the others departed, chuckling. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme returned to their own vehicle, neither harboring intentions to report the incident. They knew that alerting the authorities would undoubtedly incur the wrath of Sun Tai and his gang. Naturally, they would not entangle themselves in such troubles for Su Yun's sake. Call Su Chang and urge him to gather the money for the ransom. Within 3 days, prepare 220,000, Lu Yueme proposed. Zhou Guangji paused, asking, "Wasn't he at 2 million? Lu Yueme rolled her eyes. "That 20,000 is our service fee. After all, Dealing with dangerous characters like Sun Tai for his son is not without its risks. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guangji fell silent, discreetly pulling out his phone to make the call. Meanwhile, Sun Tai sped down the road, his car ablur. Su Yun sat with his eyes closed, resembling a monk in deep meditation. Huang Mao occupied the back seat, keeping watch over him. Observing Su Yun's stillness, he remarked, "Brother Tai, this kid has some nerve." Remaining calm without a whimper, Sun Tai glanced back, scoffing, "What courage? Merely a facade of composure. In my day, when I fought alongside Lord Kuan, I took on a dozen foes single-handedly with just a blade. That was true bravery." Huang Mao quickly praised, "Indeed, Brother Tai, you were the foremost warrior under Lord Kuan. No ordinary person could compare." As time passed, Sun Tai's vehicle veered further off course, nearing the outskirts of the city. Su Yun finally opened his eyes to observe the scenery outside and queried, "Where are you taking me? What's wrong? Can't hold it together anymore?" Huang Mao chuckled, "Don't worry, we'll be there shortly." 5 minutes later, the car came to a halt at an abandoned factory in a desolate area. "Kid, you'll be staying here for 3 days. Oh, and to prevent any escape, I'll need to break a couple of your legs. You don't mind, do you?" With that, Sun Tai revealed his menacing nature, cracking his knuckles ominously. Huang Mao produced a cigarette, preparing to relish Su Yun's impending cries of despair. Su Yun, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "Though desolate, the scenery is rather pleasant. You've chosen a fine resting place." "Looking for death?" Sun Tai, incensed by Su Yun's defiance, bellowed and launched a punch aimed at Su Yun's forehead. However, in the blink of an eye, Sun Tai found himself propelled backward. Thud! Sun Tai fell to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. It felt as if a colossal hammer had struck his chest, and even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Not far away, the blond man leaning against the car, upon witnessing the scene, widened his eyes in disbelief, nearly dropping the cigarette from his lips. Chapter 11. The Great Kuan Yi. The blond man's body trembled, his voice quivering as he spoke. He had never anticipated that Tai, whom he regarded as a formidable force, could be subdued so effortlessly by another. Doubt began to creep into his mind, making him question whether he was experiencing a hallucination. It was well known that Sun Tai had once been the foremost subordinate of Kuan Yi, agile and skilled in combat. Having honed his abilities through countless brutal encounters, he was more than a match for 7 or 8 ordinary opponents. Yet now, he lay crumpled on the ground, struck down like a lifeless dog. The blond man found it hard to accept. Sun Tai, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, was equally filled with astonishment and rage. Su Yun approached Sun Tai, crouching beside him, and calmly inquired, "Who sent you to deal with me? Was it that Wang Ganxiong?" Taking a deep breath, Sun Tai seethed, "I misjudged this time. I never expected a mere fool like you to possess such skill. I concede, state your terms. As long as they are not excessive, I shall comply." In their world, there existed a certain code of conduct. After all, those who often tread the waters must inevitably get their feet wet. When one encounters a formidable opponent, it is customary to accept one's misfortune and offer compensation to resolve the matter. In return, the other party would typically show leniency. However, upon hearing Sun Tai's words, Su Yun could not help but chuckle. "It seems you have misunderstood my question." With a swift motion, Su Yun's hand clenched tightly, causing a resounding crack as Sun Tai's elbow joint shattered under the pressure. Fragments of bone pierced through the skin, grotesquely exposed to the air. Beneath the excruciating agony, even someone as hardened as Sun Tai could not endure, letting out a shrill cry. "Now, I shall ask once more, was it Wang Ganxiong who sent you to confront me? If you continue to evade the question, I cannot guarantee the safety of your other arm." Su Yun inquired, his tone unhurried, his expression devoid of any discernible change. Fear finally seeped into Sun Tai. He prided himself on being tough, yet he had never encountered someone so eerily formidable. The look directed at him felt akin to that of a giant observing an insignificant insect, completely devoid of emotion. "I do not know anyone named Wang Ganxiong. It was Kuan Yi who instructed me." Sun Tai grimaced through the pain. "Kuan Yi?" Su Yun furrowed his brow. Sun Tai weakly nodded, using his remaining hand to retrieve his phone. "Kuan Yi sent me a photo and instructed me to find someone to handle a task. I thought it was a direct order from him, so I came. Now, I deeply regret it. Had I known the person I was to confront was such a terrifying figure, I would never have come." Su Yun took Sun Tai's phone, opened it, and indeed found a photograph of himself. The background revealed the lavish private room at Wang Xianlu. Clearly, This image had been surreptitiously captured by Wang Xiao's crew. I have said all I needed to say, and you have cost me an arm. Can we consider this matter settled? Sun Tai lowered his head, swallowing his indignation. Yet his heart brimmed with deep resentment. He had made a decision. Once he survived this ordeal, he would seek vengeance. Although Su Yun displayed formidable skills, he could always hire someone to take a shot. No matter how capable one might be, a single bullet could still resolve the matter. As Sun Tai contemplated his scheme, he suddenly heard Su Yun's cold voice. Whether this matter is resolved or not is not for you to decide. Take me to your Lord Kuan. You still wish to see Lord Kuan? Sun Tai's pupils contracted sharply at these words, and without a moment's hesitation, he flatly refused. He was not particularly worried that Su Yun could threaten Lord Kuan. Rather, he was concerned that having already botched this task, if he acted as a guide and led Su Yun to Lord Kuan, he would never be able to show his face in Yunzhou again. No, young brother. I advise you to reconsider. Lord Kuan is not someone you can. Before Sun Tai could finish his sentence, Su Yun, uninterested in his rambling, swiftly seized him once more. With a sickening crack, the elbow joint of Sun Tai's other arm was utterly shattered. Sun Tai let out a horrific scream before fainting from the excruciating pain. The brutal scene caused the yellow-haired man beside the vehicle to collapse weakly to the ground, a large stain seeping from his trousers, reeking of fear. Su Yun fixed his gaze on the yellow-haired man and frowned, asking, "Will you take me to Lord Kuan or not?" Yes. Lord Kuan is currently at Mei Jia's Deep Blue Star Club. I will take you there immediately. The yellow-haired man nodded vigorously, like a dog eagerly agreeing to its master, too terrified to utter a single dissenting word after witnessing Sun Tai's fate. Su Yun then pointed at the unconscious Sun Tai and commanded, "Bring this fellow along as well. Consider it a gift for your Lord Kuan." He cared little for Lord Kuan's identity or background. Having provoked him without cause, one must be prepared to pay the price. The yellow-haired man's lips twitched. Yet he dared not protest and obediently dragged Sun Tai along. Upon seeing Su Yun seated in the back, eyes closed in contemplation, the yellow-haired man hesitated for a fleeting moment before wisely stuffing Sun Tai into the trunk and hurriedly making his way to the driver's seat. On the return journey, the yellow-haired man drove as if possessed, eager to deliver this harbinger of doom to his destination. For him, every second spent in Su Yun's presence felt like an eternity of torment. Throughout the journey, he ran at least a dozen red lights. And even at intersections where traffic police were directing traffic, no one dared to stop the vehicle. It seems your brother Tai holds quite a reputation in Yunzhou. The traffic police do not dare to halt his car, Su Yun remarked with a smirk. The yellow-haired man offered a wry smile in explanation. This car actually belongs to Lord Kuan. A few days ago, it was scratched, and it has been parked at Mei Jia's club. Brother Tai took it out to run an errand for Lord Kuan. Although Sun Tai controlled the bar street, collecting various protection fees and commissions, his extravagant spending and the need to support his entourage meant he could not afford a luxury vehicle worth over 5 million. By driving out Lord Kuan's scratched Bentley, he aimed not only to flaunt his status, but also to profit from the minor damage. Su Yun fell into a momentary silence before suddenly saying, "Please, enlighten me about your esteemed Master Kuan." Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired man did not hesitate to divulge all that he knew. Master Kuan, whose real name is Chao Kuan, was once a mere petty thug who could not make a name for himself over a decade ago. However, with the assistance of a benefactor, he swiftly rose to prominence. And now he stands as a formidable figure in the underground world of Yunzhou. He monopolizes over 70% of the construction materials market in Yunzhou. Virtually all real estate companies must procure their building supplies through his channels, or else their projects will face insurmountable obstacles. He has also established several property management companies, extending his influence over more than half of the residential communities in Yunzhou, where the renovations are predominantly handled by decoration companies under his control. Furthermore, Master Kuan oversees several financial firms that specialize in high-interest loans and operates underground gambling dens. Even the upscale business establishments managed by Sister Mei are, in fact, assets of Master Kuan. Chapter 12. A fate that leaves no escape. As the yellow-haired man narrated the circumstances surrounding Master Kuan, he drove towards the Deep Blue Star Club. The Deep Blue Star Club is the most exclusive establishment in Yunzhou, operating on a membership basis and not open to the public. It caters solely to Master Kuan's business associates and the elite of Yunzhou. The owner of the Deep Blue Star, Sister Mei, is a stunning woman in her 30s. not only blessed with beauty but also possessing remarkable social finesse, amassing tens of millions annually through the club. Additionally, she holds another role as Master Kuen's lover. At this moment, within a luxurious room of the club, Sister May, the proprietor, was dutifully massaging the shoulders of a middle-aged man. Has Xiao Tai returned? The man asked casually, his eyes closed. He was none other than the notorious figure in the underground world of Yunzhou, Master Kuen, Xiao Kuen. In his 40s, Xiao Kuen's hair had already turned gray, and he lacked the ferocity typical of a thug, instead exuding an air of sophistication and amiability, resembling a cultured businessman. Not yet, but he should be back soon, Sister May replied, her brows slightly furrowed. That Li family's young man is rather unreliable. To teach a minor character a lesson. He foolishly called you. What a blunder. Should we mention this to Li Donghai from Haojia Real Estate? Xiao Kuen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Li Donghai has recently been blessed with a son, and he indeed dotes on Li Jing. Let's overlook this incident. After all, Haojia Real Estate recently facilitated a significant deal for me, so providing a little assistance is not a burden. After a brief pause, he continued, however, should something similar arise in the future, refrain from directing such calls to me. Simply provide him with Xiao Tai's number, and let him reach out directly. Sister May nodded in understanding. At that moment, a phone placed on the nearby coffee table began to ring. As Sister May answered, her expression abruptly shifted. Xiao Kuen furrowed his brow and inquired, what is it? Mei Jia's complexion appeared somewhat unnatural. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Sun Tai is in trouble. His subordinate, Jean Maosher, just returned with the car. Xiao Kuen's expression shifted slightly. Sun Tai was one of his most formidable subordinates, skilled in combat. Yet, how could he encounter trouble while dealing with a mere petty character? Let us go. Take me to see. Xiao Kuen rose decisively. Meanwhile, in the club's main hall, Su Yun sat nonchalantly on a sofa, his feet resting on the unconscious Sun Tai. Surrounding him was a large circle of security personnel from the club, each wielding a baton, seemingly poised to rush him and beat him to death. Huang Mao was in a state of extreme anxiety, unable to stand or sit comfortably. Brother Chong, I have something to attend to. Can I leave first? He pleaded pitifully to a burly man with a face full of flesh. Let you leave first? Wu Chong scoffed, saying, what's the rush? Let us wait for Master Kuen to arrive. Wu Chong, the head of security at the club, had been with Xiao Kuen for many years, just like Sun Tai. Upon seeing Sun Tai's shattered elbows, he realized that Sun Tai was utterly incapacitated, and even a hospital visit would only lead to amputation. Young brother, I must admit, you certainly have a vicious streak, Wu Chong stated, glaring at Su Yun. If you had merely injured someone and fled, Sun Tai would have had to accept his misfortune. Yet, you had the audacity to come here yourself. This is a provocation against Master Kuen. Su Yun lifted his eyelids disdainfully, retorting, and what of it? You. Wu Chong, infuriated, instinctively swung his baton. However, at that moment, a deep voice commanded, stand down. Master Kuen. Wu Chong's body jolted, and he quickly stepped aside. The surrounding security guards hurriedly parted to create a path. Xiao Kuen strolled in at a measured pace, accompanied by Mei Jia. Two others followed. One was short and stocky with a fierce aura, resembling a bloodthirsty hound, while the other exuded a cold demeanor like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Wu Chong, your skills are inferior to Sun Tai's. Spare yourself the humiliation. Xiao Kuen remarked, patting Wu Chong on the shoulder. It was my recklessness, Wu Chong replied with a bitter smile. Xiao Kuen took a seat on the sofa opposite Su Yun, his gaze falling upon the incapacitated Sun Tai. Upon seeing Sun Tai's ruined arms, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. No wonder Sun Tai faltered. Even I failed to perceive your remarkable capabilities at such a young age, he sighed softly. However, youth often brings overconfidence. Since you've delivered yourself to me, you've saved me some effort. Su Yun smirked. What do you intend to do? Xiao Kuen did not answer immediately. Instead, he extended 2 fingers to the side. Mei Jia promptly and skillfully prepared a cigar and handed it to him. After taking a puff and exhaling the smoke, Xiao Kuen stated, Sun Tai has served me faithfully for over a decade. Now he ends up in such a dire situation. As his elder brother, I must have an explanation. Today, you shall not leave this club alive. With this declaration, Su Yun's fate was effectively sealed. In the presence of others, they gazed at Su Yun with expressions of pity. No one believed that Lord Kuen was jesting. Over the years, whenever Lord Kuen wished for someone to vanish, they would never reappear. Su Yun, as if hearing a jest, erupted into laughter. Ultimately, an ant is merely an ant, unable to recognize a true deity before it. Otherwise, would you dare to utter such words in my presence? The crowd fell silent, taken aback by Su Yun's apparent madness, as he dared to equate himself with a god in front of Lord Kuan. It was utterly absurd. Chao Kuan shook his head, lacking any desire to engage in conversation. What was there to discuss with a madman? Master Wada, this individual is a martial artist. I would appreciate your assistance, Chao Kuan remarked, turning to the diminutive yet ferocious man beside him. This was a formidable expert he had procured at great expense from Southeast Asia, proficient in Muay Thai and combat techniques. Renowned for his lethal prowess, with every skill honed for the purpose of taking lives. Sun Tai's abilities were insignificant in comparison to Wada's. It was precisely due to the protection of such an expert that Chao Kuan had remained untroubled and secure over the years. Wada cracked his neck, the vertebrae producing a series of sharp sounds. I relished the opportunity to spar with masters, relishing the thrill of overpowering them. I hope you can endure a bit longer. I kindly request it. As he spoke, he even bowed slightly to Su Yun. Yet, when he straightened up, a cruel glint filled his eyes. With a sudden motion, Wada lunged forward like a cannonball, delivering a ferocious punch aimed directly at Su Yun. The speed was astounding. This strike produced a sound akin to a ripping wind, causing the crowd to visibly pale. Sister May gasped in quiet shock. She had never witnessed Lord Kuan's bodyguard in action before. A blow of such magnitude to the head could surely shatter the skull. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, unwilling to witness the impending violence. However, the next moment, she heard Su Yun's voice. Your speed is too slow, your strength is lacking. Upon reopening her eyes, she was astonished to see Wada's fearsome punch effortlessly blocked by Su Yun with a single hand. Chapter 13. The demise of the offender. How is this possible? Wada's face contorted in disbelief as he realized that his lethal strike had been thwarted by a mere youth with one hand. It felt as though he had struck an iron wall, unable to budge his opponent even a fraction. Nevertheless, Wada was a seasoned warrior, accustomed to countless battles. After a fleeting moment of shock, he swiftly regained his composure and unleashed another powerful punch. Strike after strike followed, a relentless tempest of blows. Each punch emanated tremendous force, akin to the impact of a sledgehammer. Yet, no matter how ferociously he attacked, he could not penetrate Su Yun's outstretched hand. Each assault was thwarted with precision. The more Wada fought, the deeper his despair grew. He had never anticipated that the youth before him possessed such formidable strength. You have struck for long enough. It is now my turn, Su Yun calmly declared, his outstretched palms suddenly transforming into a fist, launching a counterattack. Varda instinctively raised his fist to strike back. However, as their blows clashed, he was immediately overwhelmed by an unparalleled force that surged towards him. With a crack, Varda's arm emitted a sound reminiscent of shattering bones, collapsing limply at his side. The entirety of his arm was shattered into countless fragments. Moreover, that domineering fist force further penetrated, impacting his internal organs. Blood gushed from Varda's mouth as he fell to the ground like a lifeless dog. The overseas expert, hired at great expense by Master Chao, was defeated without even enduring a single strike from Su Yun, spitting blood in the process. Chao Kuan was left aghast, his entire body paralyzed in shock. The hall of the club was suddenly enveloped in silence. Wu Chang and his group of security guards swallowed hard, rendered momentarily at a loss. Unable to contain himself, Wu Chang glanced towards Chao Kuan. The muscles on Chao Kuan's face twitched violently, clearly taken aback by the unexpected outcome. Observing Wu Chang and others frozen in place, he bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Attack him together and kill him." This shout finally jolted Wu Chang and the others back to their senses, and they charged at Su Yun, their steel batons raining down like a torrential downpour. Surely, no one could withstand so many batons simultaneously. Yet, just as they reached Su Yun, they were forcefully repelled by an invisible energy emanating from him. Su Yun casually seized one of the batons and struck with nonchalance. Soon, the air was filled with cries of anguish. Within mere seconds, Wu Chang and his cadre of security guards lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair, each nursing broken limbs. Su Yun discarded the baton and turned to Chao Kuan, saying, "With this bunch of pitiful misfits under your command, it seems rather challenging for you to prevent me from leaving alive." A pallor flashed across Chao Kuan's face as he roared, "Kill him!" Almost simultaneously with his command, a cold, snake-like man suddenly emerged, brandishing a handgun. The dark muzzle was aimed directly at Su Yun's forehead. This individual was the last line of defense that Chao Kuan had prepared for himself. He had hoped to avoid using a firearm within the Deep Blue Star Club. For once the gunfire erupted, it would take considerable effort to mitigate the ensuing chaos. However, at this moment, he clearly had no choice. Bang! The snake-like man, with an expressionless face, expertly pulled the trigger. A bullet shot forth at high speed, but as it approached within 10 feet of Su Yun, it seemed to encounter some invisible obstruction, gradually slowing down until it eventually came to a halt. Su Yun reached out and pinched the bullet, carelessly tossing it to the ground. His nonchalant demeanor was akin to performing a trivial task. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, both Chao Kuan and Sister Mei were so astonished they nearly leapt to their feet. If Su Yun's earlier devastating blow to Varda and the defeat of the multitude of security guards were within their comprehension, this act of effortlessly catching a bullet seemed like a dream. It was beyond the realm of human capability. The hand of the venomous man, clutching the gun, trembled with unsteadiness. He had wielded a firearm for decades, claiming countless lives, yet he had never encountered such a sinister phenomenon. Bang, bang, bang. Suppressing his fear, he fired several more shots in succession. However, without exception, the bullets were thwarted by an invisible force within a 10-foot radius of Su Yun, never even getting the chance to graze his body. Merely like ants, Su Yun scoffed disdainfully, casually waving his hand. A surge of formidable energy erupted, enveloping the bullets and sending them hurtling back. The gunman barely had time to react before his head erupted with several gaping wounds, blood splattering everywhere. The adjacent Chao Kuan and Sister Mei were splattered as well. Sister Mei let out a hysterical scream, while Chao Kuan, pale as death, slumped despondently onto the sofa. At that moment, the severely injured Varda, lying on the ground, suddenly seemed to recall something and exclaimed, This is the condensation of energy into a formidable force. You have crossed that insurmountable chasm, reaching the master realm of martial arts at the 7th rank." His expression was filled with boundless astonishment. He had once been fortunate enough to witness a master from Southeast Asia and understood the might of such a powerful being. A mere handgun posed no threat to such an entity. Only a heavy machine gun could hope to breach the protective energy barrier. "You are not entirely ignorant of the martial arts." Su Yun nodded and continued, "Given this, as a martial artist, you should understand the consequences of offending a master." Upon hearing this, Varda's face paled with fear. Masters, regarded as divine beings in martial arts, were revered figures in the Southeast Asian nations. To offend a master was to invite death as reparation. Varda hastily pleaded, "No, grant me a chance." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, an invisible force pierced through his skull, leaving a bloody hole at his brow. His lifeless body collapsed to the ground. With a mere flick of his hand, Su Yun had claimed 2 lives. In the hall, the dismembered security guards of the club dared not utter a sound. Chao Kuan, utterly terrified, slid off the sofa and knelt on the floor, looking at Su Yun with horror, stammering, Chao, was blind to not recognize the true God before me. I implore your magnanimity to spare my life." A cold smile graced Su Yun's lips as he replied, "You are not a martial artist and do not comprehend the significance of a master. You might be excused for your ignorance. However, you first plotted against me, and when I sought an explanation, you incited violence against me. I cannot fathom a reason to spare your life. Perhaps you could provide one." Chao Kuan quickly responded, "If you spare my life, I am willing to offer all my wealth. Even if it does not satisfy you, simply state a number, and I will exhaust all means to procure it." He was desperate to survive, realizing that, in comparison to life, wealth was but a trifle. Su Yun scoffed, "With my capabilities, should I desire wealth, untold riches are easily within my grasp. Do you think I would care?" If he wished for money, a single phone call to Chi Qinglan could summon vast sums instantly. Chapter 14. The offering. Chao Kuan was drenched in a cold sweat. For the only asset he could present was his vast fortune amounting to billions. Yet, it appeared that his wealth was of no significance to others. "It seemed you two could not conjure a reason for sparing my life." Su Yun stepped forward, his alabaster hand slowly rising. "No, please no," Chao Kuan exclaimed in terror. His face contorted with fear as he sensed the breath of death drawing closer. Just as Su Yun's hand was about to strike, a glimmer of realization sparked within Chao Kuan, and he cried out, "Wait! I possess a treasure, which I am willing to offer to you in exchange for my life." "A treasure?" Su Yun paused, intrigued. delaying his lethal intent to observe what Chao Kuan could possibly present. Seizing upon his last hope, Chao Kuan shouted to Mei Jia, "Quick! Fetch the box hidden in the dark room." The mention of the dark room made Mei Jia shudder. That secluded chamber housed Chao Kuan's most valuable possessions, secured within a vault to which only he held the key and code. Even she was not permitted entry. While she was aware of some confidential ledgers and documents stored within, she had no knowledge of any treasures. "Go now." Chao Kuan forcefully thrust a specially crafted key into Mei Jia's hands, barking, "The code is my birthday." Flustered, Mei Jia clutched the key and hurried away. After a few moments, she returned, breathless, cradling a small wooden box made of sandalwood. Chao Kuan seized the box roughly, opened it, and presented it before Su Yun. Inside lay a diminutive silver sword, no longer than a finger, gleaming with an iridescent sheen and exuding an invisible sharpness. "Ah," Su Yun uttered softly, delicately picking up the silver sword between his fingers, scrutinizing it with great care. Chao Kuan held his breath, unable to contain himself as Su Yun remained silent for what felt like an eternity. "This item is undoubtedly a treasure," he finally blurted out. "Its material is incomparably hard. I have employed various methods to inflict damage, yet to no avail. More importantly, it emits a sound akin to a sword's cry on every full moon night." After a prolonged examination, Su Yun finally withdrew his gaze and inquired, "How did you acquire this item?" Chao Kuan's eyelids fluttered slightly, yet under Su Yun's unwavering stare, he dared not fabricate a tale. Approximately 6 or 7 years ago, an outsider was attempting to sell a batch of antiques at the underground market in Yunzhou. I discreetly dispatched someone to investigate, discovering that he and his accomplices were merely tomb raiders with no significant background. I orchestrated their demise, and amidst the collection of antiquities, I uncovered this item. However, over the years, I have been unable to unravel its mysteries, Chao Kuan confessed candidly. Su Yun, upon hearing this, shook his head inwardly. A flying sword forged from moonlight dark iron could hardly be comprehended by mere mortals like Chao Kuan and those grave robbers. Su Yun chuckled coldly. This item, in the hands of Chao Kuan and his ilk, was utterly useless. However, in the hands of someone like him, a practitioner of the arts, it transformed into an unparalleled weapon of slaughter. With a swift motion, Su Yun infused the sword with his energy. The silver-white flying sword immediately sprang to life, hovering above Su Yun's palm. With a flick of his finger, the sword shot forth in an instant, its surface radiating an unparalleled brilliance. A thunderous roar echoed as the floor of the hall was cleaved apart, resembling the work of an iron plow, leaving a chasm over 10 meters long that divided the entire space in two. The sturdy marble tiles, along with the underlying brick foundation, were sliced through as if they were mere tofu. Chao Kuan, Sister Mei, and the surrounding security personnel stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they gazed at the fissure. Particularly, the yellow-haired man cowering in the corner felt a warm dampness in his trousers. The legendary sword immortals of ancient times, wielding their swords with dominion over the world, must have been no more formidable than this. Chao Kuan's heart raced. The realization that he had once considered confronting such a terrifying presence sent shivers throughout his body. Not recognizing a true deity when standing before one, Chao Kuan lamented his lack of discernment and implored for mercy, prostrating himself at Su Yun's feet, bowing deeply. Sister Mei and the yellow-haired man quickly followed suit, and even those security guards with severed limbs knelt in submission. Su Yun beckoned, and the silver-white flying sword obediently returned to his sleeve. Until now, he had merely utilized a superficial level of control over the sword, yet its true power remained untapped. With further cultivation and a breakthrough into the innate realm, he would forge an unbreakable bond with the sword, perhaps enabling him to strike down foes from 1,000 miles away. You are fortunate to have presented a flying sword forged from lunar iron. It may well suffice to spare your life. I hope you do not cross my path again. Su Yun remarked indifferently. With that, he turned to leave. Chao Kuan hesitated, then, summoning his resolve, called out, "Sir, please wait." Su Yun furrowed his brow. "Do not misunderstand. I, Chao, have lived a muddled life until this day, only to realize that figures like you exist in this world. Henceforth, I am willing to serve as your loyal subordinate. I beseech you to accept me." Chao Kuan knelt before Su Yun, shuffling on his knees until he was directly in front of him, bowing deeply once more. Chao Kuan's current achievements were the result of his keen ability to seize opportunities. Offending a being like Su Yun could have been catastrophic, yet he hoped to transform this misfortune into a boon. If he could align himself with Su Yun, who could threaten him in Yunzhou or even the entire southern province. You wish to be my subordinate? Su Yun appraised Chao Kun with a playful smile. As per our usual arrangement, you must provide me with a compelling reason. Chao Kun inhaled deeply and replied, I possess a modicum of influence in Yunzhou. Whatever task you assign, I will execute it flawlessly. Though you possess extraordinary capabilities, I surmise you would prefer not to handle trivial matters personally. Su Yun contemplated for a moment before responding, I shall entrust you with a task. If you perform well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Chao Kun's body tensed in anticipation, and he responded solemnly, Please instruct me, sir. Within 3 days, do your utmost to procure a century-old spiritual herb. Although Su Yun had already instructed Qi Qinglan to collect the spiritual herbs, these rare treasures, often sought after for a century, remain elusive regardless of wealth. Some proprietors, even when offered substantial sums, may still refuse to part with them. Entrusting such a task to someone like Chao Kun, a prominent figure entrenched in the underworld, might expedite the process. This also serves as a test for Chao Kun. If he handles the matter adeptly, accepting him as an ally would not be a burden. Rest assured, I will ensure this task is completed, Chao Kun assured with confidence. At that moment, he recalled an important detail. The reason I confronted you, sir, is that Li Jing from Haojia Real Estate contacted me, seeking assistance to avenge a friend. Su Yun scoffed, I am already aware of this. A mere swarm of ants, courting their demise. Chao Kun quickly interjected, There is no need for you to concern yourself, sir. I will manage the situation from start to finish. As he spoke, his teeth clenched in anger. He longed to eliminate Li Jing and his associates immediately. These scoundrels had nearly brought him to ruin today. As a formidable figure in the underground realm of Yunzhou, he could not let this matter rest. Chapter 15. Lingfeng No. 3 Su Yun had no interest in delving into how Chao Kun would exact his revenge on Li Jing and Wang Xiao. Since Chao Kun was eager to take the lead, Su Yun preferred to remain uninvolved. He left his name and phone number with Chao Kun, instructing him to contact him once he acquired the spiritual herbs, before departing the lounge. Only then did Chao Kun release a long breath. He saved Su Yun's name and number in a separate phone, intending to keep it on his person. Just then, Su Yun returned and said, By the way, please arrange a car for me. My hotel is quite far. Although a Bentley was parked at the entrance, Su Yun had no desire to ride in it. After all, the earlier incident involving the young man had left the interior reeking of urine. Of course, Chao Kun signaled to Sister Mei, who promptly made a call. Shortly after, a brand new Maybach emerged from the club's garage and halted before Su Yun. Furthermore, upon learning that Su Yun was staying in a hotel, Chao Kun graciously offered him a mountaintop villa in Lingfeng Mountain, a renowned affluent residential area in Yunzhou. The most ordinary villa in this area commands a price exceeding 50 million. The villa gifted to Su Yun, Lingfeng No. 3, spans an impressive 1,500 square meters and is valued at over 2,800 million. The hotel is filled with a diverse crowd. Someone of your stature, Mr. Su, should not be confined to such a place. This villa, which I had renovated but have yet to inhabit, I now offer to you. I will ensure that all necessary staff are arranged by tomorrow. Chao Kun respectfully presented a document pouch containing the villa's keys and access pass. Su Yun nodded appreciatively and accepted it without hesitation. Compared to the invaluable silver-white flying sword, this villa paled in significance. Under the gaze of Chao Kun, Sister Mei, and others, Su Yun departed the club in his new vehicle. Chao Kun certainly knew how to handle matters. This arrangement was quite fortuitous, as it would allow Su Yun to bring his father to Yunzhou for a life of comfort. Su Yun did not return to the hotel, but instead drove directly to Lingfeng Mountain. Following the guidance of the car's navigation system, he arrived at Lingfeng Mountain in less than half an hour. After presenting his pass, he enjoyed unobstructed access and soon reached the Lingfeng No. 3 villa that Chao Kun had gifted him. This mountain is indeed a treasure trove of feng shui, situated at a crucial nexus of the Yunzhou earth veins. Unfortunately, the world has entered an age of decline, and the spiritual veins have withered. Otherwise, residing here would surely bestow longevity. Upon entering the villa, Su Yun took a leisurely tour and was thoroughly pleased with the surroundings. The interior decor was crafted from the finest materials, and the layout had been designed by a renowned foreign architect. It could be said that Chao Kun had invested significantly in this villa. He contemplated enhancing the area surrounding the villa with a small gathering array for spiritual energy. which would attract the thin spiritual essence from the heavens and earth, transforming this place into a small paradise where he could later bring his father for recuperation. Su Yun reached into his pocket to retrieve his phone in order to call Su Baihe, but he soon realized that the battery had died. It seemed he would need to acquire a new phone. He shook his head, reflecting that this phone had been a gift from Su Baihe upon his high school graduation. After more than 2 years, the battery had become unreliable. With the charger left at the hotel, he resolved to make contact the following day. Meanwhile, in Yunzhou City, at Xinghui Community, Building 8, Unit 1, Room 1402, Lu Yuemei lounged lazily on the sofa, applying a facial mask while watching television. Zhou Guangji was on the phone. Baihe, how are you faring with the money this afternoon? It's still insufficient. The savings at home, along with what I borrowed from relatives and friends, totals just over 800,000. The voice on the other end belonged to Su Yun's father, Su Baihe. Guangji, could you possibly speak to the car owner? I genuinely cannot gather that much money. Is there any way to negotiate? Su Baihe's voice was heavy with fatigue and helplessness. He had contacted numerous relatives and friends throughout the day, but upon hearing his request for a loan, they all changed their demeanor, making excuses. Even his uncles and brothers, though bound by familial ties, were only willing to lend a few thousand, with some even offering just a few hundred. He felt utterly at a loss. Moreover, Su Yun's phone had been unreachable, which only heightened his anxiety. What is there to negotiate? Do you know who that car owner is? He is a notorious figure in Yunzhou, controlling dozens of henchmen. What can I possibly offer for negotiation? And don't involve the police. If they get involved, everything will be ruined. What? You want to borrow money? Haven't I told you that our funds are tied up in a financial investment? We cannot access them in the short term, Zhou Guangji replied impatiently. Suddenly, Lu Yuemei gestured toward Zhou Guangji, forming a shape with her lips. Realizing her intent, Zhou Guangji quickly responded, Right, Baihe. I recall that you purchased a house for Su Yun in Lingbei County. You should sell that house without delay. I understand that this was the wedding house you prepared for Su Yun, but if a person is rendered useless, what purpose does retaining the house serve? On the other end of the line, after a moment of silence, Su Baihe's voice emerged. All right. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guangji's face lit up with joy as he continued. Then you must act swiftly. If the price is lower, so be it, but the most crucial aspect is speed. Although Sun Tai has afforded 3 days, who knows how much suffering Xiaoyan might endure during this time? The final statement seemed to strike a nerve with Su Baihe, and Zhou Guangji could distinctly sense the heavy breaths emanating from the phone. After hanging up, Zhou Guangji turned to Lu Yuemei, smiling. It seems the matter is nearly settled. Once Su Baihe sells the house in Lingbei County, he should have enough funds. Lu Yuemei beamed with delight. Their eagerness stemmed from the prospect of that 20,000 in labor fees. Today truly seemed fortuitous. Not only did Lulu meet those affluent individuals associated with Wang Xiao, but they might also unexpectedly reap a small fortune. In high spirits, Lu Yuemei cast a flirtatious glance at Zhou Guangji and sweetly suggested, Old Zhou, it has been quite a while since we why not tonight. Zhou Guangji, feeling a surge of warmth, scooped up Lu Yuemei and dashed into the bedroom. Wait a moment. Dear, he exclaimed, tossing Lu Yuemei onto the bed, then skillfully retrieving a blue pill from the bedside drawer, swallowing 2 with haste. Ha ha ha, let us go. 3 minutes later, as the rain subsided and the clouds dispersed, Zhou Guangji leaned against the headboard, silently smoking a cigarette, pondering aloud. Why does this medication seem less effective than before? Chapter 16. Old classmates. The following day, Zhou Guangji, perhaps due to the exertions of the previous night, did not awaken until nearly 9 o'clock. Just as he finished washing up, Su Baihe's call came through. Guangji, the funds are ready. I'm at the bank now and will transfer the money shortly. Could you please go pick up Su Yun? Su Baihe's voice was somewhat hoarse and strained. I will be taking the afternoon train to Yunzhou. Under normal circumstances, selling a house overnight would be nearly impossible. However, Su Baihe, desperate to sell at 70% of market value, had been compelled to do so by a shady intermediary. In addition, he had mortgaged his car and equipment from his construction company, borrowing some high-interest loans to gather a total of 220,000. All right, please transfer the money to my bank account, and I will make a trip for you, Zhou Guangji replied before ending the call. As Lu Yuemei prepared breakfast, she inquired upon hearing the commotion, is the money ready on Su's side? Zhou Guangji nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it seems he was quite frightened, fearing that Su Yun might suffer a broken limb. It appears that sometimes one must apply pressure. After a little over 10 minutes, once they had finished breakfast, Zhou Guangji received a notification that the funds had been transferred. With a grin, he declared, "All set. I will head out shortly to bring Su Yun back. Would you care to join me?" Lu Yuemei quickly shook her head. "No, I prefer not to deal with someone as ruthless as Sun Tai. I have an appointment at the spa for a treatment and some hair care." As two individuals engaged in conversation, Zhou Lulu, who had spent the night away from home, finally returned. She reeked of alcohol, yet her spirits were high. "Goodness, my dear ancestor, just how much have you imbibed?" Lu Yuemei hastily rose to pour water for her cherished daughter. Zhou Lulu, feeling parched from her indulgence, sipped the water while exclaiming, "I'm quite all right." But Wang Xiao and his entourage truly went wild. "By the way, while we were reveling at the bar on Shuilin Street last night, we heard some news." "What news?" Lu Yuemei inquired casually. "It's about Sun Tai, the leader of the bar street. I heard he had an accident yesterday and was taken to the hospital. And they say he may need an amputation," Zhou Lulu revealed. Sun Tai, Zhou Guangji, and Lu Yuemei were momentarily taken aback. "Isn't he the bald thug who kidnapped Su Yun yesterday?" "Lulu, is your information accurate?" Lu Yuemei could not restrain her curiosity. "Absolutely accurate. The local ruffians at the bar street are buzzing about it." As a significant figure, Sun Tai's incident naturally stirred up quite a commotion. In an attempt to mitigate the fallout, Chao Kuan issued a gag order to those in the know, declaring that Sun Tai was solely responsible for the accident. "And what about Su Yun?" Zhou Guangji hastily asked. Zhou Lulu shrugged her shoulders, saying, "That's unclear. Perhaps he has already been released. Given the circumstances, it's likely no one is inclined to investigate the matter of the damaged vehicle." Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. If Su Yun had indeed been released, how could they possibly retrieve their hard-earned money? Oblivious to their silent exchange, Zhou Lulu yawned and retreated to her room for rest. In the living room, Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei stared at each other in silence. After a moment, Zhou Guangji sighed and said, "It seems Su Yun has had a stroke of luck this time. Once Su Baihe arrives, I shall return the money to him. Let us not rush into that." Lu Yuemei shot Zhou Guangji a disapproving look. "With Sun Tai's predicament, we cannot afford to be concerned about Su Yun at the moment. But who knows what complications may arise in the future. We should hold on to this sum for now. Isn't that rather inappropriate? I can't explain this to Baihe." Zhou Guangji exclaimed, startled. "This is a sum exceeding 2 million. Su Baihe is no fool. When Su Yun returns and reveals that he was voluntarily released, he will undoubtedly demand the money back. Explaining is not an issue. Besides, someone like Su Tsiuzi, a country bumpkin, is unfamiliar with Yunzhou. A few intimidating words will surely suffice to cow him," Lu Yuemei asserted, revealing her dominant side once more. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guangji chose not to press the matter further. Meanwhile, Su Yun had already arrived at the Science and Technology Electronic City in Yunzhou. He entered a large mobile phone marketplace within the Electronic City, intending to purchase a new phone. Almost every brand available on the market had a presence here. Su Yun was not particular about the brand or model of the phone, and since he had only a little over 2,000 yuan in his bank account for this trip to Yunzhou, he spent over 1,000 to acquire a generic phone. "Oh, you are Su Yun?" Just as Su Yun was about to depart, a soft feminine voice resonated nearby. A tall, elegant woman adorned in a purple dress gazed at Su Yun with a hint of uncertainty. "Yiting?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Yun's eyes. Yiting was not only his former high school classmate, but also the belle of the class, seated right in front of him. Throughout their 3 years in high school, Su Yun was merely one among many of Yiting's secret admirers. However, given her affluent background, her father being a renowned businessman in Lingbei County, and her exemplary academic performance, Su Yun felt a profound sense of inferiority in her presence. He never dared to confess his feelings, and Yiting's attitude towards him was rather indifferent. Due to their proximity and seating, she often enlisted Su Yun for various errands, which he willingly complied with, embodying the quintessential sycophant. Reflecting on that absurd and laughable past, Su Yun couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. He remembered himself as an innocent youth, untouched by the complexities of life and love. "Su Yun, I can't believe it's really you. I thought I might have mistaken you." Yiting approached and greeted him. "By the way, what brings you to Yunzhou?" Su Yun shrugged, responding, "I came here to enjoy the summer vacation. What about you? Don't you remember? I applied to Yunguang University in Yunzhou. Since my parents are abroad, I decided not to return home this summer," Yiting remarked, surveying Su Yun with a gentle sigh. "It's been 2 years since we last met, old classmate. You still seem so unpretentious." At her words, Su Yun merely smiled. After entering university, both male and female students became increasingly conscious of their appearances, eager to embrace fashion trends and engage in comparison. To Yi Ting, Su Yun's attire, which was clearly from a bargain stall, epitomized simplicity. Yi Ting, it's about time. Xiaoying has been calling to urge us, someone shouted at Yi Ting. A well-groomed, haughty-looking woman stood nearby, accompanying her. Upon noticing Su Yun's inexpensive clothing and the unopened packaging of a generic phone he held, she regarded him with disdain, seemingly uninterested in approaching. To her, conversing with someone of his perceived stature would tarnish her own image. That's my roommate and best friend, Luo Jiai. Yi Ting introduced her to Su Yun, then offered him an apologetic glance. I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Su Yun nodded, prepared to part ways without further engagement. Oh wait. Yi Ting appeared to recall something and swiftly called out to him. Tomorrow is my birthday. A few friends are organizing a birthday banquet for me tomorrow evening, and I hope you can join us. Su Yun furrowed his brow, pondering, I may not have the time. His lack of interest was genuine. Although Yi Ting did not exhibit the overt disdain that her friend did, Su Yun's keen intuition sensed an underlying sense of social hierarchy within her. Yi Ting maintained an air of superiority in her demeanor towards him, albeit less conspicuously than Luo Jiai. Certainly, this reflects the goddess's typical demeanor towards her admirers. You are not here in Yunzhou for any significant purpose, merely for leisure. How can you claim to be pressed for time? Upon hearing Su Yun's evasive response, Yi Ting pouted slightly, feigning displeasure. I distinctly remember you stating at our high school graduation that should I encounter any difficulties in the future, I could always reach out to you. Why, then, are you now so reluctant to attend my birthday celebration? Su Yun was rendered speechless by this line of questioning. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon his youthful naivety. He was acutely aware that Yi Ting had no romantic interest in him at the time. Yet he continued to harbor feelings for her in silence. Indeed, he had promised her at graduation that she could contact him whenever she needed assistance. Even with Su Yun's level-headedness, reflecting on those past events filled him with a sense of embarrassment. Very well, I shall find the time to attend. Just let me know the location. Su Yun replied with a hint of resignation. A smile broke across Yi Ting's face as she gestured playfully, exclaiming, then it's settled. By the way, you haven't changed your phone number, have you? No, he replied. That's good. We shall be in touch then. Yi Ting concluded before returning to Luo Jiai's side. Luo Jiai wore an expression of bewilderment. Once Su Yun had departed, she regarded Yi Ting with a half-smile and inquired, why did you invite him to your birthday party? He is an old classmate from high school. Is there a problem with my inviting him? Yi Ting replied nonchalantly. Don't feign ignorance. Luo Jiai scoffed. I am not as naive as Xiaoying. I've heard that Su Jijun has been preparing for your birthday celebration for quite some time, waiting for the opportune moment to confess his feelings for you. You wouldn't be bringing in this old classmate as a makeshift boyfriend, would you? Yi Ting fell silent at this suggestion. Luo Jiai's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, could it be that my guess is correct? Yi Ting shot her a look of exasperation and nodded reluctantly, saying, while Su Jijun possesses many commendable qualities, I fear his temperament may be somewhat volatile. If we were to pursue a relationship, I am concerned that issues may arise over time. Su Jijun was a senior at Yi Ting's university, a local of Yunzhou, with a well-off family background, striking looks, and the captain of the basketball team, making him a prominent figure on campus, much admired by many of the female students. Yet, he was particularly drawn to Yi Ting. However, as the campus belle herself, Yi Ting was discerning and recognized Su Jijun's character flaws, thus maintaining her distance from him. Luo Jiai slapped her forehead in disbelief, exclaiming, if you must enlist a decoy, at least choose someone more presentable. Your old classmate is hardly convincing. No one would buy it. Yi Ting sighed, saying, if I had a better option, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. You know well that the boys around me are all aware of Su Jijun's interest. None would dare to assist me with this. She paused before continuing. Moreover, having Su Yun play the role of my decoy does not require Su Jijun's belief. It merely needs to create the appearance of a relationship for him to grasp my stance. This way, I also preserve his dignity. Otherwise, if Su Jijun confesses, and I refuse him then, it would leave everyone in an awkward position. Your considerations are indeed thorough. Luo Jiai nodded and jested. However, your old classmate is likely to harbor resentment towards Su Jijun. As you know, Su Jijun's family holds considerable influence in Yunzhou. It's nothing to worry about. Su Yun is here for tourism and will soon depart. After the birthday banquet, I shall ensure Su Yun leaves Yunzhou, Yi Ting responded. Luo Jiai nodded again, adding, by the way, you must remind your classmate several times that he is merely to pretend to be your boyfriend, just a pretense, lest he develops delusions of grandeur, believing he has a chance. When Su Yun was mentioned, a tone of disdain filled Luo Jiai's voice. Yi Ting, linking her arm with Luo Jiai's, smiled and assured her, you need not worry, I will handle these matters adeptly. Meanwhile, Su Yun was driving away from the electronic city. En route, he switched his SIM card to his new phone and called Su Baihe. After 2 rings, the call connected, and he heard his father's anxious voice. Son, is that you? Are you all right? Of course, it's me. Who else could it be? Su Yun sensed the unease in his father's tone and quickly inquired. Did Zhou Guangji tell you about yesterday's incident? Child, how could you directly address your uncle Zhou by his name? Su Baihe replied, somewhat discontented. If it weren't for your uncle Zhou running around and taking care of things for you, you would still be held captive. He took care of things for me? Su Yun found it amusing. Is that what he told you? Indeed. He mentioned that you have offended a notorious figure in Yunzhou. If it weren't for our long-standing friendship, he wouldn't have been willing to involve himself in this matter at all. Su Baihe lamented, oblivious to the subtlety in Su Yun's tone. I am grateful to him. Otherwise, being unfamiliar with Yunzhou, even if I managed to gather the money, I wouldn't know how to secure your release. Gather money? Su Yun felt increasingly uneasy. Dad, you didn't actually raise that ransom, did you? It seems we don't have that much money. Su Yun was well aware of their financial situation. At most, they could scrape together a few $100,000. You need not worry about the money. I have already taken care of it. This situation is not your fault. Encountering such thugs is merely a stroke of bad luck. Consider it a lesson learned, Su Baihe reassured him. Su Yun fell into silence, truly astonished that due to his dead phone, he had been out of contact, and within a day, his father had managed to raise the ransom to secure his release. Just as Su Yun was about to say something, Su Baihe interjected, all right, I must board the train shortly. I will arrive in Yunzhou by afternoon. We can discuss everything face to face. Okay. Su Yun ended the call. Chapter 18. The father-son reunion at 2 in the afternoon, at the exit of Yunzhou railway station. Su Yun successfully met with Su Baihe. In his haste to catch the train, Su Baihe had even skipped lunch. The father and son casually dined at a noodle shop adjacent to the train station. In just a few days apart, Su Yun noticed that Su Baihe appeared significantly haggard and aged, with a notable increase in gray hairs. A wave of unexplainable sadness washed over Su Yun as he observed his father. Dad, you can tell me the truth now, can't you? What was the real story behind the money you gathered? Su Yun could no longer contain his curiosity and waited until Su Baihe finished his meal to ask. Su Baihe hesitated for a moment, aware that such matters could not be concealed from his son indefinitely. After all, the house had been sold, and once his son returned to Lingbei, everything would be revealed. I used my savings, borrowed some from relatives and friends, and sold the house in the county, piecing together a total of 220,000. Su Baihe sighed softly. 220,000? Su Yun was taken aback, a chill flickering in his eyes. Did Zhou Guangji tell you it was 220,000? I distinctly remember that Sun Tai initially demanded only 200,000. To his astonishment, Zhou Guangji had added an extra 20,000. Is there a mistake in the amount? Su Baihe asked, confusion etched on his face. Su Yun shook his head. At that time, Sun Tai instructed Zhou Guangji to convey a demand for 200,000. Su Baihe frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure. That seems reasonable. Your uncle Zhou mentioned that Sun Tai is a ruthless individual. He likely needed to employ connections and make conciliatory arrangements, which would incur additional costs. Our friendship, having been forged since childhood, is not such that he would deceive me. Upon hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but shake his head internally. His father was simply too honest and had an overly favorable view of his relationship with Zhou Guangji. In his previous life, he had been wrongfully imprisoned because Zhou Guangji misled Su Baihe into believing he had connections that could secure a reduced sentence, ultimately depleting their family's resources. Just as Su Yun was about to voice his concerns, Su Baihe waved his hand and said with a smile, let us consider it an investment in safety. Fortunately, you returned in one piece, and for that, we should indeed express our gratitude to your uncle Zhou. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Yun replied, Dad, this matter has nothing to do with Zhou Guangji. Sun Tai encountered some trouble yesterday and couldn't extort me any further. I returned on my own. Su Yun spoke helplessly, withholding the full truth, knowing it would be too much for Su Baihe to bear. If he revealed that he had incapacitated Sun Tai and dealt with a dozen security personnel while eliminating 2 of Kun Ye's top bodyguards, Su Baihe would likely think him deranged. After all, Su Yun had grown up right under his father's watchful eyes. It would be unfathomable for any father to accept that his son had transformed into a ruthless killer in such a short time. You returned on your own? Su Baihe was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. It seems your Uncle Zhou is still unaware of this news and hasn't been able to contact Sun Tai. I'll give him a call. With that, he pulled out his phone, moved to a corner, and began to dial. Su Yun felt a sense of helplessness. The Zhou Guangji family had yet to reveal their greedy and vile true nature before Su Baihe. To unjustly malign the Zhou family without reason would not only fail to convince Su Baihe, but would likely earn me a barrage of reproach. It seems I must resort to subtle tactics to unveil the true nature of the Zhou family to my father. A plan began to take shape in Su Yun's mind. Before long, Su Baihe hung up the phone with a beaming smile, exclaiming, I've arranged to meet your Uncle Zhou for dinner tonight. Very well, I shall accompany you. Su Yun nodded in agreement, observing her father's weary demeanor. Let us find somewhere for you to rest first. As they exited the noodle shop, Su Baihe prepared to hail a taxi. Dad, there's no need for a cab. I drove here. Su Yun brandished the car keys from her pocket and gestured toward the distant parked Maybach. Su Baihe was taken aback. Although he had not encountered much of the world, he was familiar with the prestige of a Maybach. Su Yun, where did you acquire this car? He stammered. Oh, I made the acquaintance of a benefactor in Yunzhou, and she lent me this vehicle. Su Yun had anticipated this question and replied with a smile. By chance, I rescued an elderly gentleman, a member of a prominent family in Yunzhou. His granddaughter, in gratitude, arranged for me to use this car. She cleverly used Qi Qinglan as a shield, deliberately omitting any mention of Chao Kun, a figure from the underworld, lest it frighten her straightforward father. Su Baihe, having never suspected his child of deceit, remained oblivious to any doubt. Xiao Yun, it is commendable to help someone in need. But taking such an expensive car is rather inappropriate, he advised earnestly. Su Yun chuckled softly. Dad, those wealthy individuals do not place great value on material possessions. Rather, they feel indebted to us. Rest assured, I shall return this car in a few days. Su Baihe pondered this and realized the logic in her reasoning. Choosing not to press the matter further, to avoid further unsettling Su Baihe, Su Yun decided against taking him to the villa at Lingfeng Mountain and instead led him to the Junshi Hotel where she had previously resided. After a restful afternoon, the father and daughter set out for their appointment. The venue chosen by Zhou Guangji was a rather ordinary restaurant, lacking the refinement of Wangxian Tower. Upon arriving at the reserved private room, they found Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei already seated. Baihe is here. Zhou Guangji and his wife lounged in their seats, showing no inclination to rise in greeting. Lu Yuemei's eyes were rife with disdain. Guangji, sister-in-law, I sincerely appreciate your assistance this time. Su Baihe expressed his gratitude upon their meeting, deftly producing a cigarette to offer to Zhou Guangji. Don't bother. Guangji has quit smoking, Lu Yuemei coldly interjected. At this, Su Baihe froze, his smile faltering. Su Yun, incensed, felt a surge of anger. An unextinguished cigarette but lay in the ashtray before Zhou Guangji. What an affront to one's intelligence. Coughing lightly, Zhou Guangji explained. I was reprimanded by Yuemei for smoking earlier, and I just assured her that I would quit. Understanding the situation, Su Baihe smiled and said, Your sister-in-law is only concerned for your health. Quitting smoking is indeed beneficial. Chapter 19. Intimidation. Su Baihe seated himself alongside Su Yun, and to alleviate the previous awkwardness, he initiated a conversation, asking, By the way, Guangji, where is your Lulu? Why didn't you bring her along for a meal? Though his inquiry was casual, it was interpreted differently by Lu Yuemei, who believed Su Baihe was still attempting to matchmake Su Yun with her daughter. Lulu is out socializing with friends, mingling with the elite and wealthy youths of Yunzhou City. She hardly has the time to entertain us, Lu Yuemei remarked sarcastically. Su Baihe's expression turned slightly uncomfortable. He was aware of Lu Yuemei's lofty standards and her disdain for him, while he had previously brushed off her comments. Being ridiculed in front of his son was rather disconcerting. Zhou Guangji coughed again, hastily diverting the topic. Baihe, let's discuss serious matters. The reason I called you here is concerning your funds. Su Baihe's demeanor became solemn as he replied, Go on. It is like this. Sun Tai was involved in a car accident yesterday and is reportedly facing amputation. For the time being, he cannot attend to Su Yun's matters. However, I received the news rather late and have already allocated 200,000 to seek assistance in this matter. Thus, you are left with 2 million, Zhou Guangji explained. Su Baihe nodded, saying, since the 200,000 has already been spent, it would indeed be inappropriate to ask for it back. Just transfer the remaining 2 million to me. He felt assured that after years of friendship, Zhou Guangji would not deceive him over such a sum. His current desire was simply to recover the 2 million to redeem the property and settle his debts, which would bring him satisfaction. Zhou Guangji, however, appeared grave as he advised, Baihe, I suggest you refrain from expecting to retrieve that 2 million just yet. What do you mean? Su Baihe asked, taken aback. Consider this. They may currently be unable to pursue Su Yun, but that does not mean they will let it go. Individuals like Sun Tai are unlikely to forfeit their prize easily. Even if Sun Tai is incapacitated, he has numerous henchmen at his disposal. I believe it would be prudent for me to deliver the money proactively. Otherwise, once they regain their composure, they will surely target Su Yun. What do you think? Zhou Guangji meticulously analyzed the situation. Su Baihe's expression turned troubled. Previously, when Su Yun was in their grasp, he would do anything necessary to gather funds for her rescue, fearing for her suffering. Yet now that she had returned, the thought of giving away money without recompense was unbearable, especially since it represented his entire fortune. I will take Su Yun and leave Yunzhou immediately. Surely, Sun Tai cannot have the means to follow us to Lingbei, Su Baihe could not help but assert. Zhou Guangji furrowed his brow slightly and replied solemnly, Baihe, you underestimate Sun Tai and his associates. They are all desperate renegades, willing to risk their lives. Do not think that hiding back in Lingbei will shield you. Even if you escape to another province, they will still find you. Su Baihe felt a flutter of anxiety. You, Su, truly possess the spirit of a greedy beast, valuing wealth over life. Regardless, Old Zhou has already given you the necessary warnings. If you remain insistent on pursuing money, then so be it. Tomorrow, I shall instruct Old Zhou to transfer the funds back to you, Lu Yueme remarked, laced with scorn. Wait, let me reconsider, Su Baihe quickly interjected. What is there to contemplate? No matter how precious money may be, it pales in comparison to a human life. Even with a mere 10% risk, you wouldn't dare gamble with Su Yun's life, would you? Zhou Guangji implored earnestly. Su Baihe was evidently wavering. Just as he was about to concede, a soft voice interjected. I see that you do not intend to send this money to Sun Tai, but rather wish to keep it for yourselves, Su Yun observed, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he scrutinized Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those in the private room shifted drastically. Bang! Zhou Guangji slammed the table, rising in fury. Su Yun, what do you take me for? Baihe, listen to your son. Does he speak rationally? Zhou Guangji was filled with indignation, as if grievously wronged. Lu Yueme was no less incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Baihe. Su Baihe, do you and your son possess no conscience? Old Zhou has gone to great lengths, leveraging numerous connections for your sake. Yet you repay kindness with malice. The child is ignorant and speaks indiscriminately. Su Baihe hastily stood up to explain. Guangji, sister-in-law, please do not be upset. This is our fault, and I shall punish myself with 3 cups. As he spoke, he tugged at Su Yun, commanding, apologize to Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lu. Su Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had no intention of apologizing to Zhou Guangji and his wife. Bang! Just as they were speaking, the door to the private room was forcefully swung open. 2 tattooed thugs swaggered in, cigarettes dangling from their lips. Looks like this is the place, one of them. A burly man with an imposing girth of at least 200 pounds, declared. The other, sporting a crew cut, appeared ordinary yet bore tattoos across half his face. Brother Hu, Brother Peng. Upon their entrance, Zhou Guangji's body tensed, and he hurried to greet them with a smile. You two are late. Please, take a seat. Lu Yueme also stood to welcome them. Guangji, allow me to introduce these gentlemen to you. Su Baihe felt a pang of trepidation at the sight of the 2 men. Baihe, let me introduce you. This is Brother Hu and Brother Peng, both well-known figures in Yunzhou. Previously, I sought their assistance regarding Su Yun's matter. Zhou Guangji explained earnestly to Su Baihe. Upon hearing this, Su Baihe quickly expressed his gratitude. The portly man known as Brother Hu waved his hand dismissively. We are merely doing our job for the money you've provided. Prepare the funds, and I will speak to Brother Tai on your behalf, ensuring that there will be no further inquiries. Before Su Baihe could utter a word, Lu Yueme had already scoffed. Brother Hu, I sincerely apologize. They have resolved not to disperse that sum. They believe that as long as they depart from Yunzhou, all will be well. Upon hearing this, the stout man's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Foolishness! 3 years ago, a certain outsider offended Brother Tai's crew and thought he could escape unscathed. Ultimately, he fled to another province, only to be severely beaten, rendered a lifelong cripple. Today, I, Tian Hu, declare that should you attempt to flee, within half a month, your body shall lie lifeless in the streets." Su Baiha's countenance turned ashen, panic etched across his features. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme exchanged glances, secretly amused. For in truth, Brother Hu and Brother Peng were not the formidable figures of Yunzhou, but mere actors they had summoned to intimidate Su Baiha and his son. Though these two were indeed idle ruffians, they lacked any substantial standing and were mere facades. Even the tattoos adorning their bodies were mere stickers, dissolving upon contact with water. Nevertheless, they sufficed to instill fear in an honest man like Su Baiha. Chapter 20. The arrival of the yellow-haired man Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme had long since resolved to sever ties with the Su family. Hence, they intended to extract a hefty sum before doing so. In addition to the 200,000 in hard-earned fees, they planned to swallow the remaining 2 million whole. The scheme was progressing smoothly, and the hired goons were proving effective, reducing Su Baiha to a state of utter disarray with just a few words. Zhou Guangji cleared his throat, poised to escalate the intimidation. However, just as he was about to speak, Su Yun interjected. "Father, do not heed their nonsense. When I returned yesterday, one of Sun Tai's underlings assured me that the matter of the scraped car would not be pursued." Su Yun sighed softly and patted his father's shoulder. He had noticed the numerous exchanges of glances between Zhou Guangji and his wife and the two thugs. If he could not discern their ulterior motives, he would be unworthy of his title as a celestial king. "Really?" Su Baiha questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. "Indeed. It is true," Su Yun replied candidly. Brother Hu let out a derisive laugh, saying, "I say, old chap, are you not mistaken? You actually believe such childish fabrications? Sun Tai's luxury vehicle, worth over 5 million, was damaged. What significance does your child hold that would warrant such leniency?" "Precisely, children are often naive. Did you, as an adult, also fail to recognize the gravity of the situation?" Brother Peng added ominously. As he spoke, the muscles of his face, adorned with tattoos, twitched in a rather chilling manner. "Whether I speak falsely will soon be revealed." Su Yun procured his phone and addressed Su Baiha. "Father, allow me to make a call and have someone come speak with you directly." Upon uttering these words, a chorus of laughter erupted, particularly from Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme, their faces brimming with mockery. They were well acquainted with the Su father and son. To think a mere phone call could summon someone from Sun Tai's circle for an explanation was utterly ludicrous. Disregarding their jeers, Su Yun exited the private room and dialed Chao Kuen's number. After 2 rings, the call was promptly answered. "Mr. Su, how may I assist you?" The voice of Chao Kuen resonated respectfully from the mobile device. "It's nothing serious. That yellow-haired fellow who was with Sun Tai is still around, right? I have a matter I need him to attend to," Su Yun stated nonchalantly. "Yes, indeed. Is there something you need me to handle?" "I still have some more capable individuals at my disposal," Chao Kuen responded. "No need, just him. Have him come to room 306 at the Guangyuan restaurant immediately." The specifics are as follows. Su Yun succinctly outlined the task at hand. "Understood. I will ensure he arrives within 10 minutes, Chao Kuen assured. After hanging up, Su Yun returned to the private room. Brother Hu was puffing on a cigarette, enveloped in clouds of smoke. Upon seeing Su Yun enter, he scoffed. "Young man, trying to put on a show in front of your brother Hu? You're still too inexperienced for that. Let me tell you, I'm quite familiar with Tai Gu's crew. Attempting to fool anyone casually would only lead to your own downfall." Su Yun shrugged, displaying no interest in engaging in further dialogue. Within 10 minutes, a knock resounded at the door. The yellow-haired man swaggered in, flanked by 7 or 8 burly men who secured the entrance. Before arriving, it seemed the yellow-haired fellow had received instructions. Upon spotting Su Yun, he merely nodded indifferently. "You, aren't you the one from yesterday?" Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme gasped in astonishment, their faces turning ashen at the sight of the yellow-haired man. The 2 thugs they had summoned were also visibly shaken, their legs trembling. They were mere small-time hoodlums, typically extorting pocket money from middle school students. And they certainly could not compare to this imposing presence. "Father, allow me to introduce. This is Sun Tai's trusted brother, known as Brother Lion or Jin Mao Shi. Su Yun volunteered the introduction. Please, no need for such formality. The yellow-haired man stepped forward eagerly, warmly grasping Su by his hand, his face a portrait of sincerity. You must be Mr. Su. The incident yesterday was merely a misunderstanding, and I apologize for any concern it caused you. We have since clarified that the car was scratched prior and had nothing to do with young Master Su. I apologize for our reckless actions. With that, he executed a deep bow. The burly men accompanying him also inclined their bodies in respect. Su Baihe, taken aback by the display, quickly responded, no need to apologize. I'm relieved the misunderstanding has been resolved. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Su, the yellow-haired man said, gesturing for his companions to rise. This misunderstanding arose because of our clumsy handling of the situation. Originally, Taigu intended to come personally to apologize, but unfortunately, he met with a car accident and is currently in intensive care. I can only convey his apologies on his behalf. That's quite all right, Su Baihe insisted, waving his hands dismissively. Meanwhile, Zhou Guangji and the others stood there, stunned. Sun Tai's crew was notorious for their ruthlessness. When had they changed their demeanor? Just as they pondered this, they observed Su Yun conversing with the yellow-haired man. These two are also from your circles. I believe they go by Brother Hu and Brother Peng. They extorted 200,000 from my father, claiming they would help him out. Do you know them? Su Yun gestured towards Hu Ge and Peng Ge. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao abruptly turned around, his gaze filled with hostility as he surveyed them. The 7 or 8 burly men who had come with Huang Mao also glared menacingly at the duo. Hu Ge and Peng Ge were nearly paralyzed with fear. So, you two are the ones looking to collect a fee for mediation? I've been operating in Yunzhou for quite some time, yet I've never heard of your names, Huang Mao said, approaching them with an ominous demeanor. As Sun Tai's most trusted confidant, Huang Mao held a certain level of notoriety in the underworld. He was well acquainted with the various factions and had never heard of Hu Ge and Peng Ge. How audacious of you. You even have tattoos on your face, Huang Mao remarked, focusing on Peng Ge. Is that you, Peng Ge? Let us get acquainted. He slapped Peng Ji's face repeatedly. Peng Ge was on the verge of tears, rendered immobile by fear. After several slaps, Huang Mao noticed a large portion of the tattoo on Peng Ji's face had stuck to his hand. What the hell? Huang Mao nearly laughed in disbelief. Without further ado, he delivered a swift kick that sent Peng Ge sprawling to the ground. And you, are you Hu Ge? Huang Mao fixed his gaze on the plump man. The fatty was drenched in sweat, his face a mask of despair. I dare not. Just call me Fat Hu. In your presence, how could I ever presume to call myself Hu Ge? Today's events are merely a misunderstanding. Chapter 21. A golden spear piercing the heavens misunderstanding? Huang Mao's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, misunderstanding your mother. You two scoundrels are incredibly bold. Not only are you attempting to swindle money, but you also dare to involve us. By your mere status as insignificant punks, you lack even the qualifications to speak with Taigu, let alone claim to mediate on our behalf. Fat Hu and Peng Ge hung their heads, trembling in fear, not daring to utter a word. Where do you two hail from? Who is your boss? Huang Mao demanded. The two remained silent, paralyzed by fear. Speak up. Are you deaf? Huang Mao barked. Fat Hu, with a sorrowful expression, replied, we don't have a boss. We simply collect a bit of protection money near Hongqi Primary School. Damn it. Huang Mao slapped his palm against his forehead. After all this commotion, it turned out they were merely lowly individuals extorting protection fees from schoolchildren. You two have broken the rules. Confess what should be done to you, Huang Mao said menacingly, pulling a spring knife from his pocket. Upon seeing the weapon, Fat Hu and Peng Ge immediately fell to their knees. Please, Lion Ge, grant us another chance. This was not our idea, Fat Hu wailed, as if mourning the loss of his parents. He then pointed at Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme, accusingly exclaiming, it was them. They sent us a red envelope, instructing us to come and put on a show to deceive an outsider. I only took 5,000. Fat Hu's cries echoed loudly, and Su Baihe, upon hearing this, was filled with disbelief, murmuring, Guangji you. At this moment, Zhou Guangji was too flustered to pay attention to Su Baihe, hurriedly trying to explain to Huang Mao. Big brother, please calm down. This was truly not my intention. In that case, I shall host a banquet at Wangxian Tower another day, inviting several esteemed gentlemen to dine as a form of atonement. Indeed, our intention was merely to obtain a modest sum, and we never intended to offend any of you. Shortly, we shall prepare several red envelopes, and I sincerely hope you will graciously accept them. Lu Yueme, too, appeared somewhat flustered. Her plans had not accounted for such an unforeseen turn of events. Huang Mao chuckled, remarking, "Seeing how understanding you both are, it seems there is much to discuss. And there truly is no need for any violent altercation. Precisely, let us converse while we dine," Zhou Guangxi added with a smile. However, Su Baihe, noticing Zhou Guangxi's persistent disregard and lack of explanation, could not help but close his eyes in anguish. This was a friend he had known for decades. Disappointment was etched across Su Baihe's face. "Su Yun, I wish to leave this place. Let us go," he said dejectedly. "Very well," Su Yun replied, accompanying Su Baihe as they departed. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Huang Mao, signaling him to handle the subsequent matters. Once outside the restaurant, Su Baihe retrieved a cigarette and silently smoked. Su Yun chose not to interrupt. After smoking 3 cigarettes in succession, Su Baihe sighed. Guangxi was never like this. Even now, he found it difficult to accept that his close friend would take advantage of a misfortune to swindle his wealth. "Father, people do change. While you regard them as friends and brothers, they may view you as a mere fool. It is wise to recognize such individuals early and distance yourself from them," Su Yun advised. Su Baihe nodded, offering a bitter smile. "Rest assured, though I am sentimental, I am not a fool." By the way, Su Baihe suddenly pondered. A hint of suspicion in his voice. Why was that ruffian known as the Golden Mane Lion so courteous towards me? Ordinarily, individuals of his ilk would not apologize, even amidst a misunderstanding. Su Yun smiled. "Did I not mention that I rescued an elderly gentleman? His family wields considerable influence in Yunzhou. A mere word from him can resolve this feud." Realization dawned upon Su Baihe, and everything fell into place. Inside the private room of the restaurant, following the departure of Su Baihe and his son, the atmosphere turned convivial. Huang Mao lounged comfortably in his seat as Zhou Guangxi and his wife warmly toasted him. Meanwhile, Peng Hu and Peng Gu stood nervously to the side. Huang Mao, ever the affable guest, downed a few drinks before boisterously declaring, "Given how understanding you two are, I shall not press you too hard. After returning the sum owed, an additional 3 million shall settle the matter." "What? 3 million? Zhou Guangxi and Lu Yuemei nearly leapt from their seats upon hearing this. "What are you shouting about?" Huang Mao slammed the table, chastising them. "This 3 million is already a concession due to your understanding. Do not be ungrateful." Zhou Guangxi, with a pained expression, pleaded, "Brother Lion, this 3 million is excessive. Could we possibly negotiate a lower amount?" "Lower? How much are you willing to offer?" Huang Mao lit a cigarette, leisurely inhaling. Zhou Guangxi and Lu Yuemei exchanged glances. Finally, Zhou Guangxi extended 5 fingers, saying, "What about 500,000? The craft of the yellow-haired man in changing his demeanor was exceptional. Upon hearing the words, he raised his hand and delivered several resounding slaps to Zhou Guangxi, exclaiming, "Do you think I am a beggar? Just as few brothers here. And you expect to settle for 50,000 after coming out for this? Ask them if they agree." The 7 or 8 burly men who had accompanied him glared menacingly at the couple. An unsightly man with a hooked nose sneered, saying, "Brother Sure, this couple is mocking us. They concocted a scheme to swindle over 2 million and now wish to dismiss us with a mere 50,000. This is a blatant disrespect towards us." Another chimed in my view, we shouldn't accept any money. Let's just remove their hands. 2 hands aren't enough. Last time, that white cat from Zhongxing Street owed 300,000 in gambling debts and lost a hand. In their case, at least a kidney is also necessary." The burly henchmen exchanged words, instilling fear in Zhou Guangxi and his wife, their faces paling. "Let's talk this through. We do want to pay, but we simply cannot raise 3 million at once," Zhou Guangxi lamented, his expression one of despair. The yellow-haired man laughed heartily. "No need to be tense. They're just joking with you. We aren't that cruel. We don't just go around chopping off hands and feet to intimidate. However, if you truly cannot gather that much money, I have an alternative route." Zhou Guangxi's heart raced. The yellow-haired man's sudden amiability only heightened his unease. "You see, I know a film company that specializes in producing adult films. Although your wife is a bit older, she still possesses charm. If she shoots a few films, you won't have to pay a dime," the yellow-haired man suggested with a grin. "Absolutely not," Zhou Guangxi exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. Though he himself struggled in that regard, he could not bear the thought of his wife being intimate with others, let alone filmed. "Brother Sure, please spare us. If those films are made, how will we ever face anyone again?" Lu Yuemei was terrified, her face drained of color. "Do not worry. These films are for the overseas market. No one will recognize you. If you feel embarrassed, I can personally take on the male lead, the yellow-haired man boasted proudly. Thumping his chest, in the industry, I am known as the golden gun that pierces the sky. Our collaboration will ensure absolute marketability. Hearing this, Zhou Guangji and his wife felt as though they were on the brink of despair. At that moment, Zhou Guangji set aside all else and quickly assured, "Brother, sure. I can gather the money. Give me 3 days, and I will definitely raise it." The yellow-haired man, somewhat displeased, replied coolly, 3 days is too long. I want to buy tomorrow. Chapter 22. A major car accident after accompanying Su Baihe. Su Yun sought another place to dine. Su Baihe was in low spirits, ordering several bottles of beer, consuming them one after another. Su Yun did not stop him, understanding that his father needed to vent his frustrations through drink. An hour later, when Su Yun returned the inebriated Su Baihe to the hotel, he received a call from the yellow-haired man. "Mr. Su, the matter has been resolved. Apart from extracting 2,200,000 from them, I also requested an additional 3 million in compensation, which will be available by tomorrow," reported Huang Mao respectfully. "All right. The 2,200,000 should be transferred back to my father's account, and the remaining 3 million can be deposited into my card," Su Yun instructed, refraining from inquiring about the specifics of Huang Mao's dealings. After all, in the realm of extortion, Huang Mao was the expert. "You've done well in this matter. I shall commend you to Chao Kuan later," Su Yun remarked casually. "Thank you for your praise, Mr. Su," Huang Mao exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. He was acutely aware of Su Yun's esteemed position in Chao Kuan's eyes. A mere word from Su Yun could elevate his own status significantly. With his elder brother Sun Tai out of the picture, a single commendation from Su Yun could very well grant him the management of the Bar Street establishments under Chao Kuan's purview. Disregarding Huang Mao's enthusiasm, Su Yun hung up the phone, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had no intention of letting the Zhou family off easily. Merely inflicting financial loss would not assuage the fury that burned within him. Meanwhile, Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei hurriedly returned home, frantically seeking funds. They made countless calls in their desperate attempt to borrow money. By nearly midnight, they had managed to scrape together just over 2 million, still falling short by nearly 1 million. "What shall we do, Guangji? We're still short by 1 million. I do not wish to be forced into filming adult movies," Lu Yuemei exclaimed, her voice breaking as she began to cry. Zhou Guangji, irritated and agitated, retorted, "This is all your fault. You insisted on swindling Su Baihe's 2 million. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament. How dare you, Guangji? Now you place the blame solely on me. Wasn't it for the sake of this family? Besides, you agreed to this later on," Lu Yuemei countered, throwing a tantrum. Initially seeking comfort from her husband, she instead faced his reproach and began wailing uncontrollably. Zhou Guangji felt overwhelmed, but fortune smiled upon them as Zhou Lulu returned home from her night out. Lu Yuemei suddenly had an idea, ceasing her cries. "Lulu, we're in trouble. Aren't you familiar with Wang Xiao and his crew? Could you possibly ask them for assistance?" Zhou Guangji was immediately alert at the mention of Wang Xiao. That group was renowned in Yunzhou, comprising influential young gentlemen from prestigious families with extensive connections. If they could intercede on their behalf, perhaps Huang Mao's gang would hesitate to continue their extortion. Zhou Lulu, however, appeared oblivious to her mother's pleas. Lost in her thoughts. "Lulu, sweetheart," Lu Yuemei gently shook her daughter. Finally, Zhou Lulu snapped back to reality, her face ashen with dread. "Mother, something terrible has happened," she stammered. "Sweetheart, don't panic. Speak slowly," Lu Yuemei urged, noticing her daughter's distress. "I had arranged to meet Wang Xiao and the others tonight at Shui Lan Street for a night out, but they never showed up. It was only later that I learned they were involved in a serious car accident on their way here. A truck driver, not only under the influence of alcohol, but also recklessly ignoring traffic signals, tragically crushed the vehicle belonging to Wang Xiao and his companions." Zhou Lulu's face was a portrait of despair. "What?" Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei nearly jumped in shock. Lu Yuemei hastily inquired, "Were Wang Xiao and the others seriously injured?" Zhou Lulu shook her head, her expression darkening. Wang Xiao's head had been severely crushed, and he was devoid of any vital signs at the scene. Zhao Dongdong, whose family owned a supermarket, was reported to have been pierced by metal shards and also succumbed to his injuries. The most unfortunate was Li Jing, whose car was struck and subsequently exploded, resulting in his fiery demise. As for Jiang Ruru, she miraculously survived, but her beauty was undoubtedly marred. Zhou Lulu sighed heavily, her face etched with sorrow. She had finally managed to connect with such influential individuals, hoping to integrate into their elite circle and transform into a person of high standing. Yet, to her dismay, just days into this association, these powerful heirs had been collectively wiped out. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei wore similar expressions of distress. They had hoped to enlist Wang Xiao and his companions to assist them with their troubles, but now that hope was extinguished. Damn it, why are traffic accidents so rampant in Yinzhou? Zhou Guangji cursed under his breath. Just yesterday, Sun Tai had an accident, and now Wang Xiao's group had met with tragedy. What use is there in discussing this now? The pressing concern is what to do next. Lu Yuemei began to sob quietly. What else can be done? We need to mortgage the house to raise some emergency funds, Zhou Guangji said helplessly. Yinzhou, being the provincial capital, boasts high property prices. Even a simple mortgage with a financial company could yield over $1 million. Upon hearing that her family had to mortgage their home, Zhou Lulu's expression shifted, and she urgently asked, Mom and Dad, what has happened to necessitate mortgaging the house? Lu Yuemei promptly recounted the situation succinctly, concluding with a bitter exclamation. It's all that Su Yun's fault. If he hadn't called that golden lion over, none of this would have occurred. Lu Yuemei dared not harbor resentment toward the thugs, but her ire was directed at Su Yun. Yet, she failed to consider that had she not attempted to scheme against Su Yun's family for over $2 million, none of these events would have transpired. That Su Yun's family truly deserved their fate. Zhou Lulu gritted her teeth in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Deep Blue Star Club, Chao Kuan received a phone call. Kuan, the matter has been taken care of. I personally arranged for Ma San to flee by boat. He won't be returning for the next decade, the voice on the other end reported. I'm confident in your handling of this. Also, you should leave Yinzhou to avoid any scrutiny, Chao Kuan advised before ending the call. Mei Jie stood behind him, massaging his temples, and sighed softly. I thought you would just give those rascals a lesson, but I never anticipated it would escalate to such proportions. Chao Kuan coldly huffed. Those little bastards nearly cost me my life. I cannot let them off lightly. Furthermore, they dared to conspire against Mr. Su, and I certainly cannot allow them to live. Mei Jie's gaze flickered as she tentatively asked, should we mention this incident to Mr. Su? Chao Kuan shook his head and said, such a trivial matter. To present it before Mr. Su as an achievement, I am not so brazen. The most pressing concern now is to expedite the collection of spiritual herbs for Mr. Su. Mei Jie hesitated for a moment and replied, I have received some leads. I was informed that at the headquarters of Genuine Tang Pharmacy, there is a piece of Ganoderma that is over 130 years old. However, it is treated as a treasured possession, and they may be reluctant to part with it. Genuine Tang Pharmacy is a renowned chain within Tiannan Province, headquartered in Yunzhou City. Reluctant to part with it? Then we shall simply increase the offer. I will pay double the price. If they still refuse, it would be a clear disregard for my face. In that case, I shall have someone bring back the person in charge of Genuine Tang for a personal discussion, Chao Kuan declared fiercely. Chapter 23. Exorcising Evil. The following morning, Su Baihe awoke from a drunken stupor, his head still throbbing slightly. Upon checking his phone, he was astonished to find it was already past 10 o'clock. There was also a notification of a remittance. The sum of 220,000 had been returned to his account. A complex expression crossed Su Baihe's face as he lit a cigarette. Dad, smoking right after waking up is not good for your health. Moreover, I'm right here. It's not appropriate for you to have me inhale your secondhand smoke, Su Yun said with an exasperated expression. It seemed that last night's events had indeed taken a toll on his father. Su Baihe extinguished the cigarette and smiled sheepishly, saying, Uncle Zhou has returned the money to me. I plan to head back to Lingbei County this afternoon. You should come with me. This afternoon? Su Yun hesitated, then replied, I promised a high school classmate that I would attend her birthday party tonight. Perhaps I could return tomorrow instead? Returning tomorrow is fine, Su Baihe nodded and continued. This time, I borrowed money from relatives and friends. Once I return, I will repay them first. However, according to custom, I must also host a few tables to express my gratitude. You must be present to personally thank them. Otherwise, your uncles and aunts will think you are impolite. Upon hearing this, Su Yun agreed. All right then, I will return on time tomorrow. After lunch, Su Yun saw Su Baihe off at the train station before returning to the villa at Lingfeng No. 3. The housekeepers and servants arranged by Chao Kuan were already in place. They had not only cleaned the villa thoroughly, but had also adorned it with numerous exquisite decorations. For instance, in the living room, Su Yun noticed several valuable paintings and calligraphy adorning the walls. Additionally, on the side table, There were exquisite porcelain pieces, not modern artifacts, but genuine Song Dynasty porcelain. Particularly in the study, the bookshelves were filled with various tomes, including rare and precious editions. The writing desk was equipped with high-quality stationery. Even Su Yun, with his discerning taste, had to concede that Chao Kuan had executed the arrangements impeccably. Having such an individual as a loyal subordinate certainly alleviated many burdens. In the afternoon, Yi Ting called once. Su Yun, don't forget about tonight's birthday party. The venue is set at Wangxian Tower. You should arrive before 7 o'clock, she said. Yi Ting seemed somewhat busy today, hastily conveying her message before hanging up the phone. Wangxian Tower? Su Yun smiled enigmatically. Hosting a birthday banquet at Wangxian Tower was no ordinary affair. An ordinary dining room would clearly be inadequate. At the very least, a banquet hall was required, with a minimum expenditure starting at 100,000. It would be rather improper for Su Yun to attend someone else's birthday celebration empty-handed. He must prepare a gift. Presently, within his villa, there were numerous valuable items, yet none seemed suitable. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun let out a soft sigh. Well, after all, this was someone he had admired in his youth during his previous life, so he would bestow upon her a blessing. After tonight, we shall have no further ties. Su Yun stepped into his study. Grasping a wolf hair brush, he immersed it in ink and held his breath in concentration for a full 10 minutes. Only when his spirit was fully attuned did he begin to write. With a flourish of his brush, the energies of the heavens seemed to converge, infusing into the tip of his brush. Minutes later, 4 characters appeared on the pristine rice paper. Zhu Xie Buqin. These 4 characters were merely neat and orderly, lacking the flamboyance and transcendent charm of calligraphers of renown. However, for those who practiced martial arts, the essence of unparalleled martial will was palpable within these strokes. Su Yun had infused his own spirit and intent into the characters as he wrote them. By merely carrying this paper, one could invoke the martial will contained within the characters to ward off malevolent forces, ensuring that all misfortune and impurities would not befall him. Once the ink dried, Su Yun folded the paper, ultimately shaping it into a triangular talisman for peace. Around 6 in the evening, Su Yun arrived at Wangxian Tower. After parking, he called Yi Ting. This time, the phone rang a dozen times before being answered. Which room are you in? I'll come find you, Su Yun inquired. We're on the 3rd floor of Wangxian Tower, but without someone familiar to guide you. You won't be able to come up. I'll have Jia Yi come down to fetch you, Yi Ting replied hurriedly before hanging up. As the evening's host, she was preoccupied with entertaining various friends and acquaintances, making it impossible for her to leave others behind to personally greet Su Yun. After waiting for 7 or 8 minutes at the entrance, Luo Jia Yi finally sauntered out. She was clad in a revealing low-cut camisole dress, the hem barely concealing her hips and showcasing her long, slender legs. Many passers-by were captivated by her allure. Approaching Su Yun, she glanced at him and frowned, saying, "Why did you come dressed like this? Normally it might be acceptable, but today you should at least wear something branded. Isn't this embarrassing for Yi Ting?" Su Yun shrugged and replied, "I find this outfit quite comfortable. It's not my birthday banquet, so there's no need for such formality." Hearing this, Luo Jia Yi silently shook her head. A country bumpkin was a country bumpkin, unable to rise to the occasion. Had it been any other time, she would have dismissed someone like Su Yun without a second thought, turning away immediately. However, upon recalling Yi Ting's request, she sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's proceed as such. Please don't go up just yet. There are a few matters I need to clarify with you." "What matters?" "Yi Ting did not merely wish for you to attend her birthday celebration. She also seeks your assistance in pretending to be her boyfriend," Luo Jia remarked. "Pretend to be her boyfriend? She never mentioned such a thing to me." Su Yun furrowed his brows. He had originally intended to convey his birthday wishes to Yi Ting and present her with a gift, marking a definitive farewell to that youthful, innocent chapter of his life. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Ting introduced this twist. "Now that I've informed you, what more do you want?" Luo Jia expressed some dissatisfaction with Su Yun's demeanor. In her view, having the opportunity to masquerade as Yi Ting's boyfriend was a stroke of fortune that someone like Su Yun, a country bumpkin, could only dream of. Moreover, this is merely an act. Yi Ting intends to use this pretense to gently decline another's advances. Thus, do not entertain any other notions, Luo Jia solemnly admonished. "You are overthinking. I harbor no feelings for her whatsoever," Su Yun replied with a blank expression. "Humph." Luo Jia was hardly convinced by his words. Yet she refrained from engaging in further debate with him, stating directly, "Come with me now. When the time comes, say nothing. Yi Ting will handle it." Chapter 24. Mockery. Luo Jiai led Su Yun to the third floor of Wangxian Tower, entering a banquet hall. Inside, more than a dozen young men and women, all elegantly dressed, had already gathered. Yi Ting stood at the center, akin to the sun surrounded by stars, commanding everyone's attention. At first glance, Su Yun's eyes were drawn to Yi Ting, who wore a charming pink Chanel princess dress, her face adorned with light makeup, exuding an air of purity and beauty. The focal point of all gazes. Beside her stood a tall, handsome young man, seemingly assuming the role of host, attending to Yi Ting's friends. Yi Ting's expression was tinged with helplessness, yet she found it difficult to refuse. Upon spotting Luo Jiai and Su Yun entering, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. "Apologies, I must excuse myself for a moment. Another friend has arrived," Yi Ting informed the others, her face alight with a smile as she approached Su Yun. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Ting naturally linked her arm with his. "Su Yun, you are late," Yi Ting said with a cheerful tone, laced with a hint of playfulness. Had Su Yun not received Luo Jiai's prior warning, he might have been taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Fortunately, he understood that Yi Ting merely sought him as a shield, so he made no effort to break free from her grasp. After all, he had resolved to sever ties with Yi Ting henceforth. Assisting her with this minor favor tonight was of little consequence. Within the banquet hall, the originally jovial atmosphere abruptly froze. Especially after witnessing Yi Ting entwining her arm with Su Yun's, the onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, involuntarily shifting their attention to the tall, handsome young man. His expression darkened considerably, and a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. Yet, considering the occasion, he refrained from publicly expressing his displeasure. "Yi Ting, who is this gentleman? Care to introduce him?" A charming young lady adorned in designer brands spoke first. Yi Ting approached, holding Su Yun's hand, and with a radiant smile said, "Allow me to introduce. This is my high school classmate Su Yun, a native of Lingbei, and also my current boyfriend. I hope everyone will take good care of him in the future." As her words resonated, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The listeners were incredulous at this revelation. The charming young lady widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Yi Ting, you must be joking. Surely, today being your birthday, you are merely trying to lighten the mood." Others chimed in, "Indeed, with your caliber, how could you possibly be with someone like him? We all know your standards are sky high." Laughter filled the air as they remained unconvinced. Yi Ting seemed to have anticipated their reaction. She offered no further explanations and instead turned to introduce Su Yun. "This is Sun Ying, my roommate," she stated, pointing to the charming young lady. "Hello," Su Yun greeted. Sun Ying merely nodded before seeking out Luo Jiai, pulling her aside to whisper, "Jiai, what is going on? Is this person truly Yi Ting's boyfriend?" Luo Jiai scoffed, sneering. "That guy has neither wealth nor status, and his looks are far from appealing. How could Yi Ting possibly be interested in him? He is merely a decoy to fend off Su Jijun. Keep this to yourself. Don't let it slip." Sun Ying let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. "That is a relief. If Yi Ting were to truly take him as her boyfriend, I couldn't bear it. The thought of such a person infiltrating our circle makes me uncomfortable." Yi Ting paid no heed to her roommate's whispered conversation, leading Su Yun around to introduce him to the others. Eventually, they arrived before a tall young man. "This is my senior Su Jijun, the captain of the basketball team and a star at our school," Yi Ting praised gently. Observing Yi Ting introducing her acquaintances to her so-called boyfriend, the crowd sensed that this was no jest. Some faces began to change. Su Jijun, however, had now regained his composure. Though he possessed a somewhat aggressive nature, he was far from foolish and quickly grasped Yi Ting's intentions. He scrutinized Su Yun with a smirk and remarked, "So you are Su Yun. Since you are Yi Ting's partner, you are henceforth one of us. If your family encounters any difficulties, feel free to reach out. We will extend our assistance. After all, individuals like us can easily spare enough to support your entire family." Su Jijun's demeanor radiated superiority, laced with a hint of condescension. He could easily discern that Su Yun was clad in cheap attire from head to toe. For someone of such standing to audaciously claim to be Yi Ting's boyfriend, threatening his own prospects, warranted a proper humiliation. The others, upon hearing his remarks, did not perceive Su Jijun's attitude as arrogance, but rather nodded in agreement. For he possessed the stature to be so. His family business is quite substantial, with assets amounting to at least several hundred million. When he goes out to play, His casual expenditure for a meal can rival Su Yun's monthly living expenses. Qian Fatty, isn't your family in the clothing manufacturing business? Perhaps you could send a few decent outfits to Su Yun another day. After all, he is Yi Ting's boyfriend, and he shouldn't appear too shabby. Su Jijun remarked to a young, portly man. That's hardly an issue. My father takes great pleasure in philanthropy. Each year, he donates a substantial amount of clothing to impoverished families in mountainous regions. Adding one more, like Su Yun, is inconsequential, Qian Fatty chuckled. Though his words carried an unpleasant undertone, implying that he regarded Su Yun as merely another beneficiary of charity. Qian Fatty, whose real name is Qianda, owns several clothing factories and is known for his extravagant spending. He has long harbored feelings for Yi Ting, the campus beauty, but he recognized that her standards were exceedingly high. She didn't even regard Su Jijun, so he felt he had little chance. Upon discovering that Su Yun, perceived as a poor individual, had become Yi Ting's boyfriend, he was filled with indignation. Qianda, how can you speak like that? Yi Ting replied with some displeasure. Ha, my apologies. I tend to speak bluntly, no offense intended, Qian Fatty said with a grin, yet his apology lacked any semblance of sincerity. Never mind. Qian Fatty is known for his straightforwardness. Yi Ting, don't take it to heart, interjected a stunningly attractive woman with an alluring figure and an icy demeanor. While speaking, her gaze swept over Su Yun, and she couldn't help but shake her head, addressing Yi Ting. However, your boyfriend does seem a bit too casual. This is your birthday celebration. While he need not be extravagantly dressed, he should at least present himself with some decorum. Yi Ting's expression turned slightly awkward. In truth, she had not anticipated Su Yun's casualness. In her view, inviting Su Yun to her birthday party, even without prior notice to act as her boyfriend, warranted a more serious approach on his part. At the very least, he should have dressed more formally. She consoled herself with the thought that this would only be a one-time pretense, and they would likely have little interaction thereafter. Chapter 25. Birthday Gift. The banquet hall was filled with cheerful laughter and lively conversation. Yi Ting's friends and acquaintances mingled effortlessly, yet Su Yun felt like an outsider, intentionally excluded by the crowd. Yi Ting paid little heed to this. She had never intended to integrate Su Yun into her social circle. Her invitation was merely a facade to gently rebuff Su Jijun, a goal she had successfully achieved. Although it might cause Su Yun some discomfort, she had already decided that at the end of the celebration, she would give him a generous red envelope as compensation. As the host of the event, Yi Ting naturally would not remain at Su Yun's side for long. At that moment, while she tended to other guests, Su Yun stood alone in a corner of the banquet hall, holding a glass of red wine, savoring it slowly as he gazed indifferently at the mundane world around him. His expression devoid of joy or sorrow. How does it feel to be overlooked by everyone? It must be quite disheartening, a voice seemed to whisper in the air. Luo Jiai approached, casting a pitying glance at Su Yun. You and we belong to entirely different strata. No matter how hard you strive throughout your life, you will never breach our circle. Accept reality. A sparrow can never soar alongside a phoenix. Su Yun smiled at her words, responding, you are correct. Sparrows indeed struggle to associate with phoenixes. Yet the crux of the matter lies in discerning who is the sparrow and who is the phoenix. Disdain flickered in Luo Jiai's eyes. Was such a question even necessary? The sparrow, of course, referred to someone of your ordinary appearance, background, and education, someone utterly mediocre. It was astonishing that you lacked even this self-awareness. With a dismissive shake of her head, Luo Jiai had no desire to engage further with Su Yun. She bluntly stated, your task is complete. Find an excuse to leave shortly. It would be best for you not to linger here and disrupt the atmosphere. With that, she clacked away in her high heels. Su Yun merely chuckled, unperturbed. He had no intention of staying longer. However, just as he approached Yi Ting to speak, the grand door of the banquet hall swung open. A server from Wangxian Tower entered, pushing a magnificent 6-tier cake. The cake has arrived. Yi Ting, this is your grand 20th birthday. Come, light the candles and make a wish. Sun Ying exclaimed joyfully, pulling Yi Ting towards the cake. Others gathered around, and as the candles flickered to life, they sang the birthday song together. Yi Ting blew out the candles and closed her eyes to make a wish. Once she had finished, Sun Ying couldn't contain her curiosity. Yi Ting, what did you wish for? Yi Ting smiled and waved her hand. That must remain a secret. Revealing a wish renders it powerless. At that moment, Su Jijun stepped forward, presenting Yi Ting with a small, exquisitely crafted gift box. Yi Ting, happy birthday. This is a gift I selected for you. Do you like it? Thank you, Yi Ting replied politely, opening the box to reveal an Omega Constellation lady's watch. A glimmer of surprise lit up her eyes as she turned to Su Jijun, saying, I truly appreciate your gift. I love it. My dear. This is my gift to you, Sun Ying chimed in, producing a new handbag from a nearby bag. Luo Jiai then presented a beautiful jade pendant. Other familiar friends also unveiled their thoughtfully prepared gifts, each more luxurious than the last. Even the most modest platinum necklace among them was valued at over 10,000. For this group, anything less than a 5-figure gift seemed utterly unacceptable. In the end, only Su Yun remained without a gift. Su Yun, as Yi Ting's boyfriend. What extraordinary present have you prepared for her? Su Jijun inquired with a smile. He was well aware that someone like Su Yun, with his modest means, could never afford an appropriate gift. His question was merely an attempt to humiliate Su Yun. It goes without saying that the gift prepared by a boyfriend will undoubtedly be more thoughtful than that from ordinary friends, quipped Qianpengzi. Upon hearing this, Yi Ting's expression subtly shifted. She had forgotten to prepare something for Su Yun in advance. Just as she contemplated intervening to ease the tension, she heard Su Yun speak. I indeed have a gift prepared. With that, he retrieved a triangular amulet from his pocket. Happy birthday. Su Yun presented the amulet to Yi Ting, advising, carry this amulet with you. It will ensure your safety. Yi Ting was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the amulet. Luo Jiai, Sun Ying, and other acquaintances of Yi Ting were equally stunned, their expressions morphing into ones of incredulity. Ha ha ha, my friend, this is too amusing. You simply folded a piece of paper into an amulet and call it a birthday gift? Talk about cutting corners. Qianpengzi laughed uproariously, and the others shared his disbelief. They had initially thought that despite Su Yun's financial constraints, he could at least afford a modest piece of jewelry, yet he had instead presented a folded piece of paper. Such a farcical occurrence was unprecedented in their experience. Su Yun, this is truly inadequate. Even for an ordinary friend, this is inappropriate, let alone for Yi Ting, who is your girlfriend. You show absolutely no sincerity. Su Jijun scoffed repeatedly. Exactly. What a ridiculous amulet. You might as well have given nothing at all. You must be deliberately trying to embarrass Yi Ting. Sun Ying and Luo Jiai, Yi Ting's roommates and close friends, expressed their indignation. To them, this was not a gift for Yi Ting, but rather an affront to her dignity. Yi Ting sighed inwardly. Faced with such a situation, she was at a loss for words. Given the current state of affairs, even if she wished to defend Su Yun, it seemed impossible. Su Yun, maintaining a calm demeanor, noticed Yi Ting's reluctance to accept the amulet and placed it on the table, stating, this amulet is not as simple as you think. It genuinely has the power to bless you with fortune for the rest of your life. Qianpengzi erupted into laughter once more. Brother, do you really need to make it sound so mystical, as if your amulet possesses some extraordinary origin? I carry this string of prayer beads blessed by a high monk from Lingfa Temple, and it doesn't come with such grand claims. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a string of sandalwood prayer beads on his right wrist. These beads had been obtained after Qianpengzi's father donated over 1 million in incense money to Lingfa Temple. It was said that they were personally consecrated by Master Guanghong, a revered monk, and had been enshrined in the temple for 49 days, possessing the power to soothe the spirit and ward off evil. Qianpengzi had often boasted about these beads, claiming that ever since he began wearing them, his sleep quality had improved. Su Yun's gaze swept over the prayer beads in Qianpengzi's hand, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. The prayer beads merely embody a trace of insignificant spiritual power, at best providing the wearer with a sense of tranquility and aiding in sleep. In comparison to the talisman inscribed with the words "No evil shall incur," it is utterly trivial. Naturally, the corpulent Qian was oblivious to this. He continued to boast about his prayer beads in front of Su Yun. Finally, with a malicious glint in his eye, he inquired, what is the origin of your talisman? Which esteemed monk from the Buddhist order or renowned Taoist master crafted it? Su Yun furrowed his brows in silence, deeming it beneath him to elucidate the intricacies to someone like Qian. Mistaking Su Yun's silence for insecurity, Qian eagerly extended his pudgy hand, snatching the talisman and tearing it apart. The 4 characters "No evil shall incur" were revealed to all present. Witnessing this, the crowd nearly burst into laughter. Could it be that you penned these words yourself? No evil shall incur. My friend, a talisman must bear the symbols of Buddhism or Taoism to be deemed a true talisman. Scribbling a few words and calling it a talisman is nothing short of absurd. Qian's laughter revealed his gaping teeth. Su Jijun shook his head in amusement, taunting, Su Yun. Even if you wish to save a few coins by gifting a talisman, you should at least purchase one from a temple. This way, you wouldn't be treating Yi Ting as a fool. The others around them wore expressions of utter disbelief. Even a child's game wouldn't be so trivial. Yi Ting pursed her lips, remaining silent, her delicate face ablaze with embarrassment. What a disgrace. This was her 20th birthday. She had just proclaimed Su Yun as her boyfriend to everyone, and he had presented her with such a ludicrous gift. It was a slap in the face. Even if Su Yun had merely given her a birthday card with some kind words, it would have been 100 times better than this. Yi Ting took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and said, Su Yun, I have never been particularly superstitious. If I were to wear this, my parents would surely admonish me for my feudal beliefs. Therefore, please take back this talisman. Su Yun's brow slightly knitted as he replied solemnly, What I present will not be retracted. If you do not wish to keep it, then discard it. I can only hope that one day, you will not regret this. With that, he turned to leave. For some inexplicable reason, as Yi Ting watched his departing figure, a tremor of uncertainty washed over her, as if she had made a mistake. Yet, in the next moment, she found the thought absurd. They were not from the same world. After today, their paths would likely never cross again. Surely, this man would not take offense at my words. His temperament was far too petty. Qian, clicking his tongue, remarked, All right, Qian, perhaps you should reserve your comments. Su Jijun feigned a counsel, yet inwardly he was quite pleased with Qian's behavior that night. However, he harbored resentment towards Su Yun, this audacious fool who dared to impersonate Yi Ting's boyfriend and disrupt his grand plans. Given the opportunity, he planned to teach Su Yun a lesson. By the way, Yi Ting, how should we deal with this talisman? Qian Pengzi inquired as he picked up the talisman. Yi Ting shook her head and replied, Just dispose of it. This is something she would never accept. If she did, she would surely become the laughingstock of the circle. Upon hearing this, Qian Pengzi tossed it aside like worthless paper, and it landed right in front of Su Jijun. What a ridiculous fellow. Su Jijun raised a glass and casually splashed some liquor onto it. A raucous commotion ensued, when suddenly, Su Jijun's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted dramatically as he gestured for silence among the crowd. Once everyone quieted down, he answered the call with utmost respect, saying, Brother Liu. Jijun, are you at Wangxian Tower? A robust male voice resonated from the other end of the line. How did you know, Brother Liu? Su Jijun asked, astonished. Because I am also at Wangxian Tower. Manager you mentioned you when he delivered some wine to me, which is how I found out you were here. Let us gather later. That sounds splendid. I have a few charming junior sisters with me. Which room are you in? I'll bring them over to toast you, Su Jijun said eagerly. Don't. My master is here. He prefers tranquility. I'll come to your place shortly. All right. We'll be waiting for you. Su Jijun hung up with a beaming smile. At this moment, those around him regarded Su Jijun with peculiar eyes. It was known that Su Jijun was a central figure in their circle, and they had never witnessed him speaking to anyone with such deference. Who were you talking to, Brother Jun? Qian Pengzi inquired tentatively. Su Jijun inhaled deeply and uttered a name, Lu Feiyong. Upon hearing this name, several individuals in the room gasped in shock. Is it that Lu Ershao from the Lu group? Qian Pengzi's voice trembled slightly. Su Jijun nodded. The others' expressions shifted dramatically. The Lu Group was the leading enterprise in the catering industry of Tianan Province, having established its presence in all 15 cities of the province, serving as a pivotal point from which it radiated into surrounding regions. Wangxian Tower, where they currently were, was an establishment owned by the Lu Group. The contemporary head of the Lu Group had 2 sons. The elder, Lu Yichen, was astute and gifted, nurtured as the heir to the group, having played a significant role in multiple expansions of the enterprise, marking him as an exceptional figure in the business realm. Conversely, the younger son, Lu Feiyong, was quite the contrary, often embroiled in trouble. He had a history of violent altercations that left several injured. Locals like Qian Pengzi were well aware of Lu Ershao's notorious reputation and dared not provoke him. Su Jijun had previously spent considerable time in Lu Ershao's company. Why has Lu Ershao suddenly returned after all these years away from Yinzhou? Qian Pengzi stuttered, resembling a trembling pig, as he recalled how Lu Ershao had once targeted him for his weight, subjecting him to several humiliating encounters under the guise of helping him lose weight. Fortunately, a few years ago, Lu Ershao encountered a master of the martial arts by chance and became his disciple. leaving Yunzhou behind. The nightmare of Fatty Qian's weight loss finally came to an end. I only recently learned that Lu Ershao had returned. Su Jijun sighed and then addressed the crowd, saying, Lu Ershao will be here shortly, so everyone should show him respect, especially you. Yiting, you are not from Yunzhou and may be unaware of his temperament. Be cautious in your words, do not offend him, or the consequences could be dire. Chapter 27. Lu Ershao upon hearing Su Jijun's solemn warning. Yiting promptly nodded in understanding. Indeed, someone of Lu Ershao's stature was not someone she could afford to offend. After learning that Lu Ershao would be arriving, the atmosphere among the group noticeably shifted. Their conversations became distracted. Fatty Qian, in particular, spoke in hushed tones. Approximately half an hour later, the door to the banquet hall swung open, and a robust young man strode in. He was tall and well-proportioned, exuding an aura of strength, reminiscent of a human cheetah, radiating a palpable sense of danger. Lu Gu. Su Jijun warmly greeted him, and the others quickly followed suit. Even Fatty Qian, despite his profound fear of Lu Ershao, hurried to stay in step with Su Jijun, anxious not to be perceived as dismissive. Ah, it's been years, Jijun. You've become quite the refined gentleman, Lu Feiyang remarked, slapping Su Jijun on the shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. It seems you've had a rather comfortable life in Yunzhou these past few years. Lu Gu, please be gentle, Su Jijun exclaimed, grimacing. Jijun, your constitution is far too weak. You can't even withstand such a light touch. You really ought to engage in some serious training, Lu Feiyang replied with an air of disdain. The others were taken aback by this statement. After all, Su Jijun was the captain of the school's basketball team, renowned for his fierce play, yet in Lu Feiyang's eyes, he appeared as someone frail. And that chubby fellow, he looks somewhat familiar. Could he be that little Fatty Qian from the Qian family? Goodness, you've gained quite a bit of weight since we last met. If the opportunity arises, I'll help you shed some pounds, Lu Feiyang noted, his attention drawn to Fatty Qian, whose prominent stature was hard to miss. Fatty Qian's flesh quivered at Lu Feiyang's words, and he quickly replied, I wouldn't want to trouble you, Lu Gu. I'll just sign up for a weight loss program when I get home. His comment elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. Lu Gu, it's not that we are too weak. Rather, you are simply too strong, Su Jijun said with a wry smile, then inquired, by the way, Lu Gu, where have you been all these years? We've been unable to reach you. Lu Feiyang shrugged and replied, don't even get me started. I followed my master to the remote forests of the southwest, living as a wild man for several years, traversing mountains and battling ferocious beasts. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, astonished and incredulous. A young scion from a prominent family like Lu Feiyang had ventured into the wilderness to live as a wild man. The sentiments expressed by the crowd were indeed perplexing. El Gu, are you jesting? Su Jijun questioned, as he too presumed El Feiyang was merely joking. Who is joking with you? My master has asserted that this endeavor is to hone my will and solidify my resolve towards martial arts. El Feiyang reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Though I have endured considerable hardships over the years, I have, at last, made my initial foray into the realm of martial arts. Su Jijun and his companions exchanged glances, rendered speechless. In this modern age, who still seeks to learn martial arts? It is well known that in today's society, wealth can easily procure the services of highly skilled bodyguards. For affluent individuals like them, it would be nonsensical to toil away at mastering any form of combat. What use is it? If it weren't for the notorious reputation of El Ershao, the corpulent Qian would have already mocked him. Noting the dismissive expressions of those around him, El Feiyang scoffed coldly, you are all utterly ignorant of martial arts. Do you truly believe that what I practice is akin to the flashy and superficial techniques you are familiar with? As he spoke, El Feiyang casually seized a bottle of red wine from the table. With a sudden force, he crushed the bottle in his grip, shattering it completely. The wine mingled with shards of glass, splattering across the room, startling everyone present. El Gu, how can your grip be so formidable? Qian was astounded, his facial fat quivering. If that grip were to land on someone's arm, it could easily shatter bones. With a huff, El Feiyang inhaled deeply and slammed his palm down upon the table. The impact created a significant crack in the surface. The assembly gasped, staring at El Feiyang as if he were a monster. It is important to note that this table was not merely made of ordinary mahogany, but from the rare East African black and yellow sandalwood, renowned for its iron-like hardness. Even a hammer would struggle to mar its surface. Yet, El Feiyang had effortlessly cracked it with his bare hand. If such force were to be directed at a person, it could very well be fatal. Elgo, this is truly extraordinary, Su Jijun stammered, his trepidation evident. Within their university, numerous clubs existed, such as martial arts and taekwondo societies, where he had witnessed individuals break bricks and shatter wooden boards. However, those were mere spectacles, incomparable to El Feiyang's prowess. Elgo, have you mastered the legendary Qigong? Is this what they refer to on television as inner strength? A throng encircled El Feiyang, chattering with excitement. The girls, such as Luo Jiai and Sun Ying, were particularly captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Females inherently possess a penchant for venerating the strong. To them, El Feiyang had transcended the archetype of a mere wealthy heir. He had become an enigmatic figure enveloped in an aura of mystery. Even Yi Ting gazed at him intently. Her curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, Luo Jiai and Sun Ying boldly clustered around El Feiyang, their countenances adorned with flirtatious allure. Qian, on the other hand, stood nearby, lavishly extolling El Air Xiao as the world's greatest martial artist. Listening to El Feiyang, one could only smile wryly. All right, you may not be versed in martial arts, and it is permissible to jest here, but outside, do not speak carelessly. My abilities, at best, can only be considered rudimentary within the martial realm. El Feiyang reminded with a grave tone. Just rudimentary? The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. El Feiyang nodded and elaborated. The cultivation of martial arts is divided into 9 realms. Each breakthrough represents a profound transformation of oneself. The lower 3 realms primarily focus on strengthening one's bones and flesh, augmenting power, and fortifying the physical body. The middle 3 realms delve deeper, as one begins to cultivate internal energy. As for the upper 3 realms, I shall refrain from discussing them. Those are the domain of true masters, individuals who have transcended to divine understanding in martial arts, ones you may never encounter in your lifetime. With a sigh of reflection, El Feiyang continued, after years of relentless practice, I have merely achieved the 3rd refinement of the body, reaching the level of a 3rd-tier warrior. My master, however, is a true expert, having perfected his internal energy. He possesses the ability to strike a block of tofu placed atop a brick with such force that the tofu remains unscathed while the brick shatters beneath. The crowd gasped in astonishment. To them, it seemed a feat beyond mortal comprehension. Observing their stunned expressions, El Feiyang chuckled lightly and reached for a wine cup, preparing to pour himself a drink. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a piece of paper sprawled in the corner of the table. Chapter 28. 1,000 words. El Feiyang initially glanced at the paper without much thought, but suddenly, he felt an inexplicable pull and shifted his gaze back. A frown creased his brow. The paper bore the peace talisman inscribed by Su Yun, though most of the characters had blurred due to the wine spilled by Su Jijun, leaving only the final character seemingly untouched, its ink still intact. El Feiyang sensed a peculiar essence emanating from it, as if a force was pressing upon his spirit. Where did this paper come from? He inquired solemnly. Fat Qian, intending to share a light-hearted tale about Su Yun, noticed El Feiyang's unusual demeanor and hastily summarized. It was given to Yi Ting by a friend, folded into a peace talisman, claiming it would ensure her safety. El Feiyang's expression fluctuated, revealing an inner turmoil. Su Jijun, noticing his unease, asked, Brother El, does this paper hold some significance? El Feiyang shook his head, replying, the paper itself is unremarkable, but the inscription bears an unusual quality. I sense something extraordinary yet cannot pinpoint it. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he respectfully addressed, Master, I apologize for the intrusion. I have come across a piece of paper with certain characters that resonate with an essence you once spoke of, words imbued with divine meaning. Could you possibly come and take a look? After ending the call, El Feiyang let out a long sigh. Brother El, are you speaking the truth? The few characters appeared rather ordinary to me. Su Jijun could not help but remark. Indeed, Brother El, my father's study is adorned with numerous calligraphies, some crafted by masters from the Provincial Calligraphy Association. In comparison to these characters, I feel they are utterly unremarkable, Fatty Qian interjected. El Feiyang shook his head, his expression grave, and said, You do not understand. Be silent until my master has seen it. Upon hearing this, Su Jijun and the others dared not speak further. Before long, the door swung open. The manager of Wangxian Tower entered, respectfully leading an elderly man. The old man donned a white tang suit, his hair speckled with gray, yet brimming with vitality. His appearance was unassuming, yet he exuded an undeniable aura. "Master." El Fayong immediately stood to pay his respects. The elderly man waved his hand and inquired, "Where is the sheet of paper you mentioned?" "Right there." El Fayong gestured towards the corner of the table. The old man approached the paper, which was on the verge of disintegration, and his face involuntarily twitched. He leaned in closer to examine it. The first 3 characters had smudged into a murky mess, leaving only the 4th character partially intact. Upon a mere glance, the old man staggered back, as if struck by lightning, his body seemingly coalescing into a long blade aimed directly at him. Stumbling back several paces, he was visibly shaken. A master-esque calligraphy. "It is indeed the work of a master," the elderly man exclaimed, reminiscent of an ancient scholar witnessing the manuscript of Confucius, filled with exhilaration. "Master, are you saying these characters were penned by a master practitioner?" El Fayong responded in disbelief. He was no longer a novice in the martial arts realm and understood the weight carried by the term master. A master represents a transcendent existence in martial arts. The old man took a deep breath and nodded. Moreover, these characters were not merely written in haste. Rather, they embody the master's focused spirit and supreme martial will, infused into the very strokes. Each character harbors his unparalleled martial intent. The phrase "invulnerable to all evils" holds such power that it wards off any misfortune, malevolence, or malevolent spirits. At this juncture, the elderly man's tone shifted to one of profound regret. Alas, alas, the form has been marred. The martial intent within has lost its vessel and will soon dissipate completely. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Were such words uttered by anyone else, they would have dismissed them as the ramblings of a charlatan. Yet, the speaker was none other than El Airshao's master, a figure of extraordinary prowess. Can a mere handful of characters truly possess such value? What price could they command? Fatty Qian could not restrain his curiosity. The old man sighed deeply and shook his head. How can one place a price on something priceless? A master practitioner of such stature would never offer their calligraphy, infused with their martial intent, for sale. To suggest a monetary valuation is to insult the master. However, over a decade ago, I heard of a prestigious family in the capital that sought the blessings of a Taoist master from the Longhu Mountain Tianshi mansion, paying an exorbitant sum of 10 million for a mere 4 characters that promised peace and safety for their home, as recounted by an elderly gentleman in traditional attire. 10 million for a single character? Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback, their eyes widened in astonishment. This meant that the 4 characters were valued at a staggering 40 million. The wealthy youths present turned pale, for 40 million was an astronomical figure for them. Even though Su Jijun's family boasted assets worth billions, this referred to their total net worth. In liquid cash, they could barely muster 10 million at most. Moreover, the 40 million mentioned by the elder was a figure from over a decade ago. Its current value would likely have multiplied several times over. Yi Ting's delicate face drained of color as she realized the extent of the gift Su Yun had presented her for her birthday. Only now did she comprehend why. After her rejection of this charm, Su Yun had warned her not to regret it in the future. Su Jijun's complexion also paled, for he had been the one to spill wine over that priceless piece of paper, rendering it utterly worthless. Fearing that Yi Ting would blame him, he hastily exclaimed, "Yi Ting, you cannot hold this against me. It was your decision to discard it." Yi Ting offered a bitter smile, overwhelmed with regret. "Where did you obtain this paper?" The elderly gentleman inquired solemnly. "Master, today marks this young lady's 20th birthday, and a friend presented this gift to her. However, those present dismissed it as a mere joke and cast it aside," replied Lu Feiyang. Upon hearing this, the elder scrutinized Yi Ting intently and stated, "It seems your friend understands the true value of this paper, hence the seriousness with which it was gifted to you. What a pity that you did not cherish it. Its worth is secondary. It is a genuine treasure that can safeguard your fortunes for the rest of your life." At these words, Yi Ting's tears welled up. She quickly pulled out her phone, eager to call Su Yun, only to discover that the number was no longer reachable. After leaving Wangxian building, he had already blocked her. With this parting, Su Yun severed the lingering sentiments of their past lives. From henceforth, they would be mere strangers on distant roads, unrecognizable should they cross paths again. Chapter 29. The journey home. After his departure, Su Yun remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding behind Wangxian building. He returned to the Lingfeng mountain villa and enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The next morning, he headed directly to the Yunzhou train station and boarded a high-speed train bound for Yanchuan City. In the southern province of Tiannan, there are 15 cities, with Yanchuan City ranking relatively low among them. Su Yun's hometown, Lingbei County, falls under the jurisdiction of Yanchuan City. Due to the absence of direct trains to Lingbei County, he would need to switch to a bus after disembarking in Yanchuan City. Approaching noon, Su Yun arrived at the Yanchuan City bus station, checked his ticket, and boarded the bus. The vehicle was already filled with passengers. As he settled into his seat, he suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor and cast his gaze toward the back row of the bus. In that moment, a pair of middle-aged individuals sat together. Their appearances unremarkable, with the woman cradling a peacefully sleeping infant. At first glance, they resembled an ordinary family of three. However, Su Yun sensed that beneath the seemingly mundane exterior of this couple lay an immense reservoir of strength. Both were indeed masters of inner energy cultivation, particularly the middle-aged man, whose aura was steady and unyielding, as solid as a mountain, far surpassing the likes of Veda, whom Su Yun had defeated, and Su Jun, the bodyguard accompanying Old Qi. They were at least of the fifth-tier warrior realm. Su Yun had not anticipated encountering two inner energy experts aboard this minibus heading to a small county. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind, casually withdrawing his gaze after a brief glance and settling into a seat. After a while, several more passengers boarded the bus. Most notably, the last to enter was a tall, strikingly beautiful woman, born with an air of grace and allure that rivaled, if not exceeded, the likes of Yi Ting and Zhou Lulu. Clad in a sleek black athletic outfit, her long hair casually tied back in a ponytail, she exuded a spirited confidence devoid of the typical delicacy associated with many women. The sudden arrival of such a stunning beauty on a bus bound for a small county instantly captivated the attention of all present, silencing the previously boisterous chatter. Upon entering, the beauty scanned the interior before approaching Su Yun, greeting him with a warm smile. "Hello, may I sit next to you?" "Of course," Su Yun replied with a nonchalant nod, standing to make space for her to pass. This scene evoked envy among many of the men on the bus, particularly a bespectacled, slender youth seated in front of Su Yun, who cast a forlorn glance from the beautiful woman beside Su Yun to the plump lady sitting next to him. "Hello. My name is Gu Qing," the woman introduced herself after settling down beside him. "I am Su Yun," he responded, his demeanor somewhat indifferent, lacking the typical nervous excitement that a man might feel when approached by a striking woman. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Qing's face, quickly replaced by a charming smile as she continued. "I am heading to Lingbei to visit my grandmother, and the journey will take over an hour. I tend to get bored easily, so I enjoy conversing with others. By the way, what brings you to Lingbei?" "Going home," Su Yun replied coolly. He was not naive enough to believe that Gu Qing genuinely wished to engage him in conversation. After she boarded, he had sensed her peripheral gaze consistently monitoring the middle-aged couple at the back. Her initiating dialogue was merely a ruse to observe them and their infant under the guise of casual conversation. Moreover, Su Yun noticed that two men who had boarded before Gu Qing also occasionally cast glances toward the rear. These individuals were indeed oblivious to the potential danger they were inviting. Su Yun sighed inwardly. Those who had cultivated inner energy possessed a keen awareness, acutely sensitive to the scrutiny of others. Gu Qing and her companions fancied themselves adept at concealment, yet remained oblivious to the fact that their actions had long since been detected by others. "I am Wang Daikong, and my father operates a shop in Lingbei that specializes in acquiring local specialties. If you find yourselves with some leisure, would you care to accompany me for a visit? I would be delighted to treat you to some delicacies." The slender youth in the front row twisted his head with effort, inserting himself into the conversation with an air of familiarity. Internally, he held a disdainful view of Su Yun. The beauty had initiated the discourse, yet he remained so lukewarm in response. Truly, he was handed an opportunity, yet he squandered it. Thus, Wang Daikong gallantly volunteered to engage the enchanting lady in conversation to alleviate the tedium of the moment. Gu Qing smiled gently, not refusing his overture. Her purpose in seeking conversation was merely to create a pretext. Whether it was Su Yun or Wang Daikong, it mattered little to her. She conversed with Wang Daikong, her face adorned with a placid smile, yet her heart harbored a sense of urgency. Gu Qing was part of the criminal police unit of Yanchuan City. 3 hours prior, a grievous incident had occurred in the city. Two miscreants brazenly invaded the home of the city's wealthiest man, Mr. Chen Zhongping, seizing his infant child of merely 3 months. The repercussions were dire. The city bureau promptly assembled a skilled task force for focused investigation. Through comprehensive surveillance, they managed to trace the two criminals, discovering they had boarded a bus bound for Lingbei County. Given the child's perilous situation and the bus full of passengers, the bureau hesitated to take drastic measures and instead dispatched Gu Qing along with two colleagues to assess the situation discreetly. This marked Gu Qing's inaugural involvement in such a frontline confrontation with felons. She aspired to seize this opportunity to demonstrate her capabilities. In truth, her proficiency in shooting and combat had always been among the finest in her team, yet her striking beauty had relegated her to the role of a mere ornament. Her male colleagues tended to shield her, ensuring she remained behind during perilous operations, relegating her to a supportive role. Gu Qing possessed a tenacious spirit. Otherwise, she would not have disregarded her family's objections to pursue a career in law enforcement. Naturally, she refused to be perpetually regarded as a decorative figure. The vehicle traveled for half an hour. Throughout the journey, Gu Qing conversed with Wang Dekong while intermittently communicating with her bureau via text, relaying the situation aboard the bus. It was not until she received the final message on her phone that a jolt of alarm surged through her. Approximately 5 minutes later, as the vehicle traversed a winding mountain road, a resounding explosion echoed. The car jolted violently, prompting the driver to slam on the brakes, inciting a chorus of curses from the passengers, particularly from Wang Dekong, who had been attempting to speak with Gu Qing in the back seat and nearly twisted his neck in the process. "What the hell? How are you driving?" Wang Dekong railed. The driver, silent, exited the vehicle to inspect the issue, returning with a grim expression to inform the passengers. "The tire has blown out. This vehicle cannot proceed. I will contact the company to send another vehicle for you." "What? How long must we wait?" Numerous passengers began to grumble. There was little that could be done. Fortunately, not far ahead lay a service station where everyone could rest for a while, the driver remarked with a look of resignation. Upon hearing this, the passengers, though reluctant, could do nothing but retrieve their luggage and disembark. The middle-aged couple seated in the last row exchanged glances, a hint of mockery flickering in their expressions. "Gu Qing, let us head over as well. Don't worry if the bus takes too long. I'll call my father to come pick us up," Wang Dekong said eagerly, wanting to accompany Gu Qing off the bus. Gu Qing forced a smile, merely responding with a perfunctory grin. She was not in the mood to entertain Wang Dekong. Originally, she had planned to seize the opportunity to snatch the baby when the couple passed by her side. However, as the majority of the passengers had already disembarked, the couple seemed unperturbed, and with Wang Dekong waiting for her, lingering too long would raise suspicion. With a resigned sigh, Gu Qing followed suit and stepped off the bus. Meanwhile, her two colleagues, who were undercover officers, lingered in their seats, evidently sharing the same intent as Gu Qing, hoping to catch the two criminals off guard. As they were about to disembark, Suyin called out to them, "Aren't you two getting off?" The expressions of the undercover officers shifted dramatically. One of them retorted angrily, "What's your rush? My wallet fell into the crevice of the seat. I can't just leave it there, can I? Get lost." Suyin shrugged and said nothing more, stepping off the bus. He had given his warning. Once Suyin left, only the two undercover officers and the middle-aged couple remained aboard. "How peculiar. Why can't I get it out?" grumbled the officer who had been cursing. "Zhong, your hands are too large. Let me give it a try," the other officer suggested. At that moment, the middle-aged couple finally rose from their seats and began to exit. The two officers felt a surge of excitement and prepared to spring into action. However, just as this thought crossed their minds, the man from the couple sneered. "Have you two really been pretending for so long, thinking we are fools?" At this, the officers' faces paled. Meanwhile, after disembarking and walking a short distance, Gu Qing hesitated and turned back. "Gu Qing, what are you doing?" Wang Dekong called out. "I think I dropped an earring on the bus. I need to go back and look for it." Gu Qing fabricated an excuse and jogged back. However, as she passed by Su Yun, he seized her arm. Gu Qing's expression transformed, anger flaring in her beautiful eyes as she scolded, "What are you doing? Let go. I'm doing this for your own good. Those two up there are not adversaries you can confront," Su Yun replied firmly before releasing her. At that moment, Gu Qing had no intention of heeding Su Yun's words and prepared to return to the bus. However, before she could take more than a few steps, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The shattering of glass was followed by the sickening sight of Gu Qing's two colleagues, their bodies drenched in blood, being unceremoniously thrown from the vehicle. Their limbs twisted grotesquely, as if cruelly broken by some unseen force. Fortunately, the two were unconscious, spared from the agony of their shattered forms. A collective gasp of horror erupted from the surrounding passengers, who had not yet retreated far enough. Murder! They shrieked in terror. Wang Dekong was nearly paralyzed with fear. He had never witnessed such a harrowing scene in his life. In that moment, he disregarded Gu Qing's beauty and fled with all his might. Police are on the scene. Unrelated individuals, please retreat. Uniformed officers surged forth from the shadows, forming a protective cordon. Some rushed to remove the unconscious colleagues, while others brandished handguns, all aimed at the bus. Gu Qing, too, drew her sidearm, her gaze fixed with apprehension on the unfolding chaos. Gu Qing, your task is to ensure the area is clear of civilians. You are not needed here. A burly man commanded in a deep voice. Understood, Captain, Gu Qing replied, though a hint of reluctance lingered in her heart, yet she dared not defy the order. What are you still doing here? Get outside now. Gu Qing shot an irritated glance at Su Yun, who remained rooted in place, seemingly unfazed while others scrambled for safety. Frustrated, Gu Qing seized Su Yun's collar and pulled her toward the exit. All right, I'll go on my own. Su Yun raised her hands in surrender. Meanwhile, the passengers who had fled a good distance of 60 or 70 meters began to feel a false sense of security. They stopped, breathless with adrenaline. Wow, that was absolutely intense. Were they capturing a dangerous criminal? One exclaimed. Indeed. I almost wet myself. It looked like 2 people were shot in there. Did you see? Their limbs were all broken when they were thrown out. Another added, incredulous. My goodness. We were in the presence of such perilous individuals the whole time. Many could not help but voice their astonishment, their hearts racing as they craned their necks to gaze back at the bus. Why are you all standing still? This area is still dangerous. You need to be at least 200 meters away from the scene. Gu Qing called out as she approached Su Yun, noticing the crowd lingering. 200 meters? Is it really that serious? The police seemed to have the situation under control, a scruffy middle-aged man scoffed. Exactly. What can you see from 200 meters away? I'm planning to film a little video to share with my friends. The rotund woman beside Wang Dekong chimed in. Her words resonated with others, igniting a sense of excitement. For these ordinary individuals, such a spectacle was a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Naturally, they were eager to witness the unfolding drama. After all, they were far enough away. Surely the criminal wouldn't dare break through the police's line of fire to threaten them here. Gu Qing trembled with rage. It became apparent to her that these individuals only dared to speak so brazenly because they perceived her merely as a pretty young woman. Had a more intimidating colleague approached, they would have surely arranged matters with clarity in a matter of moments. Gu Qing, I didn't realize you were a police officer. Is that firearm in your hand real? May I have a closer look? Wang Dekong brazenly drew near, attempting to ingratiate himself. Gu Qing was nearly driven to laughter by her indignation. Just then, a gunshot rang out. The captain of the criminal police fired a shot into the air as a warning. Following the shot, he picked up a megaphone and declared, Listen, those inside, you are surrounded. We implore you to release the hostages immediately and surrender to ensure leniency. Chapter 31. The destructive power of an internal force at that moment. A raucous laughter erupted. The middle-aged couple finally emerged from the vehicle. Faced with the ominous muzzles of the guns directed at him, the middle-aged man remained unfazed, sneering. I have Chen Zhongping's son in my grasp. Go ahead and shoot. Let us see if you dare take him down with you. The captain of the criminal police, Mao Rong, appeared visibly troubled. Chen Zhongping was no ordinary individual. He was the wealthiest man in Yangchuan City, having made significant contributions to its development, and was often a guest of the city's leaders. At nearly 50 years old, he had finally been blessed with a son, who was, for all intents and purposes, his lifeblood. Before the operation, the higher-ups had repeatedly stressed the necessity of ensuring the infant's safety. Should anything go awry, Mao Rong's career would undoubtedly come to an abrupt end. What is your purpose in abducting Mr. Chen's son? What are your demands? We can discuss this. Mao Rong softened his tone. He too found the situation perplexing. The 2 kidnappers had not attempted to extort ransom or made any other demands. If it were merely a matter of greed, it was likely that Chen Zhongping would have preferred to pay for peace. Discuss? The middle-aged man scoffed coldly. There is nothing to discuss. 20 years ago, Chen Zhongping defrauded my Wu family, leaving us destitute. My father was so enraged that he died from a stroke. Meanwhile, Chen prospered using the wealth stolen from us, ascending to the pinnacle of Yangchuan's elite. For the past 2 decades, I, Wu Tianmao, have sought out masters to hone my skills, and now that I have achieved success, it is only right that I settle the score with Chen Zhongping." Upon hearing that the adversary sought revenge, Mao Rong immediately retorted, "If you wish to confront Mr. Chen, you should approach him directly. What prowess is demonstrated by abducting his mere months-old son?" Wu Tianmao smirked with disdain. "I could indeed go and kill Chen Zhongping directly, but that would be too merciful for him. I intend to bring this infant to my father's grave as a sacrificial offering to appease his spirit. As for Chen Zhongping, once he has endured the agony of losing a loved one, I shall take his life at my leisure." Upon hearing this, Mao Rong and the other officers were filled with dread. They had never anticipated Wu Tianmao's utter ruthlessness, intending to use an infant as a sacrificial offering. It was utterly inhumane. "You are exceedingly arrogant. With us here, Yangchuan City will not tolerate the audacity of rogues like you," Mao Rong bellowed. A flicker of disdain appeared in Wu Tianmao's eyes. "You mere mortals, attempting to obstruct me, is nothing short of delusional." Wu Tianmao turned his head and addressed the woman beside him. "We have already squandered too much time here. Chunner, take this little brat and leave first. I shall remain to entertain them a while longer." "Very well." The middle-aged woman chuckled lightly, cradling an infant in her arms. With a sudden surge of power beneath her feet, she propelled herself upward. Boom! The ground beneath her clearly sank an inch as she vaulted onto the roof of the bus. Then, using the momentum, she leaped gracefully like a great bird, soaring over 10 meters, escaping the encirclement and dashing away. This astonishing spectacle left everyone astounded. A leap of over 10 meters surpassed their wildest imaginations. Even an Olympic long jump champion would kneel in awe at such a feat. The distant passengers gasped in disbelief. Fortunately, the direction in which the middle-aged woman fled was not towards them. Otherwise, their reactions might have been most unbecoming. "Quick! Stop her!" Captain Mao shouted frantically. Just as several team members were about to act, Wu Tianmao erupted into laughter. "Why don't you join me in a little game first?" As he spoke, his figure surged forward with the swiftness of a leopard, pouncing upon the nearest team member. The unfortunate man barely had time to react before he was sent flying backward. His chest struck as if by a charging elephant, blood spewing forth. The bones in his chest were surely shattered before his body even touched the ground. He had already succumbed to unconsciousness. "Fire! Fire!" Captain Mao's voice was hoarse with urgency as he led the charge to shoot. With no hostages in Wu Tianmao's grasp, their last remnants of hesitation vanished. The sound of gunfire erupted in rapid succession. Yet, they could not land a single shot on Wu Tianmao. His movements were simply too swift, as fast as lightning, as fierce as thunder. In the chaos, all that could be seen was a fleeting blur. Many team members aimed their weapons at that indistinct figure, but before they could pull the trigger, the target had already vanished from sight. They could barely discern his form, and their reflexes lagged far behind, resulting in a chaotic barrage of blind fire. From a distance, Gu Qing watched in a state of shock, her entire body frozen. A chill coursed through her, as she realized that her comrades were far from the ordinary local law enforcement officers. Their shooting assessments had yielded exceptional results, and Captain Mao had even won medals in provincial shooting competitions. Logically, at such close range, they should have been able to hit a target, even a small sparrow, with ease. Yet now, they resembled novices, shooting wildly and ineffectually. How could this be? How is he capable of such feats? His speed and reflexes have transcended the limits of an ordinary human. Gu Qing's voice trembled slightly. She herself had trained in combat and grappling, maintaining a rigorous fitness regime, and her reflexes were significantly sharper than the average person's. However, in comparison to that non-human opponent, one feels utterly insignificant. At this moment, a scream echoed from afar. A team member clutched his arm, wailing in agony, the handgun slipping from his grasp. It turned out that in the midst of dodging, Wu Tianmao had enough strength left to kick a small stone off the ground. With the force of his internal energy, those tiny stones became fearsome projectiles, striking anyone. They would surely result in fractures. This is the prowess of a martial arts master who has cultivated internal strength. For an ordinary person to face him is akin to a one-sided massacre, Su Yun remarked softly. Gu Qing, her mind in disarray, was completely captivated by the distant gunfire, failing to catch what Su Yun had said. In the arena, screams erupted one after another. Each cry signified another team member rendered incapable of fighting. Gu Qing's exquisite visage had turned ashen, devoid of any color. As for the passengers who had been observing from a distance, they were paralyzed by fear. At that moment, they had no thought of recording the spectacle. Each one fled in terror, wishing they could grow a few more legs. Only Su Yun remained beside Gu Qing. Chapter 32. The divine marksmanship. The once dense gunfire soon dwindled to sporadic shots, ultimately fading into a profound silence. This was because everyone had been struck down by Wu Tianmao's flying stones, their arms broken, handguns littering the ground. Wu Tianmao stood proudly in the center, his gaze surveying the surroundings with an air of arrogance. Did you not claim that with your presence in Yanchuan City, I would be unable to act recklessly? And now, I ask, do you dare to repeat those words? Wu Tianmao spoke mockingly. Mao Rong and the others were taken aback, a mix of shock and fury washing over them. It was their first encounter with a criminal so brazenly provocative, yet they felt utterly powerless. The opponent's strength was overwhelming, too formidable for them to resist. Mao Rong, with over a decade of police experience, had never encountered such a fiend. Their few handguns posed no threat. It was clear that only a special police unit, equipped with more powerful automatic weapons, could hope to subdue such a brute. The martial path can transcend the divine. After 20 years of arduous training, I have achieved this power. How could you hope to oppose me with mere external tools? Wu Tianmao boasted, his expression one of supreme arrogance. A disdainful glint in his eyes as he surveyed Mao Rong and his companions. You worthless fools, so ignorant of your own limitations, daring to encircle me. You were destined to perish. However, in light of my imminent vengeance, I may grant you mercy. If you are willing to kneel and beg for forgiveness, I shall spare your lives. What? You dare to insult us? Mao Rong and the others seethed with rage upon hearing his words. Wu Tianmao's face twisted into a mocking grin as he shook his head. Since you refuse, I shall have no choice but to resort to ruthless measures. Just as he prepared to act, a loud bang resounded. The shooter was Gu Qing. Observing Wu Tianmao about to commit another act of violence, she fired a shot from a distance of several dozen meters. Regrettably, Wu Tianmao's instincts were exceedingly sharp. The moment the gun was aimed at him, he sensed the imminent danger and swiftly evaded. You little brat. You seek death. Wu Tianmao, engulfed in fury, disregarded Mao Rong and the others, turning his full attention towards Gu Qing. Run. Gu Qing, escape. Mao Rong and the others shouted in alarm. They had witnessed Wu Tianmao's formidable prowess and understood that Gu Qing's firearm posed no genuine threat to him. Now, contemplating an escape, it was far too late. As Wu Tianmao surged forward, he resembled a cheetah on the hunt, an aura of ferocity emanating from him that sent tremors through Gu Qing's heart. In desperation, Gu Qing raised her weapon and fired several shots at Wu Tianmao, but none found their mark. In that moment, she finally grasped the hopelessness her teammates had experienced earlier. No matter how fervently she pulled the trigger, she could not impede his advance. Ultimately, her hand trembled around the gun. At that instant, a calm voice whispered in her ear, "With your aim, you cannot hit him. Allow me to take a shot." As the voice echoed, a slender, fair hand clasped hers. Gu Qing's body jolted, a mix of humiliation and rage surging within her. Even now, amidst the chaos, this wretch dared to interfere. However, with Wu Tianmao hurtling closer, Gu Qing had no time to bicker with Su Yun. Despair enveloped her, and she was on the verge of closing her eyes to await her fate. Suddenly, she felt the weight in her hand vanish. Her handgun had shifted to Su Yun's grasp. She watched as Su Yun casually lifted the weapon and fired a shot without aiming. Bang! The sound of the gunshot halted Wu Tianmao in his tracks. A geyser of blood erupting from his shoulder, where a gruesome hole appeared. Gu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Mao Rong and the others stood stupefied. Just moments ago, their combined efforts had failed to inflict any harm upon Wu Tianmao. Yet Su Yun's random shot had found its target. What extraordinary luck! Wu Tianmao, feeling the searing pain in his shoulder, was equally incredulous. How could a mere insect manage to wound him? Yet, after the shock subsided, a raging inferno of wrath ignited within him. It was an unforgivable affront to be injured by someone so insignificant. You shall pay dearly. Wu Tianmao roared like a furious lion, propelling himself forward with even greater speed. Su Yun, without a glance, raised his weapon once more and fired 3 shots. Each bullet found its target. Wu Tianmao staggered momentarily before collapsing to the ground with a thud. 3 bullet holes marred his forehead, marking the end of his life. Wu Tianmao's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face as he struggled to comprehend his sudden demise. You were far too arrogant, Su Yun remarked, shaking his head. In his view, Wu Tianmao had indeed been excessively overconfident. Without reaching the realm of a master, one cannot condense strength into a solid form to withstand bullets. Yet he dares to act so brazenly. The most astonishing part is that he flaunts before Su Yun. Such a person must be dealt with harshly. Gu Qing and Mao Rong, along with their companions, were rendered speechless, unable to recover from the shock. Such marksmanship is nothing short of miraculous. Captain, have you ever witnessed such extraordinary shooting skills? One of the team members could not help but inquire. This transcends mere shooting skills, Mao Rong replied with a wry smile. To replicate his few shots, one must possess astonishing dynamic vision to track Wu Tianmao's rapid movements, and one's physical reflexes must keep pace as well. Coupled with a marksmanship that never misses, it is an extraordinary feat to my knowledge, within our Tiannan province. Only the renowned sharpshooter known as Night Hawk from the provincial department possesses such capability. Upon hearing this, everyone gazed at Su Yun as if he were a monster. Su Yun merely smiled, noncommittal. In truth, achieving this was quite simple for him. He merely locked onto Wu Tianmao with his mental focus and casually fired a few shots. All right, I'll return your gun, Su Yun said, handing the pistol back to Gu Qing. Gu Qing accepted it in a daze, still reeling from the earlier astonishment. May I ask, have you trained with firearms abroad for an extended period? Mao Rong inquired politely, approaching with several team members. In our country, firearms are heavily restricted. Although black market guns exist, their numbers are few. Wealthy enthusiasts often travel overseas to indulge in shooting sports. Some even, having grown weary of shooting ranges abroad, venture to the African savanna to hunt lions. Not at all. I haven't even traveled abroad until now, Su Yun replied. Mao Rong and the others were taken aback. Then how do you explain your shooting skills? Mao Rong pressed, puzzled. Oh, I once played with toy air guns, which gave me a bit of a feel for it, Su Yun casually remarked. Mao Rong and the team were left in stunned silence. Toy air guns. Mao Rong's facial muscles twitched severely. Chapter 33. Pursuit. Now that this matter is resolved, I must take my leave, Su Yun said, waving his hand to Mao Rong and the others as he prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Gu Qing was the first to react, urgently stating, you cannot leave yet. That woman fled with the child and has yet to be rescued. Su Yun glanced at Gu Qing, his expression indifferent as he replied, you are the police. It is your responsibility to pursue criminals, not mine. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing felt a surge of indignation. While it is true that ordinary citizens are not obliged to chase down criminals, should it not be expected of someone with your abilities to lend a hand? I don't care. You must retrieve that baby, Gu Qing retorted, frustrated by Su Yun's attitude, gripping his clothing stubbornly. Mao Rong and the others exchanged glances. Bemused by the scene, Gu Qing, do not be disrespectful, Mao Rong admonished gently, then turned to Su Yun with an apologetic expression, saying, Sir, we understand this request may be excessive. Yet, we, the injured ones, found ourselves incapable of pursuing that female bandit any further. Moreover, the infant's life now hung in the balance, leaving us with no time to await reinforcements. We could only implore our companion for assistance. With a bow, he gestured to his team, acknowledging their dire predicament. Very well, I shall see this good deed through and assist you once more, sighed Su Yun. Mao Rong exhaled, adding, among us, only Gu Qing remains unscathed. Let her accompany you for support. Upon hearing this, Su Yun waved his hand dismissively, stating, it is unnecessary. I can manage alone. Gu Qing's beautiful eyes flashed with indignation as she fixed her gaze on Su Yun, questioning, do you look down on me? Su Yun shrugged, remaining silent. Wasn't it obvious? Although the middle-aged woman may not possess the strength of Wu Tianmao, she was still formidable, and an ordinary person like Gu Qing would be of no help in the confrontation. Gu Qing, irritated by Su Yun's demeanor, felt a pang of frustration. Despite her admiration for his marksmanship, his arrogance was exasperating. Let Gu Qing accompany you. Once we rescue the infant, you, a man, may struggle to care for it. Mao Rong interjected hastily. Upon hearing this, Su Yun relented, and the two set off in pursuit of the direction the woman had fled. I have studied tracking and trace analysis. I will discern the path the bandit took, Gu Qing boasted, eager to prove herself. It is unnecessary. If we wait for you to observe the traces, we might as well wait until the next lunar year, Su Yun replied, shaking his head. Then what do you suggest we do? Gu Qing huffed, a hint of defiance in her tone. She was confident in the modern investigative techniques at her disposal. Just follow me. I can sense her lingering aura, Su Yun stated nonchalantly. Gu Qing nearly doubted her own ears. You can sense the aura she left behind? Do you think you're a bloodhound? Just as she was about to mock him, she was suddenly lifted off her feet by Su Yun. Ah, what are you doing? Put me down this instant, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson. She had not expected such boldness from Su Yun, who dared to be so openly familiar. Strangely enough, she felt more flustered than angry. Silence. Your speed is inadequate. At this rate, we will never catch up before nightfall, Su Yun declared, cradling Gu Qing in his arms as he sprinted forward. The wind howled past them, making it difficult for Gu Qing to keep her eyes open. Su Yun's speed was astonishing, akin to a sports car racing on the highway. She refrained from struggling, instinctively wrapping her arms around him, terrified of falling and injuring herself. Nestled against his chest, she could hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, and her face grew even warmer. This was her first instance of such intimate contact with a male. After approximately 15 minutes, in Su Yun's line of sight, the figure of a middle-aged woman finally emerged. The woman seemed to sense the commotion behind her. She paused, alertly turning her head to glance back. Su Yun also halted, cradling Gu Qing. Gu Qing quickly wriggled free from Su Yun's embrace, the flush on her face still evident, and sternly commanded the middle-aged woman, release the hostage and surrender. The woman paid her no mind, her gaze fixed on Su Yun as she spoke in a deep voice. I did not expect a young one like you to be a martial arts master, capable of keeping pace with my speed. I am Lu Chunfang of the Lu family, renowned for the Northwest Savage Ape Fist. May I inquire as to your lineage? Su Yun replied with an indifferent demeanor. You are not worthy to ask about my origins. Now, hand over the hostage, and I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunfang's expression twisted with rage and laughter. How arrogant. You, a mere youth who has learned a bit of skill, dare to look down upon others. You are truly unaware of your own limitations. She scanned her surroundings and inquired, Where's my husband? Su Yun, maintaining a stoic facade, stated, If I have managed to bring someone here, it is evident that he is dead. Lu Chunfang's countenance shifted abruptly, and she shouted, Impossible. Tian Mao has been part of the Lu family for over a decade. His innate talent is exceptional, and he has cultivated his strength to the peak of the 5th rank in martial arts. Who could possibly kill him? Seeing Lu Chunfang's agitation, Gu Qing swiftly drew her pistol. Though she had already entrusted her own firearm to Su Yun, she had brought along Mao Rong's gun before their arrival. Your husband was stubborn, attacked the police, and has been shot dead. I hope you will cease your futile resistance, Gu Qing declared. Lu Chunfang's eyes turned red with fury. Damn it, you all deserve to die? She was acutely aware of her husband's prowess. Under normal circumstances, a dozen handguns would pose little threat to him. However, if a martial arts expert were to restrain him while others fired from the shadows, the situation would be dire. Since you are also a martial artist, do you dare to toss away your weapons and engage me in a fair fight to the death? Lu Chunfang fixed her gaze on Su Yun. You wish to fight me? Su Yun shook his head with a chuckle. Are you afraid? If you hesitate, you may not save this child. Lu Chunfang's expression was ferocious, her confidence bolstered by the hostage in her grasp. She understood that her own strength paled in comparison to her husband Wu Tianmao's, and the threat of firearms loomed larger for her. To ensure the demise of the two, she sought to compel her opponents to discard their guns. Do not heed her. Their skills are far too formidable, Gu Qing urged urgently. In her view, although Su Yun was skilled with firearms, he would surely struggle against such a ruthless adversary in hand-to-hand combat. You must throw away your gun. Otherwise, how will you rescue him? Su Yun reassured her. Do not worry. Her abilities are beneath my notice. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Qing gritted her teeth and declared, So be it. If death is to come, then let it. She too cast her pistol aside. Chapter 34. A single punch to kill. Upon witnessing Su Yun and Gu Qing relinquish their firearms, a cold glint flickered in Lu Chunfang's eyes. With a swift motion, she hurled the infant in her arms directly at Su Yun, coinciding with Gu Qing's startled exclamation. She surged forward with ferocity, pouncing with lethal intent. In that moment, Lu Chunfang seemed to transform into a ferocious beast, intent on tearing everything apart. Su Yun extended his hand, ready to receive the small infant into his embrace, but before he could secure the child, Lu Chunfang's massive hands, resembling claws, descended upon him. Be careful, Gu Qing shrieked in alarm. Die. A cruel smile crept across Lu Chunfang's lips. The violent ape fist technique she had mastered was renowned for its brutal ferocity. With her level of proficiency, a single blow could shatter bones, rupture tendons, and rend internal organs. Especially at this moment, she struck with vengeance, determined to take Su Yun's life. Yet, just as her hand was about to connect with Su Yun's body, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, halting her advance. No matter how fierce and relentless her punch was, it could not push forward even an inch. The energy coalesced into a formidable force. The force barrier. You are a master. Lu Chuanfang's expression shifted dramatically, as if she had seen a ghost, nearly causing her to leap in shock. She had assumed that Su Yun, despite his youth, must have achieved some degree of martial prowess, but who would have thought he was a master warrior? The Lu family had practiced martial arts for generations, yet it had been over a century since a master had emerged from their lineage. To her, a master was a figure of legend. With a swift retreat, Lu Chunfang, realizing her punch had failed, lacked the courage to launch a second attack. She stomped her foot and swiftly retreated. Why is she fleeing? Gu Qing was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, she had feared that Su Yun would be struck down by the fierce woman, only to witness her retreat without even landing a blow. This turn of events left her utterly bewildered, lacking any martial training. She could not grasp the significance of the master's protective energy barrier, nor could she fathom the terror that gripped Lu Chuanfang's heart at that moment. Su Yun observed Lu Chuanfang's retreat, but did not pursue her. Instead, he sighed deeply and said, "Since you are aware that I am a master, you should understand that the only way to survive before me is to kneel and beg for mercy, imploring my forgiveness. Should I choose not to grant you clemency, you are destined to perish." As his words settled, Su Yun raised his fist, and in an instant, a thunderous sound erupted in the air. His punch was executed with such intensity and swiftness that the surrounding air was rent asunder, producing a resounding crack. In the next moment, Lu Chunfang, having fled several paces, was abruptly jolted, as though struck by a bullet. Staggering several steps, she fell to the ground. Blood oozed from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Having practiced martial arts for so many years, I have only heard tales of a master's renown. Today, I have truly witnessed the supreme power of a master, indeed, a marvel of martial prowess. To perish at the hands of a master is an honor, even in death, Lu Chunfang gasped, struggling to lift her head, a wretched smile gracing her lips. In the next instant, a gurgling sound escaped her lips as she coughed up a copious amount of blood, mingled with fragments of her own internal organs. Lu Chunfang collapsed again, lifeless. Not far away, Gu Qing's beautiful eyes widened in shock, utterly mesmerized. From a distance of several dozen steps, a single punch had fatally struck this formidable female outlaw. Gu Qing could hardly believe her eyes. It felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. "Don't just stand there in a daze. Hold the child properly," Su Yun said as he presented the infant in his arms to Gu Qing. Only then did she awaken from her stupor. Accepting the baby and unable to restrain her curiosity, How did you do that? Is this what they call martial arts? Could you possibly teach me as well?" The events of the day had profoundly impacted Gu Qing. For the first time, she realized that the firearm she wielded was not as omnipotent as she had thought. In the presence of true martial arts experts, it was hardly more useful than scrap metal. Her diligent practice of combat techniques, adequate for subduing petty thieves, seemed laughable before the likes of Wu Tianmao, the martial arts master. What transpired today had opened a portal to a new world for her. Su Yun regarded Gu Qing with a penetrating gaze, his demeanor indifferent. Martial arts cultivation is no trivial matter. There is an ancient saying, "The law is not lightly passed on. We are not related, and I have no interest in teaching you." The transmission of martial arts knowledge is deeply rooted in tradition, not something that can be casually imparted. El Feiyong, the second heir of the El group, had to humbly seek a master, willingly retreating to the wilderness to hone his skills. Wu Tianmao even married into the Lu family to gain knowledge of the craft. Though Su Yun himself was not overly concerned with such matters, he had no desire to waste time instructing an unrelated outsider, regardless of her beauty or charm. "I understand that the law is not lightly passed on, but I could become your disciple. Please agree to teach me," Gu Qing pleaded, tugging at Su Yun's arm and shaking it gently, her tone laced with a hint of playfulness. If her colleagues were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. This renowned and aloof beauty among the police force had never displayed such a vulnerable demeanor before. Su Yun shook his head in exasperation. "Martial arts cultivation is not as simple as you imagine. Even if I were willing to teach you, there's no guarantee you would achieve any remarkable results. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing straightened her posture, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, I am quite intelligent and learn quickly. As long as you accept me as your disciple and teach me martial arts, I am certain I will show results swiftly. Just agree to it. With a look of determination, she added, if you refuse, I will follow you everywhere, until you acknowledge my sincerity. With that, Gu Qing gazed at Su Yun with an endearing expression. Su Yun was left speechless. My dear lady, that is not sincerity, it is harassment. He sighed. After a moment of contemplation, he relented. Very well, I will teach you a breathing technique. If you manage to make progress, I might consider accepting you. If not, do not bother me again. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly nodded. All right, let us converse as we walk. If you cannot remember it during our journey back, do not ask me again. Su Yun promptly imparted a set of breathing techniques to Gu Qing. It must be said that Gu Qing is indeed remarkably intelligent and perceptive. It did not take her long to grasp the essence of this practice. Her breathing rhythm soon matched perfectly with Su Yun's guidance. Su Yun nodded and remarked, achieving this is a significant first step for you. This breathing technique is not merely about regulating the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation. It emphasizes the subtle vibrations of the internal organs that occur between each breath. This requires you to deeply contemplate its intricacies during your future practice. Chapter 35. The Dark Intermediary. Half an hour later, Su Yun and Gu Qing returned to the spot where the bus had broken down. Mao Rong and the others were still there, awaiting assistance. Upon seeing Su Yun and Gu Qing returning with the child in their arms, their faces lit up with joy and excitement. Mao Rong bowed to Su Yun and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I cannot thank you enough. Once we return, I will certainly report your act of bravery. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively, saying, that is unnecessary. It was merely a small effort on my part. Furthermore, I prefer to keep this matter low-key, so I must trouble you to keep it confidential. Confidential? Mao Rong and his team were taken aback. They had initially intended to publicize the event in gratitude, to honor Su Yun's heroism, but were surprised by his request for discretion. Captain, since this is Mr. Su's wish, we should respect his decision. After all, we have kept the identities of other brave individuals confidential in the past, Gu Qing interjected. Mao Rong could only chuckle wryly at this. This is quite different. Those who requested confidentiality did so out of fear of retaliation, and we refrained from publicizing it for safety reasons. Very well, since this gentleman seeks no fame, I will handle this matter discreetly. After pondering for a moment, he acquiesced. Just then, a piercing siren echoed from afar. The reinforcements that Mao Rong had been waiting for had finally arrived. Su Yun furrowed his brow and said, well, the situation here has been resolved, so I shall take my leave. Mao Rong opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He had intended to ask Su Yun to return for a statement, but he sensed that Su Yun was unwilling to linger and waste time. To press further would seem ungrateful. Captain, I will drive Mr. Su, Gu Qing volunteered eagerly. They had come to ambush the bandits by car, and several vehicles were parked in a concealed location. Given that all of Mao Rong's team had sustained injuries, it was indeed reasonable for the unscathed Gu Qing to offer a ride to Su Yun. However, upon hearing this, Mao Rong's expression turned peculiar. He was aware that Gu Qing was famously known as the cold rose within the department. It was unprecedented for her to be so proactive in offering to escort a male. Very well, just remember to return early. We need your account of how you rescued the infant for the report, Mao Rong said with a knowing smile, handing the car keys to Gu Qing. After Su Yun and Gu Qing drove away, a team member spoke up with a hint of jealousy. Captain Mao, I can't help but feel that Gu Qing's attitude towards that young man seems rather peculiar. Mao Rong shot him a glare and retorted, what do you mean by that young man? Mind your words. He possesses remarkable skills. Even if Gu Qing has a fondness for him, it's hardly surprising. Why are you so envious? The team member, feeling abashed, fell silent. Though he was unsettled, he had to acknowledge Su Yun's undeniable prowess. His extraordinary marksmanship alone was enough for them to learn from for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Gu Qing drove Su Yun swiftly towards Lingbei County. Along the way, she endeavored to flatter him, inquiring about matters concerning the martial arts world. Su Yun casually shared some insights about the martial arts realm with her. After about an hour, they arrived in Lingbei County. As they passed by a real estate agency named Chengxing, Su Yun caught sight of a familiar figure and quickly said, please stop for a moment. Chengxing Real Estate is a small local agency in Lingbei County, modest in scale. The shop, merely a dozen square meters, housed a few rows of computer desks with 3 employees inside. One man, with a fierce expression, lounged in his chair engrossed in his phone. Another, a greasy-looking fellow, was intently playing on the computer with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. The last, a gaudily made-up woman, was applying her makeup using a small mirror. Subaiha lingered at the door for a moment before stepping inside. "Oh, if it isn't Mr. Su. I was just thinking of calling you, and here you are," the greasy man exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm. "Did you come to finalize the transfer procedures today?" Subaiha, feeling a bit flustered, replied, "I apologize, but I've resolved the funding issue, and I no longer wish to sell that property." The moment those words left his mouth, the smile on the greasy man's face instantly froze, and his expression darkened. The fierce-looking man and the woman applying makeup turned their cold gazes towards Subaiha. "Are you joking with me?" the greasy man sneered, jabbing his pudgy finger into Subaiha's chest. "You were the one who begged us to expedite the funds for your urgent medical situation. We signed a contract and immediately transferred the full payment to you. Now you want to back out? That's unacceptable." Subaiha, being an honest man, recognized his fault in this situation and proactively stated, "I understand that this isn't appropriate, so I'm willing to compensate for the losses." "Compensate for losses? How do you intend to do that?" At that moment, the fierce man also stood up, regarding Subaiha with a mocking gaze. Subaiha gritted his teeth and declared, "I am willing to buy back the property at market price." Previously, in his desperate attempt to gather funds swiftly, he had allowed the agency to push the selling price down to 70% of the market value. Now, by purchasing it back at market price, he would effectively be giving the agency a 30% profit for free. Although Lingbei County is merely a small town, the residence he prepared for Su Yun is situated in the heart of the city, with an average price nearing 10,000, encompassing over 130 square meters in a spacious 3-bedroom layout. A profit margin of 30% equates to a loss of 300,000 to 400,000. Naturally, Subaiha felt a pang of heartache. However, the thought of this being Su Yun's future marital home allowed him to endure the pain. "Market price, you say? Very well. If you can present 2,500,000, this property shall remain yours," the menacing figure cackled. Subaiha was taken aback, exclaiming, "But just the other day, you mentioned 135,000. The greasy man removed the cigarette from his lips and exhaled a cloud of smoke into Subaiha's face, deriding, 135,000? That was merely an antiquated figure. We recently received news that there have been changes in the school district allocations for several primary and secondary schools in Lingbei County. The neighborhood where your property is located has now been designated as a school district area, causing property prices to soar." Subaiha was momentarily stunned. "Why didn't you inform me of this earlier?" Upon hearing this, the menacing man, the greasy fellow, and the gaudily adorned female employee erupted into laughter, regarding Subaiha as if he were a fool. "Had we disclosed this beforehand, how could we have acquired your property at less than 1 million? Scoffed the greasy man, shaking his head in disbelief. "Honestly, how can you still be so naive at your age?" The female employee chimed in with a mocking tone. Fury coursed through Subaiha, causing him to tremble. In his haste to sell the house and gather funds, he had not taken the time to investigate the latest developments in the real estate market, and thus was only aware of previous average prices. Little did he expect that these agents would deceive him to such an extent, treating him as if he were a simpleton. "You have gone too far. I will not sell the house," Subaiha declared angrily. "Not sell? That is no longer your choice. You have already signed the property sale contract, complete with your signature and fingerprint. I possess the remittance receipt here. Strictly speaking, this transaction is already finalized. Even if you were to take it to court, you would undoubtedly lose," the greasy man asserted, hands on his hips, exuding an air of invincibility. "Do not waste time arguing with this old fool. Engaging in a lawsuit is a waste of time. I have no such leisure." The menacing figure remarked disdainfully as he rolled up his sleeves and violently shoved Subaiha to the ground, cursing, "Old man, if you do not recognize the situation, I have 100 ways to make you question your very existence." Chapter 36. The Needle of Anger. You are utterly lawless. Subaiha gasped, both astonished and enraged. He never anticipated that these agents would exhibit such brazen audacity. "Bah!" The menacing figure spat contemptuously, proclaiming, "In Lingbei County, I am the law. You, cripple, if you dare to defy me, I shall cripple your other leg as well." As the menacing figure began to unleash his fury, the greasy man and the female employee wore expressions of arrogant delight. The menacing figure, known as Sang Biao, was a central figure within this agency, possessing considerable connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles of Lingbei County. The agency they operate is frequently beset by complaints due to issues such as fraud, unjustified withholding of deposits, and arbitrary collection of fees. Yet, despite the years that have passed, the company continues to thrive steadily. Naturally, there are individuals like Su Baihe, who, having fallen victim to their schemes, initially resist and confront them, but before long, they are subdued by the ruthless tactics of Sang Biao. Calm down, my friend. This old fool is probably just having a moment of weakness. Let us give him a few more days to reconsider, the greasy man chuckled. Those days meant more than mere contemplation for Su Baihe. They were a cover for Sang Biao to execute his nefarious plans. On the way home, unsuspecting victims would find themselves ambushed, their locks jammed, or their doors splattered with paint. The more grotesque antics involved midnight assaults, where buckets of excrement would be hurled onto doorsteps. Such methods typically ensured that any reasonable person would soon be brought to submission. Just last week, a middle-aged woman had come to confront them about her withheld deposit, only to find a dead dog hanging from her doorframe that very night. The following morning, it was said that she had been so horrified upon opening her door that she lost control of her bladder. Very well. I will grant you 3 more days to ponder your options, Sang Biao sneered, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He approached Su Baihe, ready to seize him and toss him out. However, just as he reached for Su Baihe, a chilling voice interjected, "If you dare lay a hand on him, I will make you wish for death." This voice bore an icy resonance that sent a shiver down Sang Biao's spine. Yet, upon raising his gaze and seeing only a young couple enter, his brutish demeanor returned. "You there, boy, though you may be young, your audacity is remarkable. Who gave you the gall to meddle in my affairs?" Sang Biao glared menacingly at Su Yun. Ignoring Sang Biao's threats, Su Yun knelt to help the fallen Su Baihe. "Dad, are you all right?" "Xiaoyan, what are you doing here?" Su Baihe responded, momentarily taken aback, his face flushed with embarrassment. Every father wishes to portray a strong and dignified image before their child, but being seen in a vulnerable state, bullied by Sang Biao, was a source of discomfort for him. "Ah, so you are related to this crippled fool. No wonder you dare to challenge me. It seems a lesson is in order to show you the consequences of your insolence." Sang Biao casually picked up a decorative vase from a nearby desk, weighing it in his hands as he prepared to hurl it at Su Yun. Su Baihe, filled with alarm at the sight, instinctively shielded Su Yun. However, his protective gesture was in vain. The moment Sang Biao attempted to strike, the vase was snatched from his grasp, and his arm was twisted behind him. "What do you think you're doing? Are you planning to commit an assault in front of the police?" Gu Qing's voice was cold as she expertly subdued Sang Biao, pressing him down onto the table. The skills she had honed in the police force were not without merit. In the presence of a true martial arts master, one's efforts would be rendered futile. However, dealing with ruffians like Sang Biao was a trifling matter. "Are you a police officer?" Sang Biao's expression shifted slightly. Gu Qing displayed her police badge. The greasy fat man beside her hastily interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. "It's a misunderstanding. What just transpired was merely a scare tactic by Biao Ge. Look, no one is injured, right? Indeed, I must inform you that even if you are a police officer, you cannot act recklessly. This incident clearly arose from that cripple causing trouble here. Biao Ge was merely preventing him from disrupting our company's operations." At this moment, a female employee stepped forward, her tone brazen as she attempted to shift the blame. After speaking, she provocatively glared at Gu Qing. Initially, she believed herself to be quite attractive, a beauty in a small place like Lingbei, but upon seeing Gu Qing, a stunningly exquisite woman, envy stirred within her. "Officer, I did not cause any trouble. They deceived me," Su Baihe quickly explained, with the fat man and his companions refraining from interruption. Once Su Baihe concluded, the fat man presented a property sale contract, along with remittance receipts. "Officer, our transaction is legitimate and duly documented. All contracts were signed willingly by him. To claim we deceived him seems rather inappropriate, don't you think? Surely, you wouldn't show bias simply because you are familiar with them," he smirked. A smirk of disdain. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing cast a troubled glance at Su Yun, shaking her head slightly. This unscrupulous intermediary, although suspected of concealing information and harming the interests of property owners during transactions, was entangled in an economic dispute that the police could not resolve. The only recourse was for the aggrieved party to pursue legal action independently. "Let him go. We shall handle this matter ourselves." You need not concern yourself with it, Su Yun stated to Gu Qing. He had never intended for her to intervene. In his eyes, Sang Biao and his cohorts, who so brazenly defrauded and humiliated his father, were already as good as dead. Upon hearing Su Yun's directive, Gu Qing released Sang Biao's restrained arm. Sang Biao rubbed his sore shoulder and grinned maliciously. Officer, you've heard. Let us resolve this matter between ourselves. Now, if there is nothing else, please vacate the premises and refrain from disrupting our business. Father, let us depart. Su Yun cast a lingering glance at Sang Biao and his group, helping Su Baihe turn away. However, unbeknownst to anyone, as he turned, Su Yun gently flicked his fingers. 3 strands of invisible force coalesced into fine needles, which he deftly propelled towards Sang Biao and his companions. The moment they struck, a fleeting sensation of mild pain and tingling coursed through them, yet they remained oblivious to any peculiarities. As Su Yun and the others exited, the faces of Sang Biao's group were adorned with mocking expressions. What could the police do? Truly foolish. Sang Biao sneered. Meanwhile, outside, a cold smirk danced upon Su Yun's lips. The fine needles, having been infused into the bodies of his adversaries through a unique technique, would mingle with their blood, coursing through their veins. This process would unleash unbearable and excruciating agony. Until the very end, it is the circulation of blood, coupled with the piercing thrust of a finely honed needle into the heart, that leads to demise. This needle, a manifestation of concentrated force, is intangible and insubstantial, eluding even the most advanced medical instruments. Chapter 37. Truly just ordinary friends. Officer, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. Had it not been for your intervention, my son and I would surely have suffered harm. After parting ways with that dubious agency, Su Baihe expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Gu Qing. Gu Qing's expression abruptly turned peculiar. With Su Yun's extraordinary abilities, even 100 individuals of the ilk of Sang Biao could not inflict harm upon him. Gu Qing glanced at Su Yun, who simply shook his head slightly. In that moment, she comprehended and smiled, saying, Uncle, please don't be so formal. This is merely what I ought to do. Furthermore, you needn't refer to me as officer anymore. I am friends with Su Yun, you can call me Gu Qing. By the way, where are you headed next? I can drive you there. She had long dreamed of apprenticing under Su Yun, and now that she had fortuitously encountered his father, she seized the opportunity to ingratiate herself and leave a favorable impression. However, Su Baihe remained oblivious to her intentions and was taken aback by her enthusiastic gestures. He glanced at Gu Qing and then at his son, as if he had come to a realization, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Then I shall trouble you. I need to stop by the market ahead to buy some vegetables, Su Baihe said with a cheerful demeanor. Once in the car, Gu Qing took the wheel while Su Yun and Su Baihe settled into the back seat. Su Baihe lowered his voice and whispered in Su Yun's ear, Son, you and this police officer are not merely ordinary friends, are you? Is she your romantic interest? Su Yun could only manage a wry smile. Dad, where are you going with this? There is nothing of the sort. Don't deny it. If you had no such relationship, would she be so warm and courteous? Su Baihe retorted with a knowing smirk. I must say, if you've snagged such a wonderful girl, you ought to be pleased. Su Yun could only sigh in resignation. This matter seemed impossible to clarify. Although their conversation was intentionally subdued, Gu Qing, still inside the vehicle, caught snippets of their dialogue, causing a faint blush to appear on her cheeks. Once Su Yun and his father were delivered to the market, she hastily took her leave. Xiao Qing, if you have no pressing matters, why not join us for dinner tonight? We are hosting a banquet at home, and some relatives are coming over, Su Baihe warmly invited. Su Yun could only feel exasperation. His father was becoming increasingly unpredictable. He was evidently intent on introducing Gu Qing as a prospective daughter-in-law to their relatives. Dad, Gu Qing and I are truly not in that kind of relationship, Su Yun reiterated, feeling the need to clarify once more. I understand. Just ordinary friends, right? But can't ordinary friends be invited to a meal at home? She went through the trouble of driving you here. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Su Baihe argued earnestly. Uncle, I genuinely have urgent matters to attend to at the station and must return. Gu Qing exclaimed, her cheeks aflame, before hastily driving away. Alas, it is my fault. It was indeed inappropriate to introduce the young lady to relatives and friends on her first visit, as it felt rather abrupt. Su Baihe smacked his thigh, lamenting his misjudgment. Su Yun rolled her eyes, having completely given up on further explanation. In the real estate agency. Shortly after Su Yun and her companions departed, A series of piercing screams erupted from within. Sang Biao, the overweight man, along with that gaudy female employee, all inexplicably writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. Their cries were harrowing, reminiscent of being vivisected. Even the typically composed Sang Biao contorted his face in pain, howling incessantly. The fat man and the female employee were in no better state, tears and snot streaming down their faces as they emitted the anguished wails of wounded beasts. Passers-by on the street were startled by the commotion. What on earth is happening in there? A curious crowd gathered, unable to resist the urge to peer in. Upon witnessing the scene inside, they gasped in horror. The trio was violently tearing at their own flesh, leaving themselves bloodied yet refusing to cease. It seemed as if venomous creatures were gnawing within their bodies. What madness has overtaken them? Someone gasped. It resembles the onset of rabies. Look at that fat man. He seems ready to bite. An elderly gentleman muttered, no doubt about it. This is identical to the rabid dog that went mad at Wang Maji's house 2 years ago. Nearby, a concerned bystander had already taken out their phone to call for help. Hello? Is this the emergency services? There are 3 individuals exhibiting rabies symptoms here. Please send someone immediately. Meanwhile, Su Yun accompanied Su Baihe on a stroll through the vegetable market, purchasing an abundance of produce to take home. Su Baihe resided in an old, modest community, a 2-bedroom apartment of over 80 square meters. While it was not cramped, it certainly lacked spaciousness. Upon returning home, Su Baihe couldn't help but reflect on the wedding house he had prepared for Su Yun, feeling somewhat dejected. He said, "Little Yun, the new house I arranged for you may no longer be feasible. Don't take it to heart. I'll visit the newly opened properties soon to find you another one." Upon hearing this, Su Yun forced a smile and replied, "Dad, please don't worry about such matters. I can manage the housing situation myself. Besides, Lingbei County is quite a small place. I plan to take you to Yunzhou to enjoy life there in the future." Su Baihe pondered her words in silence for a moment before finally nodding. "I'm just an old man over 50. It matters little where I am. Yet, you are right. Lingbei County may not be the ideal environment for young people like you, especially someone as outstanding as Xiaoqing. She certainly deserves better." Su Yun interjected, "Dad, could you refrain from always thinking about Guqing? We are genuinely just ordinary friends." She wearily defended herself. Understood, I won't mention it again." Su Baihe replied cheerfully, humming a tune as he headed to the kitchen to wash the vegetables. "Never mind. Think as you will," Su Yun sighed. Since this misunderstanding has brought joy to Su Baihe, he has no intention of further explanations. "By the way, Xiaoyan, you need not assist in the kitchen any longer. Why not take some time to enjoy yourself outside? While you're at it, please purchase some fine cigarettes and liquor. Your uncles are rather particular. Get some Zhonghua cigarettes, and perhaps a bottle of Maotai for the liquor." Su Baihe's voice echoed from the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. His relatives were not to his liking, each one more miserly than the last, yet adept at putting on airs. Moreover, seeing Su Baihe's honest demeanor, they would seize any opportunity to take advantage. "Very well, I shall head out to buy them," Su Yun replied. Chapter 38. Unworthy of my courtesy. After leaving his home, Su Yun suddenly furrowed his brows, as if sensing something. However, he maintained his composure and continued on his way. It was only after he had distanced himself from the neighborhood and turned into a secluded alley that he halted his steps. "Whoever has been stealthily following me may now reveal themselves," Su Yun admonished coldly. Not far from his doorstep, he had sensed 2 martial artists' auras lingering nearby. Due to their rigorous training, martial artists possessed robust physiques and vigorous life force, their presence entirely distinct from that of ordinary individuals. In Su Yun's heightened awareness, the essence of an ordinary person resembled a feeble candlelight, while that of a martial artist, if not deliberately suppressed, surged like a roaring furnace. "Haha, your ability to perceive our presence confirms you're indeed one of the martial artists. It seems we have not mistaken our target. You are certainly aware of the value of that Grandmaster's handwritten note." As the voice resonated, 2 figures emerged from the corner of the alley behind Su Yun. The foremost was an elderly man with graying hair, clad in traditional Tang attire, his meticulously groomed appearance exuding an air of authority. Following him was a young man, whose features bore a wildness reminiscent of a young tiger. They were none other than Lu Feiyong and his master, who had appeared at Wangxian building the previous evening. The Grandmaster's handwritten note. Su Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Feiyong stepped forward to explain, "To speak frankly, my master and I were also at Wangxian building last night. After you departed from Yi Ting's birthday banquet, I re-entered the banquet hall and, by chance, spotted the talisman you had gifted Yiting. Regrettably, that piece of paper was carelessly discarded by those fools, drenched in wine, rendering the writing illegible. Ruined? Su Yun was taken aback for a moment, then murmured. It seems she ultimately lacked the fortune for it. After speaking, he turned to Lu Feiyong and the elderly man, inquiring with a calm demeanor. What brings you here to seek me? The elderly man slightly cupped his hands and spoke in a resonant voice. I am Han Sihai. I apologize for the abruptness of my inquiry into your whereabouts. I must extend my sincerest apologies for this intrusion. Given the Lu family's influence in Yunzhou, it was indeed a simple matter for them to investigate someone's movements. Upon learning Su Yun's name and phone number from Yiting, LV Feiyong swiftly discovered that Su Yun had stayed at the Junshi Hotel. He then retrieved the identity information he had registered with the hotel and subsequently found out Su Yun's high-speed train schedule for today. With this information, he deduced that Su Yun had returned to his hometown in Lingbei and sought him out directly. This, after all, was somewhat impolite. Su Yun frowned slightly, his impatience evident as he said, If you have something to say, speak quickly. I have no time for your trivialities. At this remark, a flicker of anger flashed in Han Sihai's eyes. As a martial arts expert, he had nearly perfected his internal energy cultivation and was revered wherever he went. He had never been so belittled. Yet, considering the possibility of a master backing the young man, he suppressed his fury. To be frank, I have come today to seek an audience with the master who gifted you the handwritten note, Han Sihai stated solemnly. An audience with the master? A hint of amusement danced on Su Yun's face as he appraised Han Sihai, shaking his head. In your situation, seeking to meet him is futile. You might as well leave. Upon hearing this, Han Sihai's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that this young man would dare to repeatedly challenge his dignity. Even LV Feiyong could no longer contain himself. You are exceedingly audacious. My master is a distinguished martial artist of the 6th rank, having achieved the pinnacle of internal energy cultivation. Who gave you the audacity to humiliate him time and again? LV Feiyong bellowed, pointing at Su Yun. Do you dare to spar with me? A 6th rank martial artist stood at the very pinnacle beneath a master, and Han Sihai had reached the zenith of the 6th rank. Such a formidable figure was not to be disrespected. As a disciple, LV Feiyong felt compelled to defend his master's honor immediately. If his master refrained from confronting this youth due to the master's reputation, then he would take it upon himself. Taking a deep breath, LV Feiyong's muscles tensed, his body vibrating with energy, becoming as hard as iron. In that moment, he resembled a beast from the depths of the forest, exuding an aura of unparalleled danger. Han Sihai did not intervene. His disciple, having undergone years of rigorous training, was but a step away from mastering his internal energy. Observing LV Feiyong assume a fighting stance, preparing to strike, Su Yun shook his head and remarked, I advise you against making a move without having cultivated internal energy. You are no different from an ant in my eyes. Not just you, but even your master appears to me as merely a larger ant. Arrogant, LV Feiyong roared, erupting with fury, his body launching forward, hands clawing like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, aimed at Su Yun. This technique, honed through relentless practice in the southwestern forests, was lethal. Any ordinary beast caught in his grasp would find its neck easily crushed. Feiyong, remember to hold back. Han Sihai cautioned from behind, fearing that LV Feiyong, in his rage, might inadvertently kill the man. However, it seemed his concerns were unwarranted. As Lu Feiyong lunged towards Su Yun, he was abruptly halted by an invisible force, a barrier that rendered him incapable of advancing even a fraction further. What? A protective barrier of energy. Lu Feiyong was taken aback, nearly leaping in astonishment. Behind him, Han Sihai's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted in alarm. Stop. Feiyong. Retreat at once. He is the master. Though he was reluctant to accept that such a young boy could have attained the realm of a martial arts master, the reality before him left no room for disbelief. Upon hearing Han Sihai's warning, Lu Feiyong instinctively sought to withdraw, but found himself ensnared within the formidable aura emanating from Su Yun, rendering his body completely immobile. Earlier, you believed my disdain for your master was an affront. And now? I ask you again, does your master's martial arts 6th rank merit the respect I extend? Su Yun's voice rang out coldly. As he spoke, Su Yun released the suppression of his own energy. A torrent of vigorous vitality surged within him. If ordinary warriors resembled a blazing furnace at that moment, Su Yun embodied a scorching sun. Each syllable he uttered resonated like thunder, infused with an unmatched martial will that pierced Lu Feiyang's very soul. Lu Feiyang's complexion turned ashen, as though he were subjected to a divine interrogation of his spirit. He trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 39. Han Sihai's plea. I. Lu Feiyang's face was pale, his body quaking, yet he gritted his teeth and managed to remain standing. After enduring for several agonizing seconds, just as he was on the verge of succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, it suddenly dissipated entirely. He exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had been drained of all strength. However, his body began to emit a series of crackling sounds. His muscles involuntarily quivered, expelling a layer of black impurities from within. At that moment, he had completed a refinement of his physique, advancing his martial arts level once more. Not bad, Su Yun remarked, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Lu Feiyang, sensing a newfound surge of inner strength within, was both astonished and elated. He had unexpectedly crossed a critical threshold, consolidating his inner energy and becoming a martial artist of the 4th rank. Feiyang, what are you dawdling for? Why don't you express your gratitude to the esteemed master? It was his martial will that overwhelmed your spirit and assisted you in taking that crucial step, Han Sihai urged. Lu Feiyang immediately snapped back to reality. With a thud, he knelt down. Although he had previously resisted the urge to submit, he now willingly prostrated himself before Su Yun. Thank you, master, for granting me this opportunity. Lu Feiyang understood well that the transition from a 3rd rank to a 4th rank warrior involved a significant threshold. While it paled in comparison to the chasm between 6th and 7th ranks, achieving this step on his own could have taken him years, if not longer. Do not thank me. The credit lies with your own perseverance. Had you faltered earlier and allowed my martial will to shatter your spirit, it would have left an indelible mark on your soul, limiting your martial achievements for life, Su Yun stated calmly. Regardless of the circumstances, Feiyang's ability to transcend boundaries today is entirely due to your grace, esteemed sir. LV Feiyang respectfully bowed his head before rising to his feet. Han Sihai sighed softly, approaching with a complex expression. I am but an old fool, failing to recognize the master before my eyes. I deeply apologize for my earlier indiscretions. Han Sihai inclined his head reverently towards Su Yun. In the realm of martial arts, the accomplished are to be revered. Su Yun had indeed attained the master level, having advanced further along the path of cultivation. Thus Han Sihai's acknowledgement as senior was both sincere and warranted. Su Yun waved his hand and remarked, given your advanced age, referring to me as senior seems rather peculiar in the eyes of ordinary folk. It would be better to simply call me by my name. I dare not. Then I shall address you as Mr. Su, Han Sihai replied with a wry smile. As a practitioner of martial arts, he held the customs of the martial world in high regard. To directly address a master by name would ultimately be a breach of decorum. Mr. Su, I have come here unannounced with a rather inappropriate request. I hope you might be willing to grant it, Han Sihai said, his expression turning serious after a moment's hesitation. Su Yun regarded Han Sihai with a discerning gaze and replied in a measured tone. I see you have reached the pinnacle of inner strength, the 6th rank. You seek me out, I presume, to break through to the realm of the transformation master? Han Sihai's body trembled slightly, and he responded earnestly. Indeed. My own potential is limited, and I have reached the utmost limits of my martial cultivation. If I wish to ascend to the master level, I must seek life amid death, striving for a slender chance. I am prepared to boldly challenge a master warrior, hoping that the pressure of life and death will spur me to take that final step. Challenge a master? Su Yun regarded him intently and said, Are you aware that with your current capabilities, to challenge a master is akin to courting death? Are you truly willing to pay such a price? He understood that Han Sihai's notion of a challenge was not a mere exchange of techniques, but rather a life or death struggle. Only a master with lethal intent could thrust him into such a dire predicament, where life could only be sought through the specter of death. Success would mean breaking through to the master level, while failure would mean certain demise. However, in the present martial world, such self-destructive challenges are exceedingly rare. Hearing Su Yun's inquiry, Han Sihai nodded solemnly and affirmed, I am acutely aware of this. In my lifetime of martial practice, I have experienced the allure of the path ahead, yet I have never glimpsed the profundity of the master realm. To hear the way in the morning and die content in the evening, this is a price I am willing to pay. Han Sihai spoke with unwavering conviction, his tone imbued with an indomitable resolve. Su Yun sighed softly and shook his head, saying, "You have sought the wrong person. I am not the one you should approach." Han Si-hai was taken aback. "Mr. Su, what do you mean by this? If you wish to challenge a master, you should seek someone who has just entered the master realm. That would afford you a glimmer of opportunity. The disparity between you and me is too great. Should I make a move, you would not even have the chance to seek life amid death, and I would end your life instantly," Su Yun explained. At these words, Han Si-hai's pupils constricted sharply. "Mr. Su, could it be that you are an 8th rank master?" Han Si-hai asked, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. "No, I remain at the 7th refinement and the 7th rank in martial arts," Su Yun stated calmly, leaving an unfinished thought lingering in the air. Given his profound comprehension and mastery of martial arts, even at the 7th rank, he could vanquish other 8th rank masters. The disparity between him and Han Si-hai was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Despite being at the 7th rank, Han Si-hai still dared to challenge him. Requesting Su Yun's indulgence, he bowed respectfully, yet discontent simmered within him. Although his strength was vastly inferior to that of true masters, after decades of martial practice, he had achieved the pinnacle of the 6th rank. With years of experience in martial arts, he believed that even if a 7th rank master sought to slay him, it would not be an instantaneous defeat. He would at least have the right to fight for his life. How could he possibly lack even a fleeting chance of survival? "Very well, if you are unconvinced, then do not hesitate to test your mettle," Su Yun said, standing nonchalantly with his hands clasped behind his back, clearly not regarding Han Si-hai as a significant threat. "Then forgive my impertinence." Han Si-hai inhaled deeply, then stamped his foot with force. A torrent of ferocious energy erupted from him. His internal strength surged, muscles bulging as though he had inflated, propelling him forward in an instant towards Su Yun. His strike, the fierce tiger pouncing, was exponentially more forceful and swift than the earlier display by El Feiyong. A hum resonated as Su Yun's protective energy manifested, effectively blocking Han Si-hai's advance. Han Si-hai pressed on, and to the astonishment of onlookers, a faint crimson hue emanated from his claws, reminiscent of blood igniting within him. This blood-red energy concentrated at his fingertips, shooting forth like lethal arrows, tearing through Su Yun's protective barrier. "Interesting," Su Yun mused. Recognizing the amalgamation of inner strength and vital energy, forcibly projected outward. This method indeed allowed for a short burst of power. Yet such a drain on one's vitality could not be sustained indefinitely. With a swift motion, Su Yun crushed the blood arrows that approached him. Han Si-hai was acutely aware of the inherent flaws in his technique, as it was a desperate gamble. It was this very audacity that emboldened him to confront a master. Seeking life amidst peril. Chapter 40. The might of a single strike. With a ferocious roar, Han Si-hai's hands glowed crimson as potent blood energy swirled around his fingers. With a resounding crack, he forcibly tore through Su Yun's protective energy, delivering a powerful palm strike aimed directly at him. "I warned you that the gap between us is insurmountable. Even with desperation, it is futile. However, acknowledging your sincere heart towards martial arts, I shall allow you to witness what true supreme martial prowess entails." Su Yun sighed softly, forming a fist with one hand and thrusting it outward with tremendous force. His strike, seemingly slow yet rapid in essence, carried an unmatched momentum, akin to a tidal wave surging forth with unstoppable might. The moment Han Si-hai's palm made contact with Su Yun's fist, the blood energy enveloping him disintegrated under the overwhelming pressure. He was propelled backward, retreating several paces as the terrifying force of Su Yun's fist sent him flying. In that instant, Su Yun's fist rotated, descending like a divine seal poised to suppress. The earth trembled beneath the weight of their confrontation. Like a meteor descending from the heavens, it struck the earth with a resounding impact. The ground of the alley trembled, and the houses on either side echoed with the shattering of glass. Standing a short distance away, Liu Feiyong's face turned pale, his eyes fixated on the scene before him. In the area where Su Yun's punch had landed, the concrete floor had caved in, creating a large pit, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward from the center. It was a sight to behold. Liu Feiyong was no longer a novice in the martial arts realm. He had heard numerous accounts of the supreme might of masters from Han Si-hai. Yet, even so, he was astonished by the sheer magnitude of Su Yun's power. Not only him, but even his master Han Si-hai stood there, stunned into silence. Sweat beaded on Han Si-hai's forehead, and his face was devoid of color. If Su Yun had not first repelled him by over 10 paces, but instead struck him directly. He feared he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for your mercy," Han Sihai said, his face etched with bitterness as he approached Su Yun and bowed his head. "I have been narrow-minded and overestimating my abilities. In truth, with your capabilities, you are indeed a remarkable figure among those below the master level. Had you challenged other ordinary 7th-tier masters, you might have truly carved out a chance for survival." Su Yun regarded Han Sihai with interest, noting the latter's desperate technique that combined his vitality and internal energy, forcibly projecting it outward. Though it did not impress Su Yun, it was undoubtedly a stunning skill in the eyes of other martial artists. "Very well, let us conclude for today. I have matters to attend to." Su Yun waved his hand dismissively and departed. Han Sihai and Liu Feiyong remained, staring at the deep pit in silence for a long while. Eventually, Liu Feiyong could no longer contain his curiosity. "Master, just how formidable is Mr. Su's martial prowess?" With a wry smile, Han Sihai shook his head. "The depths of Mr. Su's strength are beyond my meager understanding." His previous strike appeared effortless, clearly indicating that he had not yet unleashed his full power. To gauge his limits, one would require the presence of an 8th-tier master. 8th tier? Liu Feiyong gasped, his body trembling in shock. Did Mr. Su not claim to be a 7th-tier martial artist? He was acutely aware that as one progresses in martial cultivation, the path becomes increasingly arduous, with each level representing a significant leap in capability. A 7th-tier master would be no match for even a handful of 8th-tier masters. Han Sihai sighed deeply, saying, "In the realm of martial arts, there will always emerge extraordinary prodigies who defy conventional understanding. Mr. Su's power cannot merely be assessed by his martial rank." Han Sihai had previously witnessed other 7th-tier masters in action, but upon comparing them to Su Yun, he realized the disparity was nothing short of staggering. Liu Feiyong's heart surged with tumultuous thoughts. In the past, he devoted himself to martial arts, harboring the ultimate aspiration of one day attaining the unparalleled prowess of his master. However, upon witnessing Su Yun's formidable might today, he realized how shallow and laughable his ambitions truly were. To claim invincibility without becoming a master? The realm of mastery. He pondered whether he would ever have the hope of reaching it in this lifetime. L.V. Feiyong clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervent determination. Han Sihai, sensing the overwhelming spirit of his disciple, chuckled softly without uttering a word. In his own youth, he too had been brimming with youthful vigor and the resolve to strive for mastery. Yet, regrettably, he had never managed to take that crucial step over the years. Feiyong, the path of martial arts requires unwavering faith and willpower. If you can maintain this ambitious drive and determination to become a master, then perhaps one day you shall attain that realm, Han Sihai encouraged, placing a hand on L.V. Feiyong's shoulder, holding high hopes for him. "Yes, master," L.V. Feiyong replied respectfully, then inquired, "Shall we return to Yunzhou next?" Han Sihai shook his head, saying, "Today, I overstepped my bounds and audaciously challenged a master. Mr. Su, however, chose to spare my life at the last moment. I cannot let his kindness go unacknowledged. Furthermore, Mr. Su previously assisted you in breaking through to the 4th tier of martial arts. Though it was a mere casual act on his part, it was a significant opportunity for you, one that you should not take for granted. In a moment, we shall formally express our gratitude together." Upon hearing this, L.V. Feiyong immediately bowed in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Yun had taken a stroll outside, purchased some tobacco and liquor, and returned home. By now, several guests had already gathered in the living room. His relatives were seated, enjoying fruits and seeds while engaging in lively discussion. The room was filled to capacity with his uncle Su Chengliang's family, his second uncle Su Maojuan's family, and his aunt Su Guifen's family. "Ah, Su Yun is back," his uncle Su Chengliang greeted with a beaming smile upon seeing him. In his 50s, Su Chengliang had a sharp, cunning visage that made him resemble a weasel that had just stolen a chicken when he smiled. "Su Yun, I hear you caused quite the stir in Yunzhou, scratching a luxury car worth millions. At your age, how can you still be so clumsy? You've put your father in a position where he has to sell his house and borrow money. You really are a source of worry." He began reprimanding Su Yun with the authority of an elder. Su Yun furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent. "What kind of expression is that, Su Yun? Are you not going to accept your uncle's words?" His aunt seized the opportunity to chime in when she saw Su Yun's silence. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Su Baiha quickly came out, smiling apologetically. "Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, it was merely a misunderstanding. Su Yun did not actually scratch the luxury car. The matter has been clarified. As the conversation unfolded, Su Baihe accepted the cigarettes and alcohol from Su Yun and promptly opened a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, distributing them among Su Chengliang, Su Maojun, and others. This incident was merely a misunderstanding, yet the next time might not be so forgiving. Auntie pursed her lips and continued her reproach. Su Yun, you are quite grown up now. Can't you grasp a little common sense? Other university students either work diligently during the summer or return home to lend a hand. Yet, you seem to have nothing better to do, idly wandering around, even taking trips to Yunzhou. Would this misunderstanding have arisen otherwise? The relatives nearby nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a shared sentiment. Auntie, growing more fervent in her admonitions, added, take my son Xiangyang, for instance, at his age. He was already capable of earning money to support the household. Upon hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes. The Xiangyang mentioned by Annie was her son. Su Xiangyang, whose academic performance was dismal, dropping out of high school to work instead. Yet, in Auntie's words, he transformed into an exemplary figure worthy of emulation. Goodness, that was ages ago. Why bring it up now? Su Xiangyang waved his hand, looking at Su Yun with a grin. Cousin, my mother is right. You're not a child anymore. You can't just stay at home living off others. Why not come work at the electronics factory where I'm employed this summer? Consider it a way to gain some experience. The salary is 1,500 a month. How does that sound? 1,500 a month? Su Yun's expression was a mix of amusement and disbelief. In his free time, he had overheard his father mention that the electronics processing plant where Su Xiangyang worked was located in the outskirts of Lingbei County, boasting a considerable size with commendable benefits. Even temp workers and interns typically earned above 2,500. The 1,500 wage proposed by Su Xiangyang clearly indicated he intended to pocket the difference for himself. What? Are you dissatisfied? Auntie interjected with a mocking tone. Su Yun, I'm telling you, Xiangyang is only extending this offer out of familial obligation. With your lack of work experience, no decent factory would consider hiring you. It's only because of Xiangyang's standing at the factory that he can arrange such a position for you. Don't be ungrateful. Thank you for your kind offer, cousin, but I must decline, Su Yun replied tersely, unwilling to prolong the conversation. This rejection caused the faces of Su Chengliang's family to sour. Su Yun, I understand you're a university student with lofty aspirations, but the value of a university degree has diminished significantly. Once you graduate, you may find it challenging to match your cousin Xiangyang's success. Su Chengliang spoke bluntly. At least Xiangyang holds a position as a team leader in the factory, overseeing dozens of people. And you? With such a lack of ambition, I foresee you becoming an unemployed drifter after graduation. Brother, that remark is rather excessive, Su Baihe interjected, feeling uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. He was quite pleased with his son, and hearing him disparaged stirred a sense of indignation within him. Third brother, you are no longer young. Why do you still react like a hot-headed youth, unable to accept sound advice? Su Chengliang's displeasure was evident. Yet, Su Baihe still wished to voice his thoughts. Beside her, second uncle Su Maojun attempted to mediate, saying, Third brother, perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much. Eldest brother's words may indeed hold some merit. Xiangyang possesses genuine capability. Allow Su Yun to accompany him into the factory and learn a thing or two. At that moment, Aunt Su Guifan interjected, Indeed, if Xiangyang lacked such competence, he couldn't possibly serve as a team leader managing dozens of individuals. Who knows? He might even ascend to the position of workshop director in the future. Your Su Yun, following closely behind, could also rise to prominence. The Su family members beamed with self-satisfaction upon hearing this. Su Baihe, being a man of integrity, felt disheartened but chose not to engage further in the dispute, despite a lingering discomfort. Su Yun, on the other hand, wore a grim expression, her anger bubbling beneath the surface. This was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded. In past New Year gatherings, these relatives had always delighted in elevating themselves while belittling others. Her father, with his gentle and honest nature, was invariably the one trampled upon. Yet, Su Baihe, valuing familial bonds, had silently endured this treatment each time. However, Su Yun was no Su Baihe. She had no intention of tolerating the whims of these so-called relatives any longer. Have you all said enough? She coldly surveyed the room before speaking with a firm voice. My future is not for others to dictate. Am I to rely on you to help me learn skills and elevate my status? Does Su Xiangyang possess the qualifications for that? The room fell into a stunned silence, a mixture of shock and anger washing over the gathered relatives. They had not anticipated Su Yun's audacity in confronting her elders. What do you mean by that? Do you dare to dismiss Su Xiangyang? He retorted, eyes wide with fury. What worth do you think you hold? Do you not have any self-awareness? How did you become a team leader at that electronics factory? Was it not through bribing the workshop director with 100,000 yuan that you were pushed into that position? Do you truly believe yourself to be exceptional? A look of disdain flickered in Su Yun's eyes. As her words resonated, Su Xiangyang exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Leaping up and pointing an accusing finger at her. You scoundrel! How dare you publicly slander me? Even if we are relatives, I will not let this go. Su Chengliang slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Su Baihe. Third brother, has your son lost his mind? Does he not respect us elders? If this continues, he'll become insufferable. Indeed. Su Baihe, listen to the nonsense your child is spewing. Had I known this would happen, I would never have lent you money. Kindness has brought no reward. Aunt was unrelenting as well. The second uncle's family and aunt's family joined in, insisting that Su Baihe discipline Su Yun and compel her to apologize to aunt. Su Yun scoffed repeatedly. Do you still have the audacity to mention borrowing money? Aunt, if my memory serves correctly, the 100,000 yuan you used to bribe the workshop director for Su Xiangyang's promotion was borrowed from my father, was it not? Years have passed, yet you have never mentioned repayment. The irony of the situation struck Su Yun profoundly. Years ago, when uncle and aunt came to borrow money, Su Baihe readily lent them 100,000 yuan without hesitation. However, after that, it seemed as though they had forgotten about it. Out of familial obligation, Su Baihe felt too embarrassed to bring it up. Yet, recently, when Su Yun was detained and Su Baihe approached them for assistance, uncle and his family were dismissive, eventually grudgingly lending a mere 6,000 yuan. Chapter 42. Turning hostile upon hearing Su Yun mention this incident, Su Chengliang erupted with fury, as if he had stepped on a painful spot. Su Baihe, I truly did not expect this. I thought you invited us here today to express your gratitude, but instead, you have come to settle old scores. And you had your son take the lead in this charade. How clever of you. Su Chengliang berated Su Baihe vehemently. No, elder brother. It is not as you perceive. Su Baihe quickly intervened, turning to Su Yun and scolding. You rascal, why bring this up? Apologize to your uncle and aunt at once. Not necessary. Aunt bit her lip in anger, hissing, what kind of act are you two putting on? Do you think we cannot see through it? Su Baihe, I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. Indeed, third brother, you have acted wrongly today. Second uncle Su Maojun chimed in with reproach. Su Yun frowned, gazing at Su Maojun, and replied coolly, second uncle, if you say that, it reminds me of 2 years ago when cousin Faping married. The bride price was short by 80,000, and it was my father who lent you that amount. Now, when my father seeks your help, you only lend 4,000. Upon hearing this, Su Maojun's expression darkened. Third brother, if you persist with this line of reasoning, it becomes rather unpleasant. Did I not say I would repay this money? 1,000 per year. I will ensure it is transferred to your account punctually. What more do you want? Su Maojun retorted angrily. Repaying 1,000 each year would take 80 years to settle the debt of 80,000. Yet, Su Maojun felt entirely justified in his stance. Third brother, can we refrain from constantly discussing money among relatives? Do you believe that familial bonds are less significant than mere currency? Aunt Su Guifan said somewhat sheepishly. She too had borrowed money from Su Baihe when her husband was involved in a car accident and the driver fled the scene. And Su Baihe had lent her 150,000 for immediate relief. Yet, when Su Baihe recently sought her assistance for Su Yun's predicament, she had concocted numerous excuses and ultimately begrudgingly lent a mere 900. Dealing with such shameless relatives is disheartening. You regard them as family, yet they perceive you as an easy target, taking advantage of your kindness time and again. Su Yun had decided he would not tolerate this any longer. Aunt, it was you who initiated the discussion about borrowing money, yet you blame my father. That seems rather inappropriate, Su Yun stated coldly. Bang! Upon hearing Su Yun direct his ire towards her, Aunt became furious, seizing the kettle from the table and smashing it to the ground, causing tea to splatter everywhere. You, born of a father but lacking a mother-esque guidance, do you not even know who your father consorted with to produce such a wretched offspring? Aunt raged, hands on her hips, resorting to crude invective. However, upon hearing this, Su Baihe seemed triggered, his eyes reddening as he shouted, enough. The memory of Su Yun's mother had always been a painful wound in Su Baihe's heart. growing up in a single-parent household. Su Baihe felt a deep sense of guilt regarding Su Yun's upbringing. When he overheard his aunt scolding him about this matter, he could no longer contain his anger. His aunt, taken aback by Su Baihe's outburst, was momentarily stunned. However, once she regained her composure, she began to wail loudly. "Chengliang, did you see that? This father and son are ganging up on me today." Su Chengliang's expression darkened as he solemnly declared, "Since our families cannot coexist peacefully, I propose we cease all interactions from now on. You need not repay the money I lent you. From this day forth, let us sever all ties and end our obligations." "Brother, are you truly going to do this?" Su Baihe stared incredulously at Su Chengliang. With a cold snort, Su Chengliang seemed dismissive of Su Baihe's distress. "Indeed, let us consider this matter settled. No one owes anyone anything." His aunt quickly chimed in, solidifying their arrangement. Implicitly, this indicated they were relinquishing Su Baihe's few thousand yuan, while simultaneously refusing to repay the 100,000 they had borrowed from him years ago. Upon hearing this, Su Maojun and his family rose abruptly. "Third brother, I am utterly disappointed in you. My family and that of the eldest brother share the same sentiment. Today, we shall end all ties. Everything from the past is forgotten, and no one owes anyone," Su Maojun asserted. "And I too, third brother, I cannot condone your family's actions any longer. Let it be so. Do not contact me again in the future," Su Guifan, the younger aunt, added defiantly. Su Baihe, witnessing his siblings still preoccupied with petty financial matters at this juncture, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Over the years, he had hoped that his tolerance and understanding would foster genuine connections, yet that had never materialized. "Very well, let it be as you wish," he said, gesturing for them to leave. The group stood ready to depart. "Third brother, before you go, allow me to offer you some advice. You should discipline your son more. If he continues down this path, he will either end up in prison or begging on the streets," Su Chengliang remarked ominously as he turned to leave. "Indeed, this is utterly unacceptable." Su Maojun and Su Guifan nodded in agreement, their ire directed at Su Yun for openly dredging up their past financial dealings. "Leave. Get out." Su Baihe, his vision darkening with rage, felt completely provoked. "If you and your son find yourselves struggling in the future, do not come seeking our help." Su Chengliang scoffed, preparing to exit. At that moment, a loud knock echoed from the door. "Is Mr. Su at home?" a voice inquired from outside. "Mr. Su?" Su Chengliang and the others nearly burst into laughter at this address. Who was this fool calling Su Baihe Mr. Su? It was preposterous. They speculated it must be a laborer hoping to accompany Su Baihe to a construction site. The aunt sneered, fully aware of the family's circumstances, which were all too clear to them. Although Su Baihe is merely a small contractor, his character is exceedingly honest and simple, often finding it difficult to collect the outstanding payments for projects while hesitating to delay the wages of the laborers beneath him. Throughout the year, he toils for a meager income, which is far less effortless than the labor of others. Su Chengliang casually opened the door, only to be taken aback by the scene outside. The narrow corridor was packed with a throng of people. At the center stood a man in his 50s, clad in luxurious attire and exuding an imposing presence, surrounded by a group of well-dressed individuals. A few among them appeared somewhat familiar. "Why, you're County Head Wang, aren't you?" Su Maojun suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a bald middle-aged man nearby. The others, upon hearing this, also recalled that the entourage surrounding the dignified man consisted of the county's leading officials. They had encountered these officials up close during a recent public engagement organized by the county, with County Head Wang's bald head being particularly memorable. However, upon recalling their identities, a tumult of astonishment surged within them. Who was the man at the center that commanded the presence of such county leaders? It seemed he was here to see Su Baihe. Chapter 43. The Gratitude of Qin Shofu. "May I inquire if Mr. Su Yun is at home?" The imposing man, observing Su Chengliang and the others standing in stunned silence at the door, had to ask again. "Here to see Su Yun." Su Chengliang and the others were once again taken aback, perplexed. Why would such prominent figures seek out a mere youth like Su Yun? Yet, under the scrutiny of so many county leaders, they lacked the audacity to inquire further and could only step aside obediently. However, they did not leave. Instead, they lingered at the entrance, eager to hear the purpose of the visitors. "Who are you?" In the living room, Su Yun was clearing away shattered water jugs and fruit debris when he noticed the large crowd entering, causing him to frown. He did not recognize a single one of them. "This is Mr. Chen Zhongpeng, the wealthiest man in Yanchuan City," County Head Wang declared gravely. No sooner had he spoken than several gasps erupted. The wealthiest man in Yanchuan, Su Qingliang, and the others stood at the door, utterly dumbfounded, scarcely believing their ears. They had certainly heard of Chen Zhongping's illustrious name. As the richest man in the city with countless enterprises under his name, he ranked among the wealthiest in the entire Tiannan province. Moreover, Chen Zhongping's numerous ventures were rooted in Yanchuan, making significant contributions to the city's economic development, rendering him a frequent guest among city leaders. It was no wonder that the county's officials were eager to accompany such a person to a small county like Lingbei. Yet, why would such a prominent figure seek out Su Yun? Could there possibly be a mix-up? Although Lingbei was not large, there should still be a few individuals with the same name. Su Qingliang could not help but voice his concern. However, no one paid him any heed. Upon encountering Su Yun, Chen Zhongping was instantly filled with excitement, eagerly approaching him to grasp his hand and express his profound gratitude. Although Mao Rong and others had pledged to keep Su Yun's actions confidential, this was only applicable to the public. It was certainly impossible to conceal such matters from an individual of Chen Zhongping's stature. It was merely a small effort. There is no need for you to come all this way to thank me, Su Yun remarked casually. To you, Mr. Su, it may be a trifling act. Yet for the Chen family, it is a debt of gratitude that cannot be measured. Regardless, I, Chen Zhongping, must convey my appreciation in some manner. As he spoke, Chen Zhongping clapped his hands, prompting his secretary, who had been accompanying him, to step forward. Xiaozhong, what enterprises does our Chun group possess in Lingbei County? Chen Zhongping inquired. Secretary Xiaozhong pondered momentarily before responding. Lingbei County is rather remote, and we do not have many ventures here. There is a Huaxing electronics processing factory in the suburbs, and in the county center, a department store is currently under construction, though it has yet to be completed. In the southern district of the county, there is a cinema as well as a wholesale clothing market. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhongping nodded and declared, shortly, you will need to amend the business registration documents to transfer ownership of the Huaxing electronics processing factory to Mr. Su. At this proclamation, the assembly was taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Even the county leaders who had accompanied him gasped in disbelief. The Huaxing electronics factory was regarded as a star enterprise within the county, boasting over 3,000 employees and generating an annual output value in the hundreds of millions, with profits reaching tens of millions. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhongping had decided to bestow this valuable asset upon Su Yun. This act transcended mere wealth. Even the bald county mayor could not hide a hint of envy in his eyes. At the entrance, Su Xiangyang's complexion turned an ashen hue. Wasn't this the very electronics factory where he was currently employed? Not long ago, he had boasted before Su Yun and his father about his position as a team leader in one of the factory's workshops, even adopting a condescending demeanor as he offered Su Yun a position there. Yet now, the entire factory belonged to Su Yun. His aunt, uncles, and younger relatives alike were left with tear-filled eyes. What was the rationale behind this? At that moment, Su Baihe was equally bewildered. Xiao Yun, what on earth is happening? He could not help but ask Su Yun. Oh, it is nothing much. On my way back today, I assisted the police in rescuing a child from human traffickers, and it just so happened that the child belonged to Mr. Chen's family, Su Yun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Su Baihe's confusion dissipated as he began to understand Chen Zhongping's perspective. To parents, their children are invaluable. However, the gratitude expressed by Chen Zhongping felt excessively lavish. Meanwhile, Su Qingliang and the others were on the verge of being consumed by jealousy. To them, Su Yun's assistance appeared trivial, merely alerting the authorities to the presence of traffickers. The notion that such a minor act could warrant an enormous electronics factory was beyond comprehension. This is unacceptable. I cannot agree, Su Qingliang shouted, prompting a momentary silence in the room, followed by a sense of perplexity among the others. The affluent Chun intends to gift the factory to Su Yun. What concern is that of yours? Do you require permission to express your opinion? Su Qingliang, realizing his reaction was somewhat excessive, cleared his throat and approached Chen Zhongping with a semblance of confidence. Mr. Chen, your previous decision seems rather hasty. Perhaps you should reconsider. The Su family cannot possibly bear such a lavish gift. Should they accept it, it would undoubtedly bring misfortune upon them, he implored earnestly. Indeed, what merits do Su Yun and his father possess to warrant taking over your factory? If you were to allow them to assume control, it wouldn't be long before they would bring the flourishing establishment to ruin, added Aunt, unable to contain her urgency. They had recently severed ties with Su Yun and his father and were certainly unwilling to witness their ascent to prosperity. Furthermore, her son was currently a group leader in the factory. What repercussions might there be if Su Yun became the owner? Such a scenario was utterly intolerable. Mr. Su, these individuals are merely unrelated bystanders, Chen Zhongping remarked, his expression one of confusion as he glanced at Su Yun. After all, Su Chengliang and others had just departed from Su Yun's residence, leaving him uncertain about their connection to the Su family. They are of no concern to us now. Su Yun replied with an air of indifference. Oh, I see. Chen Zhongping nodded in understanding, dismissing the Su family without further engagement. Secretary Xiao Zhang swiftly intervened, obstructing Su Chengliang and his wife. What nonsense is this? Mr. Chen's decision to bestow his enterprise should not be subjected to the opinions of such irrelevant parties. Mr. Chen, you must think this through, Su Xianyang exclaimed in a panic, raising his voice. I am Su Xianyang, the group leader of the 5th team in the 3rd workshop of Huaxing Electronics. Even if you disregard other considerations, you must think of the over 3,000 workers in the factory. The Su family lacks the capability. If you hand over the factory to them and it collapses, what will become of the other workers? Chen Zhongping scoffed dismissively, shaking his head. You needn't concern yourselves with such matters. I will appoint specific individuals to oversee the factory's daily management for Mr. Su. He need only focus on collecting the annual profits. The implication was clear. He intended to funnel tens of millions into Su Yun's hands each year through this factory. Upon hearing this, Su Chengliang and his family nearly choked on their shock. Moreover, regarding the future of Huaxing Electronics, you need not worry any longer, for as of today, you are no longer an employee of the electronics factory, Chen Zhongping added nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Su Xianyang felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, nearly causing him to faint. Chapter 44. Another gift arrives at this moment. The second uncle Su Maojun and his family, along with the younger aunt Su Guifan and her family, were consumed with regret. Had they known, they would have refrained from severing ties with the 3rd branch over a trivial amount of money. If they had maintained a semblance of familial relations, they could have benefited from the 3rd branch's newfound success. Now, however, there was no room for reconciliation. Having spoken too harshly, even their thick skins could not withstand the embarrassment of having to apologize to Su Baihe on the spot. In an instant, the atmosphere within the venue turned somewhat silent and awkward. Mr. Su, let us settle this matter then. I hope you will not decline. Furthermore, this business card bears my personal number. Should you encounter any troubles in Yangchuan, do not hesitate to reach out to me. As long as I am able to assist, I shall never refuse. At this moment, Chen Zhongping produced another business card and handed it to Su Yun. Witnessing this scene, the county leaders accompanying them had their eyes light up, filled with envy. They were acutely aware of the immense influence Chen Zhongping wielded in Yangchuan. Not only did he command respect in the business world, but he also maintained amicable relations with several high-ranking officials from the municipal committee. The fact that he offered his personal number to Su Yun, coupled with such a promise, meant that Su Yun could navigate Yangchuan with ease. Truly, what a fortunate young man. County Chief Wang rubbed his bald head, reflecting deeply. The others shared similar sentiments, believing that Su Yun must have accumulated 3 lifetimes' worth of virtue to encounter such remarkable fortune. Chen Zhongping, observing the expressions of those around him, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. A group of short-sighted individuals mistaking pearls for mere stones. If Su Yun had merely assisted him in trivial matters, he would have sent his secretary to convey a generous sum of gratitude. Why would he tire himself, personally journeying to a small county like Lingbei to express thanks? His visit was not solely for gratitude. It was primarily due to the esteem he held for Su Yun's capabilities. A lone individual who could handle a notorious criminal that even a dozen armed policemen could not subdue. Such a remarkable talent was worth cultivating a relationship with. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, it would be beneficial to have an ally like him. Father, please keep this business card, Su Yun said, accepting Chen Zhongping's goodwill and handing the card to Su Baihe. He himself certainly did not require Chen Zhongping's assistance with any troubles. However, his father, at times when he was not present, might find it advantageous to have Chen Zhongping manage any potential issues. Is Mr. Su at home? At that moment, footsteps echoed from the hallway as another group approached. It turned out to be Han Sihai and his apprentice, El Feiyang. Mr. Su? Could it be they're here to find Su Yun again? Su Qingliang and the others flinched at the mention of this name. Han Sihai? Upon hearing the voice, Su Yun raised an eyebrow and said, "Come in." Upon entering, Han Sihai and El Feiyang paid no heed to the others in the room and simultaneously bowed to Su Yun, respectfully declaring, "Mr. Su." The gravity of their gesture left onlookers astonished. "Ah, you seem somewhat familiar. What is your relation to Mr. El Yanghong of the El Group?" Chen Zhongping suddenly exclaimed upon seeing El Feiyang. "You know my father?" El Feiyang replied, equally surprised. "So you are the son of the El family. No wonder you bear such a striking resemblance to Mr. El Yanghong." Chen Zhongping remarked with a hint of nostalgia. 3 years ago, I was invited to Yunzhou for the Provincial Outstanding Entrepreneurs Recognition event, where I had a brief encounter with Mr. El Yanghong, who offered me some valuable business insights. The others, including the bald-headed county chief Wang, listened intently, filled with respect. El Yanghong, the head of the El Group, is a prominent figure in the provincial catering industry, which has expanded its influence across surrounding provinces, subtly revealing its ambition to dominate half of the domestic catering market. Although Chen Zhongping is the wealthiest individual in Yanchuan, he pales in comparison to the colossal El Group. To everyone's surprise, the young master of the El Group sought out Su Yun, approaching with the respectful demeanor of a junior paying homage to an elder. El Feiyang merely nodded in acknowledgement, his passion lying in martial arts rather than the commercial world, showing little interest in cultivating a relationship with Chen Zhongping. "What brings you here?" Su Yun inquired, directing his gaze towards Han Sihai and his apprentice. Han Sihai promptly responded, "I apologize for my earlier intrusion, Mr. Su, and have come to express my contrition. Additionally, my disciple seeks your assistance to leap over the Dragon Gate, and also wishes to extend his gratitude." As he spoke, Han Sihai produced a small, elegant gift box from his person and presented it reverently to Su Yun, saying, "This is a token of my appreciation, and I sincerely hope you will accept it." Upon opening the box, Su Yun discovered a seemingly unremarkable piece of dark wood, emanating a faint, elusive fragrance. Su Baihe initially felt uneasy about his son accepting gifts so casually and was about to voice his concerns. But upon realizing it was merely a small piece of wood, he refrained from speaking further. In his view, it was just a trivial item of little value. Insisting on returning it might come off as disrespectful. The others, including County Chief Wang, stifled their amusement at the peculiar gift of wood. However, upon seeing the wood, Chen Zhongping's pupils constricted, and he leaned in closer to take a whiff. "This is soul-nurturing wood," he exclaimed, his expression shifting between apprehension and intrigue. "Oh, I did not expect you to possess such discernment." Recognizing the soul-nurturing wood, Han Sihai remarked, surprised by Chen Zhongping's knowledge. He had assumed that only Su Yun, the master, would be able to identify such a rarity, not anticipating that a mundane businessman like Chen Zhongping would also be aware of it. A faint smile crossed Chen Zhongping's face as he retrieved a pendant from within his clothing. While others wore jade, he donned a small, dark wooden token, identical in texture to the piece Han Sihai had presented. The soul-nurturing wood is renowned for its remarkable ability to nurture the spirit. Long-term wear and inhalation of its fragrant aroma not only invigorate the user, but also slow the aging process. However, this extraordinary wood is exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced, costing tens of thousands per gram. The small piece he possessed, no larger than an infant's hand, had set him back a staggering 5 million. A fortunate encounter allowing him the opportunity to acquire it. The segment Han Sihai offered was more than 10 times larger than his own piece. "Sir, you certainly possess a grand sense of generosity," Chen Zhongping couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "I am a practitioner of martial arts, and thus do not place much value on wealth or material possessions. This merely represents a token of my heartfelt appreciation," Han Sihai replied with a calm demeanor. In the realm of martial arts, one who has reached such a pinnacle as he no longer regards ordinary mortals with any significance. Even someone like Chen Zhongping, a billionaire, appears to him merely as a pawn within his dominion of life and death. "Is this piece of wood truly so valuable?" Su Baihe inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. Glancing at Han Sihai, Chen Zhongping sighed deeply. "This segment of wood is worth at least 50 million, and more importantly, it is priceless due to its rarity. Mr. Su would be wise to refrain from making a sale. However, should you insist, I am prepared to offer 100 million to acquire it." Upon hearing this, Su Baihe nearly collapsed in shock. Even County Head Wang and the other officials around him were left breathless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Where do such affluent individuals emerge from to offer a gift worth tens of millions, even a billion? They pondered how, even in their wildest dreams, they could not amass such wealth through corruption. The likes of Su Chungliang and others were consumed by envy, their hearts filled with murderous intent. Chapter 45. A generous gesture. The crowd's gaze was riveted upon the miraculous wood, their eyes nearly sparkling with astonishment. No one anticipated that such a humble piece of timber could command such a staggering price. Under different circumstances, had anyone else made such a claim, it would have been met with skepticism. However, given that it was Chen Zhongping who spoke, there could be no doubt. You are indeed thoughtful, Su Yin acknowledged, carefully placing the box containing the miraculous wood away. If Han Sihai had presented a valuable antique or artwork, Su Yin would have dismissed it. But this miraculous wood was different. While it held little value for him personally, it possessed the remarkable ability to nourish the spirit and slow the aging process for an ordinary person like Su Baihe. Nearby, Su Baihe's eyes bulged in disbelief. How could his son so casually accept such an extravagant gift? This was utterly frivolous. He resolved to persuade his son to return the gift. Yet, as he contemplated this, El Feiyong stepped forward, producing an envelope from his pocket and placing it on the table. Mr. Su, I am but a mere mortal, unable to present treasures of the caliber of my master. Inside this envelope are the transfer agreements for several restaurants owned by the El family in Yangchuan City. As a token of my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhongping's face twitched. As a commercial titan in Yangchuan City, his Chen group had extensively invested across various sectors. Yet the culinary realm eluded him. The El family had transformed the restaurant industry in Tiannan province into a colossal enterprise. While one might manage a few small establishments, to establish a significant presence would inevitably invite the formidable competition of the El group. To his astonishment, El Feiyong was transferring the El family's restaurants in Yangchuan City to Su Yun. County Head Wang, with a look of incredulity, interjected, "Young Master El, are you referring to the prestigious Shangping chain of restaurants?" The El group boasted numerous restaurant brands, but the Shangping chain, renowned for its fresh seafood, was particularly famous in Yangchuan City, with even the small county of Lingbei hosting 2 locations. Wang and the other officials had frequented them often. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyong curled his lips in disdain and remarked, "The chain restaurants of the Shangping series in Yangchuan are rather mediocre, catering primarily to the masses with their mid-range offerings. How could I possibly present such establishments? I merely transferred our family's lakeside restaurant on the banks of Yangchuan Lake, the Cloud Top restaurant located on the 88th floor of the Crown Tower, and the Lingyun restaurant at Zaishan to Mr. Su." At this revelation, even Chen Zhongping, known for his composure, exhibited a drastic change in expression. His secretary, Xiao Zhang, was so taken aback that he jumped in astonishment. Yangchuan Lake is the only scenic lake in Yangchuan City where the construction of any buildings was originally prohibited. It was through the Lu family's influential connections that a lakeside restaurant was erected in close proximity to the water. The Lu family invested hundreds of millions to acquire that small parcel of land. The Crown Tower, being the tallest building in Yangchuan City, houses the Cloud Top restaurant on its highest floor, offering expansive views through its floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing diners to gaze down upon the entirety of Yangchuan City. Dining here is truly a singular experience. The Lingyun restaurant at Zaishan is even more remarkable, perched precariously on a cliff, providing a breathtaking vista of the surrounding mountains. It can be said that these 3 restaurants epitomize the pinnacle of dining in Yangchuan, serving as the preferred venues for the city's affluent elite and influential figures. They symbolize not merely dining establishments, but rather as gathering places for the upper echelons of society. Young Master Lu, such jesting is inappropriate. Chen Zhongping could not help but express. Jesting? Before Mr. Su, I wouldn't dare jest about such matters, even with 100-fold courage, Lu Feiyong asserted solemnly. Though he may not rival his elder brother, who is destined to inherit the entire Lu family enterprise, he remains one of the 2 legitimate heirs of the Lu lineage, possessing authority over several of the city's top restaurants. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhongping's lips twitched. He glanced once more at Su Yun, feeling a wave of emotion. He had initially believed he had shown sufficient regard for Su Yun, considering the gift of an electronics factory to be a significant gesture. Yet, in comparison to the Lu family's standing, it appeared somewhat petty. "Third brother, congratulations. Your family has truly soared to great heights. Do not forget your blood relatives." At that moment, their second uncle, Su Maojun, could no longer contain himself. In such circumstances, what does it matter about pride? It is more prudent to mend relations with the third family's household. Indeed, third brother, we had a slight misunderstanding earlier, and I hope you will not take it to heart. After all, I am your dear sister, You wouldn't truly be upset with me, would you? Aunt Su Guafin spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Even Uncle Su Chungliang's family squeezed into the room, grinning broadly. Third brother, we were indeed a bit impulsive before, and I must apologize. I hope you will not hold it against the elder brother, Su Chungliang said with a smiling face. Aunt Liang was even more cheerful, saying, Third brother, you all are of the same blood. There are no misunderstandings that cannot be resolved. Let us put the past grievances behind us. Su Baihe gazed at the shameless faces of his relatives and felt a chill run through his heart. Not long ago, these individuals vociferously proclaimed their desire to sever all ties with their own kin. They even cursed Su Yun, predicting he would face imprisonment and resort to begging on the streets, leaving harsh words that he and his son would not survive, urging them not to seek their aid in the future. Yet, in an instant, upon discovering their own prosperity, they swiftly donned a new faade. Although Su Baihe was of a gentle disposition, he was not oblivious. He understood well that such relatives were akin to ungrateful wolves, and should misfortune befall them again, they would undoubtedly revert to their original demeanor, reveling in his downfall. Did you not declare that from today forth, all ties are severed, and no one owes anyone anything? How swiftly you contradict yourselves, Su Yun remarked with a note of sarcasm. However, at that moment, Su Chungliang and the others were indifferent to such remarks. Cousin, that was merely a moment of anger. Such words should not be taken to heart. After all, we are family, and there are no grudges that last overnight. Cousin, you must arrange something for me at the Huaxing Electronics Factory. I can easily take on the role of workshop supervisor and assist you in overseeing operations. After all, family is more reassuring, Su Xiangyang said with a cheerful demeanor. Get lost, Su Yun retorted, unwilling to engage further. His voice infused with the spiritual might of his martial will. To Su Chungliang and the others, it sounded like thunder crashing in their ears, overwhelming them with fear as they fled, their faces pale and alarmed. Su Baihe did not reproach Su Yun for his rudeness. He merely shook his head with a bitter smile. I sincerely apologize for the spectacle of such relatives turning against each other, he addressed the crowd. Everyone exchanged awkward smiles. No, every family has its peculiar relatives. My brother-in-law, with only a high school education, constantly requests that I secure him a position in the county government, remarked County Head Bald Wong, offering some comfort. Chapter 46. The Master's bloodletter following the earlier debacle involving the Su family's relatives. No one wished to linger further, lest they exacerbate Su Baihe's discomfort. Chen Zhongping was the first to bid farewell, accompanied by several county leaders. Mr. Su, I must take my leave along with Fei Yang, Han Sihai said, preparing to depart with Lu Feiyang. Wait, Su Yun called out. Then returned the envelope containing the restaurant transfer agreement to Lu Feiyang, stating, I have previously expressed that I did not intentionally assist you, and there is no need for thanks. Moreover, with your martial aptitude and perseverance, even if you train diligently on your own, within 2 or 3 years, you will naturally attain inner strength and become a 4th-grade warrior. There is no need for such lavish gratitude. Mr. Su, this is but a token of my appreciation. Lu Feiyang replied earnestly, gazing at Su Yun. Take it back, Su Yun insisted, thrusting the envelope into Lu Feiyang's arms. A flicker of bitterness and regret crossed Lu Feiyang's face. He was not truly overwhelmed with wealth to the extent of offering such a grand gift as gratitude. Rather, he sought to forge a connection with the esteemed Master Su Yun, hoping to cultivate goodwill for his family. If Su Yun were to accept this generous gesture, perhaps in times of trouble, he would be inclined to extend assistance in light of their budding rapport. However, Su Yun resolutely declined, clearly wishing to avoid any deeper entanglement with the Lu family. Nearby, Su Baihe, witnessing Su Yun's rejection of Lu Feiyang's generous gift, breathed a sigh of relief. And this gentleman, your precious piece of wood is far too valuable. Please take it back. Su Baihe intended to return the miraculous wood to Han Sihai, as it was worth several tens of millions. If he were to accept it, he would lose his peace of mind even in sleep. Su Yun chuckled helplessly, advising, Father, this item is beneficial for your health. You should accept it. Su Baihe glared, retorting, You rascal, this is a treasure worth millions. How can you shamelessly accept it? Su Yun replied with exasperation, I won't accept it without reciprocation. I will soon present him with a return gift. Before Su Baihe could respond, Han Sihai shook his head repeatedly. Mr. Su, you jest. I came here to apologize. It would be inappropriate to leave with gifts. Han Sihai waved his hand. What I give you, you should accept. I dislike being indebted to others, Su Yun insisted. At this juncture, Han Sihai found himself unable to refuse any longer. Please wait a moment, Su Yun said, and he walked directly back to his room. This child, Su Baihe mumbled, feeling that his son was somewhat reckless. Both Han Sihai and Lu Feiyang were esteemed individuals far removed from the everyday lives of common folk. How could they be treated so casually? He had no choice but to entertain the two men in the living room. Han Sihai and Lu Feiyang exchanged glances, both internally sighing, as they realized that Su Baihe had no clear understanding of his son's situation. Meanwhile, Su Yun returned to his bedroom, intending to compose a handwritten note as a return gift for Han Sihai. Searching through his desk, he discovered that the household lacked paper and writing instruments. Having spent 2 years in college, returning home during breaks only to engage with his phone, he had not prepared such items. Scanning the room, he spotted a calendar hanging on the wall and decided to use it as a substitute. He tore off a page and laid the blank side on the table. Han Sihai, recognizing your sincere heart for martial arts and your unwavering belief in seeking the truth even unto death, I shall grant you a portion of fortune today. Su Yun sighed softly, using his fingernail to make a small incision on the tip of his index finger, letting crimson blood seep forth. Su Yun remained impassive, extending his finger into the void, holding his breath and concentrating. For a full quarter of an hour, his spirit reached its zenith, and with a sudden motion, the bloodied fingertip descended. Using his finger in place of a brush, with his own blood as ink, he made the first stroke. As soon as the mark was made, the surrounding vital energy surged violently. In the living room, Su Baihe, an ordinary man, felt nothing amiss. However, Han Sihai and Lu Feiyang's expressions transformed drastically. They sensed that within the bedroom, Su Yun's martial will was emanating like a terrifying spiritual tempest, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. This state persisted for a full 3 minutes before it finally subsided. The young man has been inside for quite some time. I wonder what he is up to. Su Baihe, noticing the unnatural expressions on Han Sihai and L Feiyang's faces, assumed they were growing impatient and decided to urge Su Yun to hurry. However, just as he rose, Su Yun emerged from the bedroom. Take this, Su Yun said, extending a meticulously folded piece of paper to Han Sihai. Su Baihe's eyes twitched in disbelief. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike Su Yun on the back of the head. Was that paper torn from a calendar? The dates and months were clearly visible. Was he truly so thoughtless as to present a mere calendar page as a gift? Just as Su Baihe was about to voice his thoughts about Su Yun's jest, Han Sihai, trembling, reached out his hands as if receiving a sacred relic. Accepting the calendar paper. Moments earlier, when Su Yun's martial will emanated from the bedroom, Han Sihai had already surmised Su Yun's intentions. A master's handwritten calligraphy, worth countless fortunes. Now, as Su Yun offered him the paper, his certainty grew. Thank you, Mr. Su, for this precious inscription, Han Sihai exclaimed, unfolding the folded calendar paper in his hands. To his astonishment, for vivid crimson characters materialized, a master is to be expected. The moment he laid eyes on these words, Han Sihai's pupils dilated, and his face flushed with excitement. Mr. Su, what is this? He stammered in disbelief. He had never imagined that Su Yun's handwriting not only encapsulated his spirit and martial will, but was also inscribed with the very blood of a master. Utilizing his own master's blood as ink intensified the martial will, locking the divine essence within the characters. The potency of these 4 bloodied words far surpassed the earlier inscription, invulnerable to all evils, given to Yi Ting, brimming with a more profound martial essence. One could scarcely fathom the value. If a single character could command millions, then a single word could easily reach billions, with countless martial artists clamoring for it. From this day forth, you shall disperse your spirit daily, attuning yourself to the martial will within my words, engaging in relentless refinement. When you can withstand it completely, you shall cross the threshold into mastery, Su Yun remarked with a serene demeanor. The blood-written inscription held incredible significance for martial artists seeking to hone their martial will, especially for someone like Han Sihai, a pinnacle 6th-grade martial artist who stood just a veil away from the master realm, coupled with his unwavering resolve to break through. Receiving this 4-character inscription greatly enhanced his prospects of advancing to masterhood. Mr. Su, your immense kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. Please allow me to bow in gratitude, Han Sihai declared, overwhelmed with emotion, preparing to prostrate himself on the ground. Su Yun raised a hand, an unseen force emanating from him, preventing Han Sihai from bowing. There is no need for further words. in pursuit of mastery. Your willingness to risk your life in search of survival in these tumultuous times is indeed rare. Meeting me is a fortuitous encounter. Had it been anyone else, even the most extravagant gift would not have warranted the offering of a master's blood inscription. Not even an ordinary handwritten piece would be bestowed. However, Han Sihai's pure devotion to martial arts, demonstrated through his willingness to seek enlightenment through death, earned Su Yun's admiration. Furthermore, the gift of the nourishing spirit tree he presented resonated deeply with Su Yun's own desires, thus granting him this fortunate opportunity. Chapter 47. The companionship of two beauties. Han Sihai and LV Feiyong subsequently took their leave. In the house, only Su Baihe and Su Yun remained, father and son. Su Baihe gazed at Su Yun with a complex expression, hesitating to voice his thoughts. He was no fool. The series of events that had just unfolded made him acutely aware of his son's extraordinary nature. Father, if you have questions, feel free to ask, Su Yun sighed. Having initially hoped to reveal certain truths to Su Baihe gradually, at a more opportune moment. However, given the developments of the day, there was no longer any need for concealment. Xiao Yun, why did Mr. Han Sihai and the young master of the LV family bestow such lavish gifts upon you? They mentioned something about martial arts earlier. Su Baihe could not help but inquire. Su Yun nodded and replied, indeed. Both Han Sihai and LV Feiyong are figures within the martial arts realm. Their reverence for me and the gifts they offered stem from my status as a martial arts master. A martial arts master? Su Baihe's lips quivered slightly. Disbelief etched across his face. He had often seen various martial experts flying through the air on television, yet his son. Father, I have not shared this with you before, but when I was young, I was taught martial arts by an extraordinary individual. However, I was instructed to keep this a secret until I reached the level of a master, which is why I had not disclosed it to you. Recently, I have attained that level, Su Yun explained with a smile. The matter of reincarnation was too peculiar, so he could only concoct such a narrative. As he spoke, he gently struck the nearby wall. Boom! The wall trembled, revealing a deep, five-fingered handprint, the material of the bricks within disintegrating into dust. Su Baihe's eyes widened in astonishment. This. His lips trembled, scarcely able to believe the spectacle before him. Incredible. Father, there's no need for you to be overly shocked. What I have demonstrated is merely a fraction of what exists. This world harbors another realm that you ordinary people cannot even begin to comprehend, Su Yun remarked nonchalantly. To him, being a martial arts master still placed him among mere mortals, as he had yet to reach the innate realm. Only by breaking through the ninth layer of body refinement and condensing an innate spiritual body could one transcend the limitations of physical existence. Of course, there was no need to delve into such profound matters with Su Baihe. Then, regarding Chen Shoufu from Yanchuan City, he came to express his gratitude, Su Baihe pondered. Although Chen Zhongping was not part of the martial arts community, his son had found himself in peril, and it just so happened that Su Yun had been there to save him. So, the electronics factory he gifted you, you may accept it without concern. Su Yun replied calmly, when it comes down to it, Chen Zhongping actually benefited from this situation. Had I not been present, it would have been nearly impossible for him to enlist another master to rescue his son. Even if he could, the cost would be unimaginably high. A mere electronics factory would hardly entice a master-level expert. As the father and son engaged in conversation, Su Yun's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Qi Qinglan's voice on the other end. Mr. Yun, I have gathered some century-old spiritual herbs. When can you come to help me refine a spiritual elixir for my grandfather? Oh, how many have you collected? Su Yun inquired. 13 century-old herbs, including an old ginseng over 400 years old, Qi Qinglan replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. He realized he had underestimated the Qi family's resources. Within a mere 3 days, Qi Qinglan had managed to procure such a substantial quantity of century-old herbs. This was indeed a delightful surprise. With these herbs, he could soon break through in his physical cultivation. I'm not in Yunzhou at the moment, but I will return tomorrow, Su Yun responded. After hanging up, Su Baihe couldn't help but ask, is something the matter? Why the rush to Yunzhou tomorrow? Su Yun smiled and replied, it's good news. I've asked someone to help me acquire some medicinal materials. By the way, once the materials arrive, I will concoct a special ointment that will restore your leg to its former state. Hearing this, Su Baihe was initially taken aback, but then shook his head with a wry smile. His old leg injury was not a mere external wound. It had been severely damaged years ago and was deemed incurable, with the hospital even issuing a disability certificate. After so many years, he had long since given up hope. Xiao Yun, you needn't worry about my leg. I've grown accustomed to limping for so long, Su Baihe reassured him. Su Yun, understanding his father's sentiment, chose not to press further. At this point, his father likely wouldn't believe anything he said. It would be better to wait until the ointment was ready and let him experience its effects firsthand. After spending the night at home, Su Yun hurriedly left early the next morning. By the time he arrived in Yunzhou, it was already afternoon. Qi Qinglan had arranged for someone to meet him at the train station, and it was a familiar face, Su Jun, the bodyguard who had previously accompanied old Qi. Su Jun stood before a luxurious extended Lincoln, and upon spotting Su Yun, he immediately bowed respectfully. Mr. Su. Nodding, Su Yun said, take me to see Qi Qinglan. Su Jun promptly stepped forward to open the car door for Su Yun. The interior was lavishly decorated, featuring an array of exquisite red wines on the bar and a delicately arranged fruit platter. On the long leather seats sat two stunning women, one exuding an icy elegance akin to a snow queen, and the other radiating a seductive charm, brimming with allure. Su Yun paused for a moment, glanced at Su Jun, but remained silent as he entered the vehicle. He didn't need to ask. It was clear that this arrangement was not Su Jun's doing. Yet, he doubted it was entirely at Qi Qinglan's behest either. He chose not to dwell on it. Having once held the esteemed title of Immortal King, and having encountered countless breathtaking beauties from various realms in his past life, these two mortal women held little significance for him. He casually settled between the two, wrapping an arm around each of their waists, reclining comfortably against the seat. In the fleeting moment when he wrapped his arms around her waist, the elegantly aloof beauty on the left shivered slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to the contact with the opposite sex, her body tensing up. However, as she sensed that Su Yun made no further advances, she gradually relaxed. Meanwhile, the enchanting beauty on the right let out a light, melodious laugh and leaned closer into Su Yun's embrace. This alluring scene was lost on Su Jun, who, at the very moment he assisted Su Yun into the car, promptly shut the door and took his seat in the passenger-esque position. In the interim, a partition had risen, ensuring that even if the back began to sway with passion, it would go unnoticed. May I inquire your name, sir? The alluring woman inquired with a radiant smile, plucking a grape from the fruit platter, peeling it, and bringing it to Su Yun's lips. My surname is Su, Su Yun replied with a smile. The smile on the woman's face briefly faltered, yet she quickly regained her composure. A subtle smirk graced Su Yun's lips. Although the woman appeared fervently open, it was evident to him that she was merely putting on an act. With his discerning eye, he could easily discern that both women were pure and untouched. If they were truly courtesans from some entertainment venue, even Qi Jia would hesitate to present them before himself. One feigned a demeanor as cold as ice, while the other exuded a myriad of charms, both enchanting and beguiling. Regardless of Su Yun's preferences, he had ample choices. Chapter 48. A game of pretense. Reclining against the opulent leather seat, surrounded by beauty, Su Yun embodied the essence of a debauched young gentleman, devoid of any semblance of a revered master. He was not one to solely devote himself to arduous cultivation. In his perspective, the path of cultivation encompassed not only the act of training, but also the appreciation of life's pleasures. In his previous existence, he had cultivated for millennia, attaining the esteemed title of Celestial Sovereign, and along that journey, he had been accompanied by numerous heavenly beauties and stunning women. Sugu, what exactly do you do? The enchanting woman nestled beside him, skillfully peeling a lychee and tenderly offering the succulent flesh to Su Yun's lips. He opened his mouth to receive it, smiling as he countered, what do you think I do? I surmise you are either the progeny of a high-ranking official or a scion of a wealthy family, she replied, her beautiful eyes fluttering, her expression cheerful. To her, given Su Yun's youth, it seemed implausible that he could hold a prominent position or have established a successful career. He must simply be a second-generation official or a wealthy heir. You have misjudged me. I am merely an ordinary individual from a modest background. You may regard me as an idle wanderer. Su Yun chuckled lightly, his hand resting upon the alluring woman's thigh, giving it a gentle squeeze. She let out a soft gasp, playfully striking his chest with her delicate fist, pouting as she chided, Su Gu, you're quite mischievous, always toying with me. If you were truly an idle wanderer, how could Mingyu, the director of Tianjin Fashion, be so attentive to you? The other coolly aloof beauty slightly curled her lip, dismissing Su Yun's claims as nonsense. Tianjin Fashion? Director Mingyu? Su Yun was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head, replying, "I have not heard of it, nor do I know anyone by that name." Su, you truly have a knack for humor. Tianjin Fashion is undoubtedly the premier fashion company in the province and a wholly owned subsidiary of the Tianjin Group. How could you possibly not have heard of it? Besides, if you were not acquainted with Director Mingyu, how would she have arranged for us to come and host you? The enchanting woman chuckled lightly. Upon hearing the name Tianjin Group, Su Yun immediately grasped the situation. Since Tianjin Fashion was a subsidiary of Tianjin Group, it made perfect sense. It was unlikely that Qi Qinglan would personally attend to such a minor detail as sending a beautiful companion to entertain him. "Are you all from Tianjin Fashion?" Su Yun casually inquired. The alluring woman shook her head and explained, "Xiaoying and I are actually still students at Yunguang University. Given our appearance and figure, we often take on part-time modeling gigs, which is why we are somewhat familiar with Tianjin Fashion." The phrase appearance and figure are passable was clearly a modest understatement. With their stunning looks, both women would undoubtedly be regarded as campus beauties at any university. The coldly elegant beauty, referred to as Xiaoying, slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly displeased that her companion had revealed her real name and student status. The enchanting woman also recognized her slip of the tongue and offered an apologetic glance. Su Yun, however, did not pursue further inquiries about the two women. He had little interest. For him, this was merely a fleeting encounter, a chance to relax his mind, not an opportunity to delve into personal histories. After more than 20 minutes, the car came to a halt. "Mr. Su, we have arrived," Su Jun's voice echoed from outside. "All right, ladies, it is time for us to part ways." Su Yun gently patted the shoulders of the two women as he rose from between them. Upon opening the car door, Su Jun was already standing respectfully outside, though his peripheral vision discreetly glanced inside. Su Yun paid him no mind and stated calmly, "Take me to see her." Su Jun, mustering his courage, asked, "Mr. Su, do you have any arrangements in mind?" The moment those words left his lips, the expressions of the two women inside the car subtly shifted, their eyes darting nervously towards Su Yun's retreating figure. Su Yun frowned slightly, not looking back as he replied evenly, "They are your guests. Do I need to arrange for their return?" Su Jun's face fell. His intention was merely to inquire if Su Yun had considered inviting the two beauties to the hotel for a more intimate conversation. However, he phrased it too directly, leading him to express himself more delicately. Yet, judging by Su Yun's response, it seemed he had not grasped the underlying intent. "You will drive them back to school. Let them focus on their studies. Next time, refrain from such arrangements," Su Yun stated with firm resolve. Of course, Su Jun nodded repeatedly. "I will first take you to meet Miss Qinglan, and then I will promptly return them." With a resounding thud, the car door closed once more. Inside, the two women exchanged glances, each reflecting their distinct temperaments. "He certainly puts on an air of propriety, yet just moments ago, his hands were lingering on my waist. What a lecher!" The coldly elegant beauty huffed indignantly. The icy demeanor she had maintained dissipated, revealing a playful tone akin to that of a young girl. The other enchanting woman, however, had withdrawn her captivating charm, falling silent. "Anfei, what troubles you?" The alluring beauty could not help but express her concern. "It's nothing," Anfei replied, shaking her head gently. "Xiaoying, you are mistaken. That man is not a lecher. Although he was somewhat inappropriate earlier, I noticed that his gaze remained calm and indifferent towards us, devoid of any desire." She was acutely aware of her own beauty. Typically, when encountering admirers, even those who feigned composure could not conceal a flicker of yearning in their eyes. The gaze, after all, is the most honest of mirrors. Upon hearing this, Yu Yingji fell silent. She recalled the journey, where Su Yun had merely wrapped an arm around her waist and touched her leg, and nothing more excessive had transpired. They had been pretending to comply, while he seemed to treat it all as a mere game of life. Yu Yingji felt a twinge of indignation. "I refuse to believe that with our looks. He remains unmoved. He must be concealing his interest well." And Fei sighed. "If he had even a modicum of interest in us, he wouldn't have neglected to inquire about our names. Furthermore, someone who can garner the favor of Director Ming Yu has no need to hide anything from us." Yu Yingji huffed. "Fine, let us just say we encountered a man of unwavering integrity today. Still, thanks to him, I earned 200,000 for merely accompanying him for over 20 minutes. Now I need not worry about my mother's medical expenses." Both Fei and Yu Yingji were indeed students at Yunguang University and were among the 4 most beautiful girls on campus. They were also close friends who often took on modeling gigs together. Typically, a fortunate assignment might yield a few thousand yuan, but this time felt akin to finding money. In less than half an hour of companionship, they each earned 200,000. And Fei, let us call Director Mingyu to express our gratitude. Honestly, without her, we wouldn't have had this opportunity, suggested Yuingji. Sure, you can make the call, and Fei nodded in agreement. Director Mingyu of Tianjin Fashion was the most reliable collaborator they had encountered. She never arranged for them to partake in any chaotic banquets or parties. This time, she had assured them that their task was merely to accompany someone for a short distance, with perhaps a little physical contact, but nothing more inappropriate. To reassure them, Director Mingyu had even left a bank card with a deposit of 10 million yuan as a guarantee. Should anything substantial occur, this sum would serve as compensation. With this assurance, Fei and Yuingji felt at ease. Hello, Mingyu Jia. We have completed the task you assigned us. Thank you so much. Yuingji exclaimed excitedly as soon as the call connected. Have you delivered the esteemed guest to his destination? He didn't do anything inappropriate to you, did he? A woman's voice on the other end expressed a hint of anxiety. No, he was quite proper. I will return your bank card shortly. Good. Director Mingyu's voice carried a note of disappointment, as if she regretted that the 10 million yuan card had not been necessary. Chapter 49. Master Chier Yuingji was on the phone. Anfei gazed vacantly out of the window, lost in thought. It was not until Su Yun's figure had completely vanished from her sight that she let out a soft sigh, feeling an indescribable sensation within her. Anfei, what's the matter? Could it be that you've taken a liking to someone? Yuingji teased after hanging up the phone, noticing Anfei's reaction. A faint smile forced its way onto Anfei's face as she shook her head. How could that be? I merely found that person rather intriguing. Although they had only known each other for less than half an hour, Su Yun left a profound impression on Anfei. If given the chance, she genuinely wished to learn more about him. On the other side, after disembarking from the vehicle, Su Yun had already forgotten about the pair of beauties. Under Su Jun's guidance, he entered an elegantly decorated tea house known as Qingxin Tea House, a century-old establishment renowned in Yunzhou. Ascending to a serene tea room on the third floor, Su Yun found a man and a woman quietly savoring tea. The woman, with her brows like paintings and a beauty that surpassed even Anfei and Yuingji, exuded a rare, ethereal elegance, reminiscent of an ancient princess. It was Qi Qinglan. Beside her sat a man in his 40s, refined and cultured, radiating the scholarly aura typical of an educator. Second master, Miss Qinglan, Su Jun respectfully announced, Mr. Su has arrived. Ha ha ha, Mr. Su. It is an honor to meet you at last. The cultured middle-aged man laughed heartily, rising first to extend a handshake towards Su Yun. I am Qi Changsheng, also Qinglan's uncle. Thank you for alleviating my father's affliction. Hello, Su Yun nodded, his demeanor indifferent. Qi Changsheng took no offense at Su Yun's coolness. Recognizing that those of exceptional ability often carried a touch of pride, not only did Su Yun possess the skill to cure and save lives, but he was also a martial artist far surpassing Su Jun in prowess. Such individuals commanded Qi Changsheng's respect. Mr. Su, though young, you possess remarkable talents that truly impress me. I wonder if you might be interested in working with me? Qi Changsheng initiated the conversation, steering clear of the topic of alchemy for the moment. You wish for me to work for you? Su Yun responded, a bemused smile escaping him. Indeed, I value capable individuals above all else. With your abilities, if you were to agree to work with me, I would be pleased to offer an annual salary of 30 million. Moreover, there would be no restrictions on your daily activities. I would only request your assistance when certain troubles arise, Qi Changsheng said, his expression warm and inviting. To be candid, Qi Changsheng's offer would be extraordinarily generous for any other martial artist, even those of the 6th rank. Given his family's status, it was unlikely he would encounter insurmountable difficulties. It was akin to hiring a guest scholar, potentially earning a hefty salary of 30 million without needing to engage in any work throughout the year. However, if one were to consider hiring a martial arts master, such an offer would seem rather ludicrous. Do not mention 30 million. Even offering 300 million may not entice a master to take action. Alas, I am accustomed to my own freedom and have no interest in working for anyone. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively, shifting his gaze towards Qi Qinglan, and said, Now, regarding the spiritual herbs you have gathered, please hand them over to me. Upon observing this, Qi Changsheng's smile slightly diminished, yet he refrained from saying more. Qi Qinglan let out a quiet sigh. She had long suspected that her uncle's attempt to subdue Su Yun was somewhat fanciful. Although she had only met Su Yun once, it was evident to her that he was a person of considerable pride, one who did not regard even her grandfather, Qi Guozhong, with any reverence. How could he possibly be willing to serve under her uncle? Mr. Su, these are the spiritual herbs we have collected. In addition to the 13th-century-old herbs, there are several other rare medicinal plants, though their ages may not meet the standards. Qi Qinglan spoke as she clapped her hands. Immediately, several bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses entered, carrying a multitude of exquisitely packaged gift boxes. The precious herbs, particularly the century-old ones, were individually wrapped in elegant boxes. Su Yun casually opened a box to inspect its contents and nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Su, now that the medicinal materials are fully prepared, may I inquire when you will commence alchemy? Qi Qinglan asked eagerly. No need to rush. Within 3 days, I shall be able to produce the elixirs, Su Yun replied, and then added, additionally, prepare a vehicle for me to transport these items. I shall drive them back myself. The bodyguards exchanged glances, uncertainly looking towards Qi Changxing and Qi Qinglan. Qi Changxing, with an impassive expression, stated, Did you not hear Mr. Su's instructions? Why do you linger? The bodyguards, startled, promptly resumed their task and exited. Su Yun also prepared to leave. Qi Changxing hastily remarked, Mr. Su, do not be in such a hurry to depart. Since you are here, let us share a cup of tea. This Longjing tea is sourced from the 18 imperial trees of Shifeng Mountain, and I have procured a small quantity with great difficulty. No need, Su Yun interjected, already turning to leave the tea room. A shadow flickered in Qi Changxing's eyes. He took out his phone and dialed a number. On the other end, a gentle female voice inquired, Second Master. The 2 women I arranged for him did not approach him. Understood, Qi Changxing replied, ending the call. He rubbed his forehead, murmuring, young yet indifferent to wealth and desire. He is indeed a remarkable individual. Qi Qinglan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Uncle, although Su Yun is an extraordinary person, there is no need to go to such lengths to woo him. Qi Changxing shook his head. What I value is not only him, but also those who stand behind him. At such a young age, possessing such remarkable skills, who could have taught him? It is the one behind him that I truly regard as significant. Old Zhou, do you not agree? As his words fell, the door to the adjacent tea room opened. An elderly man dressed in a blue long gown emerged. He was thin, yet his arms were veined and imposing, exuding an aura of ferocity. Within his frail body, a powerful inner strength flowed, creating an overwhelming presence. This was undoubtedly a master who had entered the ranks of martial arts at the 6th level. Elder Second is indeed correct. While I am not well versed in the medical arts, it is evident that in the realm of martial cultivation, one must have a distinguished master to guide and instruct. Miss Qinglan, you mentioned that this individual is capable of uttering words that can easily injure Su Jun. Aside from mastering techniques akin to the lion's roar, it is likely that his internal strength has already reached the 6th tier. Such an accomplishment is unattainable without the inheritance of a martial sect. At such a young age, possessing such martial prowess, it is highly probable that a martial grandmaster stands behind him, Old Zhou meticulously analyzed. Qinglan furrowed her brow slightly, as she had little understanding of what a grandmaster truly represented. Old Zhou offered no explanation but turned to inquire of Qi Changxing, Elder Second. Should I investigate the background of this young man? Qi Changxing pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, stating, Not for now. Let us wait until he has treated the old gentleman. Chapter 50. Martial Arts. 8th tier. After leaving the Tranquil Heart Tea House, Su Yun drove directly to the Deep Blue Star Club. Upon his arrival, Chao Kuan had been waiting there respectfully. Mr. Su, Chao Kuan greeted with a slight bow. Eager to personally brew tea for Su Yun. There is no need for that. Previously, I asked you to gather century-old spiritual herbs. I wonder how many you managed to collect? Su Yun casually inquired. Hearing this, Chao Kuan lowered his head in shame, hesitating to respond. You don't mean to say you didn't gather any spiritual herbs, do you? Su Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. Chao Kuan's face flushed crimson. After a considerable pause, he finally admitted, I only managed to collect 2 spiritual herbs. Upon hearing this, Su Yun shook his head in disappointment. The Qi family had gathered over a dozen century-old spiritual herbs in just 3 days. As the prominent figure of the underground forces in Yunzhou, Chao Kuan should have employed various means to acquire more herbs. Mr. Su, ordinarily, with my influence, obtaining those century-old spiritual herbs in Yunzhou and even in the southern provinces would not pose a problem. However, I did not anticipate that Elder Second of the Qi family would also be collecting spiritual herbs these past few days, making it impossible for me to compete. Chao Kuan explained helplessly. Elder Second of the Qi family? Qi Changxing? Su Yun's expression shifted. Chao Kuan nodded. Su Yun remarked with mild surprise. You seem quite apprehensive of that elder second. Chao Kuan sighed in resignation. The Qi family is a top-tier aristocracy in Yunzhou, and while I may have some renown and a large following, I ultimately do not hold a position of true prominence. My enterprises generate substantial profits. However, I must allocate at least 80% of the earnings to manage relations, a significant portion of which ends up in elder seconds' pockets. Only then can I maintain my position as the leading figure in Yunzhou's underground. As he spoke, Chao Kuan could not help but let out a quiet sigh. While outsiders viewed him as formidable, he understood the reality of his circumstances. For someone like him, notorious in the underworld, any shift in the tides could lead to his downfall, resulting in a lifetime behind bars, or worse. In contrast, Elder Second operated from the shadows. Regardless of the external turmoil, he remained untouched. Compared to himself, Elder Second was the true titan ensconced in the deepest darkness. Chao Kuan was aware that the remarkable success of Qi Qinglan's business empire was not solely attributable to the invisible influence of the Qi patriarch. Rather, it was significantly due to the ruthless elimination of numerous competitors by the second master of the Qi family. He underestimated the power of the Qi clan. Su Yun murmured softly, then waved his hand, stating, "In that case, you cannot be entirely blamed for this matter." Chao Kuan presented the 2-century-old spiritual herbs he had collected, assuring, "Rest assured, Mr. Su, while I am unable to assist in Tiannan province, I have dispatched individuals to neighboring provinces for higher-level acquisitions." Su Yun acknowledged with a nod, taking the herbs and departing without further ado. Once Su Yun had left, Chao Kuan exhaled deeply, a mixture of relief and frustration washing over him. He felt fortunate that Su Yun did not reproach him for his inefficacy, yet vexed that he had failed to showcase his capabilities before Su Yun. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days elapsed. During this period, the Lingfeng No. 3 villa, where Su Yun resided, resembled a colossal beast, incessantly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Lingfeng Mountain was already a treasure trove where the ley lines of Yunzhou converged, making the essence of nature more abundant than in other locales. Over these 3 days, Su Yun relentlessly concentrated the spiritual energy, causing the environment around his villa to undergo a remarkable transformation. In the garden, various flowers and plants grew wildly, exhibiting a frenzied vigor. Some ornamental plants that once stood at a mere half-meter in height had astonishingly reached 4 to 5 meters in just 3 days. Fortunately, upon his return, Su Yun had granted the servants responsible for maintaining the villa a few days off. Otherwise, such a bizarre spectacle would have surely terrified them. On the villa's balcony, Su Yun stood in the center, surrounded by a table adorned with over a dozen century-old spiritual herbs, alongside several other precious medicinal materials of lesser age. The concentration of spiritual energy should suffice to support alchemical processes. If I continue to absorb more, the temporary formations I have set around the villa will struggle to maintain their stability, Su Yun mused, commencing his alchemical preparations. Boom! A surge of power erupted from within Su Yun, coalescing into an elliptical alchemical furnace of condensed energy before him. He then extended his hand, and with a heated fingertip, ignited a blaze beneath the energy furnace, which, upon ignition, drew in the spiritual energy from within the villa, further intensifying the flames. Should an expert witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be struck with awe and terror. Utilizing masterful energy manipulation to forge an ethereal furnace and absorb the essence of the cosmos to serve as the source of alchemical fire was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, Su Yun maintained a demeanor of calmness, methodically introducing the medicinal materials into the furnace to commence the alchemical process. This endeavor continued into the night, and by the dawn of the following day, as the sun began to rise, Su Yun had completed his alchemical work. Before him lay 3 distinct elixirs. Among them, one was a dark, opaque concoction, the bone restoration pill he had prepared for Su Baiha. Simply dissolving it in water to create a paste, and wrapping it in gauze around the injured area would allow for the reconnection of broken bones and meridians, facilitating rapid recovery even for long-standing injuries. To concoct the bone-replenishing pill, aside from various medicinal herbs, the most pivotal element was the few drops of his master's blood that Su Yun infused into the mixture. The vitality encapsulated within the master's blood, when combined with the herbs, ultimately led to the creation of this elixir. The second potion, characterized by a muddled dark hue and an unpleasant aroma reminiscent of sheep dung, was the nourishing pill intended for the Qi Kingdom. This was the quickest and most rudimentary elixir crafted by Su Yun, utilizing a century-old spiritual herb along with several other precious ingredients prepared by Qi Qinglan, all melded together in a rather haphazard manner. Had Su Yun devoted more effort, he could have eradicated the foul scent and improved the pill's appearance. However, he lacked the leisure for such refinements. The final potion was exclusively for Su Yun himself, a singular orb, flawless and radiating a pure golden sheen. Despite its diminutive size, akin to a thumb, it encapsulated the quintessence of over a dozen century-old spiritual herbs. Today marked the day he would break through to the 8th rank of martial arts. Su Yun grasped the golden pill and swallowed it whole. The moment it entered his mouth, it dissolved instantly. Boom. In the next instant, a tremendous surge of medicinal energy burst forth. Su Yun promptly channeled his energy throughout his body, harnessing the vast potency to begin his cultivation. Bang, bang, bang. His entire skeletal structure resonated, and thunderous sounds erupted between his tendons and bones. With each reverberation, deeply embedded impurities were expelled from his body. An awe-inspiring and formidable aura surged from within Su Yun, akin to a mountain or a prison. The chairs surrounding him shattered into fragments under the force of his unleashed energy. 8th rank of martial arts. Chapter 51. Is this a pill? After breaking through, Su Yun first attended to his personal hygiene. Subsequently, he leisurely pruned the flowers and plants in the garden with a pair of large scissors. He was entirely absorbed in the task, as if immersed in an understanding of a natural philosophy. After a busy morning, a call from Qi Qinglan interrupted him. What is it? Su Yun inquired. On the other end, Qi Qinglan paused momentarily, feeling somewhat speechless. What else could it be but an inquiry about his progress in alchemy? After all, Su Yun had confidently promised that he would produce a pill within 3 days, and now it had been over 3 days. Oh, regarding the alchemy. Su Yun recalled, responding promptly, the pills have been successfully refined. You may send someone to collect them. Qi Qinglan sighed with relief, grateful that he had not forgotten about the alchemical endeavor. Where do you reside? Please provide me with the address, and I will send Su Jun over to retrieve them. She stated. Lingfeng Mountain, Villa number 3. Huh? What did you say? Qi Qinglan questioned, doubting her hearing. Lingfeng number 3? Her voice was laced with incredulity. Yes. Send someone over, Su Yun concluded before hanging up. Approximately 10 minutes later, a red Mercedes-Benz pulled up to the Villa's parking area and honked the horn. Qi Qinglan, wearing sunglasses and clad in casual attire, still exuded an air of noble elegance. She stepped out of the car, her gaze sweeping over Su Yun's villa. What brings you here in person, and so swiftly? Upon hearing the commotion, Su Yun exited the door and was met with the sight of Qi Qinglan, her expression momentarily betraying surprise. It is worth noting that the journey from the entrance of Lingfeng Mountain's Villa District to this location takes more than just a few minutes. I reside in Lingfeng number 1, Qi Qinglan replied with a gentle smile. Although Lingfeng number 1 and number 3 may sound like neighboring properties, they are, in fact, quite a distance apart. The Villa District of Lingfeng Mountain places great emphasis on privacy, especially since number 3 is considered a supreme villa, where even the choice of construction site is meticulously considered, ensuring it aligns with auspicious feng shui. It took Qi Qinglan approximately 10 minutes to drive from Lingfeng No. 1 to Su Yun's number 3. If I recall correctly, it seems that Lingfeng number 3 was purchased by Chao Kuan. How has it come into your possession? Qi Qinglan suddenly appeared to recall something, her brows slightly furrowing. The Lingfeng Mountain Villa project is developed by her company, Tianqin Group, so she is somewhat familiar with the owners of Lingfeng number 2 and number 3. Chao Kuan offended me previously, so he gifted me this villa as an apology. Su Yun replied nonchalantly. Qi Qinglan nodded in response, choosing not to inquire further. To others, Chao Kuan is a formidable figure in the underground world, someone not to be trifled with, but to the Qi family, he is hardly a concern. Please, come in and have a seat, Su Yun invited, leading Qi Qinglan into the courtyard. As soon as Qi Qinglan stepped through the villa's gate, she was captivated by the garden's landscape. The flowers and plants in the courtyard appeared recently pruned. A glance around made her feel that everything was to her liking. There was not a single aspect that fell short of perfection. Each plant was trimmed to perfection, exuding an indescribable charm, as if imbued with a soul. Which horticultural expert did you hire to tend this garden? Could you share their contact information with me? Qi Qinglan's bright eyes sparkled with admiration. She instantly fell in love with the garden, wishing she could transport it to her own Lingfeng number 1. I merely trimmed it myself out of leisure. Su Yun replied casually. Qi Qinglan was taken aback upon hearing this. However, realizing that Su Yun was not jesting, she sighed inwardly and refrained from further comments. Had it been tended by someone else, she could have easily invested a fortune to have them work on her own garden. But with Su Yun as the subject, she dared not harbor any such expectations. Qi Qinglan did not follow Su Yun into the villa. Instead, she lingered in the garden, relishing the scenery. Feeling extraordinarily relaxed and comfortable, Su Yun, unfazed, entered the villa and retrieved the prepared rejuvenation pills. Lacking a proper container, he simply grabbed a plastic bag from the kitchen and placed several pills inside. Thus, when Su Yun presented the bag of rejuvenation pills to Qi Qinglan, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the elixir you concocted? Qinglan Qi was in a state of disarray. The few pills contained within the plastic bag not only resembled sheep droppings in appearance, but also emanated an utterly unpleasant odor. She harbored doubts, suspecting that these might indeed be sheep droppings that Su Yun had scavenged from somewhere. This is the essence restoration pill I concocted. It replenishes vitality and nourishes the essence. Admittedly, I was somewhat rushed during the preparation, resulting in imperfections in both appearance and scent, yet the efficacy remains unaffected. Su Yun explained. Qinglan Qi's lovely face shifted between expressions of doubt and contemplation. Were it not for Su Yun previously demonstrating extraordinary skills by alleviating her grandfather's poison, she would have surely dismissed him as a charlatan. However, she resolved, very well, I shall place my trust in you once more. As she accepted the plastic bag from Su Yun's hands. By the way, before departing, Qinglan Qi retrieved an invitation card from her bag and handed it to Su Yun, saying, Tonight, there will be a jade appreciation and auction event at the Yunzhong Pavilion, showcasing various rare stones and gemstones. Mr. Su, you expressed great interest in my jade pendant last time, so I thought you might find something intriguing at this auction, and thus I acquired this invitation for you. Upon hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but smile. The jade pendant he had received from Qinglan Qi was no ordinary piece. It was a primordial blood jade, incomparable to mere stones. Such a treasure could hardly be encountered casually at a jade auction. Nonetheless, since Qinglan Qi had presented him with an invitation, he found no reason to decline the opportunity to attend. He needed to procure quality jade stones to establish a long-term gathering array in his villa. Very well. I shall attend tonight. He accepted the invitation card. With that, Qinglan Qi took her leave. However, once seated in her car, she gazed at the bag containing the peculiar essence restoration pills, her expression filled with uncertainty. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she dialed a number on her phone. Uncle, I have obtained the pills crafted by Mr. Su, but... Qinglan Qi paused, her demeanor growing uneasy. The appearance and scent are somewhat strange. I would like to ask you to contact a pharmaceutical research institute to analyze one of the pills for its composition. Ultimately, she lacked the courage to present it directly to Qi Guozheng for consumption. Although it was improbable that Su Yun would play tricks on the Qi family, it was better to be safe than sorry. She could hardly imagine the consequences if these turned out to be genuine sheep droppings that she unwittingly offered to her grandfather. Chapter 52. Enemies from a Past Life. As night fell, the Yunzhong Pavilion, located in the heart of Yun City, was ablaze with lights and bustling with voices. The news of the jade appreciation and auction event had already spread like wildfire. The pavilion is divided into an outer hall and an inner hall. The outer hall is open to the public, displaying various rare stones and gemstones for admiration. Anyone can enter by paying an entrance fee of 888. The inner hall, however, is the venue for the auction, where the most exquisite and valuable jade stones are sold, accessible only to those possessing a specific invitation card. When Su Yun arrived at the Yunzhong Pavilion, it was not particularly late, yet the outer hall was already teeming with people, a vibrant crowd gathered in anticipation. Within the venue, every few meters, closed glass display cases are established. These cases showcase a variety of jade stones, including both natural specimens and intricately carved jade ornaments. The expansive exhibition hall boasts hundreds of glass cabinets, each illuminated by dedicated spotlighting and equipped with security alarms. Moreover, security personnel patrol the area diligently. Among the displayed items are pendants made of Huanglong jade, seals crafted from bloodstone, bracelets of lapis lazuli, small Buddhist statues of Huangtian frozen stone, decorative pieces of turquoise, and lotus sculptures carved from petrified wood. In addition, a plethora of raw jade stones presents an array of peculiar forms. Visitors who enter to observe cannot help but express their astonishment. It is no wonder that the ticket price of 880 is justified. This jade appreciation event indeed possesses its merits. I must take a few photographs to share on social media, thought Su Yun. He did not immediately venture into the main exhibition hall, as there was still some time before the auction began. Instead, he wandered about the outer hall. After observing for a while, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the myriad jade stones on display were diverse, none were of exceptional quality. Some jade accessories were exquisitely crafted, showcasing the art of manual carving. Yet to Su Yun's discerning eye, the craftsmanship appeared somewhat ordinary, lacking in spirit and finesse. Conversely, some natural stones exuded a certain charm. At that moment, Su Yun stood before a large glass display case, which housed a massive round stone the size of a water tank. The geology was unremarkable. It was merely an ordinary rock. However, the surface displayed a natural pattern that subtly coalesced into the abstract outline of a human face. This stone was priced at 800,000. An introduction affixed to the display informed viewers that this stone had been excavated near a renowned temple, having absorbed the essence of incense over the years, thus acquiring a spiritual quality believed to bring prosperity and ensure safety. Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle at this absurdity, dismissing it as mere folly. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhou Guangxi and his family approached, engaged in jovial conversation. However, upon spotting Su Yun from a distance, their smiles instantly vanished, replaced by expressions of profound displeasure. What is that little scoundrel doing here? Lu Yueme glared at Su Yun's profile, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Zhou Guangxi's countenance darkened like stormy waters. Previously, they had attempted to trap Su Baihe for over 2 million, only for Su Yun to call upon Huang Mao, resulting in their extortion of 3 million from them. Lacking the courage to hold a grudge against Huang Mao, they naturally attributed this debt to Su Yun. Zhou Lulu's face was also etched with resentment. Beside Zhou Lulu stood a tall, ordinary-looking young man with a wild hairstyle and an air of defiance. Lulu, who is this fellow? Do you have a vendetta against him? The defiant youth inquired with intrigue. Zhou Lulu's expression was frigid as she replied, "This person is nothing but trash, scum. He is the one who caused my family to lose 3 million last time. If it weren't for your assistance, we would have had to mortgage our house." The defiant youth's face brightened with a chilling smile upon hearing the news. "So it's this brat, huh? Well, since we've crossed paths, I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson, allowing you to vent your frustrations." Lu Yueme, standing nearby, perked up at this remark. "Xiaozhong, is this really wise?" The arrogant youth scoffed, replying, "Aunt Lu, your doubt underestimates my prowess. Dealing with a few ordinary individuals is as effortless to me as crushing a handful of ants. Watch closely. I shall first give him a good thrashing, then ensure he spends a few years in the slammer." The others, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback. While they could believe that Zhang Peng might be able to beat Su Yun, the notion of casually sending someone to prison seemed far-fetched. Zhang Peng offered no explanation, rolling up his sleeves and removing a watch from his wrist, smiling as he inquired, "Aunt Lu, this Rolex of mine is worth over 100,000 yuan. If Su Yun were to steal it, how many years do you think he would face?" At this statement, Lu Yueme's pupils constricted sharply. Zhou Lulu and Zhou Guangxi's expressions also shifted. They were no fools. They immediately grasped that Zhang Peng was plotting to frame Su Yun. If Zhang Peng were to assault Su Yun and, under the pretense of searching, secretly slip the watch into Su Yun's pocket, then later discover it in public view, Su Yun would be irreparably tarnished. This constituted theft, particularly of a valuable item. They had not anticipated Zhang Peng's ruthless cunning. His intention was to utterly ruin Su Yun. However, they felt no sympathy for Su Yun. Once they regained their composure, they were filled with delight. Lu Yueme, brimming with excitement, declared, according to criminal law, theft of public or private property valued at over 100,000 yuan is considered a significant amount, warranting several years of imprisonment. Zhou Lulu chimed in, "Exactly. Such scum deserves this treatment. Sending him away would contribute to cleansing society of its filth." Zhang Peng sneered, "This is just the beginning. If I had more time to prepare, I could concoct something far more entertaining for him, ensuring he rots away in there." "Lulu, Aunt Lu, you may sit back and enjoy the show," he remarked, striding confidently towards Su Yun. Meanwhile, Su Yun, who had been observing the massive stone within the exhibition area, turned his gaze, his expression icy as he regarded Zhang Peng and the Zhou family. His instincts were astoundingly acute. In an area exceeding 100 meters, he could distinctly sense the hostility directed at him. His gaze was as frigid as ice, particularly when fixed upon Zhang Peng, akin to that of a man staring at a corpse. Zhang Peng. This was the very individual from his past life who had pursued Zhou Lulu and conspired to imprison him. It could be said that the tragedy of Su Yun's previous existence was orchestrated by this man. Even after a millennium, the flames of fury and vengeance within Su Yun remained unquenched. The torment Zhang Peng had inflicted upon him in his past life would be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 53, Beaten to a Pulp. The most delighted by Zhang Peng's intervention against Su Yun was none other than Zhou Lulu. Su Yun caused her family a loss of 3 million, nearly forcing them to mortgage their house. How could she not harbor resentment? Fortunately, fate had not completely forsaken her. As she encountered Zhang Peng was a high school classmate of Zhou Lulu, who had harbored feelings for her for quite some time. However, at that time, Zhang Peng was rather unremarkable in both appearance and family background, rendering him invisible to Zhou Lulu. Little did anyone foresee that within the past couple of years, Zhang Peng's family had become wealthy due to a redevelopment project. With the demolition of several old houses, he had transformed into a genuine rich heir. During this unexpected meeting, upon learning of Zhou Lulu's family's predicament, Zhang Peng, without a moment's hesitation, lent 3 million. Zhou Lulu was deeply touched by Zhang Peng's sincere heart and decided to give him a chance to see where their relationship might lead. Hey, I heard you caused Lulu's family a great deal of suffering. You'd better come with me right now and kneel to apologize to them. Zhang Peng commanded boldly as he approached Su Yun. Kneel and apologize? Are you serious? Su Yun chuckled. What's the matter? Do you have a problem with that? Keep it to yourself. Zhang Peng glared menacingly, threatening, someone like you, a lowly commoner, is no challenge for me. I suggest you obediently kneel and beg for forgiveness from Lulu's family, or else. And what if I don't? Su Yun asked with a hint of amusement. If you don't follow my orders, I'll make you regret it. Zhang Peng's eyes glinted with malice. Su Yun merely nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for Zhang Peng to try his luck. How dare you challenge me? Zhang Peng cursed angrily. Having come looking for trouble, he had no intention of holding back. He cracked his neck and flexed his arms as he advanced menacingly towards Su Yun. Zhang Peng was a large and robust individual, known for his frequent brawls during high school. In the past 2 years, following his family's newfound wealth, he had taken to frequenting gyms and martial arts studios, even participating in amateur cage fights. He believed himself capable of easily handling several ordinary adults, and regarding Su Yun, who appeared weak and unassuming, he thought he could easily overpower him with one hand. As he spoke, Zhang Peng swung his fist with ferocity, the force generating a gust of wind. However, just as his fist was halfway through its arc, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Su Yun's hand connected with Zhang Peng's face, causing him to spin in place. Stunned, Zhang Peng felt his face swell visibly, reddening before his eyes. After standing in shock for 3 seconds, he finally reacted, clutching his face and howling in pain. Nearby tourists were startled by his anguished cry, their attention drawn away from the glass display cases. Zhang Peng, are you all right? Zhou Lulu rushed over, anxiously supporting him. Su Yun's slap had been formidable. Half of Zhang Peng's face had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. Damn it! After the initial sharp pain, Zhang Peng's face felt numb. As he opened his mouth, blood poured forth, mixed with a few broken teeth. This sight made bystanders flinch in shock. He had even lost teeth. What immense strength it must take. Scoundrel! I shall not let this matter rest. Zhang Peng was consumed by rage. Just then, with a swift motion, Su Yun delivered another slap. Not finished with me yet? Perfect, let us continue the game. With that strike, the other side of Zhang Peng's face swelled grotesquely. Blood spewed from his mouth, splattering a few drops onto Zhou Lulu's face, causing her to shriek in terror. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei were equally shaken, their hearts racing in fear. Who could have anticipated that Su Yun, appearing so ordinary, would unleash such ferocity, reducing the burly Zhang Peng to a pitiful state with merely 2 slaps? He could hardly approach her, let alone frame her for wrongdoing. What are you doing? This is the Yunzhong clubhouse. Cease your ruckus at once. At that moment, 2 security personnel patrolling the area approached, drawn by the commotion. However, upon witnessing Zhang Peng's plight, their expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to take a few steps back. I warn you, if you wish to brawl, do so outside. Do not disturb the order of the clubhouse. An elder security officer admonished. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lulu and her companions were infuriated. What brawl? Can't you see we are being assaulted unilaterally here? This man is maliciously harming us in your establishment, and you do nothing? Zhou Lulu demanded sharply. Both security guards turned their gazes towards Su Yun. With a dismissive roll of her eyes, Su Yun replied nonchalantly, "Why do you look at me?" He initiated the assault. "I merely acted in self-defense." The elder security officer, with a resigned expression, turned to Zhou Lulu and explained, "You heard her. We cannot intervene in such matters. If he were still attacking you, we would certainly intervene. However, now that it has ended, what can we do? We are not the police and lack the authority to detain anyone. It would be best for you to call the police." Zhou Lulu, pulling out her phone, prepared to call for help. Zhang Peng grasped her hand, his voice low and menacing. "Do not embarrass us here. Help me out first." Zhang Peng, bloodied and speaking with a feral intensity, was filled with venomous rage. He had merely suffered a swollen face. What would calling the police accomplish? At most, they might detain the assailant for a few days. That would not quench his thirst for vengeance. He was determined to annihilate Su Yun. Zhang Peng, you. Zhou Lulu had never witnessed such a savage side of him and was momentarily speechless. "Lulu," He Zhang's words. "Let us depart this place," Lu Yueme suggested. Believing Zhang Peng was merely concerned about his pride and did not wish to appear foolish before others. With some effort, they assisted Zhang Peng, leaving the clubhouse in a rather disheveled manner. Su Yun, maintaining an expression of indifference, made no move to stop them. In her eyes, Zhang Peng was as good as dead. It was merely a matter of time. Moreover, to end him swiftly would be far too merciful. "Zhang, the injuries on your face appear quite alarming. We should visit the hospital to reduce the swelling," Lu Yueme expressed with concern outside the Yunzhong clubhouse. "I will not go." Zhang Peng's eyes glinted with ferocity, akin to a beast poised to strike. "I shall remain here. If I do not eliminate that wretch today, I will no longer bear the name Zhang." He pulled out his phone and began dialing. "Hello, Daoge. I've been attacked. Bring your men quickly. The financial matters can be discussed later. Bring plenty of people. I intend to ruin that brat." Zhang Peng was nearly screaming in a fit of rage. After finishing the call, approximately 20 minutes later, 2 7-seater vans arrived outside the Yunzhong Club. From the vehicles emerged a dozen burly men, among whom stood a particularly robust figure with dark skin and a crew cut, exuding an aura of fierce intensity. "Brother Dao, I'm over here." Zhang Peng waved from a distance. The sight of such a formidable group startled Zhou Lulu and her family. "Zhang Peng, where did you find these people?" Zhou Lulu inquired softly. The group was impressively built, each man resembling a small bull, their mere appearance enough to intimidate. "Fear not, they are all my buddies," Zhang Peng replied with a grin. These men frequented gyms and boxing clubs, and the leader, Brother Dao, was a combat coach at a particular martial arts academy. Zhang Peng often mingled in such circles and had become well acquainted with them through his generous demeanor. "Hey, Pengzi, what kind of trouble have you gotten into to end up looking so battered?" Brother Dao approached with his entourage, nearly failing to recognize Zhang Peng due to his swollen face. "Don't mention it. I've really hit a wall this time. I thought I was just dealing with a petty thug, but it turns out he's a trained fighter." Zhang Peng cursed under his breath, pulling Brother Dao aside and lowering his voice. "I want to say much more. When that person comes out of the club, I'll point him out to you. You all go at him hard. Maim him if you must. I'll take care of the aftermath." Chapter 54. A lesson in humility upon thoroughly dealing with Zhang Peng. Su Yun lost interest in lingering outside the club. He made his way directly toward the inner hall. Wait, the inner hall is not open to the general public. Only invited guests with a card are allowed entry. The 2 security guards suddenly blocked Su Yun's path, their expressions wary. After witnessing Su Yun's brutal beating of Zhang Peng, they had clearly classified him as a dangerous lunatic. Seeing Su Yun attempt to proceed further, they were hesitant to allow such a fierce individual entry. "An invitation card? Is this what you mean?" Su Yun produced the invitation card that Qi Qinglan had given him. The 2 security guards paused in surprise. After examining the card and confirming its authenticity, their demeanor shifted dramatically. "Sir, we apologize for the inconvenience. Please proceed inside." They bowed respectfully, returning the invitation card to Su Yun with utmost courtesy. Those holding invitation cards to the inner hall were typically individuals of considerable wealth or status, far beyond the reach of the likes of them. Su Yun paid no heed to the guards' change in attitude and continued forward. Between the outer and inner halls stood a separate reception area, where several elegantly dressed young women in kipeos were welcoming guests. As Su Yun approached, one particularly attractive woman stepped forward, her professional smile radiating warmth as she guided him into the inner hall. "Sir, this is the hall where tonight's jade auction will be held. However, the auction has yet to commence. Would you like to rest in the adjoining lounge for a moment? The woman's voice was soft as she addressed Su Yun. No need, Su Yun replied indifferently, stepping into the main hall of the auction. Inside, there were already a few scattered individuals seated. Some were resting with their eyes closed, while a handful of acquaintances huddled together in hushed whispers. Paying no mind to others, Su Yun located his designated seat according to the sequence number on the invitation card. The card, gifted by Qi Lan, was undoubtedly of significance. His seat was positioned in the center of the first row. As soon as Su Yun settled into his seat, numerous eyes turned toward him, some with intrigued expressions. "Kid, you look rather unfamiliar here," remarked a portly man, draped around an exquisitely dressed woman adorned in lavish makeup. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with a round face and a greasy demeanor. Su Yun glanced at the man, frowning as he asked, "Who are you? You need not concern yourself with my identity. I'm not here to make friends with you. Rather, I wish to caution you." The man chuckled, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. "This seat is not for just anyone to occupy. One must possess self-awareness. While there are few people present, I suggest you swiftly move to the back." Rolling his eyes, Su Yun replied coolly, "My affairs are not for you to meddle in." The man scoffed, and before he could react further, the flamboyant woman beside him interjected. "What kind of attitude is this? Young Master Fong is the heir of Fong Dafu Jewelry. Who do you think you are to speak to him in such a manner?" She glared at Su Yun, her contempt unmistakable. Everyone attending the auction was elegantly dressed, yet Su Yun appeared in a cheap casual outfit, devoid of any designer label. She suspected he might have stumbled upon a discarded invitation and infiltrated the event. "Chi, let it go. There's no need to waste words on someone like him," the portly man said, his tone growing cold. He then fixed his gaze on Su Yun, warning, "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Leave this seat immediately. Get to the back, or I assure you, you will regret it." The annoyance in his voice was palpable. Those permitted entry to the auction were categorized into various ranks, and the seating arrangements reflected that hierarchy. The first row was reserved for the affluent elites and business magnates of Yun City. Notably, the Fong Dafu Jewelry, represented by the portly man, was quite renowned in Tiannan province. However, even the representative did not possess the stature to occupy a front-row seat. The man's presence at the auction was solely due to his interest in establishing a connection with Qi Lan, the beautiful president of Tianqing Group. Fong Dafu Jewelry had long sought to align itself with Tianqing Group, hoping to leverage its channels and influence to promote their own brand. Regrettably, Tianqing Group had consistently ignored the Fong family's advances. This time, Fong Fatty had heard that Qi Lan had specifically requested an invitation card to attend the auction, prompting him to leverage his connections to bestow a generous gift upon the organizers. He had successfully ascertained Qi Lan's location and arranged to sit in the second row, closest to her. His original intention was to wait for the auction to commence, and regardless of what Qi Lan valued, he would bid extravagantly to acquire it as a gesture of goodwill. All these plans were, indeed, quite flawless. However, to his dismay, before the auction even began, a brash individual audaciously seated himself in Qi Lan's designated spot, inciting Fong Fatty's ire. "Are you threatening me?" Su Yun inquired, his brow furrowed. Fong Fatty let out a cold chuckle. "You may interpret it that way." Su Yun nodded in acknowledgement and replied solemnly, "Then I shall extend to you an opportunity. Vanish from my sight at once, or I assure you, you will deeply regret it." Upon hearing this, Fong Fatty's plump face twitched, and he scoffed, "How bold of you." In that instant, a sharp sound resonated through the air. Before Fong Fatty could finish his retort, he was struck to the ground with a resounding slap. Su Yun expressionlessly withdrew his hand and remarked indifferently, "I've given you a chance to leave. Yet you insist on prattling before me, truly deserving of a lesson." The auction hall fell into an oppressive silence, as all present stood in shock, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. Those who had entered this hall were individuals of some standing in Yunzhou, accustomed to resolving issues within the bounds of decorum. No one anticipated that a disagreement would escalate to such a crude display of violence. After a bewildering 3 seconds, a stunning beauty accompanying Fong Fatty finally reacted, letting out a scream as she rushed to assist him. "Fong Xiao, are you all right?" Fong Fatty's face was swollen, and his head spun. Once he regained his composure, he glared daggers at Su Yun and seethed, "Very well. This matter is far from over." Su Yun, upon hearing this, cast a cold glance in his direction. Fong Fatty, taken aback, instinctively recoiled. Chapter 55, Forged? What transpired? At that moment, The manager responsible for presiding over the auction hurriedly approached, flanked by several security personnel. Upon witnessing Fong Fatty's swollen visage, the manager was taken aback as well. Fong Xiao, what happened to you? Who did this? Fong Fatty pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yun, exclaiming furiously, "It was this scoundrel. Call security and have him restrained." The security personnel exchanged glances at the manager's command. Two of them bore particularly peculiar expressions, for not long ago, they had witnessed Su Yun reducing someone to a pulp outside, and now, upon entering, he had again left someone battered. Was there some peculiar inclination at play? The two security guards lowered their heads, remaining silent. "Fong Xiao, please calm down. I will handle this matter and ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution," the manager assured. Manager Wang hurriedly reassured Fatty Fong, for the latter was indeed a prominent figure in Yunzhou, having recently bestowed a significant gift. The second-row seat occupied by Fatty Fong was arranged personally by him. After calming Fatty Fong, Manager Wang turned his attention to Su Yun, his demeanor now icy. "Sir, physical altercations are strictly prohibited here. Your unwarranted assault on a valued guest disrupts the auction proceedings, and I must restrain you. As for your subsequent fate, that will be determined by young Master Fong," Manager Wang asserted, gesturing to the security personnel surrounding them. "Young Master Fong, shall we contact the authorities to hold him accountable for his deliberate harm? Or will you settle this privately?" Manager Wang inquired of Fatty Fong. "No need to involve the police. Hand him over to me." Fatty Fong spat venomously. Listening to their exchange, Su Yun fixed a stoic gaze on Manager Wang and remarked indifferently, "I am also a guest here. As the organizer of this auction, shouldn't you seek to understand the situation before making a decision?" Manager Wang smirked coldly. "There is no need for that. I am fully aware of your arrogance and your violent actions against young Master Fong, which are utterly reprehensible. As the head of this auction, Manager Wang was astute and shrewd, well aware of whom he could offend and whom he could not. He had meticulously memorized the names and preferences of the elite attendees, while those who had merely purchased their invitations were deemed insignificant. Naturally, Su Yun left no impression on him, and he regarded him with disdain. Su Yun gazed deeply at Manager Wang and replied coolly, "From your words, it seems that I am entirely to blame. This overweight fool has been incessantly bothering me. Should I not teach him a lesson?" "You're talking nonsense," Fatty Fong exclaimed in anger, only to be met with excruciating pain in his facial muscles. Beside him, a strikingly beautiful woman chastised, "You're spouting lies. You simply occupied the wrong seat. Young Master Fong merely offered a few reminders before you resorted to violence." Manager Wang was taken aback, finally noticing that Su Yun was seated in the center of the front row. "You impertinent fool. Who permitted you to sit here?" Manager Wang's expression darkened. The seats in the front row were reserved for the city's elite. Even if there were vacancies, they would never be allotted to those of lesser standing. Are the staff distributing invitations completely incompetent? How could they give a ticket to such trash? Manager Wang erupted in fury. Su Yun's gaze turned frosty as he produced the invitation card, stating icily, "This is my designated seat. Here is my invitation." Manager Wang, as if hearing a joke, laughed in disbelief. "Your seat? Who do you think you are? Do you believe you have the right to occupy this row?" he mocked. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. It is noteworthy that among those present, there are numerous affluent individuals whose fortunes exceed $1 billion. They remain seated in the third and fourth rows. A brash young man audaciously claimed that the front row seat was his. Manager Wang cast a disdainful glance, but was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the sequenced number on the invitation card. Indeed, the number corresponded to a central position in the first row. After scrutinizing the invitation card several times to confirm its authenticity, Manager Wang's expression darkened further. "How dare you forge an invitation to our auction? You are liable under the law," he roared angrily. He distinctly remembered that this sequence belonged to Qi Qinglan of the Tianqing group. Forgery? Su Yun frowned. It may not necessarily be him who forged it. If he had truly done so, he would likely not dare to enter this auction hall. A middle-aged man in a suit, seated in the third row, observed Su Yun with amusement and remarked, "Kid, you didn't buy that invitation card from a scalper outside, did you? You've been duped. This must be a scammer posing as a scalper, peddling such counterfeit invitations. TSK, an invitation to the front row. How utterly fake. You must be quite naive to fall for this." At his words, laughter erupted within the hall. Such fraudulent scalpers still exist in the market, preying on the gullible and unsuspecting. "Damn it, I've been swindled by an idiot," Fong the Fat lamented, covering his face in frustration. Feng Xiao, calm down. I will have someone confined to the security room, and you can decide how to handle it, Manager Wang said to Feng, then shouted at the security personnel. What are you waiting for? Get him out of here. Su Yun sighed lightly at this and chose not to argue further. He retrieved his phone, dialed a number, and handed it to Manager Wang. After you finish the call, I expect an explanation regarding the earlier incident, he stated. Manager Wang snickered derisively, showing no interest in taking Su Yun's phone. At this point, you still dare to put on a show? Kid, if you want to make a call, go ahead. I'll make this clear. No one you call today will be of any help. Whichever hand you use to strike me, I'll make sure you pay for it. Feng the Fat added menacingly. Su Yun did not waste words and dialed the number himself. Mr. Yun, you should be attending the auction at the Yunzhong Pavilion at this hour, correct? Qi Qinglan's voice came through. Is there an issue with the auction funds? I can have my assistant resolve it immediately. Chapter 56. Waiting for you for 3 minutes, Su Yun held the phone, his voice devoid of emotion. No need. I believe I may not have the opportunity to participate in the upcoming auction, as I will soon be expelled from this hall. What? What do you mean? Qi Qinglan was momentarily stunned before responding with indignation. Who dares to expel you? That invitation card I gifted you. Su Yun replied calmly. The manager in charge here claims my invitation card is forged and deems me unworthy of sitting here. There is also a rotund fellow from Feng Dafu Jewelry who has threatened to take one of my hands. How should I handle this matter tonight? Su Yun's voice was soft, seemingly devoid of any anger. However, Qi Qinglan felt a heavy weight in her heart. Although she had only met Su Yun a few times, she was acutely aware of his pride. He held even his grandfather and second uncle in disdain. Such a person would never tolerate humiliation. The auction of jadeite was organized by the Tianding auction house, and they had the audacity to create such a situation. Qi Qinglan was seething with indignation. Previously, she believed that Su Yun might be interested in the exquisite jade, so she had her assistant request an invitation card on her behalf, hoping to ensure that the organizers would take notice and provide a prime position. Yet now, with this debacle from Tianding auction house, her kind intentions had transformed into malice. If she mishandled this situation, her family would surely incur Mr. Su's wrath. Qi Qinglan took a deep breath to calm herself and declared, Mr. Su, I will resolve this matter and provide you with a satisfactory answer. Very well, Su Yun replied before hanging up the phone. Kid, you finished your call. When will your savior arrive? Feng Fatty sneered. Manager Wang also expressed his impatience, saying, it would be best if they arrived quickly, otherwise, we have no time to waste with you. The others looked at Su Yun with pity. What kind of significant help could a Navi youth, duped by a scammer, possibly summon? If the person he brought lacked the necessary influence, they would only humiliate themselves further. Su Yun ignored the murmurs around him, glanced at Feng Fatty and Manager Wang, and calmly stated, 3 minutes. This was the time he allotted to Qi Qinglan to rectify the situation. If it exceeded 3 minutes, even if the Qi family intended to offer him something, he would not accept it. 3 minutes? Ha ha ha, splendid. I'll make sure you understand the gravity of your situation. I'll be waiting for those 3 minutes. Feng Fatty grinned malevolently, eager to witness Su Yun's despair when hope faded. Manager Wang added, since you've said so. Feng Xiao, I'll wait 3 minutes as well. In truth, it wouldn't even take 3 minutes. Just a little over a minute passed when Manager Wang's phone rang urgently. His brow furrowed as he pulled out the device, and his expression shifted dramatically. What's wrong? Feng Fatty inquired. It's our general manager Ma, from Tianding Auction House. Someone must have informed him about the chaos in the auction hall. And now he's calling to inquire about the situation. Manager Wang replied casually before answering the call. General Manager Ma, this is Manager Wang, he began. But before he could finish, he was met with Qi's furious roar from the other end. Wang Dachong, you idiot. Has your vision been clouded by filth? Who do you think you can provoke? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The Qi family of Yunzhou, are you capable of offending them? Stay where you are and do nothing. I'll be there shortly. Manager Wang was left dumbfounded by the tirade. No, General Manager Ma, what are you saying? I don't quite understand, he stammered. Don't understand? Why don't you just go die? Of all the people you could offend, you chose a distinguished guest from the Qi family. After Mr. Ma bellowed that statement, he hastily ended the call. Manager Wang, listening to the beeping sound emanating from his phone, felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. It was over. The invitation card of that young gentleman was not a forgery, but a genuine gift from the Qi family. The mere thought of this filled Manager Wang with profound dread. The Qi family, One of the most prestigious families in Yunzhou and indeed in the entirety of Tianan province was not something to be trifled with. Not only was he a mere manager of a small auction house, but even his boss, Mr. Ma, would not dare to provoke them. Given the Qi family's influence, it would be as effortless to extinguish his life as crushing an ant. Manager Wang could hardly fathom that this seemingly unimpressive young man was a distinguished guest of the Qi family. In a state of utter turmoil, Manager Wang was flustered and disoriented. Su Yun, sitting calmly in his seat with a subtle smile, remarked, "It appears we need not wait for 3 minutes after all." At these words, Manager Wang felt as if the last shred of hope had shattered. He fell to his knees before Su Yun, trembling as he stammered, "Sir, I was momentarily foolish and spoke without discretion, offending you. I sincerely apologize. I hope you will show mercy and forgive my transgression." As he spoke, he struck his own face. The sharp sound of slaps left vivid red imprints on both cheeks. The rotund man, Fong, was left utterly bewildered, his plump face quivering in shock as he exclaimed, "Manager Wang, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" The onlookers surrounding them were equally astonished. At this moment, Manager Wang was inwardly cursing Fong with a deep-seated resentment. If it weren't for this troublesome fat man, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. If he could, he would relish the thought of turning Fong into mincemeat. Just then, someone rushed into the auction hall, panting heavily. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in a suit, his head notably bald in the center, with some remaining hair around the sides, sporting a classic Mediterranean hairstyle. "Mr. Ma," someone exclaimed, recognizing him as the president of Tianding Auction House. Mr. Ma, entirely disregarding the others, scanned the room and immediately noticed the young man seated in the central position of the front row. He hurried over, completely ignoring the kneeling Manager Wang, and with a face full of regret, extended his hand to Su Yun, saying, "You must be Mr. Su. I am Ma Changming from Tianding Auction House. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding earlier." Su Yun regarded Ma Changming's outstretched hand and remained seated, showing no inclination to rise and reciprocate. Ma Changming stood there awkwardly for 3 seconds before retracting his hand and forcing a smile. "This misunderstanding arose due to my mismanagement. Whatever needs to be done today, simply say the word, and I shall comply without hesitation." Still on the ground, Manager Wang quickly interjected, "Yes, sir, please grant me another chance. I truly did not intend any offense. If I had known you were a distinguished guest of the Qi family, I wouldn't have dared to offend you, even if I had 100 lives." Upon hearing this, Fong's complexion changed dramatically, his entire bulk trembling in shock. A distinguished guest of the Qi family. Fatty Fong was no fool. He quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Brother, it was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding." He forced a grotesque smile upon his face. Chapter 57. Terrified to the core, cold sweat trickled down Fatty Fong's greasy visage. He realized he had landed himself in dire trouble. He had gone to great lengths to curry favor with the Qi family, yet now he had offended their esteemed guest. If he failed to remedy this situation, he feared he might return home with broken limbs. "Brother, it was a misunderstanding, I assure you. Just wait, I will host a toast to apologize." Fatty Fong approached Su Yun, his expression brimming with obsequiousness. "Misunderstanding? You certainly didn't phrase it that way a moment ago," Su Yun replied with a cold smile, laced with sarcasm. "Did you not say you would leave me with only one hand?" Fatty Fong's eyelids twitched as he hastily retorted, "I was merely confused in the heat of the moment. Please do not take my foolish words to heart. If you could just calm down. Feel free to make any request." Su Yun chuckled dryly, disinterested in further discourse with Fatty Fong. Ma Changming, noticing Su Yun's disdain for Fatty, interjected, "Mr. Su, I shall promptly remove these bothersome individuals for you. Please, do temper your anger. The auction is about to commence." Su Yun rose, waving his hand dismissively. "No need. After such a commotion, I have lost all interest. It is best to leave this matter to the Qi family." Ma Changming's expression shifted dramatically as he pleaded, "Mr. Su, please wait. Grant me a chance to make amends." Ignoring him, Su Yun exited the auction hall. Ma Changming's demeanor darkened, while Manager Wang and Fatty Fong appeared as though they had lost their parents. The surrounding crowd murmured in sympathy, now pitying Manager Wang and Fatty Fong for having offended a guest of the Qi family, knowing they would inevitably face the family's wrath. Fatty Fong's jewelry business, Fong Dafu, was bound to suffer a significant setback. As for someone like Manager Wang, his prospects in Yunzhou were now utterly bleak. The beauty beside Fatty Fong fell silent, shrinking behind him like a quail. Having accompanied Fatty for some time, she had witnessed enough to understand the formidable stature of the chief family. Mr. Ma, is there still a chance to salvage this situation? I have toiled for half my life in Yunzhou and have finally achieved some success. I do not wish to leave in disgrace. Could you possibly assist me? Manager Wang implored, his gaze pleading towards Ma Changming. He had been a loyal aide to Ma and was hopeful for his boss's support. However, before he could finish his plea, Ma Changming delivered a fierce kick to Manager Wang's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Help you? Help your mother, Ma Changming exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Do you have any idea of the magnitude of the trouble you've caused today? Do you even know who just called me? Manager Wang was taken aback, his anxiety palpable. Could it be that Miss Qing Lan from the Qi family personally called you? Fatty Fong too looked anxiously at Ma Changming. If it had been Qi Qinglan's assistant or some other trusted confidant who called Ma Changming just now, it might have been more manageable. However, if it were Qi Qinglan herself who made the call to inquire, the consequences would be dire. Ma Changming's face twitched as he regarded Manager Wang and the corpulent Fong with an expression akin to that of witnessing a ghost. In a low voice, he declared, "The person who just called me was the second master of the Qi family." The mention of the second master sent Manager Wang's face into a ghastly pallor. Devoid of any color, offending Qi Qinglan might allow one to survive, but incurring the wrath of the second master spelled certain doom. At this moment, Manager Wang was no longer contemplating whether he could remain in Yunzhou. Instead, he was preoccupied with the more pressing question of whether he could stay alive. How could this have escalated to involve the second master? How could it have come to this? Fong, too, appeared ashen, his entire body seeming to lose its very essence. Collapsing to the ground, after what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to tremble forth his phone, seeking assistance from home. Ma Changming heaved a deep sigh, his face a mask of despair. A calamity had befallen him. Although this incident did not directly involve him, it had transpired within his domain. And since Manager Wang was his subordinate, he could not extricate himself from the situation. It seemed that a considerable sacrifice would be necessary to quell the Qi family's fury. Meanwhile, Su Yun leisurely exited the Yunzhong club. He paid no heed to the impending fates of Manager Wang and Fong. He trusted the Qi family would provide him with a satisfactory resolution. Upon leaving the club, two burly men suddenly blocked his path. "Hey there, someone wishes to meet you. Come with us," they instructed. Both men were underlings of Brother Dao. Given that the Yunzhong club was situated in a central area, even Brother Dao and his cohorts were wary of committing violence right at the entrance. Thus, they had dispatched two individuals to escort Su Yun to a more secluded location. "Someone wishes to see me?" Su Yun assessed the two men and chuckled. "I have a hunch I know who it is." "Very well, let us be on our way. It will save me the trouble of seeking him out." The two burly men paused in surprise. They had been prepared for Su Yun's resistance and had anticipated forcibly dragging him along. His compliance made their task considerably easier. Su Yun followed the two men unhurriedly, exuding an air of calmness that perplexed the two who were vigilant against his potential escape. "This fellow seems remarkably composed. Get in the car," the two men directed, leading Su Yun to a business vehicle. They opened the door, revealing three equally imposing men already seated inside. Su Yun smiled and said nothing, simply taking his seat. Shortly after the vehicle set off, another business car, a Mercedes, trailed behind them. After approximately 10 minutes, the three vehicles halted in a secluded area. They had arrived at a construction site, shrouded in darkness as work had ceased for the night, illuminated only by the faint glow of streetlights. At this hour, few would pass by. "Little brother, you possess a fair amount of courage. Unfortunately, we are merely hired hands. If we inadvertently offend you, do not hold it against us." A robust man adorned with a tattoo of a green dragon on his arm patted Su Yun on the shoulder, his expression filled with deep sentiment. "There's nothing to be surprised about," he remarked. Su Yun chuckled softly and replied, "Since you are being paid for your services, then the consequences of life and death fall upon yourselves." Upon hearing this, the tattooed man's pupils constricted sharply. "Young man, what do you mean by that?" he asked coldly. Su Yun merely smiled and chose not to respond, stepping directly down from the vehicle. The group of burly men promptly followed suit. Simultaneously, from another luxury vehicle, Brother Dao emerged with a cadre of muscular men. Finally, from the last Mercedes, Zhang Peng and his family disembarked. Zhang Peng's eyes glinted with malice as he fixed a venomous stare upon Su Yun. "Kid, did you think you'd fall into my grasp so soon?" Chapter 58. The Burden of Life and Death. Zhang Peng, with a face as bruised as a pig's head, glared at Su Yun from a distance. His gaze filled with fury and venom. The humiliation he had suffered at the Cloud Pavilion still gnawed at him. He had always been the one to bully others. Never had he experienced such disgrace. And to be beaten to a pulp in front of the Zhou family was an affront too great to bear. Today, he was determined to exact a toll on Su Yun, regardless of the price. The Zhou family stood beside Zhang Peng, silent yet exuding palpable disdain towards Su Yun. Su Yun let out a light chuckle, seemingly oblivious to the seething glares from Zhang Peng and his cohorts. If you had hurriedly fled after leaving the pavilion, you might have lived a few more days. But I must say, I never expected you to be so eager to court death. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng's fury turned to mockery, and even Brother Daoist group found amusement in the situation. Little brother, speaking such bravado before us? You truly do not regard our brotherhood with any seriousness, Brother Dao said, shaking his head in disbelief as he stepped closer to scrutinize Su Yun. Men like Su Yun were not unfamiliar to Brother Dao. Under normal circumstances, seeing the formidable display before him would have left a young man trembling in fear. Yet here was Su Yun, unabashedly taunting them. Such defiance was admirable in the underworld. However, rules were rules. Despite his admiration for Su Yun, Brother Dao had accepted Zhang Peng's commission and had no intention of letting him go. Brother Dao drew forth a cleaver and presented it to Su Yun, stating, "Today, we shall sever one of your hands. You may choose which one." Zhang Peng, upon hearing this, immediately voiced his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "One hand? That is insufficient. I want him utterly crippled." At this moment, Zhang Peng appeared utterly deranged. Merely maiming Su Yun's hand would not suffice to quench his thirst for revenge. Brother Dao frowned and replied, "Maiming both hands and feet could lead to fatalities." Zhang Peng scoffed, sneering, "Brother Dao, you've dealt with lives before. What is one more?" While others might be oblivious to Brother Dao's true nature, Zhang Peng was well aware. Brother Dao's crew often engaged in underground fights, some of which had resulted in death, though those incidents were discreetly handled. In Zhang Peng's eyes, adding Su Yun to the list of casualties was inconsequential. "Brother Dao, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Today, I have resolved this matter for my brother, and I am willing to offer 5 million for my comrades to enjoy some tea," Zhang Peng declared. Upon hearing this, the burly men accompanying Brother Dao immediately displayed a change in expression. Brother Dao hesitated for a moment before giving a slight nod. "Xiao Zhang, is there any possibility of trouble arising from this?" Zhou Guangji inquired, feeling a sense of apprehension at the mention of potential violence. Lu Yueme and Zhou Luo also appeared anxious. They had previously overheard Zhang Peng's threats against Su Yun, dismissing them as mere expressions of rage. At most believing he would merely send someone to incapacitate Su Yun. Now, faced with the prospect of actual bloodshed, their unease grew. What trouble could arise? "I won't let you lay a finger on him," Zhang Peng replied nonchalantly, smiling. "According to statistics, the number of missing persons in our country each year is at least in the hundreds of thousands. Do you truly believe these individuals have simply vanished without a trace? As long as it is handled discreetly, even if their families report them missing, it will merely add another case to the list." Upon hearing this, Zhou Guangji and the others fell silent. They harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Su Yun, and as long as they were not implicated, they preferred to turn a blind eye. Su Yun, listening to their casual conversation, sighed softly. "Have you finished talking? Do you genuinely believe that you can deal with me using these insignificant pawns?" In Su Yun's eyes, Brother Dao's crew were no different from mere fish and shrimp. However, upon hearing this, Brother Dao and his men were enraged. "Kid, you truly do not know the meaning of danger. Do you think that just because you possess some skills, you can act arrogantly in our presence?" A burly man adorned with a dragon tattoo abruptly drew a metal rod from behind and swung it towards Su Yun with lethal intent. Yet, Zhang Peng's earlier promise of 5 million had heightened his adrenaline. Su Yun did not even glance at the strike. He casually raised his hand and seized the descending metal rod effortlessly. The tattooed man felt as though his iron rod was embedded in solid concrete, immovable despite his utmost effort to wrench it free. "You." The burly man was taken aback, astonished by Su Yun's extraordinary strength. Su Yun smiled coldly, tightening his grip around the rod. With a resounding crunch, the solid iron bar was crushed in his grasp. "Impossible." The onlookers gaped in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. This was an iron rod, not a piece of tofu. The tattooed man was terrified, his heart pounding as he wondered if Su Yun was even human. Perceiving him as a monster, Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? Su Yun fixed his icy gaze upon the tattooed man. Since you have accepted payment for your services, you shall bear the consequences of life and death. A chill ran down the tattooed man's spine as an inexplicable terror surged within him at the sight of Su Yun's frigid eyes. I, he stammered, attempting to utter more, but Su Yun had no interest in listening. With a flick of his finger, swift as lightning, he struck the man's forehead. Bang! A bloodied hole erupted from the man's brow, akin to being pierced by a sharp object. Crimson blood, accompanied by various visceral remnants, splattered forth. The surrounding onlookers were left astounded. No one anticipated that Su Yun would act with such decisiveness, effortlessly dispatching foes with a mere snap of his fingers. His methods evoked a deep sense of trepidation in many. Tyrannosaurus. Knife Brother bellowed, the first to regain his senses, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Damn it! Let us all attack him together and kill him. Knife Brother, being a man of experience, recognized that Su Yun, who had just crushed an iron rod and pointed to slay Tyrannosaurus, was no ordinary fighter, but rather a formidable practitioner of martial arts. He had encountered such individuals in various underground fighting matches. Had he known Su Yun's true capabilities beforehand, he would have certainly declined such a confrontation. However, it was far too late for regrets. Since the opponent had already taken the initiative to kill Tyrannosaurus, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. All they could do now was fight with all their might. Hoping that Su Yun had yet to cultivate inner energy and was merely a martial artist of the first three realms. Nevertheless, considering Su Yun's age, it was improbable that he had attained such mastery. Knife Brother believed that with their numbers, they still had a chance to defeat him. With a swift motion, Knife Brother swung his machete with ferocity, aiming for Su Yun's head. Su Yun, with a mere pinch of his fingers, seized the blade and gave it a gentle shake. The machete shattered instantly. Grasping the broken blade, he made a horizontal swipe, unleashing a fierce gust of blade energy that extended nearly 10 feet. Knife Brother let out a chilling scream as his body was cleaved in two at the waist. Su Yun did not deign to cast a second glance at him. He carelessly waved the half-blade as if painting on an invisible canvas, each stroke reaping a life. Not far away, Zhang Peng and Zhou Lulu's family felt their scalps tingle, a wave of icy dread surging through them. A demon. This is a true demon. Zhang Peng shouted in terror, eager to escape to their vehicle. He was utterly paralyzed with fear. Zhou Lulu's family, equally horrified, fumbled in panic to open the car doors. Just as they turned around, the cacophony of screams abruptly ceased. A cold, indifferent voice pierced the air. Where do you think you are going? Zhang Peng and his companions froze, an overwhelming terror flooding their hearts. Struggling to turn their heads, they beheld Knife Brother and his group sprawled lifelessly on the ground, devoid of any sound. Only Su Yun remained, standing calmly as ever. His expression bore no trace of emotion. In his previous life, he had carved a path of destruction, ascending to the pinnacle of power, having walked over countless corpses to become a revered king of immortals. The lives snuffed out by his hand numbered in the billions. This trivial scene was merely akin to crushing a few ants beneath his heel. Su Yun discarded the half-blade and approached Zhang Peng and the others with measured steps, each footfall resonating like a heavy drumbeat in their hearts. As he reached them, Zhang Peng could no longer contain himself and fell to his knees with a thud. Please, don't kill me. His swollen face was streaked with tears of terror, and a yellowish liquid pooled beneath him, dripping down his legs. He had soiled himself in fear. At this moment, no one dared to mock him. The Zhou family was paralyzed with terror, their bodies limp with fear. They could hardly fathom that Su Baiha, the son they deemed ordinary and unremarkable, could be so terrifying, capable of killing with such ease, like a deity or demon. Su Yun, you cannot kill me. My bond with your father is one of good brotherhood and friendship. Zhou Guangji stammered, attempting to use Su Baiha as a shield. Good brother? Good friend? Upon hearing this, a trace of derision flickered across Su Yun's face. It seems your understanding of brotherhood and friendship is quite unique. Zhou Guangji, with a mournful expression, pleaded, Su Yun, I was momentarily foolish. I should not have plotted against your father. I promise I will amend my ways. Lu Yueme echoed his desperation. Yes, Su Yun, grant us another chance. Your father wished to unite you with Lulu, and we share that intention. Zhou Lulu nodded vigorously beside them, desperate to bare her heart to Su Yun, willing to do anything to navigate this predicament. As long as they could preserve their lives, everything else could be negotiated. Observing their disgraceful demeanor, Su Yun sighed softly. Witnessing these former enemies, whom he loathed in his past life, now groveling before him like dogs seeking mercy, brought him no satisfaction. Instead, he felt a sense of ennui. Initially, he contemplated subjecting them to various torments and fears before their demise, but suddenly found that notion utterly tedious. They were mere insects, easily crushed, not worthy of his time or thoughts. With a swift motion, Su Yun extended his fingers, releasing a surge of energy. A muffled thud echoed as the force pierced the foreheads of Zhang Peng and the others. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept the reality of their sudden demise. Su Yun retrieved his phone and dialed Chao Kuan. "Mr. Su, how may I assist you?" Chao Kuan's surprise was palpable upon receiving Su Yun's call. "Send some people to clean up the scene." "Clean up?" Chao Kuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Please provide the address, and I will arrange for professionals to handle the situation immediately." After hanging up, Su Yun's expression shifted, and he vanished in an instant. Before long, 3 figures appeared, moving with remarkable speed. 2 men and 1 woman, all clad in matching black attire. One of the men was short and peculiar-looking, with a broad nose and small eyes, his pupils tinged with an unusual green hue. The other man exuded an icy aura, leaving a faint layer of frost wherever he tread. The woman was particularly eerie, her petite form seemingly floating just above the ground. Upon their arrival and witnessing the corpses of Zhang Peng and his companions, their expressions changed dramatically. What ruthless methods! To have slaughtered more than a dozen people in one go. "No wonder I could smell the pungent scent of blood from several miles away," remarked the short man, unable to contain his astonishment. As he spoke, he inhaled the lingering scents in the air, his emerald eyes meticulously scrutinizing the scene and the marks upon the corpse. A man and a woman remained silent, refraining from disturbing the short and stout figure. After a brief moment, the short man returned, his expression fluctuating between light and shadow. "Eagle Dog, what do you make of it? Who were the deceased?" inquired the woman, her body levitating. "Merely ordinary individuals. Some had dabbled in rudimentary martial arts. Yet they were hardly noteworthy," the short man replied. "Ordinary people?" The cold-breathed man furrowed his brow, stating, "If they are indeed ordinary, then our involvement is unnecessary. We should simply alert the local authorities to handle the matter." The short man hesitated, responding, "I fear that won't suffice. This situation is beyond the capabilities of standard official forces." The other 2 exchanged puzzled glances. With a faint sigh, the short man continued, "I examined the traces at the scene and the wounds on the bodies. Some were struck down by the lethal force of a master martial artist." At this revelation, both the levitating woman and the cold man's expressions shifted dramatically. "Are you suggesting the assailant was a martial arts master?" "Eagle Dog, could you be mistaken?" the levitating woman questioned, her disbelief palpable as she sought confirmation. A hint of resignation crossed the short man's face as he replied, "Do you truly think I would err on such a matter?" The levitating woman and the cold man now bore expressions of grave seriousness. Involving a master martial artist complicated matters significantly. A martial arts master executing the slaughter of ordinary people, and doing so en masse, was an egregious violation of the heavenly laws. "Eagle Dog, Ice God, what do you propose? Should we immediately pursue and apprehend him, delivering him to the heavenly prison?" the levitating woman suggested in a low voice. In conflicts within the martial arts community, they would typically remain uninvolved. However, a master martial artist's extensive slaughter of ordinary individuals crossed the line entirely. The short man pondered, "With just the 3 of us, confronting a martial arts master seems rather precarious. Furthermore, since it is a master who has violated the law, logically, it should not fall to our special abilities group to take the lead. We ought to notify the martial god army's experts to handle it." The levitating woman, somewhat reluctant, replied, "Since we have encountered this situation, we should at least give it a try. We've often heard the martial god army boast of the prowess of martial arts masters. Let us capture one to demonstrate their strength." The short man felt a headache coming on. The cold man could only helplessly interject, "Chinke, do not act rashly. We have a significant mission at hand that cannot be delayed. Our leaders summoned us in haste, likely indicating that there are leads on that matter. If you waste time, and he becomes enraged, we could all find ourselves in great trouble." Upon hearing the mention of their leader, the levitating woman shivered and fell silent. "Let us depart and report this matter to the martial god army. We shall not involve ourselves further," the cold man instructed. With that, the 3 figures swiftly departed. After their exit, a silhouette suddenly materialized, none other than Su Yun, who had previously left. Chapter 60. A visit of apology. As Su Yun gazed in the direction the three individuals departed, he murmured softly to himself, the Heavenly Department, the Extraordinary Abilities Division, and the Martial Deity Army, quite intriguing indeed. He possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the Heavenly Department, a clandestine organization established by the state to contend with individuals of remarkable prowess. This department is divided into two factions, the Extraordinary Abilities Division and the Martial Deity Army. The Extraordinary Abilities Division seeks out individuals of unparalleled talents. For instance, the hound-like figure possessed an extraordinary sense of vision and olfaction, capable of detecting the scent of blood from several miles away. Then there was the woman known as the Azure Sparrow, who could levitate effortlessly, a clear indication of her astonishing abilities. On the other hand, the Martial Deity Army comprises pure martial artists. Together, these two entities form the Heavenly Department, which operates within the shadows, suppressing various nefarious beings and maintaining the equilibrium of the world, far from the reach of ordinary citizens. The Heavenly Department is the most secretive branch of the state, accountable only to a select few in the upper echelons. Su Yun's awareness of these matters stemmed from fortuitous encounters in his previous life after he embarked on the path of cultivation and interacted with individuals from the Heavenly Department. Is there a particular matter that brings the members of the Heavenly Department to Yunzhou? Su Yun pondered quietly. Members of the Heavenly Department seldom mobilize unless confronted with supernatural occurrences or situations that ordinary governmental forces cannot resolve. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against delving further into the matter. As long as he remained unperturbed, he had little inclination to interfere. Following this, he returned directly to his villa on Lingfeng Mountain. The next morning, a convoy appeared at his villa's entrance. Several individuals quietly unloaded gift boxes from the vehicles, standing respectfully at the threshold. Sensing the commotion outside, Su Yun opened the door to find the corpulent man who had offended him the previous night waiting anxiously. The man's swollen face had not only failed to diminish but appeared even more grotesque. Bruises marred his eyes and forehead, while one arm was suspended in a bandage around his neck, and one of his legs was encased in plaster, requiring assistance to stand. The sight was pitiful indeed. Upon noticing Su Yun's emergence, the corpulent man hastily extricated himself from the support of his attendant and fell to his knees before Su Yun, wailing, "Mr. Su, I was wrong. Truly, I was wrong. I beseech you to show mercy and spare my life." His lamentations were heart-wrenching, tears and snot streaming down his face. He was genuinely terrified. Upon learning of Su Yun's esteemed status as a guest of the Qi family, he realized he had landed himself in grave trouble and hastily contacted his family for assistance. However, upon hearing his plight, his patriarch wasted no time in breaking his leg and escorting him to the Qi family to make amends. The response from the second master of the Qi family was curt. Unless Su Yun chose to overlook the incident, the corpulent man was as good as dead. At this juncture, the man comprehended the extent of Su Yun's standing within the Qi family. Without Su Yun's forgiveness, his life was truly at stake, along with the potential devastation of his family's enterprise. Consequently, the entire Fong family resolved to pursue Su Yun's pardon at any cost. "Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize for disrupting your enjoyment yesterday and preventing you from attending the jade auction. To express our earnestness, the Fong family has acquired all the exquisite jade pieces that were to be sold at the auction." As Fong Fatty spoke, he gestured for his subordinates to open the gift boxes one by one. Inside lay splendid and valuable jade treasures. "These items are intended as a token of apology to you, Mr. Su. Your magnanimity is greatly appreciated. I humbly ask for your forgiveness this once." As he spoke, Fong Fatty bowed deeply to Su Yun, blood seeping from his forehead in a show of desperation. He understood that their family status in Yunzhou enabled them to seek Mr. Su's understanding, unlike manager Wang from the auction, who had vanished the previous night. Su Yun casually surveyed the offerings and replied coolly, "Keep the items, now leave." Fong Fatty, upon hearing this, felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted and gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Yun. I shall take my leave." As long as Su Yun accepted these gifts, his life would be spared. Within 2 minutes, Fong Fatty and his entourage had vanished without a trace, leaving behind the boxes filled with various precious jades at the entrance. It must be noted that the Fong family invested significantly to save Fong Fatty's life, acquiring dozens of top-tier jade pieces, each valued in the millions. Among them was a remarkable statue of Guanyin, masterfully carved and crafted by a renowned artisan, fetching no less than several tens of millions in the market. To procure such an extensive collection of premium jades, the Fong family must have mobilized billions in funds. With this bounty, Su Yun had more than enough materials to arrange the gathering spirit formation in his villa. He immediately transported the jades back to his residence to begin cutting, carving, and inscribing intricate patterns. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private sanatorium in Yunzhou, Qi Qinglan and Qi Chongqing sat in the opulent hall. After receiving a phone call, Qi Qinglan turned to her uncle and said, "Uncle, the Fong family has apologized to Mr. Su, and he has accepted their gifts. This matter should be considered resolved." Qi Chongqing nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a middle-aged man in white medical attire entered the hall briskly, holding a stack of reports. "Is there any news?" Qi Chongqing inquired. The man nodded emphatically and responded, "Yes. We have thoroughly analyzed the components of the pills that Miss Qinglan brought yesterday. Indeed, it is crafted from several rare medicinal herbs, which during the refining process seem to undergo marvelous reactions and transformations, containing within them a form of exceedingly active energy. With the current scientific methods and pharmacological knowledge at our disposal, we have yet to fully decipher this process." At this point, Qi Chongsheng, growing somewhat impatient, interjected, "Just tell me directly, can these elixirs be administered to the elder? Will there be any adverse consequences?" The middle-aged man pondered before responding, "In my estimation, taking this pill should not be harmful. However, given Qi Lao's esteemed status, I believe it prudent to conduct a few more tests." Qi Chongqing contemplated for a moment, and then turned to Qi Qinglan, asking, "What are your thoughts, Qinglan?" With a smile, Qi Qinglan replied, "Uncle, I think further testing is unnecessary. If Mr. Su truly intended harm to grandfather, he would not have intervened to detoxify him in the first place. I believe this elixir poses no risk." Previously, her suggestion to validate the elixir arose from its unattractive appearance and unpleasant odor, reminiscent of sheep dung, which made her apprehensive, prompting her to check its composition. Now that she knew it was indeed made from those precious herbs, further investigation seemed unwarranted. Upon hearing her words, Qi Chongqing nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. I share your opinion. Yet, for safety's sake, I shall test one of the pills myself before administering it to the elder." Chapter 61. Astonishing effects. Qi Chongqing retrieved a pill, preparing to test it on himself. Observing this, Qi Qinglan initially intended to take his place, but upon recalling the pill's odor, she refrained from speaking. Qi Chongqing held the pill, grappling with the unpleasant scent that assailed his senses. The smell was utterly revolting. Nevertheless, Qi Chongqing, being a decisive individual, steeled himself, held his breath, and abruptly swallowed the pill. In the next moment, an overwhelming stench filled his mouth. "Damn!" Qi Chongqing's eyes widened in horror, nearly prompting him to retch on the spot. At that moment, he felt an urge to commit violence. Why was it that the elixir could emit such a foul odor? What was the reason behind this? With immense willpower, he managed to force the pill down. His face turned ashen and green. The middle-aged man in medical attire had lowered his head, unable to bear the sight of Qi Chongqing's expression. Qi Qinglan, filled with concern, inquired, "Uncle, are you all right? Do you need to rinse your mouth?" Qi Chongqing inhaled deeply, poised to respond. But suddenly his complexion shifted dramatically as he felt a warm current spreading within him. The pill had dissolved, transforming into an extraordinarily pure essence, permeating his flesh and bones, his internal organs. Qi Chongqing experienced an unprecedented sense of ease, feeling invigorated and refreshed, as though he had regained the vitality of youth, feeling 17 or 18 years younger. Qi Chongqing was utterly astonished. The effects of this elixir left him in profound shock. He is now in his 40s. Over the years, although he has taken good care of himself, the inevitable passage of time has diminished his vitality, causing a rapid decline. Yet, at this moment, he feels as though he has reverted to his 30s, brimming with energy. Observing Qi Chongqing in a daze, Qi Qinglan's expression shifted as she inquired, "Uncle, has the elixir taken effect?" Regaining his composure, Qi Chongqing exclaimed, "Not only has it taken effect, but it is nothing short of miraculous. Quickly, administer it to the old gentleman." An hour later, in a VIP care room of the rehabilitation center, Qi Guozheng emerged from a diagnostic machine, radiating vitality. Previously, Qi Guozheng had appeared ashen, with a pallid complexion that exuded a grayish hue, and his hair was dull and lifeless, resembling that of a dying man. Now, however, his face glowed with health, and his hair had transformed into a brilliant silver white, with signs of darkening roots. This astonishing transformation left everyone present utterly astounded. Although Qi Changsheng had also consumed an elixir, its effects on him were less pronounced due to his already robust health. Outsiders could hardly notice any change in him. However, the remarkable metamorphosis of Qi Guozheng was truly staggering. Xiao Wang, what are the results of the observations? A middle-aged man in medical attire urgently inquired. Behind the diagnostic equipment, a young medical staff member trembled as he reported, incredible, truly astounding. Qi Lao's bodily functions, which were nearly depleted, have regained their vitality. Upon hearing this, the medical personnel in the room erupted in excitement. It is indeed unfathomable. Merely through a few elixirs, such extraordinary effects have been achieved. This defies the very principles of modern medicine. It could be the legendary ancient alchemical techniques. The crowd buzzed with exhilaration. The middle-aged man in white scrubs hastily approached Qi Changsheng and Qi Qinglan, suppressing his excitement as he asked, Mr. Qi, Miss Qinglan, could you divulge which esteemed figure crafted these elixirs? Qi Changsheng's gaze flickered, and he abruptly replied, this matter is not to be questioned. Furthermore, treat today's events as if they never occurred. Not a word of it is to be leaked outside. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Why? This is a monumental miracle in the annals of human medicine. If we can comprehend the principles behind the elixir's formulation and the medicinal reactions that transpired during the alchemical process, it could lead to a Nobel Prize in medicine and potentially revolutionize global healthcare. Qi Changsheng coldly interrupted, I have stated, today's events are to be regarded as non-existent. The middle-aged man faltered, noting the chilling glare in Qi Changsheng's eyes, which now seemed to regard him as one would a corpse. An icy dread washed over him as he suddenly realized the gravity of his situation. The other medical personnel also felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, not daring to breathe. Mr. Qi, I understand. We shall remain tight-lipped about today's occurrences. The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hastily assuring him. Qi Changsheng let out a cold snort and declared, it is best this way. If any of you cannot restrain your tongue, I shall ensure that you will never be able to speak again. Qi Guozheng observed this scene with a slight nod, finding nothing amiss. If he did not issue a warning to these individuals, their pursuit of fame and profit might lead them to exaggerate the matter, potentially implicating Su Yun and inciting his displeasure, which would be undesirable. Following the recent events, Su Yun's stature in their hearts had ascended to an unparalleled height, akin to that of a deity. Changsheng, from now on, whatever Mr. Su commands, our Qi family will spare no effort to fulfill, Qi Guozheng instructed Qi Changsheng. Understood. Qi Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. Given Su Yun's extraordinary abilities, the Qi family would reap boundless benefits by maintaining a close relationship with him. Not to mention, the miraculous elixirs he possessed could prove invaluable in critical moments. At that moment, Qi Guozheng turned his gaze towards Qi Qinglan and said, Qinglan, in the future, it would be wise for you to cultivate a closer relationship with Mr. Su whenever possible. Qi Qinglan's delicate form shivered slightly. She understood the deeper meaning behind her grandfather's words. To cultivate a closer relationship was not merely to engage in casual encounters, but rather to facilitate a connection between her and Su Yun. Qi Qinglan bit her red lip, remaining silent. Her interactions with Su Yun had been limited to merely 3 occasions, yet he had left a profound impression on her. He was a man as proud as a celestial being, possessing astonishing skills and talents. She felt both awe and admiration towards him, yet when it came to romantic feelings, she had not contemplated such matters. Seeing Qi Qinglan's silence, Qi Guozheng couldn't help but smile wryly and remarked, I merely suggested this. Ultimately, it depends on your own desires, and I shall not interfere. His intention in promoting a union between Qi Qinglan and Su Yun was not motivated by a desire for advantage through marriage, but rather a genuine appreciation for Su Yun's character. He believed that if his granddaughter could forge a bond with a person of such exceptional caliber as Su Yun, it would be a commendable match. Chapter 62. Red Claw White Eagle Lingfeng Mountain, Villa Number 3. Su Yun had meticulously carved and segmented the jade stones required for the formation. He then buried these stones around his villa according to specific orientations, creating a profound array. As night descended, the spirit-gathering formation he had arranged was finally complete. The formation began to operate. Continuous streams of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged, gathering in the vicinity of his villa. As time passed, the concentration of spiritual energy increased, reaching a peak. Su Yun's villa, along with the garden and courtyard outside, was entirely enveloped in the spirit-gathering formation. At this moment, the inside and outside of the formation seemed to exist in two entirely different worlds. The exterior of the spirit-gathering formation appeared unremarkable, with no discernible changes. However, the interior area transformed into a veritable paradise. The air within felt particularly sweet and fragrant. A single breath invigorated the mind and uplifted the spirit. Moreover, the abundant spiritual energy in this void can enhance one's physical constitution, delay aging, and promote longevity. Living here for an extended period could allow an ordinary individual to extend their lifespan by 3 to 4 decades. Su Yun carefully contemplated the changes in the gathering formation, seeking further improvements. Suddenly, a furrow formed on his brow as a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Nearby the villa, a multitude of small creatures appeared, as various insects, ants, and birds flocked toward him. Animals are the most sensitive to changes in their environment. During the operation of the gathering formation, as it absorbed the spiritual energy from other areas, they sensed the flow of energy and instinctively converged upon Su Yun's villa. This was distinctly different from his previous attempt to gather spiritual energy for alchemy, although he had also drawn in the surrounding energy to the villa then. Both the concentration of the gathered energy and its range were incomparable to the gathering formation established with numerous top-tier jade stones. His prior energy absorption was limited to the vicinity of Lingfeng Mountain. However, this time, the influence extended far beyond, drawing in the essence of the heavens and earth from dozens of miles away. Retreat. Su Yun snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying mental will that surged outward in all directions. Instantly, the small creatures that had gathered were struck with immense fright and scattered in a chaotic flight. Yet, the situation was far from over. Soon, another wave of animals converged near Su Yun's villa. He had no choice but to continue projecting his mental will to intimidate them, but this was merely a temporary measure. Moments later, yet another batch of new creatures was drawn in, including a large, spotted python, roughly the thickness of an arm, emerging from an unknown location, lingering nearby with a restless air. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the darkness concealed the villa, preventing any human presence. Otherwise, the mere sight of such a python could terrify anyone to their core. A miscalculation. Every spiritual mountain and treasure ground attracts various beings. Unless a beast king occupies the area, possessing the ferocity to deter other creatures. I have overlooked this point. It seems I must devise a method to tame a fierce beast to guard the estate, if all else fails. I could persuade Chao Kun to procure a couple of wild tigers or lions. Su Yun pondered silently, growing increasingly vexed, and decided to halt the gathering formation for the time being. However, at that moment, a fierce eagle's cry suddenly pierced the night sky. The shrill sound shattered the tranquility, causing all the small creatures loitering near Su Yun's villa to panic and scatter in terror. Even the large spotted python fled in disarray. Yet it was too late. A white shadow swooped down from the sky, stirring a tempestuous wind. The python, caught off guard, was seized by a pair of crimson claws and forcefully pinned to the ground. This is a magnificent snow-white eagle, standing over a meter tall, with wings that span nearly 3 meters. Its feathers are as white as snow, without a single stray hair. However, its talons are a vivid crimson, resembling fresh blood. The speckled python lies beneath the eagle's feet, having succumbed before it could mount any resistance. Its head pecked to pieces in an instant, and the eagle has seized its gallbladder. The red-clawed white eagle. From a distance on the villa's balcony, Su Yun observed this spectacle, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Such a specimen of eagle is exceedingly rare, likely the result of some mutation. Its massive physique and swift ferocity are unlike anything previously witnessed. Even the so-called king of raptors, the golden eagle, pales in comparison. After extracting the python's gallbladder, the red-clawed white eagle did not take flight. Instead, it spread its wings and soared directly towards the uppermost level of Su Yun's villa. For there, 3 exquisite jade pendants hung in wait. These pendants had been meticulously selected by Su Yun from a batch of top-tier jade, intricately carved with splendid designs and inscribed with mystical runes, effectively transformed into artifacts of power. They were suspended at the villa's pinnacle because this location serves as the core of the entire spirit-gathering array, allowing abundant spiritual energy to nourish the jade, hastening its perfection. Evidently, this white eagle possesses remarkable spiritual awareness. sensing the extraordinary nature of the jade and seeking to seize it. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Just as I wish to subdue a fierce guardian beast for my abode. You have arrived. Su-Yun laughed heartily. Compared to this red-clawed white eagle, even tigers and lions seem utterly insignificant. With such an unparalleled raptor at Lingfeng Mountain, it could easily intimidate other creatures. Stay with me. Su-Yun leaped, ascending to the villa's top floor. With a swift motion of his hand, an invisible wave of energy surged forth, pressing down upon the white eagle. The eagle emitted a furious cry, its form suddenly rising as it attempted to flee. However, it found itself restrained by Su-Yun's force, struggling to break free as it was relentlessly pushed downward. Just as it appeared about to be forced to the ground, the white eagle executed a sudden roll, its blood-red talons slicing upward with the sharpness of blades. Even more alarming was the tremendous power that erupted from those talons, surpassing that of an ordinary human by more than tenfold, coupled with the razor-sharp hooks. In a startling turn, Su-Yun's invisible force was cleaved apart. The eagle's body contracted, and seizing the opportunity presented by the opening, it soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Instead of anger, Su-Yun felt exhilaration. The surprise this white eagle brought was beyond measure. Although he had restrained his force to avoid harming the eagle, its ability to break free was still astonishing. You cannot escape my gaze. With a firm stance, Su-Yun surged after the direction the eagle had flown. Before departing, he ceased the operation of the spirit-gathering array to prevent attracting more creatures in his absence. Chapter 63. The prodigy girl Su-Yun moved swiftly, as agile as a leopard. In the inky darkness of the night, no one could discern his figure. Though he could not soar like the majestic white eagle, his speed in running was astonishing. Akin to that of a high-speed sports car, he traversed mountains and forded rivers without a hint of obstruction. The white eagle had long since vanished from sight. Nevertheless, Su-Yun remained unperturbed. His keen senses allowed him to detect the faint traces of the white eagle lingering in the void, enabling him to pursue it. However, these traces were exceedingly subtle and situated high above, making the tracking process quite cumbersome. As time slipped away, Su-Yun felt as though he had circled the territory of Yunzhou several times in his pursuit of the white eagle. Finally, just as the dawn light began to emerge, he successfully caught sight of the eagle's trail. The white eagle had descended to a dilapidated residential area on the outskirts of the city, ultimately landing on a crumbling apartment building, where it flapped its wings and tapped against a third-floor window. The window opened, and a young girl leaned out, seemingly engaged in conversation with the eagle. With a flick of its head, the eagle dropped the snake gall it had been carrying into the room. From a distance, Su-Yun watched this scene with astonishment. The white eagle exhibited an extraordinary level of intelligence, suggesting it had been domesticated. However, he found it peculiar that someone capable of taming such a creature would reside in such a rundown neighborhood, as they would likely be a person of great wealth or influence. Observing the eagle take flight once more, Su-Yun hesitated to pursue it further. Instead, he gracefully leaped and swiftly ascended to the third floor, peering through the gap in the window. Inside, the room was dimly lit, with no lights turned on. But he could hear the girl conversing softly with someone. "Grandpa, Xiaobai just brought another snake gall. I will prepare it for your medicine." Her voice was gentle and soothing. In the room, an elderly man lay on the bed, coughing intermittently, his breath somewhat labored. "Next time, you must remind Xiaobai not to come here when dawn breaks. If someone sees it, it could lead to complications." The old man was acutely aware that a creature of such value would be considered a rare treasure in the eyes of certain individuals. Wealthy patrons often indulged in the training of falcons, lions, and other exotic animals, sparing no expense. "Oh, I will remind Xiaobai," the girl replied before turning to the kitchen to prepare the medicine. Su-Yun began to piece together the situation. The white eagle had a deep bond with this family. The elderly man was unwell and required the snake gall for his medicine, which the eagle frequently delivered. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Yun descended once more. Inside, the girl had prepared the medicine and assisted the old man in drinking it before helping him back to lie down. She then donned her backpack and set off. It was summer vacation and school was not in session. However, she intended to provide tutoring for a few classmates to earn some extra money. As the girl descended the stairs, Su-Yun stood at the base of the building, observing her. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with a delicate appearance and bright, expressive eyes. Despite lacking elaborate makeup or adornments, her natural beauty and refreshing demeanor set her apart. The sole flaw lay in the garments she wore, which appeared somewhat cheap and outdated, with certain areas faded and bleached from washing. The young girl noticed Su Yun's unwavering gaze upon her and instinctively lowered her head, preparing to sidestep past him. Was that white eagle raised by your family? Su Yun suddenly inquired. What? The girl's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic. I don't know what you're talking about. She failed to realize that the sudden fluctuation in her emotions caused a ripple in the surrounding spiritual energy. Although this change was subtle, it did not escape Su Yun's perception. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he scrutinized the girl once more. Gradually, his demeanor transformed, filled with disbelief. A congenital spirit body. This girl possesses the constitution of a congenital spirit body. It is important to note that the path of cultivation begins with physical refinement. The 9 realms of physical cultivation each represent a significant enhancement and transformation of the corporeal form. Only after undergoing 9 transformations can one qualify to advance to the congenital realm and attain a congenital spirit body, untainted and pure, thereby embarking on the true path of immortal cultivation, transcending the mundane world. Remarkably, this girl had achieved a natural congenital body without undergoing martial arts refinement. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare, a true darling of heaven, endowed with extraordinary talent, molded by the essence of the universe, a rarity among millions. Suppressing his astonishment, Su Yun gently asked, "What is your name? We are not familiar with each other. Why do you wish to know my name?" The girl regarded Su Yun with evident suspicion. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely sense a connection between us and would like to take you as my disciple. What do you think?" Su Yun's tone softened. In this age of declining spiritual energy on Earth, encountering a talent of such innate quality is indeed a precious rarity. Su Yun found himself intrigued. The transmission of teachings is not to be taken lightly. It must be bestowed upon worthy individuals. Unlike Gu Qing, who persistently sought to become his disciple, Su Yun had been reluctant to accept her, offering merely a simple technique of breath control to dismiss her. However, upon encountering the girl's innate congenital spirit body, he felt a genuine desire to take her under his wing. He himself would inevitably ascend to greater heights and embark on the immortal path. Having such a prodigy as an ally would be invaluable. Compared to this girl, even the majestic red-clawed white eagle paled in significance. "Take me as your disciple?" The girl initially froze, but soon a cold laugh stirred within her. "What a pretext for closeness. You merely seek to find a reason to approach me and covet the white eagle." A glimmer of derision flickered in her eyes. "Are you going to claim that my bones are remarkable, my talents extraordinary, and that I am a martial genius rarely seen in a century?" Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing that mere words would not suffice. "Do you see that tree?" He pointed ahead. The girl, puzzled, acknowledged the tree but did not grasp Su Yun's intent. Su Yun smiled lightly, refraining from further explanation, and unleashed a powerful punch from afar. Boom! A terrifying force erupted forth. Tearing through the void, a muffled sonic boom erupted. The girl then witnessed a tree, thicker than an adult's waist, explode violently in two. She stood in astonishment, scarcely able to believe her own eyes. "What do you think? Are you willing to take me as your master now? If you consent, I can impart all my skills to you. Of course, I can also assist in curing your grandfather's ailment," Su Yun replied with a faint smile. The girl, regaining her composure, blinked her beautiful eyes and inquired, "You didn't set up any explosive devices on that tree beforehand, did you? How about you demonstrate your abilities again? You mentioned you could heal my grandfather. If you truly succeed, I will immediately become your disciple." Su Yun, slightly amused yet exasperated, saw through her intentions. "Very well. As you wish." Chapter 64. Healing the girl led Su Yun back to her home on the 3rd floor. Inside, the elderly man lay on the bed with his eyes closed. Hearing the door open, he murmured groggily, "Xiaofeng, did you drop something?" The girl gently responded, "Grandfather, I encountered a master outside who can cure your illness, so I brought him to see you." Upon hearing this, the elderly man abruptly opened his eyes. "A master? Xiaofeng, send him away. I am well aware of my own condition." He struggled to sit up, but was soon seized by a violent coughing fit. The girl rushed into the bedroom, supporting him and gently patting his back to ease his breathing. Su Yun followed her inside. The small bedroom was immaculately tidy. Aside from a strong medicinal scent, there were no other unpleasant odors. The elderly man on the bed had sunken eyes and was emaciated, almost skeletal. Yet, his eyes were remarkably clear, filled with a strong vigilance, seemingly wary of outsiders. Upon seeing that Su Yun was merely a young man in his 20s, A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's face, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. Young man, how dare you flaunt yourself as a master at such a tender age? This is no trivial matter. My family is destitute. There is nothing here for you to covet. Su-yin responded with a calm smile. Whether I am a fraud or not, you will find out shortly. As he spoke, he suddenly stepped forward and reached for the old man's wrist. The elder tried to evade, but it was futile. Su-yin grasped his wrist firmly, his fingers lightly resting upon it. In the next moment, he furrowed his brows, his gaze sweeping over the old man's body. It was then he noticed that the old man's arms, shoulders, chest, and abdomen were punctuated with fine silver needles, each embedded deeply, leaving only the tips exposed. Had one not looked closely, they would have remained unnoticed. The silver needles are sealing the meridians. Su-yin paused, regarding the elder with an odd expression. Due to this method of sealing the pulse, one can forcibly slow the circulation of qi and blood, reducing one's metabolism to its bare minimum, which is detrimental to one's health. It is no wonder that the old man has become so frail and emaciated. Moreover, this technique feels less like a medical practice and more akin to a dubious art. Su-yun's mental will spread throughout the old man's body. After a brief moment, he gently exhaled and released the old man's wrist. The old man gasped for air, a mocking expression on his face as he looked at Su-yun and asked, "Young man, what do you have to say now?" The young girl beside them watched Su-yun with a tense expression. Unlike the old man, who regarded Su-yun as nothing more than a charlatan, she still harbored a glimmer of hope. Su-yun pondered for a moment before responding. "The issues afflicting you are not as grave as you might think." "Not serious?" The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, barely able to contain his laughter. For so many years, he had endured unbearable suffering, living a life akin to that of a ghost, and yet Su-yun claimed it was not serious. Unfazed by the old man's agitated reaction, Su-yun continued, "To others, your condition may seem severe and troublesome, but to me, it is merely a trifling matter. The primary issue you face is the result of being tainted by a certain malevolent energy, which has formed a poison within you. Although you have employed the silver needle method to seal the pulse and forcefully slow the encroachment of this poison, it is but a temporary measure, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. The silver needle method is also detrimental to your body. If this continues, no matter how much you endure, you will not last more than 2 or 3 years. Am I correct, old sir?" Su-yun spoke leisurely. The old man's pupils constricted sharply, his expression one of shock as he stared at Su-yun. The observations made by Su-yun aligned perfectly with his own condition. Merely by feeling his pulse, he could discern such clarity. The old man's gaze towards Su-yun shifted. "Young brother, who exactly are you?" Su-yun smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Who I am is of little importance. What matters now is whether you still believe that I can cure you." Before the old man could respond, the young girl exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, we believe. Big brother, please save my grandfather, will you?" She looked at Su-yun with a pitiful gaze, her eyes pleading. The old man gritted his teeth and said, "Young brother, what conditions must I meet for you to save me? Please inform me in advance. If it involves something beyond my capabilities." Su-yun interjected with a smile, "There is no need for you to worry, old sir. The conditions have already been agreed upon with your granddaughter." The old man attempted to say more, but Su-yun, wishing to say no further, raised his hand and gently clapped. An invisible force instantly struck the old man. The old man's frail body trembled violently, and then one by one, the silver needles embedded in him shot out. Each needle was coated in a viscous black blood. The old man displayed an expression of agony, yet managed to suppress any cries of pain. Su-yun extended his fingers, repeatedly flicking them. With each motion, a fine, needle-like stream of energy surged forth, penetrating the old man's body. Congealed energy into essence. "You are a martial arts master," the old man exclaimed in astonishment, his face filled with horror, forgetting even the pain coursing through him. In a mere span of moments, Su-yun had inserted hundreds of vital energy needles into the elderly man's body, meticulously guiding them along the meridians through several complete cycles. Ultimately, Su-yun placed his hand upon the old man, and a swirling force emerged from his palm. As he abruptly withdrew his hand, the energy needles embedded within the elder were similarly extracted. However, unlike when they were initially inserted, each of these expelled needles now appeared dark and mottled. It was evident that the malevolent toxins and stagnant blood within the old man's body had been forcibly drawn out by the potent energy of the needles. "All done. The source of the malevolent poison within you has been eradicated." With some subsequent nourishment and care, you shall encounter no further significant issues, Su Yun stated, his tone devoid of embellishment. For him, the recent exertion had required little effort. The elder exhaled deeply. Although his physical condition remained frail, his spirit was markedly improved. Most importantly, the relentless agony that had tormented him had vanished without a trace. The old man gazed at Su Yun with a complex expression, exclaiming in astonishment, "You have mastered the art of condensing energy into formidable strength, and the precision with which you wield such power is beyond what an ordinary martial arts master could achieve. In my many years of life, I have never encountered a talent as extraordinary as yours, young sir." After witnessing Su Yun's prowess, he no longer dared to refer to him as a mere youth or brother. "You possess knowledge of martial arts. It seems you are not an ordinary individual. Were you once part of the martial world?" Su Yun regarded the elder with keen interest. He had long perceived that the old man was no simple figure, for he had successfully tamed the majestic red-clawed white eagle and possessed an understanding of the silver needle technique for sealing acupoints. Moreover, the medicinal formula involving snake gallbladder seemed tailored to address the elder's specific ailments. The elder chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. "I cannot claim to be a martial artist. However, in my youth, I was fortunate enough to learn a bit about feng shui and some rudimentary alternative techniques, which allowed me to navigate the world of the common folk. Hence my awareness of certain matters." Chapter 65. The Secrets of the Ruan Family. After witnessing Su Yun's capabilities, the elder completely lowered his guard. A martial arts master is akin to a divine being, with worldly power, wealth, and beauty within reach, should they so desire. Although his family harbored certain secrets, they were insufficient to provoke the other's covetous ambitions. The elder understood well that when conversing with such an individual, it was best to be forthright and avoid any ulterior motives. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, the elder directly inquired, "Sir, you mentioned that you have already discussed terms with my granddaughter. Might I inquire what those terms entail?" Su Yun smiled silently and shifted his gaze towards the young woman beside him. The girl promptly grasped the situation and knelt before him, expressing her gratitude. "Disciple Ruan Zifeng pays her respects to Master. Thank you for saving my grandfather." As she spoke, she bowed deeply several times, her demeanor imbued with utmost seriousness. The elder was momentarily taken aback. Ruan Zifeng elaborated, "Grandfather, I encountered this kind older brother earlier, who offered to take me as his disciple, claiming he could heal your ailment. We agreed that if he could restore your health, I would become his student." The elderly man, upon hearing the words, gazed at Su Yun in astonishment. He profoundly understood the significance of a martial arts master. Such a figure, if they were to announce their willingness to accept disciples, would undoubtedly have countless individuals clamoring at their door. Yet now, Su Yun not only took the initiative to accept his granddaughter as a disciple, but also offered to treat his ailment. This left the old man somewhat incredulous. Although his granddaughter had exhibited extraordinary intelligence from a young age, swiftly mastering various skills, it seemed improbable that she would attract the attention of a martial arts master to such an extent. Noticing the elder's bewilderment, Su Yun smiled and reassured him. "Do not overthink it. Your granddaughter possesses innate talent worthy of my investment." As he spoke, he had already helped Ruan Zifeng to her feet. "Your name is Ruan Zifeng. Very well, I am Su Yun, and from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Our fates are intertwined, and together, we shall stir the very world." Su Yun's voice was calm, yet it carried an aura of grandeur that seemed capable of encompassing the universe. Ruan Zifeng, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Master, what skills will I learn by your side? Can I, too, strike a great tree with a single punch like you did?" She vividly recalled the scene of Su Yun shattering the tree with his fist. With a light-hearted smile, Su Yun replied, "With your aptitude, reaching such heights in martial arts will come easily. Shortly, you will accompany me back, and I shall teach you some foundational techniques." "Where shall we go?" she inquired. "To Lingfeng Mountain. I possess a villa atop the mountain that has been prepared for your training. You shall reside there," Su Yun explained. Upon hearing this, Ruan Zifeng's expression turned hesitant, and she timidly said, "Master, may I come to learn during the day and return at night to care for my grandfather?" Upon hearing this, her grandfather grew anxious. "Zifeng, do not be foolish. I am quite well now and can manage on my own. You must heed Mr. Su's guidance." His tone was urgent, tinged with a hint of sternness. Having been part of the martial world himself, he held certain traditions in high regard. Since his granddaughter had chosen Su Yun as her master, She must adhere to his directives without question. The relationship between a master and disciple is not akin to that of a modern teacher and student. Once a disciple, always a child to the master. A disciple serves their master with the respect due to a father, learning not only the way but also the words. Moreover, to be accepted as a disciple by a martial arts master is a tremendous blessing, and Zifeng could not be allowed to act on her whims. Yes, grandfather. Ruan Zifeng lowered her head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Su Yun chuckled softly, saying, "There is no need for concern, Wan Lao. You should accompany us as well. I happen to require someone to manage the courtyard." Since the last time he had decided to concoct elixirs and had dismissed the servants assigned by Chao Kun, he had been alone in the villa. Given that he intended to set up a spirit-gathering array, he did not plan on summoning those servants back. The elder's presence would be beneficial for managing the estate, and Su Yun discerned that this old gentleman was one who valued decorum and understood propriety. Such a person would be reliable. Furthermore, Su Yun had intended to invite his father to reside with him after setting up the spirit-gathering array. Having previously worried that his father might feel lonely on his own, grandfather Ruan Zifeng once had a companion. The two would often engage in leisurely activities such as playing chess, tending to birds, or cultivating flowers together. Upon hearing this, grandfather Ruan Zifeng was evidently intrigued. If given the choice, he would certainly not wish to part from his beloved granddaughter. Ruan Zifeng offered a few words of encouragement, and the elderly gentleman finally acquiesced. "By the way, it would be best to bring along the white eagle you have been training. To speak of it, I initially embarked on this journey in pursuit of the white eagle, only to unexpectedly gain a disciple." Su Yun chuckled. At the mention of the white eagle, Ruan Zifeng immediately brightened. "Little by dozen tea need to be brought along. Wherever I go, little by will find me on its own." "Oh," Su Yun expressed his astonishment, for he had not anticipated this. He knew that eagles possessed remarkable vision, capable of spotting prey from great heights, often miles away. However, the idea of locating a specific individual amidst a vast sea of people seemed rather implausible. If the red-clawed white eagle could indeed accomplish such a feat, it would be quite extraordinary. This ability would likely not stem from mere eyesight, but rather from a subtle connection between the spiritual beast and its master. "Could you share with me how you came to acquire that white eagle?" Su Yun inquired with curiosity. Grandfather Ruan Zifeng hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly, saying, "There's no harm in telling you. This tale is intertwined with the history of Zifeng's parents." He began recounting a long-buried memory. In his youth, he roamed far and wide, serendipitously learning some skills from a crippled daoist, primarily concerning feng shui and various esoteric arts. Armed with these abilities, he plundered numerous ancient tombs. His motivations were not solely for wealth. More importantly, he had promised the disabled daoist that he would help him search for a celestial tomb. However, after more than a decade of relentless pursuit, he ultimately had to concede defeat without any success. Later, he passed these skills on to his son, who was Ruan Zifeng's father. Ruan Zifeng's father, however, became deeply enamored with the celestial tomb mentioned by the crippled daoist and frequently ventured out in search of it. Unfortunately, calamity ensued. During one of his expeditions, he vanished for 6 months without a trace. Then, one fateful night, Ruan Zifeng's father returned home in haste, without uttering a single word, and collapsed, lifeless. In his backpack were 2 items. One was a colossal bird egg, which later hatched into the white eagle, and the other was a white jade jar the size of an infant's head, sealed with a yellow talisman. Grandfather Ruan Zifeng recognized that the white jade jar and the yellow talisman were extraordinary and refrained from touching them. However, his oblivious daughter-in-law, unaware of their significance, tore the talisman and opened the jade jar. Consequently, a stream of pure white energy surged forth from the jar and entered her womb. Remarkably, just 2 months before her expected delivery, she gave premature birth to Ruan Zifeng. Strangely enough, despite being born 2 months early, Ruan Zifeng was not frail. On the contrary, he was healthier and stronger than many full-term infants. Instead, it was as if Ruan Zifeng's mother had exhausted all her vitality. After giving birth to Ruan Zifeng, she faded away, extinguished like a dimming lamp. In Chapter 66, encountering Yi Ting again, Old Master Ruan recounted this tale in a low voice. Ruan Zifeng seemed to have already known this, merely pursing her lips and bowing her head in silence. Su Yun, however, found himself increasingly intrigued. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why Ruan Zifeng possessed an innate spiritual body, Under normal circumstances, one would have to be born with such a gift, which was nearly impossible unless extraordinary bloodlines flowed through their veins, with ancestors of great power. Yet, Ruan Zifeng's parents clearly did not fit this mold. Now, listening to Old Master Ruan's narrative, Su Yun speculated that this might be connected to the pure white energy sealed within the jade jar. It was highly likely a form of unique spiritual essence that Ruan Zifeng's mother absorbed during her pregnancy, bestowing Ruan Zifeng with her unparalleled talents. That white sculpture egg, as well as the pure white energy contained within the jade jar, are no ordinary items. I suspect my son may have truly discovered the tomb of the immortal. As mentioned by my master, these two items must have been retrieved from that tomb, Old Master Ruan mused. The tomb of the immortal? Su Yun shook his head. In his view, the so-called tomb was likely just a burial site of some practitioner. Old Ruan, do you still possess that jade jar? Su Yun inquired. Yes. I have kept it all these years, Old Master Ruan replied, casting a glance at Ruan Zifeng. Without delay, Ruan Zifeng dashed to the kitchen and retrieved an inconspicuous object wrapped in black cloth from a corner. Upon unwrapping it, they revealed an ivory-white jade jar, intricately carved with various peculiar patterns and even inscribed with some runes. Su Yun reached out to take it, feeling a chilling aura seep into his hand upon contact. Such a remarkable item. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with interest. He instantly discerned that this jade jar was crafted from the rare cold jade mine beneath the extreme northern glaciers. Moreover, the process of refining it into a jar employed some exceptional techniques. It had evidently been fashioned into a storage artifact, used to contain medicinal herbs or elixirs. It would likely preserve their efficacy for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Even ordinary fruits placed within would remain fresh and unspoiled. This jade jar alone was a treasure of immense worth, far surpassing the combined value of the top-tier jade stones previously offered by the portly gentleman as an apology. If Mr. Su has an interest in this item, please take it. Zifeng has taken you as a master, and I have not prepared any gifts. So let this serve as a token of apprenticeship, Old Master Ruan offered, well aware of the jade jar's significant value, which is why he had kept it hidden all these years. Such treasures were too conspicuous, as a solitary pair of grandparent and grandchild. If they were to display such a treasure, they would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Hence, despite the hardships over the years, Old Master Ruan had refrained from parting with it. Now, as a gift for Su Yun's mentorship, it seemed entirely fitting. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yun accepted the jade jar, recognizing the rarity of the cold jade from beneath the glaciers. The jade vase may prove useful to him in the future. At that moment, Ruan Zifeng's phone rang. She picked it up and quickly answered. A woman's voice emanated from the other end. Zifeng, do you have time today? Aunt Hong is a bit overwhelmed with work and short-staffed. If you're available, could you come and lend a hand? Aunt Hong will pay you double. Ruan Zifeng hesitated, her expression revealing her inner conflict. The woman on the phone hurriedly added, all right, it's settled then. Take a taxi over, and Aunt Hong will reimburse you for the fare. With that, the call ended. Holding her phone, Ruan Zifeng managed a wry smile. What is the matter? Why does Aunt Hong need you? Su Yun inquired. Although Ruan Zifeng had not used the speakerphone, Su Yun, with her keen hearing, had caught every word of their conversation. Aunt Hong is the mother of one of my classmates. She knows my family is facing some difficulties, so she often seeks opportunities to assist me, Ruan Zifeng explained. Glancing at Su Yun, her thoughts lingering unspoken. Noticing Ruan Zifeng's hesitation, Su Yun encouraged her with a smile. If you have something to say, feel free to express it. Ruan Zifeng cast a furtive glance at her grandfather, then summoned her courage to say, I plan to learn skills from my master, which will leave me little time to help Aunt Hong, so I wish to visit her in person to explain. In truth, a simple phone call would suffice for such matters. However, Ruan Zifeng felt that given the kindness she had received for so long, it was only right to express her gratitude in person. Upon hearing this, the old gentleman nodded slightly in approval. Very well, I have nothing pressing to attend to, so I shall accompany you, he replied. Su Yun was quite pleased with Ruan Zifeng's character. The two departed their home and hailed a cab to Tianjing Mountain Resort in the western suburbs. Ruan Zifeng specified their destination. Tianjing Mountain Resort is quite renowned in Yunzhou, built against the backdrop of picturesque mountains and clear waters. It attracts visitors year-round, especially during the summer, when many young people come to enjoy the refreshing spring baths. Aunt Hong serves as the customer service manager at the resort and had often called upon Ruan Zifeng to assist, providing her with a means to earn some extra money. Having spent considerable time at Wang Zifeng's home previously, they arrived at Tianjing Mountain Resort just as noon approached. Master, it's nearly mealtime now. The resort has a wellness restaurant ahead, serving a variety of rustic delicacies. Let me take you there for a meal, Wang Zifeng said, already familiar with the layout of the resort. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she refrained from entering, standing at the doorway to inform Su Yun, Master, you go ahead and eat. I need to speak with Aunt Hong first. Su Yun nodded in understanding, replying, No problem, you attend to your matters. Inside the restaurant, several guests were already seated. As Su Yun entered, she spotted some acquaintances, Yi Ting, Luo Jiai, Su Jijun, and Qian Pongzi, a group of young men and women chatting and laughing together. Clearly, these affluent youngsters had gathered here to enjoy the hot springs, seeking leisure and relaxation. Their seats were situated in the very center of the restaurant, a location that commanded attention. Thus, when Su Yun entered, he immediately spotted them. However, he had no intention of acknowledging their presence and casually chose a corner seat to settle down. At that moment, Yi Ting glanced up idly and also caught sight of Su Yun. A tremor coursed through her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yi Ting, what is the matter? Luo Jiai, noticing Yi Ting's unusual demeanor, looked questioningly in the direction of her gaze. It's him. Luo Jiai's expression shifted slightly. Su Jijun and the others also became aware of Su Yun's presence, their faces betraying a range of emotions. The sight of Su Yun instantly reminded them of the events from Yi Ting's birthday celebration. Chapter 67. Interrogation. He actually came here. Su Jijun and his companions exhibited subtle changes in their expressions, their eyes inadvertently darting toward Yi Ting. Yi Ting's complexion fluctuated, leaving her uncertain about how to confront Su Yun. She acknowledged that during the birthday celebration, her intentions had merely been to exploit Su Yun as a shield. The astonishing gift of a valuable master's handwritten note from Su Yun had completely taken her by surprise. Yet, what shocked her even more was that Su Yun had subsequently blocked her. This guy is rather arrogant, isn't he? He is completely ignoring us. Fatty Qian remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Their table, prominently placed in the restaurant, was filled with attractive individuals, and Fatty Qian at least believed himself to be among them. Logically, anyone entering the restaurant should have noticed them. Yet, Su Yun seemed utterly oblivious to their existence. Yi Ting, don't pay any attention to that guy. Didn't you say he comes from an ordinary background? That handwritten note was probably something he picked up or stole. He must be afraid of causing trouble, which is why he casually presented it as a favor. Luo Jiai advised from the side. She had always looked down on Su Yun, viewing him as someone who was out of their league, dressed in cheap clothes and using a low-end phone. To her, it was inconceivable that someone of his standing could legitimately acquire a master's handwritten note. Su Jijun nodded in agreement, stating, Jiai makes a valid point. Yi Ting, you must realize that even someone of Lu Er Shao's status finds it challenging to access a master, let alone acquire a handwritten note. If this kid really did steal it, it could lead to significant trouble and might even implicate you. The others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment. Yi Ting, it's wise to block and sever ties with such a person. Her other roommate, Sun Ying, chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Yi Ting remained silent, her gaze fixed on Su Yun from a distance. Su Yun, meanwhile, sat comfortably, casually perusing the menu, seemingly oblivious to Yi Ting's presence. Clenching her teeth, Yi Ting suddenly stood up and approached Su Yun directly. Ah, Yi Ting. Luo Jiai tugged at her but failed to restrain her. Su Yun, why did you block my number? Yi Ting confronted him, her red lips biting down as her glistening eyes bore into his, filled with a sense of grievance. She had always been the one to block others. Never before had anyone dared to block her. Her pointed inquiry immediately drew the attention of other patrons at surrounding tables. Yi Ting, with her radiant beauty, elongated figure, and captivating curves, was already an object of fascination. Now, with her provocative words, she incited even more speculation. Su Yun, sensing the scrutiny of those around him, furrowed his brow and replied indifferently. I am quite busy and have neither the time nor the inclination to serve as a shield for others. As he spoke, his gaze flicked towards Su Jijun's direction. Previously, when Yi Ting had asked him to pose as her boyfriend to gently decline Su Jijun's advances, he had assumed that she would distance herself from him in the future. Yet here she was, still mingling with Su Jijun, a group of people together enjoying the hot springs. It was rather amusing. Yi Ting's complexion paled slightly, as if she wished to clarify, but ultimately refrained from saying anything. She fixed her gaze on Su Yun and asked, "What exactly is the story behind the talisman you gave me?" "What story?" Yiting glanced around before lowering her voice. "The talisman you gave me has words inscribed that are reputed to be in the hand of a master, valued at millions. How did you acquire it?" A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Su Yun's lips as he replied, "You primarily came over for that, didn't you?" Upon seeing his mocking smile, a surge of anger welled up within Yiting. "Su Yun, I am discussing serious matters with you. We both hail from Lingbei County, and we were high school classmates. I am well aware of your family circumstances, and you could not possibly possess such an item. Be honest with me, how did you come by it? If it was obtained through some dubious means, you could be in serious trouble." Su Yun replied nonchalantly, "How I procured it is of no concern to you." He had already learned from Lu Feiyang that the talisman he had gifted to Yiting was disregarded at the time, cast aside, and ruined by spilled drinks. Now that she was aware of its value, discussing it seemed futile. I approached you out of concern for our shared background as fellow villagers and former classmates. If you maintain this attitude, then forget it. I will not pursue the matter any further." Yiting exclaimed in frustration, stomping her foot before turning to leave. Su Yun paid her no mind, having no intention of engaging with her again. After parting ways at Wangxian Tower, they were destined to become strangers, merely passing each other without recognition. Returning to her table, Yiting was met with Su Jijun's feigned inquiry. "You two seem to have had an unpleasant conversation." Yiting kept her head down, silent. "I told you long ago, that person exists in an entirely different realm from us. Our social strata are disparate, and we are not meant to mix." "Xiao Ting, don't bother with such people in the future," Luo Jiai chimed in with a condescending tone. Taking a deep breath, Yiting forced a smile and nodded, "Rest assured, I am well aware." Truthfully, when she first learned of the masterful inscription's value, a flicker of emotion had passed through her heart. Even if the Master's handwritten note originated from dubious means, perhaps pilfered by Su Yun or merely found, the fact that he chose to gift such a precious item to her elevated Yiting's regard for him slightly. There may yet be an opportunity to consider him favorably in the future. However, at this moment, such possibilities have been extinguished. Su Yun has personally suffocated any trace of fondness she might have harbored for him. Fatty Qian raised his glass, took a sip, and chuckled. "Now that is more like it. Such a character is certainly not worth your attention. When you introduced him as your boyfriend, Yiting, I was taken aback. I thought the illustrious Yi, with your discerning eye, would not settle for someone so beneath your standards. If you seek a partner, you should at least consider talents like Su Jijun and myself." Upon hearing this, Yiting pressed her lips together, unable to suppress a smile. Su Jijun, for all his impulsive temperament, was otherwise quite commendable. His lineage, wealth, appearance, and education all aligned with her expectations. Yet, Fatty Qian's misplaced confidence in his own charm was laughable. Luo Jiai and Sun Ying also burst into laughter. The atmosphere in the room quickly warmed again, seemingly casting Su Yun aside. At that moment, Fatty Qian's eyes suddenly brightened, fixating on the entrance of the restaurant, and he nudged Su Jijun excitedly. "Old Su, look over there." Su Jijun turned to see what had captured Fatty Qian's attention and was immediately struck dumb. Two stunningly beautiful young women had just entered the restaurant. If they were merely attractive, Fatty Qian and Su Jijun would not have been so visibly moved, given their status and the multitude of beauties they had encountered. Yet, these two were exceptional, their allure far surpassing that of the other women at their table, including Luo Jiai and Sun Ying, who, although beautiful, paled in comparison. Only Yiting could somewhat stand alongside them, though she still appeared a touch more naïve. "Have you two never seen beautiful women before? Is it necessary to gawk at them so openly?" Luo Jiai remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. In truth, it was not just Fatty Qian and Su Jijun. Many patrons in the restaurant were stealing glances at the two newcomers. "No, it's a misunderstanding. I simply did not expect to encounter these two here." Su Jijun hurriedly clarified. "Huh, do you know those two?" Luo Jiai inquired. Su Jijun nodded, stating, "You've certainly heard of them. They are also students at our Yunguang University, and Fei and Yuingji." "And Fei, Yuingji." The women were momentarily taken aback, including Yiting, who wore a look of astonishment. Though she had never met them, she was familiar with their names. In school, there had been discussions about the so-called four great campus beauties, among which were Yiting, and Fei, and Yuingji. And Fei and Yuingji were a year her senior and enjoyed greater notoriety. To catch a glimpse of the renowned beauties in Fei and Yuingji was indeed a rarity. It was said that they spent their spare time away from school, working as part-time fashion models. Qian Pengzi stroked his chin, wearing a rather foolish expression. Part-time job? Luo Jia scoffed, curling her lip. It seems we have two Cinderella figures here. Qian Pengzi, aren't you fond of beautiful women? Now is your chance. Throw some money and win them over. Upon hearing this, Qian Pengzi immediately shook his head. That's not going to work. Our school has plenty of wealthy heirs who have pursued them, but none have succeeded. Their standards are too high. It's not something that can be resolved merely with money. Su Jiju nodded in agreement, adding, I've heard that Fei comes from a decent background. Her family is engaged in business, with assets exceeding 100 million. However, her parents, having given her a younger brother, don't seem to value her much. Eventually, Fei fell out with her family and, out of spite, refused to accept their living expenses, opting instead to work part-time to earn her own money. He continued, as for Yuingji, her family is indeed somewhat ordinary. A year ago, her mother was involved in a car accident, accumulating a substantial debt, and she is still recuperating in the hospital. Su Jijun elaborated further. Some curious individuals within the school had long since gathered information about these two beauties. Su Jijun, moving in elite circles, was naturally aware of these matters. He even knew of a nouveau riche individual who had attempted to financially support Yuingji, offering 2 million for the year, but she had declined the proposal. Regardless, they were all alumni of the same school. Since they had crossed paths, why not invite them to join? Qian Pengzi suggested. Luo Jia rolled her eyes, coldly retorting, We're not familiar with them. What is the point of inviting them? Qian Pengzi chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had misspoken. If he were to invite Fei and Yuingji over, what would that mean for Yi Ting and the others? Haha, slip of the tongue. I meant simply to greet them, not to invite them over. Lao Su, let us go together, Qian Pengzi said, directing his words at Su Jijun. Su Jijun glanced at Yi Ting and smiled, shaking his head. I'll pass. If you want to go, go ahead. Ignoring him, Qian Pengzi left his seat and approached Fei and Yuingji. However, after just a few brief exchanges, he returned, his spirit visibly deflated in under half a minute. It was apparent without question that his attempt at flirtation had failed. Fortunately, the others spared him the embarrassment and refrained from probing further. Meanwhile, Fei and Yuingji found a spot to sit and whispered among themselves, seemingly engaged in a conversation. In reality, they were only a few rows away from Su Yun, separated by other patrons, and thus remained oblivious to her presence. After about 5 minutes, a group of individuals entered the restaurant. Leading the way was a slender young man, smoking a cigarette, with long hair and several silver earrings dangling from one ear, exuding an air of arrogance. As other patrons passed by him, if they hesitated for even a moment, they were swiftly shoved aside. The once bustling restaurant fell into an eerie silence. Even the waitstaff, witnessing this scene, dared not intervene. After entering, the group made a beeline for the table wherein Fei and Yuingji sat. Mengge, what brings you here? Upon seeing the young man at the forefront, Yuingji's expression abruptly shifted, revealing her discomfort. How dare you, you wretched creature? You think you can disregard my invitation? I asked you out to enjoy some leisure time, and you claim to be too busy. Yet here you are, frolicking in the hot springs. If it weren't for my vigilance, you would have toyed with me. Mengge erupted in a torrent of curses, and Fei, unable to contain herself, slammed her palms on the table and exclaimed, Mind your language. Ingji has repaid every penny of the money borrowed from your company. Why do you continue to harass her? Are you fearful of us contacting the authorities? As Fei's words echoed, Mengge and his entourage erupted into laughter. Contact the authorities? By all means, do so. I am utterly unperturbed. Mengge dismissed Fei's threat with derision. Yuingji subtly tugged at Fei, wishing to prevent further provocation. Mengge and his associates were from a financial lending company. When Yuingji's mother suffered a grave car accident, her life hung in the balance, requiring over half a month in the hospital with daily expenses exceeding 20,000. In total, the costs soared past 300,000, compounded by subsequent surgeries and rehabilitation, culminating in over 500,000 in expenses. After exhausting all avenues among friends and family, she had no choice but to seek assistance from a lending company. This decision, however, brought forth significant troubles. Not only did Yuingji have to contend with exorbitant interest rates, but the persistent advances from Mengge became an unbearable burden. Just days ago, after receiving a substantial windfall, she promptly settled all debts, Yet Meng Ge continued to pester her. Meng Ge, I have repaid the loan to your company, principal and interest inclusive. Is there something further you require of me? Yu Yingji asked timidly. Paid in full. Are you truly saying that? Meng Ge sneered. Indeed. I have repaid all. According to our loan agreement, I borrowed 50,000 for a year, and I returned a total of 120,000, Yu Yingji clarified. The interest had exceeded the principal, a clear case of usury. Yet, in her desperation to secure funds, she had reluctantly accepted the terms. What a naive thought. That loan agreement was tailored with preferential conditions for my girlfriend. Since you refuse to be my girlfriend, the interest will not be calculated as such. It must now amount to at least 1 million, Meng Ge declared, his face alight with mockery. Chapter 69. The Hero Saving the Beauty. The Fat Man 1 million. Upon hearing Meng Ge's declaration, Yu Yingji's face paled dramatically, and Fei, brimming with indignation, retorted, 1 million. Why don't you just rob a bank instead? This is utterly outrageous. Meng Ge chuckled heartily, unfazed by the fury radiating from Fei and Yu Yingji. 1 million is merely the current sum. Should you fail to repay today, it might escalate to 2 million by tomorrow. Of course, if you two lovely ladies are willing to accompany me, then matters of money can be easily negotiated. As he spoke, his gaze roamed unabashedly over Fei's graceful figure. With Yu Yingji already stirring his desires, he had not anticipated her friend would be equally captivating. In Meng Ge's heart, a decision had already formed. He was determined to bring Fei to his bed and indulge in the pleasures of companionship. Witnessing Meng Ge brazenly tormenting the two beautiful women, many male patrons in the restaurant were filled with righteous indignation. However, upon seeing the 7 or 8 thugs following Meng Ge, they wisely chose to remain silent. Su Yun furrowed her brow slightly, and before she could react, a loud bang resonated as Fat Qian slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Gentlemen, bullying 2 young ladies is utterly excessive. I advise you to cease this folly. Fat Qian stepped forward, his expression serious, though internally he was almost elated. Naturally, he harbored thoughts about these 2 campus beauties, but had been deprived of the opportunity to get closer to them. Now, with a chance to play the hero, he would not let it slip away. What were merely a few personnel from financial lending companies? Intimidating the young ladies was one thing, but they would find it quite another to intimidate him. Damn it! Meng Ge cursed, glaring at Fat Qian. You fat pig! Who do you think you are, meddling in my affairs? Fat Qian leisurely approached, first offering a smile to Yu Yingji and Fei, before turning his attention to Meng Ge and his gang. I am Qianda. My father is Qian Mingxing from Qian's Garment Company, and he is a good friend of Captain Zhou from the municipal police. So what do you say? I ask you gentlemen to spare them today. Meng Ge and his companions paused, then erupted into laughter. Fat Qian was momentarily puzzled, but before he could ponder further, Meng Ge delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Cursed fat man. With your appearance, I thought you were someone important. Turns out, you're just a man with a connection to a captain at the city bureau. If you had brought in Captain Zhou himself, I might have given you some face. How dare you flaunt a captain's name to suppress me, thinking I am some street thug? Meng Ge, still unsatisfied after kicking Fat Qian down, seized a water jug from the table and hurled it at him. Fat Qian screamed in agony, not only suffering a gash on his head, but also scalding his plump face with the boiling water, causing him to writhe in pain on the floor. Qianda, Su Jijun and others rushed over in haste. How can you openly commit violence? The women, including Yi Ting, were left pale with fright. Having been raised in privilege, they had never encountered such brutality. What a stroke of fortune I've had today, encountering so many beautiful women in succession. Meng Ge's eyes lit up upon seeing Yi Ting and the others. His lecherous gaze shamelessly roamed over Yi Ting's long, slender legs and shapely figure, while his underlings joined in the raucous jeering. Meng Ge, with so many beauties around, you might find yourself overwhelmed. Why not share a few with your brothers for some amusement? Someone jested. Nonsense. I, with my silver spear, can conquer all, Meng Ge bellowed. Upon uttering these words, an even greater uproar of laughter erupted. Yi Ting and the others felt a mix of shame and anger, for they had never been so publicly humiliated throughout their lives. Su Jijun, don't you have some acquaintances in the underworld? Hurry and call them for assistance. Luo Jai could not restrain herself from exclaiming. Upon hearing this, Su Jijun felt a bitter smile form within him. Indeed, he was acquainted with a few individuals from that world, but they were merely drinking buddies. Enlisting their help would come at a considerable cost. However, faced with the current predicament. He had no other recourse but to bravely pull out his phone and make the call. The burly man merely chuckled coldly at the sight, offering no resistance. Once the call was connected, Su Jijun spoke directly. "Nyogo, I'm at the Tianjing Villa in the western suburbs and have encountered a bit of a conflict. Would it be convenient for you to come by and mediate?" It was evident that the person on the other end was also involved in the underworld. After exchanging a few words, Su Jijun approached the burly man, activated the speakerphone, and said, "Nyogo wishes to speak with you." "Nyogo? From where?" The burly man's expression was rife with mockery. "Brother, which territory do you hail from?" "I am Nyo Bad Dao from Nubei District." "May I inquire who you are?" A deep, menacing voice emanated from the phone. "Nyo Bad Dao? Huh. The only name I recognize from Nubei is Nyo-san. I have never heard of Nyo Bad Dao." The burly man scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. Su Jijun's brow furrowed at this revelation. Nyo-san was indeed the birth name of Nyo Bad Dao, who, upon achieving notoriety, had deemed his original name unworthy of his status and thus rebranded himself. In Yunzhou, few dared to utter Nyo-san's original name anymore. On the line, Nyo-san's voice shifted in tone. "I am Wang Ming. Nyo-san, we met just last month. Have you forgotten me so soon?" The burly man chuckled coldly. A series of sharp breaths followed from the other end of the phone. "Mengo, this is a misunderstanding. I had no idea Su Jijun had offended you. I certainly will not involve myself in this matter." Hearing this, Su Jijun turned pale. This Nyogu had previously boasted with great bravado about being able to resolve any troubles in Yunzhou, for which Su Jijun had invested considerable effort to gain his favor. How could he now simply wash his hands of the matter? "Nyogu, Nyogu, please don't abandon me," Su Jijun shouted into the phone. "Jijun, I genuinely cannot assist you. My advice is for you and your friends to promptly apologize to Mengo. If he is willing to accept, then all will be well. Otherwise, no one can help you. In light of our acquaintance, let me offer you a word of caution. Mengu's sister is Wang Wolfei." With that, Nyogu abruptly hung up. Su Jijun stood frozen, his face ashen, and even Qian Pongzi, who had been lamenting in pain, dared not utter a word. Chapter 70. Come for tea. Wang Wolfei. Upon hearing this name, Su Jijun momentarily froze, but his expression soon morphed into one of sheer horror. "What's wrong? It seems your paramour is not proving to be very helpful. Perhaps you should seek others?" Wang Ming observed Su Jijun with an expression full of mockery. The expression on his face was akin to a cat teasing a mouse. Su Jijun lowered his head, hesitant to respond further. In Yunzhou, the name Wang Lifei might not resonate with the average person, yet Su Jijun was well aware of her significance. Behind this woman stood the underground overlord, Chao Kuan, whose mere stamp of a foot could trigger seismic disturbances in Yunzhou. Chao Kuan had several mistresses, among whom Mei Jie was the most favored, managing his high-end clubs and nurturing client relationships. Besides Mei Jie, Wang Lifei was the most trusted, overseeing underground gambling establishments and various financial companies for Chao Kuan. With a simple phone call, she could mobilize hundreds of people. Although Su Jijun came from a well-off family, he dared not provoke such a formidable character. Luo Jiai and Sun Ying also obediently lowered their heads, their teeth chattering. Coming from affluent families in Yunzhou, they were acutely aware of Wang Lifei's influence. Faced with such a predicament, they were filled with regret for having entangled themselves with Qian Pongzi. What an absurd situation. Engaging in a heroic act to save a damsel had only led them into trouble. "Brother Ming, what transpired earlier was merely a misunderstanding. My friend was overly impulsive. If we have offended you, please forgive us." Su Jijun swallowed hard, compelled to apologize to Wang Ming. Afterward, he discreetly gestured to Luo Jiai and the others. Luo Jiai instantly grasped the situation and, with a forced smile, said, "Brother Ming, we truly had no knowledge of your status. Otherwise, no matter how bold we might be, we would never dare to offend you. Please, have mercy on us this time." Seeing this, Sun Ying quickly pulled Yi Ting aside, softening her tone. "Brother Ming, I was wrong. It was my thoughtless words earlier." Qian Pongzi, with a mournful expression, slapped himself several times in frustration. The bitterness he felt was immense. His attempt at heroism had backfired, leaving him worse off, his handsome face marred. Wang Ming, observing Su Jijun and the others swiftly capitulating, found it somewhat uninteresting. He spat out the cigarette, but he had been chewing, sneering. To ask for my forgiveness in such an insincere manner is hardly convincing. Su Jijun was taken aback and cautiously inquired, "Brother Ming, do you mean One should drink to make amends? Wang Ming let out a cold chuckle and signaled to a nearby henchman. The man immediately understood and hurried to the bar, fetching several bottles of white liquor. Ladies first. You three beauties, come and share a drink with Brother Ming, Wang Ming said cheerfully, glancing at Yi Ting, Luo Jiai, and Sun Ying. The henchman swiftly opened a bottle of liquor and poured 3 full glasses. The faces of Yi Ting and her companions turned pale, though they could drink. It was mostly wine or fruit-infused beverages they were accustomed to. They had no experience with such potent spirits. Yi Ting instinctively took a few steps back, shaking her head repeatedly. Luo Jiai and Sun Ying also appeared apprehensive. Could we perhaps have something else? Luo Jiai pleaded with a distressed expression. What do you think? Wang Ming retorted coldly, his eyes glinting with a menacing chill. Luo Jiai, upon seeing his expression, dared not utter another word. This matter concerns no one else. If you have the capability, then come at me directly. At that moment, Yu Yingji suddenly shouted loudly. She possessed a gentle exterior but a resilient spirit. Although she feared Wang Ming's intimidating presence, she was unwilling to implicate others. Wang Ming glanced at Yu Yingji with a sinister smile and remarked, "This little girl has quite the personality, but there is no need for you to be anxious. Once I deal with these ruffians, I have ample time to teach you to be obedient, making you call me daddy." His subordinates erupted into laughter. Yu Yingji's face flushed with anger, her delicate body trembling. She wanted to say something more, but Fei quickly pulled her back. Meanwhile, Wang Ming was growing impatient. He glared at Yi Ting and the other 2 women, coldly stating, "What are you all stalling for? If you lack sincerity in your apologies, then don't force it." "Don't." Luo Jiai quickly interjected, "Ming go. We will drink." Seeing this, Yi Ting and Sun Ying had no choice but to feign courage and raise their glasses. They had already realized that Wang Ming had little patience left. If they waited for him to explode, they would only suffer more. They feared a fate similar to Qian Pengzi, who had been doused with hot water, resulting in burns and blisters. Thus, the 3 of them could only steel themselves to drink, but after just one sip, they felt as if fire surged through their mouths and throats. A searing sensation that was unbearable. Yi Ting even choked, coughing several times until tears streamed down her face. Observing the distress of the beautiful women, Wang Ming and his entourage found themselves increasingly exhilarated, bursting into hearty laughter. Su Jijun, witnessing this scene, dared not intervene and forced a smile, saying, "Ming go. Allow me to toast you as well." As he spoke, he prepared to pour himself a drink. "Is it fitting for a young girl to toast while you, a grown man, only have one?" Wang Ming mocked. "Ming go, what do you mean?" Su Jijun inquired. "Down a bottle. If you manage that, I'll overlook it." Wang Ming replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Su Jijun's face twitched violently. However, before he could respond, Wang Ming continued, "And that fatso over there, who was so boastful earlier, let him down 3 bottles. Qian Pengzi nearly jumped up at these words, exclaiming, "Ming go, spare me. 3 bottles of liquor could be lethal." Wang Ming disregarded Qian Pengzi entirely, casually waving his hand. Immediately, several henchmen seized Qian Pengzi and began pouring liquor down his throat. Seeing this, Su Jijun dared not speak further. He swiftly grabbed a bottle and began to drink deeply. By the time he finished 1 bottle, he was already dizzy. Meanwhile, Qian Pengzi was retching violently, his body convulsing, nearly losing consciousness. Wang Ming's subordinates could only relent. "All right, let us leave it at that. Today, I'm in a good mood and 1 tea hold it against you," Wang Ming declared generously, waving his hand. He had plans to take Yu Yingji and Fei out for some fun and was disinterested in further entanglement with Su Jijun and his group. "Take these 2 girls away," Wang Ming commanded, and several henchmen moved toward Yu Yingji and Fei. Both individuals were engulfed in despair, casting pleading glances around them. The patrons of the restaurant swiftly averted their eyes, as if avoiding venomous serpents. After all, the cautionary tale of the likes of Qian Pengzi loomed large. They had no desire to incur the wrath of Wang Ming. Just as Yu Yingji and Fei were on the verge of losing hope, they unexpectedly spotted a somewhat familiar young man leisurely sipping tea in a corner of the restaurant. What a coincidence, coming over for tea. Su Yun waved at them. The entire restaurant fell into an uncanny silence, all eyes fixated on Su Yun as though he were a madman. Chapter 71. Waste Su Go? Yu Yingji and Fei were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Yun, although they had only crossed paths with him once. Their impression of him was indelibly etched in their minds. They were aware that Su Yun's identity might be quite extraordinary. But after witnessing Wang Ming's recent display of arrogance and brutality, they were reluctant to involve him in their predicament. Hence, they did not approach him. And Fei vigorously shook her head at Su Yun. Damn, there are indeed plenty of fools unafraid of death today. Wang Ming cursed, his gaze fiercely scanning in Su Yun's direction. He had initially believed that after dealing with Qian Pengzi and his ilk, no one would dare to raise their head again. Yet unexpectedly, another oblivious figure emerged. Kid, did you not hear me say I would take them away? How dare you allow them to come over and share tea with you? Are you disregarding my authority? Wang Ming's grin morphed into something sinister. Su Yun merely raised an eyebrow, disdainfully retorting, What are you? Do you think you deserve my respect? Leave. The instant these words left his lips, a shudder rippled through the crowd. This was it. The situation had spiraled out of control. Su Jijun and his companions gazed at Su Yun in astonishment, convinced he had lost his mind. At such a moment, to insult and provoke Wang Ming was tantamount to courting death. It must be noted that their families were relatively affluent in Yunzhou and held a modicum of social standing, yet they dared not provoke Wang Ming. What gave Su Yun the audacity? After all, he was Wang Ming. In truth, he could be considered the brother-in-law of the underground overlord, Chao Kuan. Such a figure was not to be trifled with. Wang Ming's expression darkened progressively as he glanced at the henchman beside him, ominously declaring, It seems we truly need to shed some blood today. Otherwise, they might genuinely believe we are merely jesting. He commanded, Two of you, go and break this brat's hands. Yes, Menggu. Immediately, two burly men stepped forward. They drew out two short knives, sheathed in leather, and charged towards Su Yun with alarming speed, swift and decisive. Clearly seasoned fighters. One lunged at Su Yun, attempting to restrain him, while the other brandished his knife in a menacing cutting motion. This scene sent shrieks of terror cascading from some timid women nearby. No, Yu Yingji and Fei were already pale with fright, unable to bear the sight any longer. How dare such scum lay hands on me? Su Yun, without even a glance, casually raised his hand and struck. The onlookers barely registered his movements, only hearing two muffled thuds as the two burly men were sent flying, crashing into several tables along their path. A biao, a chong, Wang Ming called out twice, but received no response. It was only then that he realized his two subordinates had already lost consciousness. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Ming's eyes. A biao and a chong were his most formidable aides, known for their ferocity in a fight. Yet, he never anticipated that Su Yun could incapacitate them without even rising from his seat. Charge! All of you charge! Wang Ming bellowed in a mix of anger and fear. His men immediately brandished their weapons and rushed forward. However, in the next instant, they were sent hurtling back with even greater speed, collapsing haphazardly onto the ground. The restaurant was instantly enveloped in silence. Witnessing the scene before them, everyone was left in disbelief. Yu Yingji and Fei wore expressions of utter astonishment, having never imagined Su Yun could possess such prowess. Yi Ting, what on earth is up with your compatriot? How does he possess such formidable skills, surpassing even those I once knew from a professional Sanzhou team? Luo Jiai nudged Yi Ting's arm, inquiring softly. The display of Su Yun's abilities left her somewhat taken aback. Could he, like young Master L, be a master of martial arts? Sun Ying couldn't help but murmur. I don't know either. Yi Ting's expression was complex. In her memories, Su Yun had always been an ordinary individual. Throughout their 3 years in high school, he had fought with others, often returning with swollen eyes and bruises. But now, how could he have transformed into such a powerhouse? Su Jijun, overhearing Yi Ting and the others discussing Su Yun, felt a pang of discomfort and remarked gravely. What does it matter if his skills are impressive? Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Wang Ming's sister is the woman of the notorious Chao Kuan from Yunzhou. How do you think he compares to Chao Kuan? Luo Jiai and Sun Ying immediately fell silent. They were well aware of Chao Kuan's fearsome reputation, an entity not to be provoked. Anyone who had ever offended him in Yunzhou met with dire consequences. There was a time when an affluent outsider, emboldened by his wealth and connections with the city's deputy mayor, dared to challenge Chao Kuan, engaging in a series of business rivalries. Within half a month, the body of that businessman was discovered in a foul ditch on the outskirts of the city. The furious deputy mayor initially vowed to investigate thoroughly, yet ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity. While they conversed, Su Yun had leisurely approached Wang Ming. What do you intend to do? Wang Ming, glancing at his incapacitated subordinates, felt a hint of panic. I heard there would be bloodshed today, so I naturally came to fulfill your request. Su Yun chuckled lightly. suddenly reaching out and seizing Wang Meng's arm. Before Wang Meng could react, his arm was already in Su Yun's grasp. "Let go. My brother-in-law is Chao Kun. You dare." Wang Meng blustered, his tone a mix of intimidation and desperation. Before he could finish his words, he let out a piercing scream. His entire arm had been twisted into a grotesque shape, the bones splintered beyond recognition. Jagged fragments of bone protruded through the skin at the joints, grotesquely exposed. "Ah!" Wang Meng emitted a desperate howl, the excruciating pain radiating from his arm nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Once a figure of authority in Yunzhou due to his sister's connection with Chao Kun, he had never experienced such a fate. "You are doomed. You are doomed. My sister will not spare you, nor will my brother-in-law," Wang Meng bellowed, his voice laced with fury and vengeance, causing the other patrons in the restaurant to blanch in fear. Su Jijun and the others turned pale, their intoxication evaporating in an instant. They had not anticipated Su Yun's ferocity, which had resulted in the destruction of Wang Meng's arm. This was undoubtedly a cataclysmic blunder. Su Jijun lowered his voice and urgently advised Yi Ting. "Yi Ting, it is imperative that no one discovers your acquaintance with Su Yun, otherwise, you will be embroiled in this calamity. This man is courting death." Yi Ting's complexion turned ashen, still reeling from the shock, and nodded repeatedly at Su Jijun's words. After her humiliating encounter with Su Yun, she had no intention of further associating with him. Would he perish? After a moment's hesitation, she ventured a question. Su Jijun sighed. Even if he survives, his situation will be dire. In Su Jijun's estimation, given Su Yun's actions today, his demise was all but assured. Wang Meng's sister was the partner of the formidable Chao Kun. With Wang Meng having lost an arm, it was certain that Chao Kun would seek to eliminate Su Yun to assert his dominance. Su Jijun shook his head inwardly, relieved that they had no ties to Su Yun. Otherwise, they might easily become collateral damage in this misfortune. Meanwhile, Wang Meng continued to wail in agony, intermittently cursing Su Yun with fervor. "You are finished. My brother-in-law is Chao Kun. You dare to render me one-handed. He will not let you off." Su Yun frowned slightly upon hearing this, but then a cold smile crept across his lips. "Chao Kun, in my presence, he is nothing more than a lapdog. Do you think you can intimidate me with him?" Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the restaurant became utterly still. Su Jijun felt as though his head might explode from disbelief. Luo Jiai and Sun Ying were rendered speechless, their faces pale with shock at such audacity. This man must be insane. Or perhaps he was merely ignorant, a newcomer from a small county who had yet to grasp the significance of the name Chao Kun. "How dare you?" Wang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Yun. However, Su Yun was disinterested in further dialogue, swiftly twisting and seizing once more. Crack! Wang Meng's other arm was also twisted into fragments. With a casual kick, Su Yun sent him flying. Moments ago, Wang Meng demanded that his hands be severed, and in a twisted turn of fate, he returned the favor, rendering his assailant's hands useless. "Ah!" The anguished cries of Wang Meng became increasingly harrowing. His hands incapacitated. He writhed in agony, wishing fervently for unconsciousness to take him. Yet, at that very moment, his mind remained alarmingly alert. The excruciating pain left him yearning for an end to his suffering. Suddenly, a throng of burly men clad in security uniforms burst into the restaurant. Leading them was a stocky man with a crew cut, his face adorned with a myriad of creases. These individuals comprised the security team of Tianjing Mountain Villa. Earlier, when Wang Meng began to stir trouble, they had already been notified and rushed over. However, just as they approached the entrance, they received a message over the intercom from a waiter inside the restaurant. They learned that the instigator was the brother-in-law of Chao Kun. Wisely, the security team chose to retreat, for many among them had a history on the streets and were well aware of Chao Kun's formidable reputation. With Chao Kun as their backing, Wang Meng would not only be able to cause a ruckus, but could even commit murder without fear of reprisal. Yet, just as they turned to leave, the intercom crackled with urgent news. Wang Meng had been assaulted and his hands were rendered useless. Consequently, the security team hastened back. Upon witnessing the horrific scene in the restaurant, the crew cut leader turned pale with terror. He had encountered Wang Meng before during visits to Wang Lihua's casino, where Wang Meng had exuded an air of arrogance and dominance. Now, however, he lay on the floor like a wounded animal, howling in despair. "This is disastrous," the crew cut leader lamented inwardly. Such an incident occurring on his watch could lead to dire consequences if not handled appropriately. Who did this? Who is responsible? The crew cut leader, resembling a bull with a red glare, brandished an electric baton, scanning the room with fierce intensity. Su Yun raised his hand. Excellent. Someone dares to admit it. How bold to create chaos and violence at Tianjing Mountain Villa. The crew cut leader rolled up his sleeves, ready to incapacitate Su Yun with a jolt from the baton. Manager Wu, hold on. At that moment, a head waiter rushed forward, blocking the crew cut leader, whispering urgently. What? Just him? He took down everyone in mere seconds. The crew cut leader's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this revelation. With the electric baton in hand, he found himself at an impasse, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Initially, he believed his team could easily manage the situation, but now it appeared he had underestimated the circumstances. The crew cut leader looked at Su Yun, softening his tone. Brother, I don't care who you are, but I cannot allow you to leave after causing such a disturbance today. Please, do not make it difficult for us. As he spoke, he gestured to his fellow security personnel, who promptly formed a human wall, blocking the restaurant's entrance. One by one, they brandished their electric batons, emitting crackling sparks. Su Yun, seemingly unfazed, replied nonchalantly, Rest assured, I am waiting for someone and have no intention of leaving just yet. By the way, I have heard that the health meal set at your restaurant is quite exceptional. Please serve me a portion. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding individuals appeared somewhat bewildered. At such a moment, one would still have the presence of mind to eat? Several waitstaff exchanged glances with the supervisor, who then looked toward the man with a buzz cut. The man's facial muscles twitched slightly as he nodded. Serve him, as long as he doesn't flee. Would you two care to join us for a bite? Su Yun boldly inquired of Yu Yingji and Fei. Upon hearing this, Yu Yingji and Fei felt utterly despondent. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly have any appetite? Su Gu, I'm feeling quite conflicted about today's events. Yu Yingji expressed, uncertain of how to voice her concerns. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter, Su Yun replied with a calm smile. That smile seemed to possess a unique, infectious charm, inexplicably soothing the anxious hearts of Yu Yingji and Fei as they followed Su Yun to a seat. Not far away, Yi Ting wore a displeased expression. Earlier, Su Yun had been cold and indifferent towards her. Yet now he was all smiles and laughter with Yu Yingji and Fei, which left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Although she harbored no particular feelings for Su Yun, she could not reconcile this stark contrast. Menggu, please bear with it for a moment. I have already summoned a doctor. We have a highly paid traditional Chinese medicine practitioner at our clinic who might be able to treat your hands, the buzzcut man said as he approached Wang Ming. Observing Wang Ming's two grotesquely twisted arms, he felt a pang of anxiety. Stop with the nonsense. Call someone. Wang Ming, furious, shouted, Use my phone, call my sister, and have her bring help. Oh. The buzzcut man hurriedly fumbled over Wang Ming, retrieving a mobile phone from his pocket and dialing Wang Lihui's number. Once the call was connected, he quickly summarized the situation. The patrons in the restaurant, witnessing this scene, understood all too well what was likely to transpire next. This could very well culminate in a life-threatening incident. They dared not linger any longer to watch. I have an urgent matter. May I leave first? A plump middle-aged man timidly raised his hand, speaking like a schoolboy. The buzzcut man furrowed his brow, pondered briefly, and then replied, Those unrelated may leave first. There will be a bloodshed incident here shortly, and it is not suitable for outsiders to witness if it turns fatal. The group of security personnel blocking the entrance parted to create a passage. The patrons, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly exited. Su Jijun and his companions were also preparing to leave. However, at that moment, the head waiter leaned in to whisper something to the buzzcut man. The man's expression darkened as he pointed at Su Jijun and the others, barking, You cannot leave. Su Jijun was taken aback, bewildered. Why not? Although we had a minor conflict with Menggu earlier, it has already been resolved. Menggu has forgiven us. The buzzcut man shook his head, stating, It's not about that matter. Are you not acquainted with the individual who harmed Menggu? Just now, everyone witnessed some of you engaging in conversation with him. The man with a buzz cut, while speaking, had already fixed his gaze on Yi Ting. Upon hearing this, Su Jijun and the others changed their expressions dramatically. Damn, they had truly been implicated by that scoundrel. Chapter 73, Wang Lihui No. We are not acquainted with him at all. Su Jijun hurriedly interjected. At such a moment, any association with Su Yun could indeed be fatal. Indeed, we have no connection with that person. Please do not wrongfully accuse us. Luo Jiai and Sun Ying chimed in. Yi Ting dared not speak, let alone admit her familiarity with Su Yun. Right now, it was imperative to distance themselves from any association. The buzzcut man let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Your explanations are futile. Wait until the main person arrives, and then you can clarify." With that, he waved his hand, and the dozen or so security guards immediately blocked the entrance once more. Su Jijun and the others felt utterly despondent. Given the dire situation Wang Meng was in, when Wang Lihui arrived in a rage, how could they expect her to listen to their explanations? "Su Yun, this is all because of you. Why have you put us in this predicament?" Luo Jiai glared at Su Yun, her eyes brimming with resentment. She had always looked down on Su Yun, viewing him as a country bumpkin from a remote village, far removed from her social circle. Even though Su Yun had earlier displayed astonishing skills, which surprised her somewhat, she still held him in contempt. Now, having been caught in the crossfire because of him, she unleashed her grievances all at once. Su Yun, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Luo Jiai but chose to ignore her. She was merely a sycophantic and superficial woman, more concerned with appearances than substance. "Su Yun, please say something. The earlier incident truly has nothing to do with us. Could you clarify this to them?" At this moment, Yi Ting spoke with a tone of desperation. Deep down, she also felt some resentment towards Su Yun. What was originally unrelated to her had now become a tangled mess because of his interference. Su Yun frowned slightly and gave Yi Ting a long, thoughtful look before turning away. He felt no disappointment, only a sense of tedium. The woman he once admired in his youth now seemed utterly ridiculous to him. "Rest assured, today's events will not implicate you. I can assure you, you will leave here safely," Su Yun stated with a cold demeanor. Yi Ting stood frozen, gazing at Su Yun's indifferent eyes, speechless for a while. She suddenly felt that the Su Yun before her was incredibly unfamiliar. "Guarantee? You cannot even ensure your own safety. What assurance can you offer?" Luo Jiai beside Yi Ting scoffed in dissatisfaction. "Enough with the idle chatter. We should focus on how to resolve this situation," Su Jijun said, growing anxious as he pulled out his phone to seek help from his family elders. However, he was well aware that although his father held a modest position in Yunzhou, he was not on the same level as Chao Kuan. It would likely be insufficient to even have a conversation with him. Luo Jiai and Sun Ying found themselves at a disadvantage compared to Su Jijun. They held no hopes for assistance from their families and instead began reaching out to acquaintances from their past, specifically friends from affluent and influential backgrounds. They mustered the courage to seek counsel from various second-generation wealthy individuals. However, after making over a dozen calls, each time they mentioned the involvement of Chao Kuan, the responses were uniformly dismissive, with some even blocking them outright. A sense of despair enveloped Luo Jiai. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to Su Jijun, inquiring, "Jijun, isn't your relationship with young Master Lu still amicable? Could you possibly enlist his help?" Su Jijun, upon hearing this, could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. The Lu Group, a leading enterprise in the catering industry of Tianan Province, wielded considerable influence and was certainly not intimidated by Chao Kuan. However, lack of fear did not equate to a willingness to provoke such a notorious figure without cause. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the heir cultivated by the Lu family was none other than young Master Lu himself. Despite his stature, his influence paled in comparison to that of Chao Kuan, and even if he were willing to intervene, there was no guarantee that Chao Kuan would extend any courtesy. Su Jijun, possessing a deeper understanding of social intricacies than Luo Jiai and her companions, had not even considered seeking assistance from Lu Feiyang. Meanwhile, Yu Yingji and Enfei sat anxiously beside Su Yun, their nerves frayed. The restaurant's health-conscious meal had been served, yet they found it impossible to eat. As they listened to Su Jijun and his group continuously dialing for help, their hearts raced with trepidation. "Brother Su, is it true that Wang Meng's brother-in-law is quite a remarkable figure? Can you truly manage this situation?" Yu Yingji asked, her voice trembling. Su Yun smiled gently, responding, "Whether he is remarkable or not is somewhat subjective, as everyone has different standards of judgment. For ordinary people, Chao Kuan is undoubtedly a formidable figure to be avoided. However, in the presence of the chief family, he is hardly noteworthy. To me, he is no more than an ant that can be easily crushed." As time trickled by, the atmosphere in the restaurant grew increasingly tense, each second feeling like an eternity. Only Su Yun remained composed, leisurely enjoying his meal. Su Jijun and his companions were nearly seething with frustration, thinking to themselves, "Continue your charade. Soon enough, you will have reason to lament." Do you truly believe you are dealing with mere ruffians from a small county? Approximately half an hour later, a convoy of vehicles, numbering in the dozens, arrived at Tianjing Mountain Villa. From each vehicle emerged several men clad in black, brandishing gleaming weapons. In the midst of this entourage, a strikingly beautiful woman in a black cheap house stepped out of an opulent sedan. Her elongated figure was accentuated by the fitted garment, highlighting her graceful curves, a natural beauty that could quicken anyone's pulse. Yet, the surrounding throng of black-clad men maintained a disciplined demeanor, heads bowed, refraining from any unwarranted glances. Enter, the icy beauty commanded, her voice cool and authoritative. Inside the health restaurant, Su Jijun and his companions paced restlessly. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. At the entrance stood a group of security personnel from the villa, who suddenly retreated in unison. They witnessed dozens of men clad in black, wielding sharp weapons, surrounding a strikingly beautiful woman as they advanced. The atmosphere was imposing, akin to a looming black cloud. The sight of such a formidable assembly left several wealthy young men, including Su Jijun, feeling weak in the knees. Even the crew-cut security guards felt a chill run down their spines. "Sister, you have finally arrived," Wang Ming exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the leading woman. Wang Lfi, upon observing her brother's wretched state, felt a sudden coldness in her gaze. "Who did this?" she demanded. Wang Ming quickly pointed towards Su Yun, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "It was that guy? I understand. No matter who it is." Wang Lfi coldly directed her gaze towards Su Yun. However, the next moment, her body trembled violently. Upon recognizing Su Yun's appearance, she was utterly stunned. "You are Mr. Su?" The chill and arrogance in Wang Lfi's eyes were instantly replaced by overwhelming fear, causing her entire body to tremble slightly. You know me?" Su Yun regarded the woman before him with a curious expression. Chapter 74. Dread. Wang Lfi hastily approached Su Yun, bowing slightly. Her expression a mixture of reverence and palpable fear. When she heard Su Yun's inquiry, she quavered. "Yes, I know. I have heard Master Kuan speak of you." Although she had never met Su Yun before, she had seen his portrait at Chao Kuan's place. Chao Kuan had commissioned a master painter to create an image of Su Yun, which was displayed on an altar, to be revered daily as if it were a divine being. Initially, Wang Lfi found it hard to comprehend and even doubted whether Chao Kuan had lost his senses. However, she later learned that the person he worshipped in that painting truly possessed a terrifying aura akin to a deity. Invulnerable to blades and bullets, a killer without equal, capable of wielding a sword from the void and taking lives without a trace. This was a figure of genuine celestial stature. In the presence of such a person, how could Wang Lfi not feel fear? If Chao Kuan were to discover that she had offended Su Yun, she would likely be the first to meet her demise. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire restaurant turned eerily silent. Everyone watched in disbelief as Wang Lfi stood before Su Yun, bowing and submissive. It was a sight that left them incredulous. How is this possible? Su Jijun and his companions stared wide-eyed, struggling to believe their own eyes. Wasn't Su Yun merely a bumpkin from a small county? Why did he instill such trepidation in Wang Lfi? The security guards with crew cuts turned pale, their hands trembling unsteadily around their electric batons. They were unaware of Su Yun's true identity, but witnessing Wang Lfi's demeanor made it clear to them that he was undoubtedly a figure of immense significance. Yu Yingji and Infei, seated at the same table as Su Yun, gasped in astonishment, their beautiful eyes fixed on him. Su Yun, unfazed by the shock surrounding him, merely addressed Wang Lfi with indifference. "Why hasn't Chao Kuan come?" Wang Lfi shuddered, responding in a trembling voice. "Master Kuan is still unaware of this matter. I never imagined that Meng would dare to offend you, Mr. Su. Today, how do you propose we handle this matter?" By the end of her statement, her voice was tinged with a hint of pleading. Wang Ming was her only younger brother, and she wished to preserve whatever chance remained for him. "Sister, it was I who was struck by him. My hands are nearly incapacitated. Do you still need to inquire how to address this? What if he knows my brother-in-law? Just eliminate him. Given how your husband dotes on you, he would never blame you." Wang Ming suddenly screamed frantically. Originally, he had envisioned his sister arriving with reinforcements to swiftly exact revenge on Su Yun for him. However, to his astonishment, Wang Lifei did not send anyone to confront Su Yun. Instead, she treated him with utmost respect, which he found intolerable. He had gritted his teeth and endured the pain solely to witness Su Yun's comeuppance. "Silence," Wang Lifei admonished sharply, wishing she could strike Wang Ming unconscious with a single blow. Regret began to seep in. She had indulged Wang Ming too much in the past, leading to his current arrogant demeanor. Some individuals were simply not to be trifled with. I have no interest in this matter. You shall manage it as you see fit. At present, I wish not to see him here any longer, as it disrupts my dining experience, Su Yun stated with evident impatience. Upon hearing this, despair flickered in Wang Lifei's beautiful eyes, nearly causing her to crumble to the ground. It was over. The reason she had consulted Su Yun was to glean a punitive measure that would spare Wang Ming's life, as long as it did not explicitly call for his death. She could devise a way to protect him. However, Su Yun's insistence that she handle it herself, while seemingly restoring her agency, only complicated matters further. Wang Lifei realized that her brother was doomed. If she dared to let Wang Ming off lightly, once Chao Kuan became aware, he would likely ensure their fates were entwined. I understand, Mr. Su. I shall manage today's affair appropriately. A trace of sorrow crossed Wang Lifei's exquisite countenance as she instructed the men in black accompanying her. Take Xiaoming away. Wang Ming, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, struggled desperately, exclaiming, Sister, I will not leave, unless you ensure that man is dead. Even if you send me to the hospital, I will refuse treatment. Wang Lifei, in anguish, closed her eyes and waved her hand. Take him away. Several men in black swiftly restrained Wang Ming and departed hastily. Not only Wang Ming, but also his fallen subordinates were dragged away like defeated dogs. Once everything was concluded, Wang Lifei bowed respectfully to Su Yun before departing in silence with her entourage. The remaining patrons in the restaurant lingered in a profound silence. The crew of security personnel, led by the buzzcut man, appeared visibly shaken, their faces etched with concern. Particularly the leader, who looked as though he had lost a loved one. Although they had refrained from confronting Su Yun, their demeanor could hardly be deemed cordial, and they were uncertain whether repercussions awaited them. The buzzcut man hesitated, seemingly contemplating an apology, but was held back by trepidation. Su Yun noticed the actions of the buzzcut man and his associates, furrowing her brow before waving her hand dismissively. If there is nothing pressing, please do not linger here and disrupt my appetite. Upon hearing this, the security guards felt an immense joy and promptly took their leave. Su Yun, what exactly is your identity? Yi Ting mustered her courage and approached. Her gaze towards Su Yun was exceedingly intricate. Previously, she was unaware of Wang Lihui or Chao Kuan, but now she understood that these were figures who instilled fear even in those from affluent families. Yet, in the presence of Su Yun, such individuals displayed a demeanor of abject humility. Could this truly be the ordinary boy who had quietly harbored affection for her during their high school years? Su Yun cast a glance at Yi Ting, furrowing his brow in silence. He wished to sever any ties with her. Yi Ting, perceiving Su Yun's cold demeanor, felt a pang of grievance in her heart. With reddening eyes, she questioned, if you possess such capabilities, why did you not come to my aid when I was coerced into drinking earlier? Su Yun's frown deepened. Previously, after he had incapacitated Wang Ming, Yi Ting and her companions were eager to distance themselves from him, lamenting that he had embroiled them in trouble. Yet now, they expected him to intervene sooner to rescue them. How utterly ridiculous. Choosing not to meet her gaze any longer, Su Yun coldly retorted, what my identity is has no bearing on you. Yi Ting, be mindful of your own actions, and do not compel me to regard you with disdain. Yi Ting's face paled, her heart feeling as though it were pierced, and she fled the restaurant, eyes brimming with tears. Su Jijun and the others dared not utter a word as they assisted the inebriated Qian Fatty, hastily exiting the premises. In the vast health restaurant of Tianjing Mountain Villa, only Su Yun's table remained occupied, while a few waitstaff stood nearby, respectfully awaiting instructions. Yu Yingji and Enfei gazed at Su Yun with peculiar expressions. Su Yun raised an eyebrow and smiled. What is it? Why do you all stare at me? Nothing much, just feeling grateful for your significant assistance today. I'm unsure how to express my thanks, Yu Yingji replied earnestly. She genuinely appreciated Su Yun. Without him, she could hardly fathom the dire consequences had she been taken away by Wang Ming and his crew. Suddenly, Enfei blinked, her tone oddly playful. Indeed, this is quite a substantial favor. It seems to me that Yingji can only repay such a debt with her very self. Yu Yingji's face flushed a deep crimson, and she shot an exasperated glare at her friend, huffing, I believe it is you who wishes to offer yourself in return. Enfei giggled, unabashedly, her smile radiant as she leaned closer to Su Yun, half-jokingly suggesting, yes, That is precisely what I think. As long as Brother Su has this intention, I would be more than willing. What about you, Yingji? At this, Yu Yingji immediately scoffed. This audacious girl, even knowing it was merely a jest, she felt too embarrassed to respond. Su Yun, wearing a smile, listened without taking it to heart. Assisting them had been a mere act of convenience. He had not sought anything in return. Seeing that Su Yun did not respond, and Fei slightly pouted her red lips, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction within. Could it be that her charm was insufficient? With a playful glimmer in her eyes, she suddenly inquired, Su Gu, did you come to Tianjing Mountain Villa to enjoy the hot springs as well? Would you like to join the three of us? Su Yun was momentarily taken aback by her suggestion. Hot springs? Together? And Fei gently blinked, her words laced with flirtation. Yes. I've heard that Tianjing Mountain Villa features several private hot spring pools, exclusively for families and couples, where one can indulge without any interruptions. As she spoke, a hint of blush crept onto her cheeks. Yu Yingji, on the other hand, was blushing fiercely, desperately trying to step on Fei's foot beneath the table. How could she do this without consulting me? What if Su Yun agrees? Yu Yingji's heart raced, casting furtive glances at Su Yun, torn between the fear of his acceptance and an inexplicable sense of anticipation, creating a striking contradiction within her. And Fei, emboldened, fixed her gaze directly on Su Yun. Chuckling softly, Su Yun shook his head in amusement. He had witnessed far more elaborate spectacles. This was merely a trivial affair. He reached out a finger, gently lifting Fei's delicate chin, a smile playing on his lips. You're playing with fire. Provoking me may not bode well for you. As he spoke, Su Yun leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Fei's face. A shiver ran through her, yet she did not shy away, instead meeting his gaze head-on. Master, are you well? At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from outside. Ruan Zifeng hurriedly entered the dining room, her expression tinged with urgency. However, upon witnessing Su Yun surrounded by beautiful women, she immediately froze. Master, did I arrive at an inopportune time? Ruan Zifeng stuck out her tongue, instinctively preparing to exit. Come back, Su Yun said, exasperation evident on his face as he beckoned her over. Have you taken care of everything on your end? Ruan Zifeng nodded, saying, I've clarified things with Aunt Hong. I just heard there was some commotion here in the restaurant, so I rushed over to check on you. As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Yu Yingji and Fei, internally musing, these two sisters are indeed stunning. Had I known my master was here with such beauties, I wouldn't have rushed over. Now, I've interrupted my master's romantic endeavors, leaving Ruan Zifeng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Su Gu, is this little sister? And Fei asked, her expression perplexed as she looked at Su Yun. Had she just heard him being referred to as master? This is my disciple, Ruan Zifeng. Su Yun introduced succinctly. Ruan Zifeng, appearing obedient, greeted them before asking, Are you both my Shermu? Su Yun lightly tapped Ruan Zifeng on the forehead, exclaiming, Don't speak nonsense. It's not what you think. Ruan Zifeng rubbed her head, feigning innocence. Am I speaking nonsense? Moments ago, you frivolously tilted the chin of a beautiful lady, drawing so near that it nearly bordered on an intimate kiss. I witnessed it all. There was no misrepresentation on my part. Fei chuckled softly, gently massaging Ruan Zifeng's forehead, and remarked, Zifeng, you have indeed misjudged the situation. I am Fei, and this lovely lady is Yu Yingji, who is merely an ordinary friend of your master. When she uttered the word friend, a hint of uncertainty crept into her voice. Fortunately, Su Yun did not dispute her statement, which allowed her to breathe a little easier. Hello, Zifeng, Yu Yingji said, instantly taken by the young girl, approaching her as well. Ruan Zifeng, possessing a natural spiritual body imbued with the essence of the heavens, exuded an innate charm that made her endearing even upon first meeting. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Yun's phone began to ring. It was a call from Chao Kuan, who immediately began to apologize upon answering. Clearly, Wang Lifan had already reported the events that transpired in the villa's restaurant to him. Chao Kuan was once again seeking forgiveness. It's no trouble. This matter does not concern you, and I hold no grievances, Su Yun simply replied before ending the call. Well, Zifeng, since matters here have been resolved, we should take our leave, Su Yun announced. Oh, Ruan Zifeng replied, bidding farewell to Yu Yingji and Fei. Zifeng, please leave me your number for future contact, Fei requested. Certainly, Ruan Zifeng smiled meaningfully as she relayed her number. As Su Yun led Ruan Zifeng away, Yu Yingji shot a sidelong glance at Fei and murmured, Didn't someone intend to repay Su Gu with her body? Why not ask him for a contact number? Anfei retorted, and what about you? Su Gu resolved such a significant issue for you, yet you haven't even thought to express your gratitude. Not even asking for a number? Yu Yingji sighed despondently. Even if I had his number, I wouldn't dare to reach out. We inhabit different worlds. Anfei felt her spirits dampen at this remark. In truth, she too yearned for Su Yun's contact information, yet she hesitated to voice her desire, fearing rejection. She understood all too well that both she and Yu Yingji were destined to belong to different social strata. The more enigmatic and extraordinary Su Yun appeared, the more her own insecurities deepened. She reasoned that it would be better not to inquire for his number and preserve a glimmer of hope than to face the sting of rejection. Moreover, now that she had Ruan Zifeng's number, she could maintain contact and indirectly learn more about Su Yun. Chapter 76. Instruction. After Su Yun and Ruan Zifeng departed from Tianjing Villa, they first returned to fetch Ruan Zifeng's grandfather before heading back to the villa on Lingfeng Mountain. Zifeng, from now on, you and your grandfather shall reside here, Su Yun stated, guiding them to his villa number 3. How beautiful! Ruan Zifeng exclaimed as her eyes lit up at the sight of the grand garden in front of the villa. The various flowers and plants cultivated within were extraordinarily exquisite, providing her with an unparalleled sense of comfort. The greenery, meticulously pruned by Su Yun, possessed an indescribable ethereal charm. Ruan Zifeng felt this sensation particularly acutely. However, this was of little consequence. What truly held value here was the spirit-gathering array meticulously arranged in this location. As Su Yun spoke, he extended his hand and struck downwards. An invisible force descended upon a specific spot in the northwestern corner of the villa. As this force pressed down, it seemed to compress something beneath. Boom! The entire spirit-gathering array resumed its operation, and waves of spiritual energy surged forth from the surroundings, converging into one place. At this moment, not only Ruan Zifeng, but even Elder Ruan sensed the extraordinary change. Spiritual energy. Such a dense presence of spiritual energy. Elder Ruan gazed at Su Yun in utter astonishment, exclaiming, Mr. Su, you have managed to establish such a remarkable formation that gathers the spiritual essence from all directions. This is simply. The astonishment within Elder Ruan was beyond verbal expression. In his youth, he had followed a master who was disabled, learning many things. And he understood the existence of spiritual essence in the world, yet ordinary individuals could not perceive it due to its scarcity. But now, the spiritual energy Su Yun had gathered was exceedingly rich. He truly felt it. In fact, he could even perceive the delicate strands of spiritual energy continuously nourishing his decaying and aging body. Being in this place felt akin to being immersed in a nutrient solution. It was utterly astonishing. It is merely a mediocre spirit-gathering array, not as exaggerated as you claim, Su Yun chuckled quietly. In his view, the spirit-gathering array here was indeed rather ordinary. If it were a truly formidable array, it could instantly drain the spiritual energy from an entire planet upon its establishment. Of course, Su Yun, constrained by his current cultivation level, lacked the ability to set up such a high-tier spirit-gathering array at this moment. Nor did he possess the necessary tools. After all, establishing such an extraordinary array could not merely be accomplished with a few precious stones. Elder Ruan, unaware of Su Yun's circumstances, thought that Su Yun's words were somewhat boastful. Even a master should not speak so grandiosely. Mr. Su, you are far too modest. How could such a breathtaking array be considered mediocre? To be candid, in my younger days, I excavated numerous ancient tombs, including those of high-ranking officials and even some noble graves. Many of these grand tombs were equipped with geomantic arrays that harmonized yin and yang, attracting spiritual energy. However, compared to your formation, they pale in comparison by an immeasurable degree, Elder Ruan remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Su Yun smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. The sparrow, unaware of the vastness of the world, though Elder Ruan had considerable experience, he remained a mortal, his vision inherently limited. Shortly after the spirit-gathering array was reactivated, faint sounds emerged from the forest, and small creatures began to gather towards Su Yun's villa, following the flow of spiritual energy. Su Yun, feeling helpless, could only continuously emit his martial will to forcefully deter these bothersome little beings. Fortunately, the spirit-gathering array was meticulously arranged by him in accordance with the terrain. And although the flowers and plants in the garden benefited from the nourishing spiritual energy, they were restrained from growing wildly as they had before. Otherwise, the troubles would multiply. In the afternoon, Su Yun accompanied Ruan Zifeng in selecting a room. After familiarizing themselves with the environment, he began the teaching phase. However, instead of immediately imparting the methods of cultivation, he meticulously explained various aspects of the practice. His teachings transcended mere martial arts and physical refinement, delving into higher realms of understanding. The 9 levels of martial body refinement serve merely as the foundation, representing a process of enhancing and tempering the physical form. Each breakthrough signifies a sublime transformation of the body. Upon surpassing the 9th level of body refinement, one begins to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, continually cleansing and purifying the flesh until it becomes flawless and distilled into a congenital spirit body, known as the congenital realm. Zifeng, you possess a natural congenital spirit body, inherently achieving a height that others strive for their entire lives to attain. However, you have yet to study the path of cultivation, which is why your innate potential remains dormant. From now on, I will guide you in gradually unlocking the congenital treasures within you, enabling you to become a true powerhouse of the congenital realm at the swiftest pace. On the rooftop terrace of the villa, Su Yun and Ruan Zifeng sat casually in a meditative posture. Su Yun spoke while Ruan Zifeng listened attentively. "Master, are you currently in the congenital realm?" Ruan Zifeng inquired. "Me?" Su Yun chuckled softly. "Strictly speaking, I do not yet qualify. However, stepping into the congenital realm poses no difficulty for me. Only upon reaching this realm can one transcend the mundane, harnessing spiritual energy, soaring through the skies, and extending one's lifespan to at least 200 to 300 years. Ruan Zifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, soaring through the skies means I can fly like a bird?" With a playful tap on Ruan Zifeng's forehead, Su Yun remarked, "Your aspirations are quite limited. A practitioner of the congenital realm can do more than just fly. They can shatter mountains and split the earth, sweeping away legions of foes." As time passed gradually, the afternoon slipped away in an instant. Just as the sun began to set, a sharp cry of an eagle echoed from the distant sky. The crimson-clawed white eagle had indeed found its way here. It seemed to share a subtle, almost bloodline-like connection with Ruan Zifeng, accurately drawn to her presence. At that moment, the eagle appeared agitated and restless, circling above the villa but hesitant to land. The previous day, it had narrowly escaped capture here, sensing an unprecedented fear emanating from the villa's owner. Had it not sensed Ruan Zifeng's aura nearby, it would never have returned. As the crimson-clawed white eagle grew increasingly anxious, Ruan Zifeng dashed out of the villa, rushing to the lawn while waving at the sky. "Little White, I'm here. Come down." Su Yun followed suit, standing protectively behind Ruan Zifeng. The eagle's feathers bristled in alarm as it screeched sharply. "Little White, it's all right. This is my master. You needn't worry. Please come down." Ruan Zifeng seemed to understand the eagle's cries, soothing it with her words. After a moment of hesitation, the crimson-clawed white eagle finally descended before Ruan Zifeng. Yet, its gaze towards Su Yun remained tinged with wariness. This left Su Yun in quiet astonishment. The intelligence of this white eagle was indeed remarkable. Should he concoct a spirit-awakening pill for it, further unlocking its wisdom, it could potentially ascend to the status of a spiritual beast. Chapter 77. The enemy of the Qi family shall buy. This will be our new home from now on. This is my master. You must listen to him well," said Ruan Zifeng, gently stroking the white eagle's feathers until it finally relaxed completely. The eagle glanced at Su Yun and then nodded at him in a surprisingly human-like manner. "Quite intriguing," Su Yun mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Zifeng, I shall keep this white eagle by my side and personally train it for a few days." Naturally, Ruan Zifeng had no objections. After the crimson-clawed white eagle joined them, it was evident that no small creatures dared to approach the vicinity of Su Yun's villa. Its presence was even more effective than Su Yun's martial will in instilling fear. The eagle would occasionally soar into the sky, circling above Lingfeng Mountain. Its cry pierced the air, exuding a majesty and ferocity unmatched by any other avian or beast. Not only did snakes, insects, and rodents tremble in fear, but even the domesticated cats and dogs residing in the villa were left quaking, overwhelmed by terror. In the following days, Su Yun instructed Ruan Zifeng in her cultivation while simultaneously training the crimson-clawed white eagle, teaching it to comprehend more commands. He would also occasionally channel his own vigor to assist the eagle in regulating its vital energy, strengthening its physique. After 3 or 4 days, the eagle had shed its fear and wariness of Su Yun, instead becoming exceedingly affectionate, treating him as a second master. On the rooftop terrace of the villa, Ruan Zifeng stood in a horse stance, her body perfectly still, breathing in a special rhythmic pattern. With each inhale and exhale, a subtle vibration resonated within her internal organs. This was the very breathing technique Su Yun had once taught Gu Qing. Spirits flowed into Ruan Zifeng with every breath, diffusing throughout her body. It was not until an hour had passed that she finally exhaled deeply, drenched in fragrant sweat, feeling more exhausted than if she had run a marathon of several dozen kilometers. Just as Ruan Zifeng intended to sit down for a brief respite, Su Yun's stern voice cut through the air. You are not permitted to rest yet. Perform the foundational body-refining fist I taught you 10 times. Upon hearing this, Ruan Zifeng's expression soured, but she dared not utter a word of protest, obediently adopting her stance to begin her practice. After spending a few days together, she had gained some insight into her master's temperament. In trivial matters, he was quite accommodating and would often indulge her requests, yet when it came to cultivation, he was unwaveringly strict. On the spacious terrace, Ruan Zifeng moved gracefully, throwing punches and executing kicks, each action fundamental yet executed with speed and vigor, radiating an imposing aura. The wind from her strikes roared, and one could even feel the reverberations of her power. In just 3 or 4 days of training, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. The strength she now exuded far surpassed that of a fully grown man. Su Yun, with an impassive expression, remarked, Your punch power is dissipating. Your mastery and control over your strength are still insufficiently refined. Although you possess an innate spiritual body, unlocking your inner treasure can easily grant you unparalleled power. However, if you cannot master this power, it may lead to calamity. It must be said that Ruan Zifeng's talent is quite remarkable. Under Su Yun's guidance, she mastered the technique of breath control on the very first night of her training, activating her spiritual body's treasure and allowing a continuous flow of power to surge within her. Within a few days, her progress equated to that of other martial artists who had reached the first level of body refinement. This was still the result of Su Yun encouraging her to control her growth. If she were to unleash her potential fully, the rate of advancement would be astonishing. However, such rapid growth would be difficult for Ruan Zifeng to manage, akin to a child wielding a heavy hammer, which could lead to self-harm. Therefore, Su Yun instructed her to continuously practice her punches to better familiarize herself with the burgeoning power. He had devised a plan for Ruan Zifeng to make gradual breakthroughs each month, allowing her to systematically explore the depths of her spiritual body's potential. Thus, in 9 months, Ruan Zifeng would attain the level of a 9th-tier martial artist in body refinement. Following that, an additional 3 months would solidify her accumulation in the innate realm. In just 1 year, Ruan Zifeng would emerge as a true master of the innate realm. Zifeng, I need to step out for a while to fetch my father. Focus on your training in my absence, Su Yun advised. Are you going to bring master here? Should I accompany you? Ruan Zifeng inquired eagerly. Su Yun shot her a glance and replied, No, don't even think about slacking off. Meanwhile, within a modest residence in Yunqing, a burly middle-aged man in a suit sat in an expansive chair. Speaking in a deep voice, my subordinates have informed me that the old man from the Qi family is in excellent condition, full of vitality. How do you intend to explain this to me? Standing across from him was a sinister-looking man clad in a pitch-black robe, his head wrapped in a soft hat woven from hemp, resembling a serpent lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing the inquiry, the ominous man furrowed his brow and explained, I am uncertain of the exact reasons. Logically, the devouring goo I have cultivated for decades should have guaranteed the demise of the old man from the Qi family. Even if a skilled practitioner could counteract the poison, it would not restore the life force that the goo has consumed, leading to inevitable organ failure and death. The middle-aged man interrupted impatiently, Spare me the irrelevant details. All I know is that the old man from the Qi family is alive and well, and I have invested $200 million for your intervention, yet I see no results. The sinister man's expression shifted, and he hastily replied, Mr. Litong, grant me another chance, and I assure you success this time. Litong chuckled softly, shaking his head. Your abilities lie solely in raising and employing goo. The devouring goo is your most reliable method, is it not? The Qi family is now alert and on guard. Do you truly believe you can succeed? Do you think those from the Qi family are inept? Clenching his teeth, the sinister man responded, I can certainly make an attempt. Enough. Li Tang spoke with an air of arrogance. I have engaged a master from overseas to deal with the Qi family. The sinister man, upon hearing this, displayed immediate discontent. Mr. Li Tang, there are many frauds abroad. Do not be deceived. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding crash echoed as the door shattered. An elderly man, clad in a long gown and cloth shoes, strolled in as if taking a leisurely walk. Do I appear to be a fraud? The old man inquired with a cheerful smile. The sinister man's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the splintered door, and he instantly recognized the elder as a formidable martial artist. Whether one is a fraud must be tested, he declared, suddenly waving his hand. Countless minuscule black dots, smaller than sesame seeds, surged towards the elder. These moving black dots were, in fact, tiny poisonous insects. The elder remained utterly still as the swarm approached. An invisible force repelled them, causing them to burst like popping beans, scattering into a pile of ashes on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the sinister man's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in horror, "Master-level energy. You are a martial arts grandmaster." At that moment, his face drained of color, and without a second thought, he attempted to flee through the window. Offending a master is tantamount to death. The elder raised his hand and delivered a punch through the air, the concentrated force piercing through, creating a gaping wound in the sinister man's chest. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Mr. Yuan. Upon the elder's entrance, Li Tang had already risen from his chair, now bowing respectfully to the old man. No need for formalities. Your acquisition of that rare treasure entitles me to intervene on your behalf. If you have further requests, do share, the elder stated calmly. Li Tang hastily replied. In addition to those from the Qi family, I also wish for the demise of the one who helped Qi Guo resolve the poison. Chapter 78. Qi Air Yi captured. Nightfall in the outskirts of Yinzhou. 3 black sedans formed a straight line, speeding along the road. Inside the luxurious vehicle in the center, Qi Changsheng, the second master of the Qi family, sat in the back seat, engrossed in a document, lost in thought. After a moment, he asked old Zhou, "What progress have you made on the matter we discussed? Do we know who is responsible for the poison afflicting the old master?" In the front passenger seat sat a lean elderly man, his aura formidable and commanding, the martial artist of the 6th rank who had appeared at the Qingxin tea house. Upon hearing Qi Changsheng's inquiry, old Zhou nodded and replied, "I have some leads. It appears to be related to the former Li family." The Li family? Qi Changsheng furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The Li family has been absent from Yunzhou for decades. I cannot believe they would resort to such tactics. The Li family, once akin to the Qi family as a premier lineage in Yunzhou, had engaged in a horrific conflict several decades ago. The clash spanned various domains, political, commercial, and ultimately, it escalated to the point of mutual assassination. Qi Qinglan's parents perished during that tumultuous period. Certainly, the Li family, being the vanquished party, has borne a far heavier toll. Its principal members have been largely eradicated, either incarcerated or meeting untimely demises. Only a couple of direct descendants remain, having absconded with a considerable fortune to seek refuge abroad. Qi Changsheng never anticipated that the Li family, after decades of silence, would still harbor resentment and seek vengeance. According to some information I've gathered, Li Tang of the Li family has secretly returned to the country and is currently somewhere within Yunzhou, although I remain unaware of his exact whereabouts, remarked old Zhou. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Qi Changsheng's eyes as he solemnly declared, "Then we must locate him and eliminate him. Old Zhou, you shall handle this personally. I will spare no expense to ensure its successful resolution." Old Zhou nodded in agreement. Qi Changsheng continued, "Furthermore, until the remnants of the Li family have been dealt with, the old master should remain in that secret residence." Upon hearing this, old Zhou immediately assured, "Rest assured, second master, the old master's current abode is impeccably concealed, and no one could possibly discover it." He was acutely aware that Qi Guozheng was the very pillar of the Qi family. Although he had stepped back from the forefront, his influence in political circles endured, with a vast network of former students and acquaintances. As long as Qi Guozheng remained alive, the Qi family would continue to bask in its former glory. As they conversed, suddenly, bang! The car leading the way seemed to have collided with something, producing a tremendous noise. Subsequently, the entire vehicle was inexplicably overturned, crashing violently towards the vehicle in which Qi Changsheng sat. "This is bad." Old Zhou, seated in the passenger seat, sprang into action like a leopard, shattering the front windshield and leaping out. In midair, he raised his leg and kicked, sending the impending car hurtling away. "Ah, impressive indeed." Such explosive power indicates a mastery at the 6th tier of martial arts. Individuals of your caliber are rare, and it's no wonder Li Tang sought my intervention, remarked an elderly man surnamed Yuan, clad in a long gown and cloth shoes, casually standing with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier chaos. Upon landing, old Zhou's gaze fell upon the elderly Yuan, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. The aura emanating from the man was unprecedentedly terrifying, instilling a paralyzing fear that rendered him motionless. This sensation was one he had only experienced before formidable masters. "Second master, we must go? Quickly," old Zhou bellowed, forcibly suppressing his trepidation, and charged towards the adversary in a bid to buy Qi Changsheng a moment's reprieve. An ant attempting to stop a chariot. Yuan sneered coldly, his foot barely making contact with the ground. Bang! The earth trembled and cracked beneath him as a ferocious energy erupted forth. He struck with a speed nearly imperceptible to the eye, leaving only a fleeting afterimage in his wake. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as old Zhou was sent flying backward, blood gushing forth. One of his arms had been wrenched from his body by the sheer force of the attack. Bang! Old Zhou fell heavily to the ground, his complexion pale, not only having suffered a severed arm, but also bearing the imprint of a palm on his chest, which caused him to spit blood profusely. At that moment, Qi Changsheng had only just managed to descend from the vehicle. Upon witnessing this scene, his pupils constricted sharply, nearly unable to believe his own eyes. Old Zhou was his most trusted expert, who had shielded him from countless overt and covert perils over the years. Yet unexpectedly, in just a fleeting encounter, he had been gravely injured by the adversary. "Second master, you must leave at once." At that moment, several men clad in black emerged from a car behind, each wielding a firearm. Without uttering a word, they opened fire on the elderly man surnamed Yuan. "Fools!" Elder Yuan scoffed disdainfully, showing no signs of evasion as he strode forward. All the bullets that were fired towards him were effortlessly repelled by an invisible force. With a mere flick of his hand, the bullets were instantly returned, striking down all the bodyguards protecting Qi Changsheng, their bodies exploding with blood, lifeless on the spot. Old Zhou lay on the ground, his face a mask of despair. He knew Qi Changsheng could not escape. The one who had come forth was a martial arts master. Qi Changsheng's expression darkened, yet he was a formidable figure. Confronted with such a dire situation, he quickly regained his composure and spoke. "Old sir, how much did Litong offer for your assistance?" "I am willing to provide tenfold." "Money?" Elder Yuan replied, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "With my status and strength, if it were merely for wealth, I could acquire any amount I desired. Litong was able to enlist my aid because he presented an extraordinary treasure." Qi Changsheng's countenance shifted. "An extraordinary treasure?" "To be candid, I possess many valuable items as well, artifacts from the pre-Qin era, Tang and Song porcelain, ancient paintings, and calligraphy. If you are willing, I can offer them all." Elder Yuan let out a derisive laugh. "Do not waste your breath. The treasures you speak of are not of the same caliber as what I refer to. There is no need for further discussion. Come with me willingly. There are those who wish to see you. As for the other one," he glanced at old Zhou with disdain, "I shall spare your life, allowing you to return and send word. If you wish for your Qi family's second son to survive, then your patriarch should cease his hiding. It would be futile. Tomorrow at noon, I will visit your Qi family's ancestral home." After delivering his ultimatum, Elder Yuan swiftly seized Qi Changsheng and vanished in an instant. That night, Yunzhou was thrown into turmoil. Chapter 79. The arrival of the Divine Martial Army the following morning. Su Yun prepared to depart for Lingbei County. However, before he could step outside, a call from Qi Qinglan interrupted him. "Mr. Su, there has been an incident at my home. Could you come over?" In the phone call, Qi Qinglan's voice sounded anxious, tinged with an unusual hint of panic. This was a rarity for her. Su Yun furrowed his brow, asking, "What has happened? Is it your grandfather again?" "It's not my grandfather. This time it's my second uncle. He was kidnapped last night, and they have sent word that they will come again at noon today." "Your second uncle?" Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated this turn of events. Qi Changsheng, in Yunzhou, truly stands as a formidable giant. His influence intricately woven throughout every facet of the region. Even a notorious figure like Chao Kuan pales in comparison before him. Such a person, accustomed to traveling with an entourage of bodyguards, has been abducted? Suddenly, Su Yun seemed to recall something and inquired, "Was it a martial arts master who took your second uncle?" "Indeed, according to old Zhou, who is close to my second uncle, the assailant appears to be a master of the craft. He was summoned by an enemy of the Qi family, the same foe responsible for my grandfather's poisoning. Qi Qinglan hastily responded. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun replied, "Very well, I shall come over. Please provide me the address." Once the call ended, Su Yun promptly set off for the Qi family's ancestral residence. The Qi family estate, situated in the southern suburbs Mansion District, showcases an architectural style reminiscent of the Republic of China era, with each structure bearing decades, even centuries, of history. The ancestral home, over a century old, has undergone several renovations yet retains its original charm and antiquity. At this moment, however, the Qi residence resembled a fortress under siege, with guards vigilantly patrolling every corner of the courtyard. Inside the main hall, Qi Guozheng sat in the prominent seat, his expression impassive and silent. Qi Qinglan stood anxiously beside him, while old Zhou, nursing a bandaged arm, sat within the hall. The atmosphere was thick with tension. At that moment, Su Jun entered. Addressing Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan, Elder Qi, Miss Qinglan, the security personnel outside have been adequately deployed. Qi Guozheng nodded slightly, his demeanor unchanged. He was acutely aware that these so-called security measures served merely as a self-reassurance. Su Jun hesitated before asking, "Should we notify the police to intervene?" Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan both turned their gazes toward old Zhou. He cleared his throat several times, his complexion still pale, and weakly shook his head, saying, "Su Jun, as a practitioner in the martial arts realm, you should understand the significance of a martial arts master. Informing the police holds little merit." Upon hearing this, a trace of bitterness crossed Su Jun's face, and he fell silent. Martial arts masters transcend the realm of ordinary individuals. In the past, Wu Sima had single-handedly charged through the gunfire of numerous armed police officers, as if traversing uncharted territory. The prowess of a martial arts master is even more formidable. The reason the elderly Yuan dared to declare his intentions to return today is rooted in his unwavering confidence. No matter how much police force the Qi family assembles, he can come and go as he pleases. "I have already informed Mr. Su, and he has agreed to come," Qi Qinglan stated. Old Zhou's expression softened slightly. Qi Qinglan then asked, "Old Zhou, do you believe Mr. Su can contend with their master?" Relying solely on Su Yun, he certainly cannot match a master. Old Zhou replied with unwavering certainty. The last time he was at the Qingxin tea house, he had covertly observed Su Yun and had conducted some analysis alongside Qi Changhai and Qi Qinglan. He believed that Su Yun could articulate clearly and had injured Su Jun, suggesting that his martial arts prowess had likely reached the 6th rank and that he had cultivated sound wave techniques akin to the lion's roar. Such abilities, however, were far from sufficient to contend with a master. "Old Zhou, are you suggesting I invite Mr. Su over?" Qi Qinglan gazed at Old Zhou in astonishment. Old Zhou coughed a few times before elucidating. Given that Su Yun is so young yet possesses such martial arts skills, coupled with his exceptional medical expertise and mastery of ancient alchemy, it cannot be purely coincidental. He must have a formidable lineage and undoubtedly receive guidance from a distinguished mentor. While I am not well versed in medicine or alchemy, I suspect there is indeed a master behind him who has been instructing him in martial arts. Qi Guozheng's expression slightly shifted as he remarked, "Old Zhou, are you implying that the master behind Su Yun should intervene to protect the Qi family?" Old Zhou nodded, sighing. However, all of this hinges on Su Yun's willingness. If he does not wish to involve his mentor in this turmoil, the Qi family's current predicament may remain unresolved. As the discussion unfolded, the intercom worn by Su Jun suddenly crackled to life. A guard outside reported, "Captain, someone has arrived," claiming to be Song Fengjun from the Song family. "Should we let him in?" "Song Fengjun. What brings him here?" Qi Qinglan paused momentarily. The Song and Qi families had a long-standing relationship, albeit the Song family primarily operated within military circles. The elder of the Song family was one of the prominent figures in the southern military district, and Song Fengjun's father had also recently been promoted to the rank of Major General. However, Song Fengjun himself seemed to have not inherited the martial prowess of his forebears, instead exhibiting some tendencies of a frivolous youth. The Song family had always intended to facilitate a match between Song Fengjun and Qi Qinglan, but she had maintained a respectful distance from him, showing no romantic interest. "Let him in," Qi Guozheng instructed. Moments later, two figures entered the main hall of the Qi residence. One was a handsome, robust young man, while the other was a stout, dark-skinned middle-aged man. "Grandpa Qi, Qinglan." Song Fengjun greeted Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan before adding gravely, "I have heard about the troubles your family is facing. The current wave of thugs is utterly rampant, daring to brazenly kidnap Uncle Chi. This is simply outrageous. Chi Qinglan furrowed her brow and inquired, "How did you come by this information, young Master Song?" With a resigned expression, Song Fengjun replied, "Qinglan, the Song family does have some influence in Yunzhou, and considering the gunfire that erupted last night, it wouldn't be difficult to investigate a few matters. That said, in light of this incident, given the cordial ties between our families, you could have at least informed us. I could have come to assist last night." A faint smile appeared on Qi Guozheng's face as he responded, "Young Jun, we appreciate your goodwill, but the troubles we face are quite significant, so it would be best for you to return home." Song Fengjun smiled lightly, saying, "Grandpa Qi, if it were just for myself, I would not have come here to boast. However, this time I have brought some assistance." "Oh." Everyone's gaze turned towards the dark-faced man standing beside Song Fengjun. The man with the dark face has not uttered a single word since his entrance. His gaze is tranquil as still water. Even upon seeing Qi Guozheng, his expression remained markedly indifferent. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Fan Jingwu from the Martial God Army. His visit to Yunzhou is primarily to track down another notorious criminal, and he has sought our Song family's assistance in the search. After learning of Uncle Chi's situation, we, the Song family, have invited him to help." Song Fengjun stated proudly. Both Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan were taken aback. They had never heard of such a military force as the Martial God Army within the Southern Military District. However, upon hearing the name, Old Zhou's complexion drastically changed. He stood up abruptly, his gaze directed at the dark-faced man as if he had encountered a malevolent spirit. Chapter 80. Do I owe you my respects? The Martial God Army. Old Zhou trembled as he rose, his eyes betraying profound terror. While ordinary individuals might be oblivious to the existence of the Martial God Army, as an adept of the martial arts realm, Old Zhou was acutely aware of its reputation. In fact, he had witnessed the formidable might of the Martial God Army firsthand. This army had obliterated several prestigious martial arts families and sects, having captured and slain no fewer than 10 master-level warriors. The very existence of this fearsome force had compelled the martial arts community to adopt a more subdued demeanor over the past 2 to 3 decades. Many practitioners refrained from wantonly spilling blood, for the Martial God Army loomed like a sharp sword over the entire martial arts domain of China. "Are you a master within the Martial God Army?" Old Zhou inquired respectfully, bowing slightly. Fan Jingwu cast a brief glance at Old Zhou and replied coolly, "Indeed." A long breath escaped Old Zhou as he turned to Qi Guozheng, assuring him, "Rest assured, Elder Qi, with a master from the Martial God Army intervening, the Qi family will surely be safeguarded." Upon hearing this, Qi Guozheng hastily rose and clasped his hands toward Fan Jingwu, saying, "Mr. Fan, should you be able to resolve the crisis facing my Qi family, we shall offer our profound gratitude." Fan Jingwu replied impassively, "There is no need for such formalities. My involvement is due to General Song's request, and it is also time for the martial arts world to undergo a much-needed rectification. Master-level warriors often resort to slaughtering innocents, disregarding the edicts of heaven. It appears that some have forgotten our existence due to the prolonged inactivity of the Martial God Army." After delivering these words coldly, Fan Jingwu fell silent and occupied a nearby seat, showing no inclination for idle conversation with Qi Guozheng. Qi Guozheng, undeterred, turned to Song Fengjun and remarked, "Young Jun, upon our return, please extend my gratitude to your grandfather. The favor your Song family has shown will not be forgotten." Song Fengjun smiled, responding, "Elder Qi, given the relationship between our families, such words seem overly formal. Besides, once Qinglan and I are united in marriage, we shall all be one family." At this declaration, Qi Qinglan's countenance shifted dramatically, and she retorted, "Song Fengjun, I have not agreed to be with you." Yet, Song Fengjun maintained his cheerful demeanor, insisting, "It is only a matter of time. Sincerity can move even the hardest of hearts. I am confident you will eventually be touched by my earnestness." Qi Qinglan parted her lips, intending to express her unwavering refusal, but given the current circumstances, she restrained herself. Observing this exchange, Qi Guozheng could only shake his head in resignation. In the past, when the Song family proposed a marriage alliance, he had entertained such thoughts. However, when Qi Qinglan resolutely expressed her unwillingness, he ceased to bring it up again. At that moment, the security personnel on guard outside relayed a message to Su Jun via the intercom. "Brother Jun, someone has arrived claiming to be Su Yun. Should we let him in?" Qi Qinglan's eyes lit up. Without waiting for Su Jun's response, she eagerly declared, "Let him in." "No, I will personally go to receive Mr. Su. With that, Qi Qinglan hurriedly dashed out. Witnessing this scene, Song Fengjuan's expression soured immediately. It was noteworthy that after he had announced his name, Qi Qinglan had not deigned to come out to greet him. Grandfather Qi, who is this Su Yun? Song Fengjun couldn't help but inquire. Qi Guozheng hesitated for a moment before explaining, Mr. Su is indeed a remarkable individual. Despite his youth, he possesses extraordinary medical skills. He saved my life after I was poisoned by a curse and was on the brink of death. I see, Song Fengjun replied nonchalantly. He must possess some skill then. Given the chance, I could leverage some connections to arrange for him to enter Tiana Hospital. It would be a fitting reward for him. He dismissed the notion with a disdainful curl of his lips. Old Zhou quickly cautioned, young Master Song, do not underestimate Mr. Su. He is also a master in the martial arts community. A master? How skilled? How does he compare to a grandmaster? Song Fengjun asked brazenly. Old Zhou fell silent, unable to respond to such an inquiry. Song Fengjun, not being part of the martial arts world, exhibited a reckless ignorance, carelessly comparing grandmasters to others. If it weren't for the presence of the formidable martial god Fan Jingwu nearby, he might have slapped him for such arrogance. During their conversation, Qi Qinglan had already brought Su Yun to the main hall. Observing Qi Qinglan's submissive demeanor beside Su Yun, Song Fengjun felt a surge of displeasure. So you are Su Yun? He said, eyeing him disdainfully. What brings you to the Qi family at such a time? I suggest you return from whence you came. Song Fengjun. Qi Qinglan frowned, expressing her displeasure. Mr. Su is someone I specifically invited to assist us. Please be more courteous in your words. Song Fengjun plastered a smile on his face. Qinglan, you misunderstand. I am merely concerned about irrelevant individuals causing a disturbance here. If my presence displeases you, I shall refrain from speaking. With that, he shot a hostile glare at Su Yun. Su Yun, uninterested in engaging with such a character, focused his attention on Fan Jingwu as he entered the main hall. Noticing this, Qi Qinglan promptly introduced, Mr. Su, this is the martial god Fan Jingwu. Mr. Fan, this is Su Yun, whom I am acquainted with. Before Qi Qinglan could finish, Fan Jingwu coldly interrupted, no need for introductions. An ordinary person does not warrant my remembrance. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's eyes narrowed as he turned to Qi Qinglan, seeking an explanation for the slight. Qi Qinglan felt somewhat embarrassed. She had not anticipated that Fan Jingwu would be so impolite. Mr. Fan, Su Xiao is here to assist as well. Qi Guozheng was reluctantly compelled to mediate. Fan Jingwu let out a cold smile and replied, I alone suffice. The presence of others merely hinders. Su Yun frowned and retorted, am I a hindrance here? Fan Jingwu, with an impassive expression, rebuked, what? Do you dare to challenge my words? Young man, I sensed your presence upon your arrival. Your aura is steady, and your energy is restrained, indicating some progress in your martial arts training. Yet, your abilities are still insufficient before me. Did your master not instruct you to show reverence and bow when encountering a master? As he spoke, his tone became increasingly stern. Seeing this, Elder Zhou's expression changed, and he quickly gestured to Su Yun, urging, Su Yun, do not you bow to Master Fan? Su Yun shook his head and replied, to bow before him. I fear he may not withstand it. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. Elder Zhou turned pale, his heart racing. He had not expected Su Yun to be so audacious. Such words were tantamount to provoking the authority of a master, especially one from the martial god army. Chapter 81, Enemies at the Door. What audacity! Fan Jingwu's indifferent gaze widened suddenly. A chilling aura, akin to a tempest, surged from him. The temperature in the hall plummeted as an inexplicable chill enveloped everyone present. With a swift motion, Fan Jingwu rose, resembling a towering mountain. His formidable presence striking terror into the hearts of Elder Zhou and the other martial artists. Master Fan, please calm your rage, Elder Zhou implored, genuinely fearing that Fan Jingwu might kill Su Yun in his fury. After all, he had previously speculated that a master stood behind Su Yun. If Su Yun were to be slain here, Fan Jingwu's connections with the martial god army might shield him from repercussions. Yet the Qi family would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the fallout. At that moment, Qi Guozheng also felt compelled to interject, attempting to placate Master Fan. Su Xiao has rendered kindness to my Qi family. For the sake of my humble request, might you show leniency and overlook his transgressions? Fan Jingwu snorted dismissively. Ignoring the plea, it mattered not that Qi Guozheng had stepped down from his high position. Even if he had not, he still lacked the stature to solicit such favor. Feeling somewhat helpless, Qi Guozheng turned to Song Fengjun, hoping he might intercede. However, Song Fongjun shrugged and replied, "Grandfather Qi, I am powerless in this matter. The martial god army operates independently from the military. Master Fan's status is exceptional, and even my father shows him utmost respect. This Su Yun, emboldened by his modest talents and medical heritage, is acting with reckless audacity before Master Fan. I cannot condone his behavior." Song Fongjun had no intention of pleading for Su Yun. In fact, he would relish seeing Su Yun receive a harsh reprimand. At this moment, Fan Jingwu's gaze was fixed on Su Yun as he spoke in a low voice. "You have two options. The first is to kneel and slap your own face. I will decide when you can stop. The second option is that I will not touch you, but after today, I will take you to confront your martial arts master and demand an explanation." Upon hearing this, Old Zhou began to signal frantically to Su Yun. The arrival of the divine martial army carried grave consequences. In the past, rebellious martial arts sects and families had been ruthlessly subdued or annihilated by them. If Su Yun continued to resist, he would be inviting calamity upon his master. Regrettably, Su Yun remained oblivious to Old Zhou's hints. To him, Fan Jingwu's threats were nothing but a farce. Good, good, good. Fan Jingwu repeated the word thrice, each utterance colder than the last. Witnessing this, Qi Qinglan regretted summoning Su Yun. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted outside the Qi family's old residence. Su Jun's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily grabbed the intercom, shouting, "What is happening? Respond. Quickly." Yet, the intercom yielded no reply. Soon, the gunfire abruptly ceased. The entire incident, from the onset to the conclusion of the gunfire, transpired in less than 10 seconds. Inside the hall, Su Jun's complexion turned ashen, his hand trembling while clutching the intercom. The security personnel outside had all been neutralized. Qi Guozheng, Qi Qinglan, and Song Fongjun were all stunned. Was the martial arts master truly this terrifying? "Old Qi, I'll check the situation outside." Su Jun gritted his teeth, drawing his firearm and preparing to rush out. However, he had barely taken 2 steps, still within the main hall, when boom, the roof of the hall was suddenly breached, creating a large hole. An elderly man in a long gown and cloth shoes descended gracefully, accompanied by 2 individuals, Li Tang and Qi Changxing, held firmly in each hand. He entered as if traversing an unguarded realm. The 30 or so security personnel stationed outside posed no threat to him whatsoever. After firing a few shots, they were all rendered unconscious by his invisible force. Changsheng, second uncle, seeing Qi Changxing subdued by the elderly man, Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan could not suppress their exclamations. Qi Changsheng appeared battered and bruised, his body a mass of blood and flesh, his face swollen and marked with wounds, clearly having endured severe torment. "Stop shouting. He won't die just yet. But soon, I'll send your entire family on the journey with him." Li Tang laughed heartily, exuding a sense of satisfaction. Such audacity. Suddenly, Fan Jingwu roared, his energy surging and voice reverberating. Li Tang felt an overwhelming, invisible force crashing toward him, causing a sharp pain in his chest, nearly forcing him to spit blood. At that moment, the elderly man waved his hand, dissipating the oncoming force. Interesting. I did not expect the Qi family to have summoned a master as well. The elderly man of the Yuan surname cast a glance at Fan Jingwu, his eyes suddenly brightening, before he chuckled. "To reach the pinnacle of martial arts is no easy feat, esteemed sir. I advise you to refrain from intervening today, lest you perish at my hands, rendering your years of arduous cultivation utterly fruitless, a truly regrettable fate." Fan Jingwu responded with a menacing laugh. "Your confidence is indeed remarkable. It is my first encounter with someone so brazenly audacious before the martial god army." With that, an overwhelming battle intent surged within him, fierce as flames. The Yuan elder's expression shifted, and he murmured, "In the past, I distanced myself from the martial god army to avoid their intimidation and constraints. Little did I expect that upon my return to the land of Huaxia, I would confront a formidable warrior from their ranks." Fan Jingwu laughed heartily. "Knowing the might of the martial god army, why do you not surrender?" The elder shook his head slightly, muttering, "What a predicament. I have barely returned when I am tasked with eliminating a master from the martial god army. It seems I will have to flee overseas once more, unable to reunite with old friends." Upon hearing this, Fan Jingwu's anger transformed into laughter. "Ignorant fool. Even at such a juncture, you dare to speak so arrogantly. I shall see just how capable you truly are." With that proclamation, Fan Jingwu launched his assault. A thunderous crash resounded as he moved, his vitality surging. causing his form to swell as if he had become a colossal beast. With astonishing speed, he charged at the Yuan Elder. In the next moment, the two clashed violently, their formidable energies colliding. The ground beneath them, unable to withstand the ferocity of their confrontation, cracked and caved in, creating a series of craters and spiderweb-like fissures. Those within the hall, including Qi Guozheng and others, felt as if they were experiencing an earthquake, staggering and struggling to maintain their footing. Old Qi, Miss Qinglan, retreat quickly. Su Jun hurriedly positioned himself before Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan, shielding them as they withdrew. Song Fengjun and Li Tang also scrambled to escape the hall. Chapter 82. Terrifying might. As the Yuan Elder and Fan Jingwu engaged in combat, they resembled two humanoid behemoths, ferociously colliding. The shockwaves from their energies shattered the furnishings of the hall, causing the floor to splinter and debris to scatter as if a building were being demolished. The onlookers could no longer remain within the hall, fleeing in terror at the horrifying spectacle before them. "It is utterly terrifying," they gasped. For this was merely the residual force from their clash. Had they been struck directly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Jun successfully shielded Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan as they made their escape. Meanwhile, old Zhou, with his one remaining arm, dragged Qi Changsheng out as well. Qi Changsheng, struggling to open his swollen eyes, weakly uttered, "Old Zhou, seize Li Tang while you can." Old Zhou glanced at the also escaping Li Tang and shook his head. "Second master. It is futile. A master will not be easily threatened. Even if we capture Li Tang, it will not intimidate that master and may very well incite their wrath. Failure to manage this situation may result in a complete annihilation of the Qi family. However, do not fret. Mr. Fan is a formidable warrior of the divine martial army, possessing skills and capabilities that far surpass those of an ordinary master." Upon hearing this, Qi Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, within the dilapidated hall, a roar akin to that of a ferocious lion erupted. The entire hall trembled violently before collapsing under the gaze of horrified onlookers. Concurrently, two figures leapt from the ruins, engaging in a fierce battle atop the debris. Breaking Mountain Fist. Fan Jingwu bellowed, his skin flushed, muscles swelling with power, unleashing a torrent of relentless punches. The air was filled with terrifying shadows of his fists, each strike imbued with an extraordinary force. Even the esteemed martial artist, Elder Zhou, felt his complexion pale in response to such overwhelming might. Indeed, the breaking mountain fist of the divine martial army, Mr. Fan is unleashing his true power. This technique is exceedingly domineering, a lethal martial art. Elder Zhou observed with renewed vigor. Qi Gua and Qi Qinglan exchanged glances of delight upon hearing this. Song Fengjun laughed heartily. Yet, Su Yun, after a few glances, shook his head in silence. He discerned that although the elder from the Yuan clan appeared to be retreating under Fan Jingwu's fierce onslaught, seemingly at a disadvantage, he was not exerting his full strength. Fan Jingwu, while not weak, could easily suppress an ordinary 7th-tier master and might even slay some newly initiated masters on the spot. However, the Yuan elder was considerably stronger. Su Yun sensed a significant portion of his power was restrained, akin to a vast, unfathomable river. When unleashed, it would yield an unimaginable force. "Mr. Su, what troubles you? Do you perhaps disagree with Elder Zhou's assessment?" Qi Qinglan inquired, noticing Su Yun's head shake. Su Yun nodded slightly, responding coolly, "The martial artist in question is exceptionally powerful. The divine martial army's champion is not his match. I fear for his impending peril." Upon his utterance, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, starkly contrasting Elder Zhou's predictions. "Silence. Who do you think you are to speak so presumptuously, just because you've dabbled in some rudimentary martial arts? You dare to critique Master Fan? What gives you the audacity?" Song Fengjun spat out angrily. Elder Zhou's expression soured, muttering, "Young friend Su, though I have not reached the master realm myself, I have encountered several masters in my lifetime, and consider my insights reliable. I would not misjudge this situation." Su Yun merely scoffed, too indifferent to retort. The truth would soon reveal itself. At that moment, the Yuan elder let out a light chuckle, declaring, "Enough. I have experienced the power of the breaking mountain fist. Continuing this charade serves no purpose. Now, I shall send you on your way. Play." Fan Jingwu erupted in fury. Before he could unleash his fury, an overwhelming, beastly aura surged from the elder with the surname Yuan, exuding a murderous intent that soared to the heavens. Waves of boundless and vigorous energy began to ripple forth. The moment Fan Jingwu struck with his fist, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized that the energy he had concentrated in his punch was instantly shattered, replaced by an even more ferocious and domineering force that surged back at him. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a single blow from the Elder. The arm he had intended to use for combat was instantly reduced to a mangled mess of shattered bone and flesh. You are an 8th-tier master. Fan Jingwu's heart raced with terror, and he could not help but cry out in disbelief. He never imagined that his opponent had concealed such formidable strength during their earlier skirmish, revealing himself as an 8th-tier master. In the realm of martial arts, each tier represents a monumental leap in power. The chasm between 7th-tier and 8th-tier masters is vast. He believed he could subdue some ordinary 7th-tier masters, but against an 8th-tier, defeat was inevitable. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Fan Jingwu, dragging his shattered arm, sought to escape. He was no match for his opponent and needed to summon a more formidable expert from the martial god army. As for the Qi family, he could not afford to concern himself with them. However, it was too late to escape now. A murderous glint flashed in the Elder's eyes. Having recognized Fan Jingwu's identity as a member of the martial god army, he would not allow him to live and potentially summon more powerful allies. Die. The Elder moved swiftly, unleashing a devastating punch. The force was as fierce as the one Fan Jingwu had previously employed. Yet the Elder's punch carried an even more overwhelming momentum, capable of annihilating gods and Buddhas alike. The condensed energy of the punch tore through the air, creating a long trail of pressure behind it. You also know the mountain-breaking fist. Fan Jingwu's eyes widened in horror as he extended his remaining arm in a desperate attempt to block the attack. But it was futile. The force shattered his arm and struck him with tremendous impact, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spraying from his mouth. Among the blood were fragments of internal organs. This is certainly something I learned from you just moments ago. If it weren't for my desire to explore the techniques and methods behind your fist, do you think you could have lasted this long against me? The Elder chuckled coldly. Fan Jingwu's eyes were wide with disbelief. The mountain-breaking fist was a lethal technique developed within the martial god army, renowned for its intricacy. Yet, his opponent had grasped its essence in such a short time through their engagement, an alarming display of martial prowess that filled him with dread. You martial god army members have grown too complacent, underestimating the experts of the world. To perish at my hands is indeed an honor, the Elder remarked solemnly. Upon hearing this, Fan Jingwu coughed up another mouthful of blood, his expression bitter. Though he had not succumbed immediately, his internal organs had been shattered by the Elder's punch. It was only through the robust vitality of a master that he could sustain himself for even a moment longer. It won't be long before he meets his demise as well. Chapter 83, Shock. The Elder of the Yuan clan no longer paid attention to Fan Jingwu, for the latter would soon become a lifeless corpse. Swish. He turned his back, his gaze indifferent as it swept over the others. In that moment, everyone's faces turned ashen. No, this cannot be. Song Fengjun trembled in fear, unable to comprehend how the formidable Master Fan, who had just moments ago dominated the confrontation, could now be gravely injured and on the brink of death. This Zhou Lao also wore a look of disbelief. He had indeed misjudged the situation. An 8th-tier master. This Elder of the Yuan clan was, astonishingly, an 8th-tier master. In the presence of such a formidable force, even 4 or 5 ordinary masters would be utterly powerless. Qi Lao, 2nd master. It seems today Zhou Lao is left speechless. Sighing, Qi Guozheng lamented. It appears that the heavens have decreed the end of our Qi family. Grandfather, Qi Qinglan said with a desolate expression, supporting Qi Guozheng's arm, seemingly resigned to their fate. Ha! Li Tang laughed heartily. Striding forward to the Elder of the Yuan clan, cupping his fists in respect, and saying, Mr. Yuan, your might is unparalleled, and your cultivation transcends the heavens and earth. Truly deserving of admiration. The Elder of the Yuan clan had heard such flattery far too often and could hardly be bothered to respond. His gaze swept around the room, ultimately settling on Su Yun. Young man, your insight is rather commendable, the Elder remarked with interest, clearly having overheard Su Yun's earlier judgment. Initially, the Elder had thought Su Yun was merely making baseless guesses, but upon closer inspection, he sensed something amiss. While the others were engulfed in despair, awaiting death, Su Yun stood calmly, exuding an air of tranquility that piqued the Elder's curiosity. It is known that the threshold between life and death harbors immense terror. Even the venerable Qi Lao, having witnessed the myriad facets of human existence, and the resilient Master Fan Jingwu, could not maintain their composure in the face of mortality. How could this youth remain so unperturbed? "Young man, are you not afraid of death?" the elder inquired. "Death?" Su Yun replied with an expressionless face. "Do you truly believe that with your limited abilities, you can kill me?" Upon hearing this, the elder was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into hearty laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke. The others looked at Su Yun in astonishment. It is worth noting that the elder had just demonstrated his overwhelming prowess, leaving the martial god army's master gravely injured on the spot. Such a fierce and formidable presence was nearly beyond human resistance. Had this been a previous time, the Qi family might have still entertained some hope that the mysterious and profound Su Yun could devise a means to cope. However, they had long since abandoned such fantasies. The once closed eyes of Fan Jingwu, who had been resigned to waiting for death, now opened with great effort, his expression peculiar. Insanity. This person is utterly arrogant. It was one thing to confront him before, but now witnessing the elder of the Yuan clan's might, he still dared to speak so boldly. It was nothing short of a death wish. The phrase "a dead duck quacks" stubbornly aptly describes such a person. Su Yun remained unfazed by the reactions of those around him, his gaze calmly fixed on the boisterous elder of the Yuan family. He inquired with an air of indifference, "Is it truly so amusing?" The elder's laughter faltered slightly, yet before he could respond, Li Tang's voice thundered with authority, "Impudent. Young man, your lives are now at the mercy of Mr. Yuan. What audacity grants you the right to speak to him in such a manner?" Su Yun cast a cold glance at Li Tang, retorting, "And what are you, but a mere insect? We converse freely without the need for your insignificant interjections." In that instant, Su Yun's posture shifted ever so slightly. An invisible force erupted forth, and in the next moment, Li Tang was struck down as if by cannon fire, his robust form disintegrating into a gruesome spectacle of blood and bones scattered across the ground. At that moment, the Yuan elder's eyes widened in shock, rippling with an emotion previously concealed. A master of martial arts. Despite his youth, Su Yun had attained the realm of a martial arts grandmaster. Zhou the elder was left speechless, his eyes bulging in disbelief. The realm of a grandmaster was one he had pursued all his life, yet failed to reach. He had instinctively believed that Su Yun's strength was merely at the 6th tier of martial arts, perhaps aided by a guiding master. Never did he anticipate that Su Yun himself was a grandmaster. To achieve such a status at this age was truly formidable. Even within the ranks of the martial god army, finding such a prodigy would be exceedingly rare. Fan Jingwu's expression grew increasingly complex. Under normal circumstances, the martial god army would have spared no effort to recruit such a talent, and if they could not, they would closely monitor him, ready to strike with lethal force at the slightest misstep. Yet now, as he felt his own vitality waning, he could only chuckle helplessly. He never imagined he could misjudge someone so profoundly. The Yuan elder exhaled deeply, astonished by the existence of a young grandmaster like Su Yun. At least when he was Su Yun's age, he had barely managed to condense his inner strength. Alas, the elder sighed. You should have allied with the grandmaster of the martial god army earlier. Though together you would not have been my match, had you struck unexpectedly. Perhaps you would have had a sliver of a chance to injure me. Su Yun scoffed. Ally with others? You overestimate your worth. To deal with someone of your caliber, I need not rely on anyone else. Moreover, that inept grandmaster of the martial god army is unworthy of standing alongside me. Upon hearing this, Fan Jingwu felt a surge of agitation, spitting out another mouthful of old blood. The Yuan elder, now thoroughly enraged, retorted, "Such arrogance. I shall see just how capable you are to dare insult me so." The elder's fury ignited. He surged forward like a ferocious beast, unleashing the full might of his 8th-tier grandmaster prowess, an unstoppable force akin to a torrential flood. This time, he did not merely employ the rudimentary techniques of the shattering mountain fist he had recently learned, but rather his own martial arts masterpiece. This was a palm technique known as the Iron Bone Great Hand Seal. The elder of the Yuan clan had devoted half his life to perfecting this technique, achieving unparalleled mastery. As he unleashed a single palm strike, the air erupted with a thunderous roar akin to a tempest. Young one, to ensure you comprehend your defeat, I shall allow you to perish beneath my supreme skill. A sinister smile flickered across the elder's face. The force of his palm surged forth, sending rippling waves of energy directly towards Su Yun. Yet at that moment, Su Yun softly remarked, "Is this truly what you call a supreme skill?" Chapter 84. A single palm strike to kill. In the face of the elder's formidable palm strike, Su Yun did not retreat but advanced, responding with a palm strike of his own. The energy coalesced. As his palms surged forth, it resembled a raging sea, crashing down with immense force. It seemed as though the very void would shatter beneath the impact. Su Yun's palm strike appeared indistinguishable from the Elder's iron bone great hand seal. Yet its potency exceeded that of the Elder's. The two strikes collided, creating a circular pit beneath their feet as the ground gave way. The Elder let out a muffled groan, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing violently against the courtyard wall. He stumbled, struggling to maintain his balance, while dark blood flowed incessantly from his mouth and nose. Iron bone great hand seal. How could you? The Elder gazed at Su Yun in disbelief. Su Yun replied nonchalantly. At the moment you unleashed your strike, I sensed the circulation of energy within you, the technique of your palm's explosive power. I merely replicated your method. It was not particularly difficult. Such rudimentary skills hardly qualify as supreme techniques. Upon hearing this, not only was the Elder stunned, but those martial practitioners present, including Zhou and Su, were equally astounded, nearly leaping in shock. Previously, the Elder had, in a brief encounter with Fan Jingwu, grasped the essence of the shattering mountain fist, showcasing a terrifying level of martial prowess that surpassed their wildest imaginations. Yet now, Su Yun was able to perceive the Elder's energy flow and palm technique in that fleeting moment and instantaneously replicate and enhance it, exhibiting a power superior to that of the Elder. Such prowess was utterly unfathomable. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a martial arts legend. Drip, drip. The blood flowing from the Elder's mouth and nose increased in volume, eventually seeping from his eyes and ears as well. I never anticipated that during my return to the Central Plains, I would be fortunate enough to witness a figure of your caliber. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. I have no regrets in my demise. The Elder's voice grew fainter, as he could no longer suppress his injuries. The palm force Su Yun had infused into him continued to erupt. Bang, bang, bang. The Elder's body erupted with numerous wounds, and ultimately, he collapsed heavily to the ground, silenced forever. A martial arts master of the 8th rank had fallen completely. Zhou Lao and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a master of the 8th rank in martial arts could be so easily slain by Su Yun with but a single encounter. The scene was instantly enveloped in a profound silence, leaving everyone in a state of stunned disbelief. Particularly the ordinary citizens of Qi country felt their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble. It was utterly shocking. Initially, they believed they had adequately overestimated Su Yun's capabilities. But now it was evident that they had grossly underestimated him. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, a series of dry coughs shattered the silence. Fan Jingwu, while coughing, coughed up blood, struggling to maintain his composure. Mr. Fan. Song Fengjun finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly rushing forward to assist Fan Jingwu. I can't hold on any longer. Fan Jingwu waved his hand weakly. Upon hearing this, Song Fengjun felt a surge of inexplicable terror. If Fan Jingwu were to perish, the troubles for the Song family would be immense, especially since they had invited him to Qi country. Given your immense prowess, why didn't you intervene sooner to save Mr. Fan? Song Fengjun glared at Su Yun with resentment. Su Yun let out a cold laugh. Why should I save him? Just moments ago, Fan Jingwu claimed I was a hindrance and even suggested I kneel and strike my own face. The fact that I did not personally kill him is already a mercy. Saving him? Absolutely not. Just now, I was blind and offended your esteemed self. At your young age, to possess such remarkable skills and high qualifications is truly unprecedented in my lifetime. Should you wish, I could provide you with my contact information and recommend you to the martial god army. Fan Jingwu gazed at Su Yun with fervent eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun declined. I am not interested. Fan Jingwu's breath quickened. Please reconsider. I hope you do not develop any aversion to the martial god army because of my situation. The martial god army, Su Yun interjected, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need to mention it again. I have expressed my lack of interest in joining. Fan Jingwu opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately refrained. Alas, as a dying man, I truly need not concern myself with such matters. He sighed deeply, lowered his head, and fell silent. He too had met his end. Who could have anticipated that within a single day, 2 martial arts masters would fall in this very place? If news of this spread, it would undoubtedly create an uproar in the martial arts community. Now that matters here are concluded, I have other affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Yun bid farewell and prepared to depart. However, just as he was about to exit, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. noticing something beside the corpse of the elderly Yuan. It was a small white stone, about the size of an infant's palm, its texture crystalline and translucent, resembling a crystal. Ah, there's actually a piece of spirit crystal, Su Yun murmured to himself, discreetly picking up the crystal and stowing it away. Spirit crystals are the condensed essence of spiritual energy, far superior in quality to the ambient spiritual energy found in nature. Typically, they are nurtured over countless years within ancient, spiritually rich mountains and treasures, giving rise to veins of spirit crystals. Once such a phenomenon manifests, it is invariably seized upon by masters with fervor. Upon reaching the 9th tier of martial arts cultivation, one must draw upon spiritual energy to cleanse and refine oneself, ultimately achieving an immaculate innate spiritual body and advancing into the innate realm. The efficacy of this spiritual crystal is unparalleled. The elder of the Yuan clan, having traversed great distances from overseas, returned solely to aid Li Tang in his endeavors, prompted by the fortuitous acquisition of a spiritual crystal by Li Tang. In the arena, upon witnessing Su Yun stow away the item, no one dared to inquire further. The representative of the Qi clan approached Su Yun with a respectful bow, stating, "Mr. Su, your intervention has spared the lives of my family. I shall refrain from excessive pleasantries. In the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me." Qi Qinglan, with grace, escorted Su Yun to the exit. As she parted her lips, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, Su Yun preemptively interjected, "This shall suffice. There is no need for further accompaniment. Furthermore, should the martial god army seek me out, simply relay my address and phone number to them." With that, Su Yun lingered no longer, entering his vehicle and departing with decisive swiftness. Qi Qinglan stood rooted, her expression one of astonishment. Despite her status as a beautiful CEO, with countless individuals yearning for a mere glimpse of her, this Mr. Su appeared disinclined to linger even a moment longer in her presence. She retrieved a compact mirror from her bag, gazing at her nearly flawless visage, and pouted in indignation. "It is not my fault. Clearly, there is something amiss with that individual." Chapter 85. Gu Qing arrives after departing from the Qi family estate. Su Yun drove towards Lingbei County, with his itinerary remaining unaffected. To him, eliminating an 8th-tier master was akin to a trivial task, though he had merely regained the 8th-tier status. His prior cultivation experience and expertise allowed him to effortlessly vanquish adversaries of the same rank, even transcending to defeat 9th-tier masters. It was only the arrival of genuine innate realm powerhouses that would warrant his serious attention. Throughout his journey, Su Yun drove with remarkable speed, arriving within the confines of Yangchuan City in half the usual time. Lingbei County falls under the jurisdiction of Yangchuan City, and upon reaching this point, the remaining distance was negligible. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Gu Qing. As soon as the line connected, her exuberant voice resonated. "Su Yun, are you returning to Lingbei County?" Taken aback, Su Yun inquired, "How did you know?" Gu Qing replied with a smile. "I informed my colleagues in the technical department. They will notify me whenever your phone signal appears in the Yangchuan area." Su Yun's expression darkened at her words. "This is outrageous. Spying on my whereabouts. Neither Qi Changxing nor Chao Kuan would dare such a thing. Yet you, Gu Qing, not only engaged in this but openly admitted it." Su Yun retorted, "You are abusing your power for personal gain." Gu Qing chuckled, "It's not as serious as you say. I merely care for my master." "Hold on," Su Yun replied, exasperated. "I never stated I would accept you as my disciple." Gu Qing huffed lightly and retorted, "Last time, you promised me that as long as I mastered that breathing technique, you would consider taking me as your apprentice." Su Yun was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "You have already mastered that breathing technique?" "Of course. I told you long ago that I am a genius," Gu Qing proclaimed with a hint of pride. Su Yun was somewhat surprised. After all, it had only been a little over a week since he had taught Gu Qing that technique. To grasp it in such a brief period indicated remarkable aptitude. However, compared to the prodigy Ruan Zifeng, who could master it on the same day of learning, she was still lacking. Had he not encountered Ruan Zifeng, Su Yun might have considered accepting Gu Qing as a disciple, but now, he had no such intention. The title of master and disciple was not trivial. Once one accepted a disciple, there was a responsibility to guide and teach them diligently. Su Yun was reluctant to invest too much time in this regard. "Why are you silent? You aren't thinking of backing out, are you?" Gu Qing's keen intuition sensed Su Yun's hesitation, and she quickly became alert. "Don't even think about it. If you go back on your word, I'll seek out your father for justice. Hearing this, Su Yun felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He knew that Su Baihe held a very favorable impression of Gu Qing and even considered her a potential daughter-in-law. If Gu Qing approached Su Baihe to seek fairness, Su Yun could easily predict the outcome. Clearing his throat, Su Yun deflected, "Let us discuss this later. When I have time next, I'll meet with you to verify whether you have truly mastered that breathing technique. No need to wait. I have the day off today. I will head to Lingbei County shortly, and we can meet right away," Gu Qing quickly replied. If Su Yun were still in Yunzhou, it would have taken longer. But Lingbei County was within the jurisdiction of Yangchuan City, making it quite convenient. In less than an hour, Su Yun arrived at Lingbei County. He spotted Gu Qing waiting at the designated location from a distance. She looked as youthful and radiant as ever, wearing a white shirt paired with tight jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs. Su Yun glanced quickly but did not exit the car. Instead, he raised his chin toward Gu Qing and said, "Let us go to my home first." The current environment was not suitable for assessing Gu Qing's mastery of the breathing technique. "All right," Gu Qing replied, returning to her car to follow him. Before long, they arrived at the residential complex where Su Baihe resided. "Dad, I'm back," Su Yun called as he entered. At that moment, Su Baihe, clad in an apron, was tidying up. He looked up upon hearing the noise and grumbled, "Why are you back so late? Didn't you say over the phone yesterday that you would set off early? I was hoping you'd come in time for lunch." Su Yun sighed. "I had a last-minute matter to attend to before departing, which delayed me a bit." As Su Baihe was about to speak further, he noticed Gu Qing entering behind Su Yun. "Xiaoqing, you have arrived," Su Baihe exclaimed with delight, then shot an admonishing glance at Su Yun, scolding, "You rascal. You should have informed me beforehand if you were bringing Xiaoqing back. I am utterly unprepared." According to the customs of Lingbei County, when a son brings his partner home for the first time, it is customary to present a red envelope and a token gift. This little brat sneaks someone home without any prior notice. He is utterly thoughtless. "Xiaoqing, please make yourself comfortable and watch some television while I step out to buy some vegetables and fruits." Su Baihe promptly removed his apron and headed for the door. Gu Qing was taken aback by Su Baihe's enthusiasm and quickly replied, "Uncle, you need not be so courteous." However, Su Baihe paid no heed and rushed out energetically. "Uncle, this is too much enthusiasm," Gu Qing remarked, then suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to Su Yun, asking, "By the way, it seems he had some misunderstandings about our relationship last time. Haven't you explained it to him since your return?" Su Yun sighed. "I did explain, but he simply wouldn't believe me. Could you perhaps help clarify things too? It's quite troubling to be constantly misunderstood." "No problem," Gu Qing readily agreed. But then her tone shifted as she added, "What about my request to be your disciple?" Su Yun was momentarily speechless. It seemed she intended to hold him to that if he did not acquiesce. He shot Gu Qing an exasperated glance and said, "Let us set that aside for now. I first need to verify whether you have truly mastered the breathing technique. If your grasp is insufficient, then we need not discuss anything further. Verification it is." Gu Qing responded cheerfully, her confidence unwavering. She slightly parted her legs, standing steadily, and began to regulate her breathing rhythm. Initially, her breath was somewhat erratic. However, as she closed her eyes and concentrated, she entered a focused state, synchronizing her inhalation and exhalation with a unique rhythmic frequency. With each breath, her internal organs appeared to resonate, creating a subtle vibration that exercised her entire body in a distinctive manner. Su Yun observed from the side, nodding slightly. Gu Qing indeed possessed commendable comprehension, demonstrating nearly flawless mastery of the breathing technique. He was curious to see how long she could sustain this practice. As time passed incrementally, Gu Qing remained undistracted, diligently practicing the breathing method. A wisp of vapor rose from her head, and she was drenched in fragrant sweat. The exertion required for the internal vibrations of her organs during each breath was immensely taxing. Gu Qing's exquisite visage gradually paled, yet she persevered. After a period of practice, she had begun to glean some insights. The longer she persisted, the more beneficial the effects of her training. Thus, she consistently pushed herself to her limits. Su Yun nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the spirit crystal he had just acquired. "Alas, let today be a concession to you," Su Yun silently murmured to himself, then pressed his fingers firmly. Crack! A fissure emerged in the spirit crystal. In the next moment, wisps of pure white smoke began to emanate from the crack in the crystal. Su Yun placed the spirit crystal before Gu Qing. The escaping white smoke was immediately inhaled by Gu Qing, dispersing throughout her body with the rhythm of her breath. Instantly, her cells seemed to awaken with vigorous energy, a powerful vitality surging forth. Although Gu Qing had originally kept her eyes closed, fully engrossed in the breathing technique, she abruptly opened her eyes upon sensing the unusual phenomenon within her body. Su Yun, what is happening? Gu Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Su Yun, with a serious expression, interrupted sternly. Do not speak. Maintain your breathing rhythm and continue the breathing technique. Startled by Su Yun's harsh tone, Gu Qing refrained from questioning further. She quickly closed her eyes again, returning to her focused state of breathing. As time slowly passed, Gu Qing remained unaware that her skin gradually exuded a layer of dark impurities. This was the result of a breakthrough in martial arts, a transformation and elevation of the physical body, leading to the expulsion of waste and impurities from within. Effortlessly, Gu Qing stepped into the realm of a first-grade martial artist. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As she continued to inhale the essence of the spirit crystal, supplemented by the breathing technique, her body underwent further metamorphosis and enhancement. Before long, her body expelled impurities for the second and then the third time. After more than half an hour, the essence within the spirit crystal was completely consumed. At that moment, Gu Qing's body trembled, emitting a series of crackling sounds as it quaked violently. The black impurities seeping from her body were more abundant than in the previous 3 instances. A torrent of condensed internal energy surged within her, flowing relentlessly. 4th-grade martial artist. In less than an hour, Gu Qing had transformed from an ordinary person with only rudimentary fighting skills into a 4th-grade martial artist capable of cultivating internal energy. If this were to be spoken of, few would believe it. Yet now, this astonishing event had indeed transpired. The effects of the spirit crystal were astonishing. Naturally, it was to be expected that the elder Yuan, an 8th-grade master, would hold such a crystal in high regard for its remarkable effects. After all, it was intended for masters to refine their bodies and cultivate innate spiritual bodies. To expend it on Gu Qing was somewhat of a waste. However, Su Yun was indifferent. He regarded such trifles with disdain, and his disciple, Wan Zifeng, already possessed a rapid cultivation speed that required no further refinement. Thus, Su Yun chose to utilize it for Gu Qing, serving as a form of compensation for being unable to accept her as a disciple. Su Yun, what? What is my current situation? At this moment, Gu Qing could no longer contain herself. She felt an inexhaustible power surging within her. The forces within her surged violently, tumultuously clashing throughout her being, beyond her control. Crack! The tiles beneath her feet suddenly fractured, a consequence of her inability to contain the power. Observing this, Su Yun swiftly extended a hand, channeling a surge of energy into Gu Qing's body to help her regulate the tumultuous force within. After a brief moment, Su Yun exhaled slowly, elucidating. Just now, you harnessed the entirety of the essence from a spirit crystal through your breathing technique, catapulting your physical form through 4 transformations, thus attaining the 4th rank of martial arts. However, you are presently incapable of wielding such formidable strength and physique. I have now sealed and suppressed your powers, allowing you to gradually acclimatize to your abilities. This is a necessary measure, as you lack any foundational training in martial arts. Gu Qing was astounded by Su Yun's words, her eyes widening in disbelief. Am I truly now a 4th-rank martial artist? Does this mean I am now considered an expert? No longer was she the naive novice she once was. Previously, she had absorbed considerable knowledge regarding martial arts from Su Yun. Achieving the 4th rank and developing inner strength is a notable accomplishment within the martial arts realm. Many practitioners of average aptitude toil their entire lives, unable to break through to this level. Yet, she seemed to have accomplished it effortlessly, without any apparent difficulty. Su Yun sighed, feeling a sense of weariness, and cautioned, if you wish to become a true expert, you have a long way to go. Your foremost task is to solidify your current rank. Once you can master every ounce of your newfound power, we can discuss further advancements. At this moment, Gu Qing's 4th rank was akin to a fragile construct. Even if she were to fully harness her strength later, it would still be insufficient without practical combat experience. For instance, LV Feiyong had spent years honing his skills in the wilderness, frequently battling various beasts, his instincts and experience in combat far surpassing Gu Qing's. Should they engage in combat, it was likely that Gu Qing would be swiftly overwhelmed. Fear not, for I am a prodigy. I shall stabilize my rank in no time." Gu Qing exclaimed joyfully, eager to embrace Su Yun. However, Su Yun, sensing a sudden urge to evade, interjected, "I believe it would be prudent for you to take a bath first." Upon hearing this, Gu Qing immediately realized her predicament. She was still tainted by the black impurities that exuded a foul odor, reminiscent of someone who indeed bathed in a moth. "Ah!" she shrieked, mortified, as she dashed into the bathroom. The thought of Su Yun witnessing her disheveled state filled her with embarrassment, wishing she could simply vanish. Chapter 87. The misunderstanding deepened. Su Baihe hummed a cheerful tune as he leisurely returned home, his arms laden with bags of fresh fruits, vegetables, and assorted snacks. "Why are you alone? Where is Shaoqing?" Su Baihe observed that Su Yun was the only one seated in the living room, prompting him to casually inquire. "She is taking a shower." "Taking a shower? For no apparent reason?" Su Baihe murmured, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he found himself momentarily stunned. It seemed he had stumbled upon a realization, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity as he fixed his gaze intently on Su Yun. "Dad, why are you looking at me like that?" Su Yun felt a twinge of discomfort under her father's scrutiny. "Nothing." Su Baihe cleared his throat, although internally he mused. The youth of today are indeed brimming with passion. Given the slightest opportunity for solitude, they seek intimacy. After a moment's reflection, he felt compelled to issue a warning. "Son, while you and Shaoqing may indulge in playful antics, do remain vigilant regarding safety. You haven't even graduated from university, and you two are not married. Should a little one come into the picture." Su Yun, catching the drift of his words, quickly interjected, "Dad, it's not what you think. Nothing has happened between me and Gu Qing." Su Baihe, assuming her embarrassment was the root of her denial, chuckled lightly and replied, "All right then, nothing has happened. I merely wanted to offer a word of caution." With that, he picked up some vegetables, whistling as he made his way to the kitchen to busy himself. Su Yun wore an expression of helplessness. It seemed this matter would remain inexplicable. Moments later, Gu Qing emerged from the bathroom, having finished her cleansing ritual. With her clothes now soiled, she had no choice but to don Su Yun's attire, a pair of blue jeans paired with a simple, crisp white shirt, exuding a unique charm. However, Su Yun appeared to possess little inclination to appreciate it at that moment. Unaware of the preceding events, Gu Qing approached Su Yun with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "Su Yun, look at me. I am now a fourth-tier martial artist. Though I still need to solidify my skills, it shouldn't be long before I do. Given my circumstances, would you consider taking me on as your disciple?" Su Yun replied curtly, "Don't even think about it. I will not take on any more disciples." Gu Qing, hearing this, immediately puffed up in indignation. "You are being untrustworthy. You promised that once I mastered the breathing technique, you would accept me as your pupil." Su Yun clarified, "I said I would consider taking you as a disciple. Do you understand what consider means? After careful thought, I find you unsuitable. Besides, I just used a spirit crystal to help you break through to the fourth tier of martial arts. That level of power should suffice for you to hold your own." Gu Qing, feeling slighted, was enraged at the implication that the very assistance she received was merely to dissuade her from being accepted as a disciple. How unfair! She glared at Su Yun, who remained unaffected by her anger. Seeing his indifference, Gu Qing's demeanor softened. She gently grasped Su Yun's arm, her voice sweet and laced with a hint of allure. "Su Yun, I genuinely wish to learn from you. Please take me under your wing. Want to you?" As soon as the words left her lips, her cheeks flushed. Known for her tenacity and renowned in the police force as the Cold Rose, she had never before requested anything from anyone in such a manner, adopting this delicate, almost childlike demeanor for the very first time. In her determination to seek Su Yun as her mentor, Gu Qing was willing to go to great lengths. Previously, she had regarded traditional martial arts with disdain, having only learned a few grappling techniques during her time in the police force. She believed that in modern society, firearms were the true mainstay of combat. A single handgun was sufficient to deal with any criminal. However, after experiencing the recent turmoil, she had come to genuinely appreciate the terrifying prowess of a martial arts master. The image of Su Yun's incredible ability to dispatch a ruthless criminal with a mere punch from afar was indelibly etched in her mind. Thus, she resolved to become his disciple. "Not a chance," Su Yun responded, eyes closed, appearing utterly unmoved. In his past life, he had risen to the esteemed rank of Immortal King, encountering countless scenes of grandeur, It was inconceivable that he would alter his decision based on a few soft-spoken pleas. Not even the allure of beauty would sway him. Gu Qing, witnessing Su Yun's demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, Su Baihe emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of freshly washed fruit. Observing Gu Qing's distressed expression, he inquired, "Xiao Qing, what troubles you?" With a flicker of hope in her eyes. Gu Qing quickly replied, "Uncle, I wish to learn martial arts from Su Yun, but he refuses to agree. Could you perhaps persuade him? You wish to apprentice under him?" Su Baihe chuckled in disbelief. His refusal is quite reasonable. If you two were to establish a master-disciple relationship, wouldn't that complicate matters? Gu Qing was rendered speechless, utterly bewildered. When had she and Su Yun become a couple? Although Su Baihe had previously misunderstood her relationship with Su Yun, thinking she was his girlfriend. This new twist was an escalation of confusion. Su Baihe continued, "As for your martial arts training, simply ask Su Yun to teach you. I only recently learned that he was guided by an extraordinary being in his youth, and he seems to have attained the level of a master now. It would be beneficial for you to learn some self-defense skills, especially given the dangers associated with your profession." Su Yun felt exasperation wash over him. "Dad, please refrain from complicating matters without understanding the situation." "What do you mean by complicating matters?" Su Baihe retorted, somewhat annoyed. "Xiao Qing wishes to learn from you, and you refuse to teach her? Do you believe that your current success renders my words ineffective?" Realizing that resistance was futile, Su Yun surrendered to the circumstances. His father was genuinely treating Gu Qing as if she were his future daughter-in-law. "Very well, I will make time to guide her in her training." Su Yun conceded with a resigned tone. "Now that's more like it," Su Baihe remarked, then turned to Gu Qing with a smile. "Rest assured, once you've entered our family, this little rascal won't dare to bully you. If he ever makes you angry, just let me know, and I will stand up for you." Gu Qing nodded in a daze, then quickly clarified, "Uncle, my relationship with Su Yun is not quite." Su Baihe interrupted with a chuckle, "I understand. You young people prefer not to rush into marriage, and I won't pressure you. Take your time to figure things out." Gu Qing wore a dazed expression. Only after Su Baihe turned back to the kitchen did she, in a bewildered manner, ask Su Yun, "What is the situation? I feel as if Uncle has deepened his misunderstanding of us." Su Yun wearily nodded in agreement, saying, "When he returned and learned that you were taking a shower inside, he assumed that something had transpired between us." Before Su Yun could finish her sentence, Gu Qing's face flushed crimson, and the tips of her ears burned with embarrassment. At this moment, Gu Qing felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Yet, discussing such matters felt utterly inappropriate. She glanced at Su Yun, her demeanor awkward, and said, "Su Yun, I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to. Perhaps I should leave now." Su Yun rolled her eyes in exasperation and replied, "Please don't put me in a difficult position. If you leave now, how will I explain this to my father? He'll surely scold me again. If you feel uncomfortable staying here, I can take you out for a stroll and buy you some clothes. After all, it would be inappropriate for you to wear my things continuously." With that, Su Yun stood up, greeted Su Baihe in the kitchen, and took Gu Qing out. After a brief drive, they arrived at a large shopping mall in the city center. Although Lingbei County was merely a small town, the mall, while not particularly large, housed several second- and third-tier international women's clothing brands, attracting a fair amount of foot traffic. Su Yun and Gu Qing wandered through the mall and entered a women's clothing store, which was already bustling with customers. As soon as they stepped inside, several men accompanying their female companions were instantly captivated, their eyes fixed on Gu Qing. Gu Qing possessed a tall and slender figure, her curves enchanting, even without makeup. Her beauty was striking. Moreover, she exuded a certain strength, lacking the typical fragility associated with many women, her brows hinting at a touch of heroism. Her gaze both elegant and commanding. Regardless of her attire, Gu Qing was undeniably alluring. In contrast, Su Yun, who entered alongside her, was completely overlooked by the crowd. Ignoring the attention of others, Gu Qing eagerly began selecting clothes, pulling Su Yun along. "Su Yun, what do you think of this outfit? And this one? Is it too gaudy for me? I also think this one is quite nice." Upon entering the store, Gu Qing seemed to transform. Her spirits lifted as she excitedly picked up various garments, modeling them and frequently seeking Su Yun's opinion. Su Yun felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He believed that accompanying a woman to shop for clothes was a grievous mistake. "It's just buying a set of clothes," he thought. "You find something you like, pay for it, and leave, 2 minutes at most." Just then, A sales associate dressed in the store's uniform approached Gu Qing, holding a vibrant urban chic ensemble. With a smile, she said, "Excuse me, miss, this is our store's new summer collection, and it's a limited edition. Young Master Lu wishes for you to try it on for him." Upon hearing this, both Su Yun and Gu Qing were momentarily taken aback, feeling bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. They followed the guide's gesture and beheld a flamboyant young man standing not far away, who was smiling and waving at Gu Qing. Beside him were two stunning women, exuding an air of familiarity with such social settings. In the background, two burly bodyguards trailed closely, suggesting a significant presence. Gu Qing furrowed her brow and coldly replied, "I do not know him, nor do I favor his attire. Not to your liking? Perhaps it is simply beyond your means," the saleswoman retorted, her gaze sweeping disdainfully over Su Yun and Gu Qing. As a sales representative, she instantly recognized that Su Yun was clad in nothing more than ordinary street market fare, totaling a mere few hundred. Gu Qing, too, was wearing Su Yun's hand-me-downs. In the eyes of the saleswoman, they were nothing short of paupers. "Young Master Lu has already stated that you should try on this outfit. You need not worry about the financial aspect, as he will cover it," the saleswoman said arrogantly. Gu Qing, incensed by her words, replied with a stern face, "I have already stated that I do not know this young Master Lu, nor do I wish to be involved with him. If you want to change, do so yourself." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's expression soured, revealing her displeasure. As a sales associate, she earned commission on each sale, especially for this limited edition new release, which was priced over 10,000. If young Master Lu were to pay, she would benefit as well. However, she did not anticipate Gu Qing's resolute stance. "Miss, I advise you against being ungrateful. It is a stroke of luck for someone as affluent as young Master Lu to take notice of you. Do not squander such an opportunity," the saleswoman said impatiently. Gu Qing trembled with indignation. She had never been subjected to such treatment. Su Yun frowned, questioning, "Is this how your store treats its customers?" The saleswoman curled her lip, her disdain unmistakable. She detested those who merely browsed without purchasing, particularly those who could not afford the items yet insisted on trying them on. Su Yun and Gu Qing were clearly categorized among such individuals in her eyes, not worthy of being regarded as customers. "You. Very well. Bring your manager here." Gu Qing took a deep breath, opting to cease further dialogue with the saleswoman. "Who is seeking me?" At that moment, a well-dressed, elegantly made-up woman approached, also in uniform. She cast a glance at the saleswoman and asked coolly, "Xiaowen, what is the situation here?" The saleswoman quickly explained, "Manager, young Master Lu found this young lady quite appealing and offered to purchase the summer collection for her to try on, yet she has shown no appreciation." The manager paused briefly, glancing at young Master Lu before turning her attention back to Gu Qing. She could not help but acknowledge young Master Lu's discerning taste. The young lady before her possessed an elongated figure, enchanting curves, and proportions that eclipsed even professional models, not to mention her striking beauty. It appeared young Master Lu had set his sights on yet another captivating target. The female store manager understood the situation and a smile graced her face as she spoke to Gu Qing. "Sister, this is where you are mistaken. Lu Xiao is merely acting out of good intentions. How could you not appreciate it?" Gu Qing stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, almost questioning her own hearing. "What did you say?" "You see, little sister, what I mean is that you should heed Lu Xiao's words. I assure you, once you establish a connection with him, you will find yourself smiling in your dreams," the store manager replied with a beaming smile. Lu Xiao was a significant client for their store, frequently visiting with different female companions to indulge in luxury. Naturally, the store manager was keen to curry favor with such a valuable patron. "You're insane," Gu Qing retorted, pulling Su Yun towards the exit. "Let us leave. We want to buy clothes from this store." Gu Qing struggled to contain her anger. If it weren't for her police identity, her temper would have compelled her to take immediate action. At that moment, however, two burly bodyguards flanked the entrance, blocking her way. "My dear lady, why the haste to depart?" Lu Xiao approached with a smile, leisurely. "I merely wish to befriend you. Why must you keep me at arm's length?" Chapter 89. The arrogance of Lu Xiao. Gu Qing regarded Lu Xiao with palpable disdain. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in befriending you." Lu Xiao merely chuckled at her response, unfazed. He had encountered countless women who appeared innocent and fierce, seemingly virtuous, yet crumbled under the weight of his immense financial allure. Take, for instance, the two female companions beside him. One was a nurse from Lingbei County People's Hospital, who had been in a close relationship with her doctor boyfriend, on the verge of marriage. Yet, Lu Xiao intervened forcefully, showering her with luxury handbags, exquisite watches, and lavish cars, spending extravagantly. Within a week, the beautiful nurse found herself entangled with him. The other companion worked within the banking sector, and Lu Xiao had ensnared her in just 3 days. He believed Gu Qing would be no different. If the beauty has no interest in friendship, it seems my sincerity has yet to impress, he mused with a smile, proclaiming loudly, in that case, anything you fancy in this store, take it. I shall cover the expenses. At his declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Many women inside the store cast envious glances at Gu Qing, viewing her as a Cinderella who had stumbled upon her Prince Charming. Indeed, Lu Xiao is remarkable. His generosity is unparalleled, they murmured. The bystanders, particularly Lu Junbo's female companions, seethed with jealousy, yet they could not deny that Gu Qing's allure far surpassed their own. My lady, I wonder if you might reconsider your interest in friendship. Later, I shall reserve the finest restaurant here to treat you to dinner. Lu Junbo beamed, exuding confidence. Gu Qing rolled her eyes and then linked her arm with Su Yun's, casually remarking, I'm afraid I still have no interest in befriending you. Furthermore, I already have a partner, and I'll be dining with him tonight. Su Yun, in a show of compliance, wrapped his arm around Gu Qing's slender waist. The previously lively atmosphere in the room abruptly fell into a chilling silence. This action undoubtedly disrespected Lu Xiao. The smile on Lu Junbo's face diminished as he coldly glared at Su Yun, declaring, I'll give you 100,000. Stay away from this beauty. She is not someone of your caliber to possess. Refuse? Are you referring to me? Su Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile playing on his lips. If not you, then whom else? The saleswoman scoffed derisively. You can't even afford a decent outfit for your girlfriend. Lu Xiao's comment about you being a waste is already an overestimation. The shop owner chimed in. Young man, love must be built on a material foundation. You lack the means to offer happiness to anyone. Perhaps it would be best for Lu Xiao to take care of your girlfriend. If you truly care for her, you must learn to let go. In life, one must not be overly selfish. Listening to the shop owner's earnest counsel, Su Yun couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. This ridiculous situation was a first for him. Kid, what's so funny? Lu Junbo sneered. Since I'm in a good mood, you can take the 100,000 and leave. But if I become displeased, I'll break your limbs and send you on your way. Su Yun's gaze suddenly turned icy. Are you certain? Lu Junbo chuckled. Since you doubt me, let us test it out. Get this kid. Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yun raised his hand and slapped Lu Junbo across the face. The force of the blow caused Lu Junbo to spin around, feeling disoriented. Before he could regain his composure, Su Yun delivered another slap to the other side of his face, this time with even greater force. Lu Junbo was sent flying, crashing into a display of clothing racks. Upon witnessing this, Lu Junbo's 2 female companions screamed in shock. The 2 bodyguards blocking the entrance also changed their expressions, rushing over. Lu Xiao, are you all right? They exclaimed, supporting Lu Junbo on either side. In a matter of moments, the visible swelling on Lu Junbo's cheeks became apparent, and the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Damn it! How dare you hit me? Lu Junbo shouted in a fit of rage, covering his face. He genuinely did not expect that this wretched pauper would audaciously strike him. Expressionless, Su Yun replied, Your mouth is far too reckless, spewing nonsense. A few slaps are merely a light punishment. Scoundrel! Lu Junbo roared, turning to his bodyguards. Are you 2 dead? What are you waiting for? Attack. Beat him to a pulp, and it's on me. The bodyguards, now snapping back to reality after focusing on Lu Xiao, surged towards Su Yun with fierce intent. Let me handle this. Gu Qing leapt forward, taking the initiative. Now, she could no longer hold back. First, she would apprehend these ruffians. With a swift motion, Gu Qing vaulted into the air, delivering a flying kick aimed at one of the bodyguards. To her surprise, he displayed a modicum of skill. The bodyguard, taken aback for an instant, swiftly raised his hand to block. His robust arm effortlessly intercepted Gu Qing's kick, and he seized her ankle, yanking her down with brute strength. Gu Qing was caught off guard by the bodyguard's agility. Reacting quickly, she thrust her hands forward, intending to employ her martial arts techniques to subdue him. However, before her palms could make contact, both were firmly grasped by him and lifted. Struggling in vain, Gu Qing cast a desperate glance towards Su Yun. Though she had reached the 4th rank of martial arts and had developed inner strength, her power was sealed by Su Yun, rendering her essentially as defenseless as before. The self-defense techniques she had learned in the police academy were sufficient for handling petty criminals, but against trained fighters, they were woefully inadequate. Su Yun shook his head disapprovingly. Gu Qing's skills were truly subpar. At that moment, another bodyguard charged towards Su Yun, launching a fierce punch aimed directly at his forehead. Without even glancing, Su Yun casually extended his hand to deliver a counter. Bang! The formidable figure of the bodyguard was sent crashing to the ground, motionless. A fey. The bodyguard restraining Gu Qing exclaimed in shock. Before he could react, he felt a gust of wind and saw Su Yun suddenly before him, gripping his arm and, with the ease of tossing a toy, slammed him down onto the floor. The impact reverberated through the establishment. In the blink of an eye, Lu Junbo's seemingly formidable bodyguards lay incapacitated on the ground. Everyone in the room was rendered speechless. At this moment, Lu Junbo was equally stunned. He could not fathom how his two seemingly powerful bodyguards had been dispatched so effortlessly. This was inconceivable. Lu Junbo stood in a daze, struggling to accept the reality. Su Yun offered a cold smile and stepped forward. I just heard you say you would kill or maim me, correct? What do you want? Lu Junbo's expression flickered with panic as he hastily replied, I warn you, do not act recklessly. With a single phone call, even the county chief of Lingbei would come to my aid. Su Yun dismissed the threat entirely. He advanced, grasped Lu Junbo's arm, and twisted it, causing a cacophony of cracking bones, rendering it limp and useless. Lu Junbo emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Stop! At that moment, the female shop owner, suppressing her fear, admonished angrily, You have a lot of nerve to commit violence here. Do you have any idea what consequences you would face for offending Lu Xiao? Lu Xiao is a high-ranking member of the Chun Group. Do you understand the weight of the Chun Group's influence in the entire Yanchuan region? She pressed on, her voice firm and insistent. In her eyes, the esteemed Lu Junbo visiting a small place like Lingbei County was already a condescension. Yet now, he had been assaulted by unruly locals. How could this be tolerated? The Chun Group? Su Yun furrowed her brow. Is that the Chun Group belonging to the wealthiest man in Yanchuan, Chen Zhongping? You are aware, then. To speak frankly, even the affluent Chun holds Lu Xiao in high regard, entrusting him with significant responsibilities. Lu Xiao is currently supervising the construction of the new department store in Lingbei County, a key project that has seen the county committee secretary and mayor invite him for discussions on multiple occasions. You dare to strike him? The female shop owner had already discerned Lu Xiao's background thoroughly, and thus she swiftly stepped forward, hoping to curry favor with Lu Junbo. Inside the shop, others listened in reverence. The Chun Group wielded immense influence throughout Yanchuan, and high-ranking executives like Lu Xiao could mobilize considerable power. It would be a trivial matter to obliterate an ordinary individual. In that moment, many believed Su Yun was heading for calamity. Kid, you are doomed. You dare to strike me. Not only will you suffer the consequences, but your family shall not be spared either. Lu Junbo, gritting his teeth against the pain, roared with a twisted expression. He had always led a life of luxury and had never endured such torment. In his heart, he had resolved to exact a brutal revenge on Su Yun, first breaking Su Yun's limbs, then humiliating his woman in front of him, and ultimately dismembering him. Only then could he vent the fury within. Listening to Lu Junbo's threats, a glint of cold light flickered in Su Yun's eyes as he replied icily. I truly admire your courage. At this moment, you still dare to threaten me. Your confidence stems solely from the Chun Group behind you, and Chen Zhongping, does it not? Lu Junbo, with an air of arrogance, retorted, and what of it? Su Yun, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, stated, then go ahead and call Chen Zhongping. Let us see if he dares to protect you in my presence. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in derision. What a performance. At such a time, you still choose to act. They scoffed, incredulous that a pauper like him could possibly know the wealthiest man in town and make such bold claims. Yet Lu Junbo would never disturb Chen Zhongping over such trivial matters born of jealousy. You choose not to call, then I shall do so myself. Su Yun, dismissive of further banter, retrieved his phone to make the call. Previously, Chen Zhongping had left a business card. Although Su Yun had given it to Su Baihe, he had still glanced at the personal number inscribed upon it. Is it appropriate to bother the wealthy man over such a minor issue? Should I contact the bureau instead? Gu Qing interjected, aware of the favor Su Yun had done for Chen Zhongping when he rescued his only son. However, she had later learned that Chen Zhongping had generously rewarded Su Yun in gratitude. Su Yun chuckled derisively. Gu Qing, you are mistaken. This is not about me disturbing him. Rather, he owes me an explanation. With that, he dialed the number. The call connected swiftly. I am Chen Zhongping. Who is this? A man's voice emerged, tinged with confusion. This is Chen Zhongping's private number, known to only a select few. I am Su Yun. Mr. Su, I have finally received your call. Our last encounter was so hurried. I was wondering when I could visit you again. Chen Zhongping's laughter resonated warmly. Suddenly, the entire women's clothing store fell into an eerie silence. Lu Junbo, who had previously taken the situation lightly, turned as pale as a ghost upon hearing Chen Zhongping's voice. It truly was Chen Zhongping. This was dire. The predicament had escalated. This young man not only knew Chen Zhongping, but from their dialogue, it was evident that Chen Zhongping treated him with considerable respect. Young Master Lu, could it be that this impoverished wretch is indeed conversing with the wealthy Chen? The female shopkeeper, noticing Lu Junbo's unsettling expression, quickly inquired in hushed tones. Lu Junbo clenched his teeth, remaining silent, utterly disinterested in her concern. There is no need for a visit. I have a question for you. I encountered a fellow in Lingbei claiming to be Lu Junbo. Is he an executive in your group? Su Yun asked directly. Junbo? Chen Zhongping paused, and his tone subtly shifted. Mr. Su, Lu Junbo is indeed part of our group. His father was one of the founding elders who assisted me in establishing the company. He passed away a couple of years ago, and on his deathbed, he entrusted me with Lu Junbo's care. He is currently in Lingbei County overseeing our new department store project. Chen Zhongping elaborated before cautiously inquiring. Mr. Su, has Lu Junbo offended you in any way? What do you think? Su Yun replied. Chen Zhongping was momentarily rendered speechless. It was evident he was aware of Lu Junbo's unruly nature, and a surge of frustration welled up within him. This fool chose to offend Su Yun, the very person he had previously endeavored to please by offering a billion-dollar electronic processing factory, only to see it all come crashing down. Mr. Su, is Lu Junbo nearby? May I speak with him? Chen Zhongping asked. Go ahead, speak loudly. He can't hear you, Su Yun replied. Lu Junbo, upon hearing this, abandoned any remaining notions of luck and lamented, Uncle Chen, he beat me. My hand is broken. Silence. Chen Zhongping's furious voice boomed from the phone. You scoundrel. Let me make this clear. Mr. Su is a distinguished guest of mine, having rendered great favors to the Chen family. Regardless of how you have offended him, you must apologize to him immediately. If he does not forgive you, I shall have no choice but to dismiss you from your position. Chapter 91. I have crippled him. You have no objections, do you? Chen Zhongping's voice, amplified through the speakerphone, resonated clearly among those present. Everyone gazed at Su Yun in disbelief. No one anticipated that this so-called impoverished individual was indeed acquainted with the affluent Chen, and even more surprising was the respect Chen bestowed upon him. Lu Junming's face turned ashen with indignation. This time, he was undeniably the victim. The other party had not even suffered a scratch, while he bore the bruises and a broken arm. And now, he was expected to apologize and seek forgiveness? Lu Junming's heart was filled with resentment. However, he was acutely aware that all his wealth and glory stemmed from Chen Zhongping. Should Chen Zhongping choose to expel him from the Chen group, it would be akin to being cast from the heavens into the depths of despair. Contemplating this, Lu Junming inhaled deeply, forcing a semblance of a smile onto his face as he bowed respectfully to Su Yun, saying, I sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Following this, he inclined his head in a similar gesture of contrition towards Gu Qing. Gu Qing merely huffed in disdain, evidently still repulsed by Lu Junbo's earlier display of ignobility, her ire unabated. Su Yun, in turn, chose to disregard him entirely. In a moment of desperation, Lu Junbo gritted his teeth and suddenly knelt before Su Yun. Mr. Su, I am deeply sorry. My earlier remarks were born of ignorance and folly. I beseech you to show mercy and spare me this once. Bowing his head, he spoke with a profound sense of humiliation. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom how the situation had unfolded in such a manner. The female manager, regaining her composure, immediately grasped the arm of the saleswoman and knelt down as well. Manager, the saleswoman exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Silence. We must promptly apologize to our esteemed guest, the manager commanded with a piercing glare. Having ascended to her position through shrewdness and acumen, she understood the necessity of humility when the moment called for it. The aura exuded by Su Yun was undeniably formidable. compelling even the affluent Chun to treat him with deference. To provoke his wrath would be a trivial matter. Besides, both she and her companion had previously played the role of accomplices, having taunted and humiliated Su Yun and Gu Qing. Could they truly hope to gloss over their misdeeds as if nothing had occurred? Absolutely not. If Lu Junbo was compelled to swallow his pride and kneel in apology, their status as mere footnotes rendered their situation even more precarious. With a resounding slap, the manager delivered several stinging blows to her own face. I apologize. My earlier words were thoughtless and unfounded. I earnestly hope our esteemed guest can find it within himself to forgive us. The saleswoman, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, followed suit, striking her own face in solidarity. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Junbo felt an almost explosive rage bubbling within him. He had believed that his own act of kneeling and apologizing would suffice, yet he was utterly blindsided by the manager and saleswoman's simultaneous submission, their self-inflicted blows adding to his humiliation. Now, 3 individuals knelt before Su Yun, 2 of them chastising themselves, while Lu Junbo remained conspicuously alone in his shame. Damn it! Lu Junbo cursed inwardly, resigning himself to the same fate, delivering a slap to his already swollen face, which only served to exacerbate his pain. Mr. Su, came the voice from the phone. Chen Zhongping has heard the commotion. What is your wish? With an expression of indifference, Su Yun replied, Mr. Chun, would you take issue if I were to incapacitate Lu Junbo? Upon hearing these words, Lu Junbo's face drained of color, and the others also turned pale. Chen Zhongping on the other end of the line remained silent for what felt like an eternity before finally sighing. Very well, Lu Junbo could indeed use a lesson, Mr. Su, do as you see fit. No, Lu Junbo cried out in a panic, pleading, Uncle Chun, you cannot do this. You promised my father before he passed that you would take care of me. Chen Zhongping sighed softly, Junbo, rest assured. Even if you become incapacitated, the Chen group will continue to support you. Perhaps this could be considered a blessing in disguise, as being utterly disabled will prevent you from causing further trouble in the future. With that, Chen Zhongping hung up the phone. Damn it, Lu Junbo cursed, hastily getting to his feet and rushing outside. Su Yun, without casting a glance, moved swiftly to block Lu Junbo's path. The next moment, Lu Junbo let out a blood-curdling scream as Su Yun efficiently and ruthlessly snapped his remaining arm and both legs. The brutal display left those in the hall in sheer terror. Some, overwhelmed by fear, even lost control of themselves. However, Gu Qing remained remarkably composed. She harbored a deep disdain for Lu Junbo, a scoundrel who exploited his power and wealth to manipulate and threaten women. Rendering him powerless was indeed the right course of action. Had the situation involved anyone else besides Su Yun and herself, it might have ended in tragedy. Now, Lu Junbo would likely lack the means to harm anyone else in the future. Su Yun, let us depart, she suggested. Wait, you haven't bought your clothes yet. Su Yun replied, moving to gather the few outfits Gu Qing had previously selected with satisfaction. Pack them up, I will pay for them, he declared. The shopkeeper, eager to appease, quickly responded with a smile. Oh, there's no need to pay. Consider these outfits a token of our apology. Enough chatter. I've already stated I will pay. Su Yun retorted, throwing down a bank card with little interest in taking advantage of the store's generosity. This card belonged to him, a remnant of the 3 million extorted from Zhou Guangji by the unscrupulous Huang Mao Lion, which he had yet to touch. To him, money was merely a meaningless string of symbols. There's no need for so much. One outfit will suffice, Gu Qing interjected hastily. Take them. It saves you the trouble of shopping again, Su Yun insisted. Gu Qing was rendered speechless. Shopping was a pleasure for women, after all. After leaving the mall, the pair returned directly to Su Yun's home, where Su Baihe had prepared a sumptuous dinner. During the meal, Su Baihe enthusiastically served Gu Qing, suggesting, Shaoqing, the night is growing late. It may not be safe for you to drive back. Why not stay here for the night? I've just tidied up Su Yun's room for you. Gu Qing nearly choked at his words, hastily swallowing her food. Uncle, that might not be very convenient. What inconvenience could there be when your relationship with Su Yun has progressed to this level? Su Baihe replied, exchanging knowing glances with Su Yun. Su Yun could only facepalm in exasperation. His father was far too enthusiastic. Dad, Gu Qing has to work at the Yangchuan Municipal Bureau tomorrow. It really isn't appropriate for her to stay tonight. Perhaps next time, he deferred. Su Baihe was not unreasonable. Upon hearing Gu Qing's work obligations, he dropped the subject. However, Gu Qing shot Su Yun an odd look. Next time, You mean you want me to stay overnight? Chapter 92. Zhao Jinhua after dinner. Su Yun accompanied Gu Qing out. Gu Qing deliberately reminded him, Su Yun, you promised your father that you would teach me martial arts. Don't forget. Su Yun sighed. Once you have completely solidified your current realm and can adeptly control your own strength, I shall impart further knowledge to you. In martial arts training, it is essential to avoid lofty aspirations that exceed one's capabilities. Gu Qing nodded in understanding, absorbing his words. Is there a way for me to stabilize my realm and master my strength more swiftly? She inquired. Su Yun hesitated momentarily before responding. I can teach you a fundamental body refinement technique. Dedicate 2 to 3 hours each day to practice it. This foundational technique was also being practiced by Ruan Zifeng. It primarily aimed to enhance physical resilience and improve one's mastery over their own body. Without delay, Su Yun demonstrated the movements in the hallway. The actions appeared deceptively simple. After a single run-through, Gu Qing had memorized the sequence. Is that it? This seems far too easy, she remarked, astonished. In her eyes, it bore a striking resemblance to the fitness routines performed by elderly individuals in parks. She questioned whether Su Yun was merely being dismissive. Easy. Su Yun offered no further explanation, merely smiling. You will understand once you try it at home. If you can successfully master these movements within 3 days, I shall concede that you possess extraordinary talent. Gu Qing's expression shifted as contemplation crossed her mind. She suspected that this seemingly simple body refinement technique might hold deeper significance. At that moment, Su Yun added, moreover, aside from your personal training, what you truly lack is practical combat experience. In martial arts cultivation, one cannot operate in isolation. Engaging with other martial artists, even in life and death confrontations, is the most effective means of progress. Life and death confrontations? Gu Qing was taken aback. Her limited combat experience stemmed from the occasional training and competitions organized by her department, which typically remained superficial. The notion of life and death encounters was simply unfathomable. Forget it for now. When you have time off, come visit me in Yunzhou, Su Yun suggested, opting not to elaborate further, intending to arrange for her to spar with Ruan Zifeng when she arrived. As they conversed, the pair exited the residential building. Before Gu Qing could enter her vehicle, a group approached them. Mr. Su. Someone called out, a young man with a refined demeanor stepping forward. Su Yun recognized him. He had been present during Chen Zhongping's last visit to his home, presumably as Chen's personal secretary. Mr. Su, do you remember me? I accompanied General Manager Chen to your residence last time. The General Manager is deeply apologetic regarding this afternoon's events. However, due to pressing matters, he is unable to come himself, so he entrusted me to convey his apologies, Secretary Zhang said with a respectful tone. Su Yun, upon hearing this, dismissed the concern. The matter has already been resolved. There is no need for such formality from Mr. Chen. Secretary Zhang had intended to say more, but at that moment, a robust middle-aged man behind him let out a hearty laugh. Secretary Zhang, there's no need to be so pedantic. It suffices that Mr. Chen's apologies have been conveyed. May I have a few words with this young man? Secretary Zhang's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly stepped aside. You are Su Yun, he said, glancing at the middle-aged man. This is Mr. Chen's newly hired expert, specifically tasked with the safety of Mr. Chen and his family, Secretary Zhang hastily explained. Why complicate things? Simply put, I am Mr. Chen's bodyguard, the middle-aged man retorted with a dismissive curl of his lip. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Jinhu. The 2 bodyguards you injured, who were trailing Lu Junbo, are my acknowledged disciples. Oh, Su Yun raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. So, are you here to reclaim your honor? Upon hearing this, Secretary Zhang quickly interjected, Mr. Su, please don't misunderstand. Zhao Jinhu impatiently waved his hand, brushing Secretary Zhang aside. Secretary Zhang dared not voice his displeasure. Since Chen Zhongping's son had been abducted during a home invasion, he had lost faith in the capabilities of ordinary bodyguards. Zhao Jinhu was a martial arts master whom Chen Zhongping had engaged at great expense, and thus, Secretary Zhang was cautious not to offend him. Zhao Jinhu scrutinized Su Yun and spoke plainly. I have heard of you from Mr. Chen. He described you as a sharpshooter, a martial arts expert who could not be subdued even by a dozen armed policemen, yet you managed to shoot him down. Initially, I presumed your prowess lay solely in marksmanship, but after examining the injuries of my 2 disciples, which were caused by internal force, I felt compelled to ascertain your true capabilities. Just here to observe? Su Yun mused with a playful demeanor. Zhao Jinhu replied candidly. I had intended to spar with you, but upon seeing you, I reconsidered. You are too young. Perhaps in a few years, you might be worthy of engaging with me. For now, I shall not exploit my advantage over you. However, since I am here today, I shall demonstrate a skill, lest my lineage be underestimated." As he spoke, Zhao Jinhu suddenly stepped forward with force. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Those nearby could distinctly feel the vibrations beneath their feet. When Zhao Jinhu lifted his foot, a 3-centimeter deep footprint marred the cement beneath him. Su Yun regarded the imprint with an impassive expression, internally bemused. To him, such a display was merely a trivial exhibition of strength. Believing Su Yun was awestruck by his demonstration, Zhao Jinhu arrogantly proclaimed, "Young man, heed my advice. For practitioners like us, firearms are ultimately a lesser path. Should you rely on them excessively, you risk losing your martial spirit and squandering your innate talent." Su Yun chuckled softly in response. "What? Do you take issue with my perspective?" Zhao Jinhui let out a cold smile and remarked, "The power of firearms may yield temporary gains, but when faced with a true master, they become nothing but a heap of scrap metal. One day, when your strength reaches a certain level, you will comprehend this truth. Tonight at 10 o'clock, there will be an underground boxing match at Qinghua Villa in Yanchuan, and I shall also be in attendance. If you have the time, feel free to witness the true might of martial arts." After saying this, Zhao Jinhui took his leave. The secretary, looking quite embarrassed, bowed repeatedly to Su Yun, offering several apologies before hastily following Zhao Jinhui out. Gu Qing leaned closer to Su Yun and whispered, "Does that Zhao Jinhui really consider himself a master?" Su Yun chuckled softly. "He is far from it. He has yet to fully cultivate his internal energy, at best resembling that Wu Tianmao whom I shot. If it weren't for his straightforward nature and lack of malice, I would have taught him a lesson just now." Chapter 93. Qinghua Villa. Su Yun truly did not regard people like Zhao Jinhui with any seriousness. After they departed, he turned to Gu Qing and said, "Well then, I shall escort you this far. Drive safely on your own." Suddenly, Gu Qing grasped Su Yun's arm, hesitatingly suggesting, "That Zhao Jinhui mentioned there's an underground boxing match tonight at Qinghua Villa. Why don't we go take a look?" Without a moment's thought, Su Yun shook his head. "Not interested. I have no desire to attend. Such underground boxing matches are far too trivial for my tastes. It is highly unlikely that any respectable experts would participate. Furthermore, even if there were martial arts masters, I would not hold them in high regard. What purpose would it serve to go there?" Gu Qing, with a pitiful expression, pleaded, "Please take me. You said I lack practical experience, right? Observing a genuine underground boxing match would be perfect for me." After a moment's hesitation, Su Yun considered that Gu Qing's circumstances indeed warranted such an experience. These underground matches, rife with brutality and violence, could often lead to dire consequences, with each bout a matter of life and death. It was an excellent place for honing one's skills. Previously, Su Yun had not contemplated this aspect, but now it occurred to him that perhaps he could arrange for Wan Zifeng to participate in such matches as well, to sharpen her abilities through fierce combat. "Very well. I shall accompany you to observe the environment there." After some reflection, he acquiesced. He made a quick call to Su Baihe and then drove with Gu Qing towards Yanchuan City. In just over an hour, they arrived at Qinghua Villa. At that moment, the parking lot outside was filled with an array of luxury cars, a spectacle of exquisite vehicles and beautiful women. Qinghua Villa was renowned in Yanchuan as a lavish den of indulgence, with rumors suggesting that even the wealthy Chun held a stake in the establishment. Gu Qing whispered to Su Yun. As someone within the police system, she was somewhat aware of the villa's inner workings. It was said that various gambling events were frequently hosted there, sometimes involving staggering sums of money, reaching into the billions. Without sufficient background and identity, one cannot withstand the pressures of such an environment. Events like today's underground boxing match are far from mere contests of strength. They are steeped in a web of betting and financial stakes. Wealthy individuals and affluent heirs flock here primarily for the thrill of gambling on fights. Upon entering, Su Yun and Gu Qing each paid an entrance fee of 10,000. The Qinghua Villa, sprawling in its expanse, has transcended the status of an ordinary estate, evolving into a veritable hub. Within its grounds, various theme zones have been established, including those featuring castle-like landscapes, cultural educational areas, water parks, barbecue and picnic spots, floral and arboreal sections, as well as racetracks and racing circuits. The villa is also complemented by a 5-star standard hotel and a diverse array of restaurants offering Japanese, Chinese, European, and other distinctive culinary experiences. Once inside the villa, Su Yun and Gu Qing were ushered onto an 8-seater tour vehicle. Accompanying them was a wealthy heir with tousled yellow curls and his companion. At this hour, most of the villa's attractions had already closed, and those present were clearly there for the underground boxing match. Wang Xiao, how much funding have you prepared for this fight? Inquired the wealthy heir's companion in a coy tone. I have allocated 8 million for some lighthearted gambling. Last time I wagered here on horse racing, I invested too little and only won 3 million. This time, I intend to capitalize on my success, he replied, casually smoking while playfully caressing his companion's thigh. She let out a soft gasp and sweetly remarked, Wang Xiao, I've saved around 300,000. Why not let me join in the fun? 300,000? That's hardly worth the trouble. Once I win this time, I'll grant you 1 million as a token of appreciation, Wang Xiao boasted grandly. You are truly wonderful, his companion said, her eyes glimmering with admiration before bestowing a kiss upon him. Unfazed, Wang Xiao reciprocated with fervent kisses. The driver and the guide, clad in a qipao, sat at the front of the vehicle, seemingly accustomed to such displays. However, Gu Qing, seated at the back, felt her face flush crimson, trapped in a situation where evasion was impossible. Hey, could you two exercise a bit of decorum? This is a public space. If you can't contain yourselves, seek a more private setting. Spare us the spectacle, Gu Qing admonished, her cheeks aflame with indignation as she observed Wang Xiao and his companions' increasingly inappropriate antics. The woman, taken aback, shot back with irritation. Who do you think you are? Mind your own business. If you disapprove, feel free to exit the vehicle. Wang Xiao turned, his expression darkening, but upon seeing Gu Qing, his demeanor shifted. He chuckled and teased, My dear, you misunderstand. The interactions between men and women can hardly be termed frivolous. Your anger suggests perhaps your partner is lacking. Fear not, I am quite capable. Why not consider joining me instead? Gu Qing, incensed, replied, You are shameless. Wang Xiao, with a mischievous smile, provocatively tilted his head towards Su Yun and jested, My friend, I must say, I find your woman quite appealing. Shall I take it upon myself to educate her? Upon hearing this, his female companion playfully punched Wang Xiao's shoulder, pouting, Wang Xiao, you are incorrigible. You take a fancy to every woman you see. What becomes of me? With a soft sigh, Su Yun remained silent, extending his hands forward. In a swift motion, he seized Wang Xiao and his companion, tossing them aside with ease. What are you doing? You scoundrel! Let go! Wang Xiao's protest was abruptly cut short as he and his companion were unceremoniously hurled out of the vehicle. The tour bus driver and the qipao-clad guide exchanged startled glances, preparing to halt the vehicle to investigate. Do not stop. Keep driving, Su Yun commanded coldly, his tone imbued with an unmistakable authority. The driver and the guide, after a moment's hesitation, complied and continued on their way. In future encounters of this nature, it is best to act decisively. There is no need to engage in dialogue with such scum, Su Yun advised. Gu Qing, feeling somewhat helpless, had indeed contemplated intervening. However, as a law enforcement officer, she was so accustomed to adhering to principles of civilized law enforcement that she had momentarily failed to react. After a brief journey, the tour bus arrived at the center of the estate, where a vast plaza awaited. The plaza had been partitioned into several zones, each hosting a distinct fighting ring. Combatants fiercely battled upon the platforms, while a throng of spectators gathered below, their cheers and shouts echoing throughout the area. At this moment, the plaza was alive with a cacophony of voices. Contestants exchanged blows in a spirited display, while the onlookers vociferously expressed their excitement. Stepping down from the bus, Su Yun momentarily froze at the sight before him. He had anticipated that the level of the underground boxing matches might not meet his expectations. Yet he had not envisioned it to be of such a dismal caliber. The fighters on the platforms were little more than mere posturers, hardly worthy of the title warrior. Is this what an underground boxing match entails? Overwhelmed by disappointment, Su Yun contemplated taking Gu Qing and leaving immediately. Not quite. The genuine underground boxing matches commence in over an hour, at 10 o'clock tonight, over there at the Hongbin Pavilion. A staff member in a white uniform and black vest casually explained as he passed by Su Yun. The rings here are merely for passing time and entertainment. If you're interested, you may sign up to participate. The entry fee for each match is 10,000. There are protective measures in place. If you can achieve 5 consecutive victories on any platform, you will earn a reward of 100,000 from the estate. Should you remain undefeated for 10 matches, the prize escalates to 500,000. The staff member explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded thoughtfully and remarked to Gu Qing, "Let us meander about here for a while." Gu Qing nodded in agreement, her attention already captivated by the battles unfolding in the rings. After surveying the scene, she appeared somewhat disheartened and remarked to Su Yun, "I don't see anything remarkable about the participants in this arena. They seem inferior even to Liu Junbo's bodyguards. If I were to sign up, I could easily secure the $1 million prize." Su Yun chuckled softly in response, "Do not indulge in such fantasies. If you were to participate, perhaps you could win a match or two, but to achieve a consecutive victory of 5 rounds is utterly impossible. The Qinghua Villa would not part with their money so easily." Su Yun had noted earlier that the fighters in the arena were largely of mediocre caliber. Even if one were to stumble upon a win or two, the depletion of stamina and energy would be immense, making it arduous to contend in subsequent matches. Should a rare exception occur, allowing one to win 4 consecutive bouts, a skilled opponent would soon emerge to terminate that fleeting success. Su Yun surmised that this was a precaution orchestrated by the Qinghua Villa. Upon Su Yun's reminder, Gu Qing swiftly grasped the reality. To claim such arena prizes without genuine skill was indeed unfeasible. All right, arena number 3. The Black Wolf King is entering the ring. Place your bets swiftly. I know this Black Wolf King. He has participated several times in the villa's fights, claiming the $1 million prize thrice, and once defended his title for 9 rounds, nearly securing 5 million. As the commotion surged, throngs of spectators flocked to arena number 3. Gu Qing, curious, turned her gaze towards the arena, where she beheld a fierce-looking man with slightly dark skin and a buzz cut springing onto the stage. The moment he appeared, he unleashed a ferocious assault, akin to a ravenous wolf in pursuit of prey, striking with brutal intensity. His opponent, who had previously triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, was initially brimming with confidence. Yet, under the onslaught of this formidable man, he was quickly overwhelmed. Within mere seconds, he was knocked to the ground, sent sprawling out of the ring. Gu Qing found herself momentarily stunned upon witnessing the Black Wolf King's prowess. "Do you know that man?" Su Yun inquired casually, having discerned the military-like precision in the fierce fighter's movements. Gu Qing nodded. "Yes, I know him. His name is Li Lang. He was once invited to serve as a combat instructor at our bureau. However, I later heard he violated regulations and was expelled from the ranks. I never imagined he would resort to underground fighting now." After securing victory in this match, the commotion around the Black Wolf King intensified. The crowd erupted in chants of his name, and other fighters, unwilling to back down, stepped into the ring to challenge him, only to be decisively defeated one after another. When the Black Wolf King had achieved 4 consecutive victories, a robust man with a cloth band tied around his head ascended the stage, his gaze fixed on the Black Wolf King as though he were a specter. "Black Wolf King, I have already warned you previously. If you wish to earn your keep at the villa, you must adhere to our rules. Your current conduct complicates matters for us," the muscular man spoke softly, his voice just audible above the surrounding clamor, enough for the Black Wolf King to hear. "I do not engage in fixed fights. I intend to earn the villa's prize through my own abilities. How is it that such a grand establishment as the Qinghua Villa cannot bear to lose?" Scoffed the Black Wolf King, disdain evident in his voice. "Foolhardy wretch. That meager prize is of no consequence. You should have been content after winning 1 million 3 times in succession, yet you refuse to heed the villa's arrangements. Now, the stakes on your victory have escalated to 50 million. Your demise is inevitable." The robust man's expression twisted into a fierce glare. To him, that trifling prize was insignificant. Initially, when the Black Wolf King entered the boxing matches, he was relatively unknown, and the bets against him were modest. Even after winning 5 consecutive bouts, the Qinghua Villa merely incurred a slight loss. Thus, the villa allowed him to continue. However, as the Black Wolf King's reputation soared, everyone recognized him as a formidable contender, resulting in substantial wagers placed upon him. If he continued to win, the villa would face significant financial repercussions. It is crucial to understand that this was not a genuine underground boxing match. Rather, it was a promotional event orchestrated by the villa to create a vibrant atmosphere before the official competitions. Most participants were merely dabbling, testing the waters. To accumulate over 50 million in unilateral bets was indeed astonishing. The Qinghua Villa could not permit the Black Wolf King to persist in this manner. As the robust man took to the stage, Su Yun remarked softly, "Your former combat instructor is doomed." "Huh. Gu Qing was taken aback, her disbelief palpable. Surely not. Li Lang possesses formidable fighting skills. How can you possibly predict his defeat without him even having engaged? Although she recognized Su Yun as a masterful expert, she couldn't fathom how he could foresee the outcome before the battle commenced. It is not merely defeat, it is death. Su Yun replied with an air of calm. His keen senses had already detected subtle fluctuations in the opponent's energy from a distance. While Li Lang's skills were commendable, he was still merely at the third tier of martial arts, lacking the internal strength required for true mastery. In stark contrast, the robust man exuded an unspoken aura of lethal intent, clearly harboring murderous intent. Chapter 95. Beaten to death on the third arena, Li Lang, known as the Black Wolf King, exuded arrogance, dismissing the robust man with an air of superiority. He had participated in several of the Qinghua Villa's previous boxing matches with great success, having won $3 million prizes. He believed that had it not been for the exhausting nature of consecutive fights, which drained his energy, he could have achieved a 10-match winning streak. Thus, even knowing that the robust man was the villa's designated backup fighter, he felt no fear. Li Lang was not a traditional martial artist. He lacked a systematic lineage or training. Instead, he relied on his innate talents and military-style physical training to force his body to continually surpass its limits, reaching the third tier of martial arts. This was undeniably formidable. Simply talking will not suffice if you wish to confront me, he asserted. During my first appearance in the arena, when I achieved 4 consecutive victories, a capable contender attempted to thwart me. Alas, it was futile. I dispatched him and claimed my $1 million prize. The second time, the third time, and this time would be no exception. Li Lang gestured dismissively at the muscular man, his expression filled with scorn. Unaware of the impending peril, the muscular man let out a cold laugh, swiftly removing the cloth band from his forehead and hurling it upwards. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. The onlookers could barely catch a glimpse of his fleeting shadow before he was upon Li Lang, delivering a devastating punch. The force of this strike was so immense that it produced a sound reminiscent of tearing air. Li Lang's countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily brought his arms together to block the blow. With a resounding thud, the impact resonated, and Li Lang felt an inconceivable power emanating from his opponent. A single punch seemingly infused with the strength of 1,000 pounds. Moreover, a hidden force penetrated through, causing his once ironclad arms to erupt in agonizing pain. Before Li Lang could mount a counterattack, the muscular man unleashed a second punch, followed swiftly by a third and fourth. In what felt like an instant, he had thrown 9 consecutive punches. Initially, Li Lang managed to withstand the first 2 or 3 strikes, but soon found himself utterly overwhelmed. He could no longer defend himself. Each punch from the muscular man grew heavier, their cumulative force hitting him like a colossal hammer. After the 9th punch, the muscular man withdrew his fists, standing poised. Li Lang, however, staggered, spewing forth a copious amount of blood before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the cloth band that had earlier been thrown off his forehead drifted down, only to be caught and resecured by the muscular man. The Black Wolf King has been injured and fainted. Hurry and take him to the infirmary. At this juncture, uniformed staff from the estate rushed onto the stage, lifting Li Lang away, though they claimed he was merely injured and unconscious. Su Yun knew the grim truth. Li Lang had been brutally beaten to death by the muscular man. His internal organs lay shattered from those 9 merciless punches. Among the spectators surrounding the ring, no one paid heed to Li Lang's plight. Those who had wagered on him were now vociferously cursing. What a load of nonsense. The Black Wolf King. With such a grand reputation and having fought so fiercely in previous bouts, I placed $1 million on him, only for him to get completely overwhelmed this time. Bah! A portly man, seeing the staff carry Li Lang past him, spat a thick glob of phlegm that landed squarely on Li Lang's face. Li Lang remained motionless, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. What has become of him? Gu Qing approached, intent on assessing Li Lang's condition. However, the estate staff quickly intervened, politely stating, "He is injured, Mississippi. We must take him for emergency treatment. Please do not disturb us." Gu Qing stood there, stunned. She was not naive. The absence of any rise and fall of breath from Li Lang's chest clearly indicated that he had already succumbed. Although she did not share a deep bond with him, merely having received some combat instruction from him in recent times, she found it difficult to accept that he could be killed so easily. Such is the cruelty of the dark world. Do you wish to continue your martial arts training in the future? If so, As you delve deeper into the martial arts world, you are likely to encounter more such incidents. Who knows? One day you might even find yourself in a life-or-death situation. Su Yun remarked contemplatively. Gu Qing abruptly lifted her head, her gaze resolute. There's no need for you to say anything further. I will not give up. Just wait. I'm going to sign up and give it a try. Su Yun nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from dissuading her. His intention in bringing Gu Qing here was to provide her with an opportunity for experience and to enhance her practical skills, so he would not hinder her now. However, I will not intervene unless your life is at risk. Once you're up there, you must rely on yourself, Su Yun cautioned. Naturally, the likelihood of encountering life-threatening danger in such arenas was minimal. The death of Li Lang was a consequence of his own disregard for the rules of Qingyue Villa. He had taken advantage of his abilities to exploit the venue for gains, ignoring warnings until it ultimately cost him his life. For other fighters, even in defeat or injury, the consequences would not be severe. After all, this was merely a platform established by Qingyue Villa to enliven the atmosphere. In contrast, the underground boxing match scheduled later at Hongbin Tower would be a truly bloody and brutal affair. Accompanying Gu Qing to the registration area, as he was about to sign her up, a tall woman in her 30s suddenly called out from a nearby group, "Xiao Qing?" Gu Qing looked up, momentarily taken aback. "Sister Qi, what are you doing here? I was just about to ask you the same. How did you end up in a place like this?" Yi Qi scrutinized Gu Qing. She too was tall and had an alluring figure, though her skin was not as fair as Gu Qing's. Instead, it bore a healthy wheat-like hue. While she might not be as striking as Gu Qing, she possessed a captivating maturity that came with years of experience. "I heard there was an underground boxing match here, so I came with some friends to take a look." "Take a look?" Yi Qi shot Gu Qing a disapproving glance. "It seemed like you were just about to register. You truly possess a remarkable audacity. It's one thing to spar with me occasionally, but to dare step into the ring here? If I were to inform your family, I can only imagine how they would react." There was a hint of reproach in Yi Qi's tone. "Please, if my family found out, they would nag me to death." Gu Qing quickly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, pleading with Yi Qi. Yi Qi let out a cold huff. "You should stick close to me. Someone like you, a novice, should not recklessly venture forth. This place can truly be perilous." After admonishing Gu Qing, Yi Qi shifted her attention to Su Yun. "And you, are you a friend of Xiao Qing's? She was about to sign up, and you did not even attempt to dissuade her?" Yi Qi inquired, her brow furrowed. "Why should I dissuade her? She's merely going to have some fun. There's no real danger involved," Su Yun replied calmly. "Fun? Do you think this is child's play?" Yi Qi was incredulous. "You young ones are truly ignorant and fearless. Did you not see the Black Wolf King being carried out just now? That man is dead," Yi Qi stated coldly. Chapter 96. Members of the Martial Arts Association. At this moment, not far away, Yi Qi's companions approached. 2 men and a woman, all taller than the average person. The man speaking, in particular, towered over everyone at over 6 feet tall, his muscular frame exuding an intimidating presence. He moved closer to Yi Qi, glancing at Gu Qing and Su Yun, and inquired with a puzzled expression, "Xiao Qi, who are these two?" Yi Qi replied, "This is my little neighbor, Gu Qing, and the one beside her is her friend." These 2 youngsters, lacking awareness of their surroundings, came to this place. If they merely wished to observe, that would be acceptable. But they even attempted to sign up for the stage just now. Yi Qi shook her head, sighing in exasperation. It was indeed rather audacious of them. The man nodded, breaking into a hearty smile. "Ladies, this is no joking matter. Although the arenas in the outer area are primarily for entertainment, one can never be too careful. Unforeseen incidents may occur. Since you are acquainted with Xiao Qi, it would be wise to stay close to us." Gu Qing looked at the man speaking, her expression shifting as she said, "You must be Tang Feng, the elder brother that Qi Jia often mentions?" "Indeed, I am Tang Feng." Upon hearing this, the burly man's face lit up with joy. He had been pursuing Yi Qi for some time, though he had yet to succeed. Learning that Yi Qi frequently spoke of him in front of her friends filled him with encouragement. Little did he know, Yi Qi had merely mentioned him in passing during casual conversations, and it was Tang Feng's striking height and physique that allowed Gu Qing to recognize him at first glance. "Hello, I am Su Peng. Like Tang Feng and Yi Qi, I am also a member of the Provincial Martial Arts Association." Another young man stepped forward to introduce himself to Gu Qing, his demeanor warm and inviting. His gaze lingered on Gu Qing, unable to look away. While there were indeed several female members in the Martial Arts Association, only Yi Qi stood out. Tang Feng was vying for her affection, leaving Su Peng feeling sidelined. As for the other female members, they were best left unmentioned. The one who had accompanied them today had a less than appealing physique, with a barrel-like waist and arms thicker than those of most men, which Su Peng naturally found unappealing. Upon seeing Gu Qing, who was even younger and more radiant than Yi Qi, his interest was immediately piqued. Yi Qi seemed to sense Su Peng's intentions and playfully remarked, "Xiao Qing, weren't you interested in learning grappling techniques from me last time? I can tell you that Su Peng is quite the expert in that area. Since fate has brought you together, you should take the opportunity to learn from him." Gu Qing was taken aback and had yet to respond when Su Peng exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Gu, you're also interested in grappling?" Yi Qi explained, "Gu Qing is a beautiful police officer from our Yangchuan City Bureau. She is trained in grappling and combat techniques, proving that she is every bit as capable as her male counterparts." Su Peng chuckled heartily. While the grappling techniques taught in the police academy may appear swift and fierce, they are, in essence, rather rudimentary, primarily designed to deal with common criminals. When faced with a true expert, they often fall short. I practice the family tradition of eagle claw grappling, a method with a long lineage and profound depth. Xiao Qing, if you are interested, we can arrange a time for me to teach you thoroughly. Unbeknownst to him, he had seamlessly transitioned his address for Gu Qing from Miss Gu to the more intimate Xiao Qing. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing politely declined, saying, "Since it is your family's ancestral skill, I feel it would be inappropriate for me to learn it." "No matter," he replied. "The old ways of hoarding knowledge are no longer in vogue. Besides, even if it were a closely guarded secret, for Yi Qi's sake, I could certainly share a few techniques with you." Su Peng chuckled heartily. Yi Qi added, "Xiao Qing, don't overthink it. Consider it a mutual exchange of skills. We often gather to practice and share insights." At this point, Gu Qing felt it would be impolite to refuse any further. Su Peng's heart raced with excitement. This meant he would have opportunities to interact more frequently with Gu Qing. He believed that with his own abilities and charm, it was merely a matter of time before he won her over. "Hey, little brother, why not join us?" Su Peng glanced at Su Yun, his demeanor suddenly turning rather frosty. Yi Qi, too, regarded Su Yun and Gu Qing as merely acquaintances, noting that Su Yun appeared rather unremarkable. Out of respect for Gu Qing, they reluctantly decided to include Su Yun in their outing. "What do you think, Su Yun?" Gu Qing inquired. "I'm indifferent." Su Yun shrugged nonchalantly. Subsequently, Yi Qi and his companions wandered between several arenas, continuing to observe the boxing matches while occasionally offering their insights. Su Peng, in particular, leaned closer to Gu Qing, boasting incessantly. As for Su Yun, he found himself completely neglected by the group. However, he paid little mind to it. Through their conversations, he gleaned sufficient information about them. Yi Qi was Gu Qing's neighbor, hailing from a family deeply rooted in martial arts. Her father served as the vice president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. Influenced from a young age, Yi Qi was passionate about traditional martial arts and excelled in various disciplines, such as swordsmanship and spear techniques. Tang Feng and Su Peng also boasted some martial arts heritage and possessed impressive skills, making them notable figures within the Provincial Martial Arts Association. To the average person, they might be considered experts, yet to true martial artists, they were hardly noteworthy. The performances organized by the association often amounted to little more than elaborate displays. There had been instances of embarrassment when a renowned Tai Chi master faced an obscure amateur boxer, only to be defeated in mere seconds, leaving onlookers astonished. After a while, Su Peng suddenly declared, "Merely watching is rather pointless. I intend to join in and showcase the intricacies of my eagle claw technique to Xiao Qing." Yi Qi and Tang Feng were momentarily taken aback. Before arriving, they had heard Su Peng state that he only intended to observe the festivities, not to participate. However, after a moment's reflection, they surmised the reason behind his change of heart. Su Peng sought to impress Gu Qing and flaunt his prowess. They chose not to confront him about it. Yi Qi even found it somewhat entertaining. As far as he knew, Su Peng's family was quite well off, with assets likely totaling several million. Before long, Su Peng had registered and ascended to the stage of one of the arenas. Upon ascending the stage, Su Peng unleashed his full force, employing the eagle claw technique in an attempt to swiftly subdue his opponent. These tactics, effective against ordinary individuals, proved less so against the seasoned contenders on the platform. Although not masters, they were no easy prey. The two engaged in a back-and-forth struggle for a considerable duration, and it was only after several minutes that Su Peng discerned a flaw, seizing his opponent's joint and forcefully throwing him off the stage. After completing this bout, Su Peng was slightly breathless. He had no intention of participating in a second round and descended the stage on his own accord. Xiaoqing, I deliberately prolonged the match so you could observe more closely. Had I exerted my full capabilities, it would have been resolved in a minute or two. Su Peng boasted unabashedly. Hearing his words, Su Yun nearly burst into laughter. He was astonished to find Su Peng and his companion's abilities were even lower than he had anticipated. With such skill, they dared to boast in front of Gu Qing. What are you laughing at? Su Peng, noticing the peculiar smile on Su Yun's face, felt a surge of irritation. Do you comprehend the profundity of my eagle claw technique? Su Yun shook his head, amusement evident. Your eagle claw technique? I indeed failed to grasp it. After entangling for over 10 minutes, you barely managed to subdue your opponent. The Black Wolf King, who was sent off earlier, won 4 matches in under 10 minutes. Su Peng's face flushed with anger at these words. In front of Gu Qing, he refused to lose face and retorted, Kid, are you implying you doubt my eagle claw technique? Why don't we practice together? Please, no? Gu Qing interjected, rushing to intervene. She was acutely aware of Su Yun's formidable capabilities. He had effortlessly dispatched a female bandit with a mere punch from a distance. If Su Peng truly provoked Su Yun, he might face dire consequences. Being a friend of Yi Qi, Gu Qing felt compelled to intervene. However, her actions appeared to others as if she were protecting Su Yun. Yi Qi also stepped in to restrain Su Peng, advising, Su Peng, let it go. You are a prominent figure in the association. It's unseemly to quarrel with a child. Besides, he is a friend of Gu Qing. Consider her feelings. Reluctantly, Su Peng huffed in response, casting a glare at Su Yun. This time, I shall spare you for Xiaoqing's sake. Should you provoke me again, do not expect leniency. Yi Qi added, Xiaoqing, advise your friend to choose his words carefully. He is an outsider and knows nothing of our realm. He should refrain from speaking carelessly. Had he encountered someone with a more volatile temperament, he might have lost a tooth. Gu Qing, somewhat exasperated, quickly clarified, Sister Qi, Su Yun is no outsider. He practices martial arts and is quite skilled. This revelation prompted a chorus of derision from Yi Qi and her companions. Skilled? Does this lad appear to possess any semblance of mastery? Understand that we have dedicated years to training, achieving only modest success. Yet, we would never dare to label ourselves as masters. The more one engages with martial arts, the more one realizes their own insignificance. It is only the Na'vi youth who, having acquired a mere smattering of skills, foolishly consider themselves masters. Xiaoqing, your understanding and experience in this regard are rather limited. You have been easily misled without even realizing it. Yi Qi sighed softly and said, well, at this point, no amount of explanation will likely penetrate your mind. Soon, when the underground boxing match at Hongbin Tower commences, you will accompany us, and then you shall truly comprehend what it means to be a genuine expert. Tang Feng glanced at his watch and remarked, the time is nearly upon us. The underground boxing match is about to begin. Let us proceed. At that moment, the crowd around the several arenas in the square began to dwindle, as a significant portion of the spectators made their way towards Hongbin Tower. Su Yun and Gu Qing followed closely behind Yi Qi and the others. To gain entry into Hongbin Tower, an additional admission fee was required, an astonishing 100,000 for each individual. After all, this official underground boxing match is of exceptionally high caliber, and such a fee serves as a filter for attendees. Those unable to afford even this entrance fee are better off not joining the fray. The subsequent betting amounts for the match would start at a minimum of 1 million per wager. Xiaoqing, do you have your card? Yi Qi inquired. I don't have one, but I'll cover you, she replied. Let me handle it. Su Peng interjected with a smile, producing a bank card. Just the other day, I was invited to a boxing match in a neighboring city and earned 500,000. I was planning to treat everyone. Without hesitation, he swiped his card and obtained 5 entry tickets, distributing them to Yi Qi, Tang Feng, and the female companions accompanying them. The final 2 tickets were reserved for himself and Gu Qing. My apologies, little brother. It seems I've exhausted the funds on this card, Su Peng said to Su Yun. Shrugging his shoulders with an amused expression, he observed Su Yun's plain attire and concluded that she did not appear to be from a wealthy background capable of affording the external ticket prices for a few entertainment matches. That would be quite the stretch. Best to wait outside. Su Yun, I have my card, Gu Qing remarked, unsure if Su Yun had sufficient funds. Instinctively reaching for her wallet. No need, Su Yun smiled, dismissing Su Peng's trivial challenge entirely. She swiped her card and collected an entry ticket. Hongbin Tower rises over 40 stories high. The venue for this boxing match is located on the very top floor, which has been specially remodeled. All walls have been removed to create a vast, sunken platform that resembles a colossal arena, approximately the size of 2 basketball courts. Surrounding the platform are tiers of seats arranged in varying heights, reminiscent of a scaled-down Roman amphitheater. Between the ring and the seating, security personnel armed with firearms stand vigilant. This formal underground boxing match starkly contrasts with the previous entertainment-oriented bouts. Upon entering, Su Yun immediately sensed the potent aura of martial artists within the venue. Many present were practitioners who had cultivated their internal energy. They were brimming with vitality and vigor, standing out remarkably in Su Yun's spiritual perception. If ordinary individuals are akin to flickering flames, then these internal energy warriors resembled roaring furnaces, particularly in a designated rest area adjacent to the audience. At least a dozen internal energy warriors had gathered. Su Yun and the others casually chose a spot to sit. Soon, as the clock struck 10, a handsome host appeared on stage. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence at tonight's Qing Web Boxing Championship. Before we commence the competition, our villa has prepared an entertainment activity to warm up the atmosphere. As the host concluded, discontent arose among the audience. Another entertainment segment? We came to witness the boxing matches. If we wanted entertainment, we could have found a high-end club for that. Let's get on with the boxing, someone urged. The host smiled. Our entertainment is unique. You won't find it elsewhere. Please enjoy it patiently. With a clap of his hands, a robust, dark-skinned bald man emerged from the rest area, his physique towering and formidable, rivaling that of Tang Feng. He leaped into the arena with a flourish. Chapter 98. Bragging beyond compare. As the bald man landed in the center of the arena, the spectators were taken aback. Initially, they anticipated the opening entertainment to feature a few beautiful women performing sultry dances. However, it seemed otherwise. This man's physical prowess likely matches my own. And he undoubtedly has blood on his hands, Tang Feng remarked, his expression grave as he observed the bald man. Yi Qi and Su Peng nodded slightly in agreement. The malevolence exuding from the bald warrior was palpable, even from a distance, imparting an ominous aura. With such a figure on stage, the spectators became increasingly alert. What kind of entertainment will he perform? Hurry up, someone called out. The host chuckled softly. Since everyone is eager, let us begin. With that, a hidden door in the vast arena suddenly opened, revealing an ascending platform. Staff members from the villa appeared, leading several enormous Tibetan mastiffs, each standing half a person tall, muzzled, and growling ominously with a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming entertainment will feature this brave warrior engaging in unarmed combat against a dozen Tibetan mastiffs. These dogs have been meticulously trained, are highly aggressive, and have gone without food for 3 days, promising an exhilarating battle between man and beast. Before the clash commenced, patrons could place bets, as each seat was equipped with a betting device for their convenience. The audience buzzed with excitement at the prospect of such a thrilling spectacle. A dozen specially trained Tibetan mastiffs could easily dispatch large predators like tigers and lions. The bald, muscular man was about to engage in a fierce battle against numerous Tibetan mastiffs, a feat that surpassed the imagination of many. Immediately, several spectators began to grasp their betting devices, placing wagers. The devices were connected to a liquid crystal display, revealing the corresponding odds and betting options. The bald man appeared formidable. However, facing a dozen Tibetan mastiffs, his demise seemed inevitable. Yet, it was likely he could take down 2 or 3 of them before his end. 3. I wager that this bald man will slay 3 Tibetan mastiffs. I also placed bets on 4 and 5, each side receiving a stake. The atmosphere in the arena grew fervent. Su Yun refrained from betting, his heart unperturbed. The bald man had not even cultivated his inner strength, failing to pique Su Yun's interest in the spectacle. After a brief moment, the betting concluded. Following the announcer's declaration to commence, the staff of the estate unfastened the muzzles and chains from the Tibetan mastiffs, retreating back to the platform. The arena was left with only the bald man and the ravenous, red-eyed mastiffs. Once freed from their restraints, the mastiffs lunged toward the bald man. With a grave expression, he swiftly extended his powerful hands, seizing the 2 leading mastiffs with pinpoint accuracy. A resounding crack echoed as their bones were crushed in an instant. Yet, more mastiffs surged forward. The bald man retreated hastily, his sturdy hands continuing to grapple. However, The sheer number of mastiffs, specially trained to target vital areas like the neck and head, proved overwhelming. Despite his agility and evasive maneuvers, he sustained injuries. His arms, back, and legs were relentlessly torn asunder. One by one, the mastiffs fell lifeless, creating a scene of unimaginable carnage. This was far more intense than the earlier frivolities of the arena, shocking countless onlookers. The wealthy spectators, accustomed to various spectacles, were thoroughly captivated, exclaiming in exhilaration. Even some women, though pale with shock, could not avert their gaze. Within merely 3 to 5 minutes, the arena fell silent once more. Dozens of mastiffs lay dead, leaving only the bald man standing, albeit swaying precariously, his appearance utterly tragic. His arms, chest, and thighs bore the marks of the mastiff's brutal assault, his body drenched in blood, with exposed bone in several areas. All right, the battle between man and mastiff has concluded, and it appears our valiant warrior has emerged victorious. The announcer's voice resonated again. Immediately, staff members entered the arena to escort the bald man for urgent medical attention, while others commenced the cleanup. Tang Feng remarked with a sense of melancholy. That man possesses extraordinary potential and remarkable skill, but alas, it seems his capabilities have been nearly rendered obsolete. Su Peng curled his lip, dismissively stating, "One cannot simply phrase it that way. This is his own choice. By participating in this event, he stands to gain at least over 10 million from the Qinghua Villa, a sum substantial enough to entice some individuals to take risks." Yi Qi sighed softly, remarking, "Such activities are purposefully arranged by Qinghua Villa. The selected participants must neither be weak nor top-tier experts. They should be capable enough to engage in a fierce struggle with a dozen Tibetan mastiffs, thereby drawing attention." Su Peng chuckled heartily, replying, "Yi Qi is absolutely correct. If someone like me wished to sign up for the human mastiff battle, I doubt Qinghua Villa would acquiesce. After all, my eagle claw technique is exceptionally formidable. Dealing with a dozen Tibetan mastiffs would be a mere trifle." As he spoke, he glanced towards Gu Qing, seemingly intent on making his point heard by her. Upon hearing this, both Yi Qi and Tang Feng turned their heads in unison, remaining silent. This boastfulness had indeed crossed the line. Neither of them felt inclined to indulge Su Peng's bravado. They were well aware of Su Peng's capabilities, should a confrontation arise. It was uncertain whether he could match the burly man with a shaved head. Gu Qing inhaled sharply, returning to her senses from the gruesome scene. She had just imagined herself in the shoes of the bald man, contemplating how she would respond to the onslaught of a dozen Tibetan mastiffs. However, after a brief consideration, she realized she would inevitably meet a gruesome end, torn apart by the mastiffs. "Su Yun, what would be the best strategy to counter such a multitude of attacking mastiffs?" Gu Qing inquired, seeking to glean some tactical knowledge. Su Yun rolled his eyes, responding nonchalantly, "Simple. When they charge, just unleash your strength and instantly obliterate them all." Gu Qing opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Peng silently cursed, thinking, "Damn, I believed I could boast quite well. Yet this kid surpasses me in audacity." Yi Qi and Tang Feng also shook their heads in dismay, losing interest in mocking Su Yun. Chapter 99. A facade of combat before long. The traces of the previous match were cleared away. The host stepped forward, beaming, "Good evening, everyone. I trust you were satisfied with the preceding entertainment. Now, we shall proceed to the official boxing matches of the night. Several bouts are lined up for this evening, and the first competitors to enter the ring are Mr. Hu Yud, the master of the Weilong Martial Arts School from Yanchuan City, and Mr. Xiang Jingqi, a monkey boxing master from Mengshi City. Please give a warm round of applause." As his words concluded, a resounding wave of applause erupted within the venue. In the next moment, two figures leaped into the ring. Hu Yud, nearing 60, retained a vigorous demeanor, clad in a white training outfit with a long beard, exuding the aura of a reclusive master. In contrast, Xiang Jingqi, although younger, was in his 40s, with a slightly hunched posture and a gait that swayed, seemingly imitating the essence of a monkey. Both individuals were well-known figures in their respective cities, particularly Hu Yud, the local martial arts schoolmaster, who had garnered substantial support, with many placing their bets directly on him. It was unexpected that the esteemed Mr. Hu Yud had been invited to participate. The energy of the Qinghua Villa is indeed formidable. My father once wished to invite Mr. Hu to be affiliated with our association, but regrettably, he did not comply. It is quite astonishing that he has now come forward to engage in a boxing match at Qinghua Villa. Yi Qi remarked in surprise. Su Peng laughed, saying, "Money can move mountains. As long as the price is sufficiently high, nothing is impossible." Tang Feng shook his head and replied, "I still have faith in Mr. Hu's character. It may not solely be about money. Perhaps he seeks an opportunity to spar with other masters." Upon hearing this, Su Peng did not dispute, picking up the betting device and inquiring of Yi Qi and Tang Feng, "Should we place a bet on this match? I am inclined to wager on Mr. Hu Yud. After all, his reputation is built on genuine skill. Although the other contender, Xiang Jingqi, has some renown, it is primarily due to the scarcity of practitioners of the monkey fist, which makes him seem more prominent. In this round, Mr. Hu has a significant advantage." Yi Qi hesitated for a moment, glancing at Tang Feng before saying, "I would like to support Mr. Hu, but my funds are insufficient. Tang Feng, how about we pool our resources for a bet? In such high-stakes boxing matches, small bets are not accepted. A single wager amounts to 1 million. Although Yi Qi's family is affluent, she prefers to share the burden by partnering with someone. "Xiao Qing, would you like to join us?" Yi Qi inquired. Gu Qing glanced at Su Yun, and seeing his lack of response, she shook her head, saying, "I'll pass. I mainly came to broaden my horizons." Su Peng lamented, "Xiao Qing, it's a pity not to place a bet. My judgment is quite astute. Following my lead would be akin to picking money off the ground." Gu Qing smiled, but remained silent. Soon, the betting concluded, and the host announced the commencement of the boxing match. The entire venue fell silent, intently observing the arena. Boom. In the next moment, Hu Yud and Xiang Jingqi engaged in fierce combat. As they launched their strikes, they immediately displayed astonishing destructive force. The arena floor, covered with specially designed steel plates, bore the brunt of their power, leaving numerous imprints in their wake. Many spectators gasped in astonishment. However, Su Yun felt rather indifferent. In his eyes, both fighters appeared rather weak. Despite their advanced age, they were merely at the 4th level of martial arts, having cultivated internal energy. The two exchanged blows, utilizing a variety of flashy techniques, showcasing their skills with great flair. In terms of visual appeal, their performance undoubtedly surpassed that of conventional boxing matches. They battled for nearly half an hour before Hu Yud, succumbing to fatigue due to his age, ultimately faced defeat. Su Yun sighed softly. He had intended to use this bout to impart certain insights to Gu Qing. However, it seemed that these two appeared to be engaged in a fierce struggle, fraught with peril, when in reality, it was merely a stage performance, possibly even rehearsed. Only someone of Su Yun's masterful caliber could perceive such subtleties. An ordinary martial artist might genuinely be deceived. As for those uninitiated wealthy heirs, they would be even less discerning. Su Yun, without needing to guess, was aware that Hu Yud and Xiang Jingqi had undoubtedly reached a clandestine agreement with Qinghua Mountain Manor, orchestrating a match-fixing scheme through the comparative analysis of their bets, allowing the two to engage in a staged bout, reaping great losses while suffering minor ones. Hu Yud, astonishingly, had lost. Su Peng's expression darkened. This defeat meant that his wager of 1 million was effectively rendered void. Alas, it appeared that Mr. Hu had indeed aged, his prowess waning. Yi Qi also sighed, inwardly relieved that he had placed his bet in partnership with Tang Feng, thus mitigating his losses. Indeed, I underestimated Xiang Jingqi. His earlier move, the old monkey's heart extraction, was truly exquisite. Had it not been for Mr. Hu's adept response, any other opponent would likely have suffered a catastrophic heart failure. Tang Feng reflected. Xiao Qing, you witnessed that match. This was a genuine contest between martial arts titans. Each move was fraught with lethal intent. When we return, take time to reflect upon it. Should you glean even a modicum of insight, your 10,000 yuan entry fee will have been well worth it. Seizing the moment, Yi Qi began to mentor Gu Qing. Gu Qing nodded repeatedly, sharing in the sentiment that the bout was indeed thrilling. Noticing this, Su Yun chuckled softly, opting to refrain from commentary in such a moment. Following this, Qinghua Mountain Manor organized several more bouts, all participants being masters of internal energy cultivation. However, without exception, they were all staged. Yet, no one could discern the ruse. Particularly striking was one match in which a martial artist was struck fiercely by his opponent, propelled several meters backward, blood spurting forth, leading many to suspect he might have been fatally injured. Yet, Su Yun knew this was merely the martial artist utilizing the force of his opponent's kick to create the illusion of being violently struck, a mere theatrical effect. Not at all serious. As time approached midnight, Su Yun finally awaited the appearance of Zhao Jinwei. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. for we are about to witness the grand finale of today's boxing tournament. Entering the ring first is Mr. Zhao Jinhui, a boxing master from another province. You may not be well acquainted with him, but I assure you, he is an extraordinarily rare talent. The announcer's exaggerated voice resonated through the air. Zhao Jinhui emerged from the resting area, leaping forth, soaring several meters before landing heavily in the arena. The thud echoed like a 100-pound iron block crashing from the sky. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. Yi Qi and her companions were rendered speechless with astonishment. A master, undoubtedly a master. His level of strength must surpass that of Hu Yud and Xiang Jingqi. Tang Feng remarked solemnly. Chapter 100. Standing in the center of the arena, Zhao Jinhui exuded an aura akin to that of a fierce predator, imbued with a wild ferocity. His gaze swept across the audience, and he suddenly proclaimed, "Before participating in this boxing tournament, I met with a junior in the martial arts community. His talent is commendable, yet he has strayed from the path of martial cultivation, overly relying on firearms, those modern weapons. Therefore, I invited him to witness this underground boxing match tonight, to behold the true might of martial arts. I know not whether he has arrived. Let us assume he is here. Now, I am prepared to demonstrate a skill, showcasing that firearms are not always effective. When confronted by a martial arts master, they become mere scrap metal." Zhao Jinhui's words echoed across the arena. The host, standing outside the ring, appeared slightly taken aback and quickly cautioned, "Master Zhao, this does not adhere to the rules. The established procedures do not allow for." With a dismissive gesture, Zhao Jinhui interrupted. "What I say constitutes the rules." As he spoke, he leaped into the air, seizing a robust solid iron railing at the edge of the arena. With a surge of strength, he gripped it tightly. Creak! A substantial iron bar, roughly the length of an arm, was twisted off, which he wielded like a club, brandishing it a few times before returning to the arena. "All of you, open fire on me," Zhao Jinhui shouted, brandishing the iron bar at the armed security personnel positioned between the arena and the spectators. The security personnel were momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for such an event, and looked towards the host, who wore a perplexed expression as well. At that moment, a voice seemed to emanate from the security personnel's earpieces. "Open fire." In the next instant, at least a dozen security guards raised their weapons and began shooting. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinhui moved with lightning speed, his iron bar swinging fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding resounded. Some of the bullets were evaded by Zhao Jinhui, while others were forcefully deflected by his iron bar. This was not to suggest that his reaction time surpassed that of the bullets. Rather, he anticipated the trajectory of the bullets even before the guards pulled the trigger. Deflecting bullets with an iron bar was considerably more challenging than the simple evasion employed by Wu Tianmao previously. Moments later, several security personnel exhausted their magazines, and the terrifying clamor of metal clashing finally subsided. Zhao Jinhui lifted the iron bar, now pockmarked and distorted, and casually tossed it aside, scoffing, "Firearms? Huh." At this moment, the onlookers were utterly transfixed, their expressions one of astonishment. Wealthy young elites, unaccustomed to such exhilarating spectacles, were momentarily rendered speechless. Goodness! One iron bar effortlessly blocks the fire from so many. I'm betting on him. 10 stakes. 10 million. I want him to win. Me too. Regardless of who his opponent is, I'm betting on his victory. Once they regained their composure, an uproar erupted within the arena. Members of the Martial Arts Association, including Yi Qi, were profoundly shaken. Su Peng, initially eager to boast further, found himself at a loss for words. Gu Qing, equally astonished, though she had witnessed Wu Tianmao's earlier evasion of bullets, was still left in awe by Zhao Jinhui's display. Not bad. His internal energy is nearing perfection. Surpassing Wu Tianmao by a slight margin, Su Yun thought to herself. Meanwhile, at Hongbin Tower, in a luxurious private room, a woman clad in a striking red gown gazed intently at the enormous screen within the room. Above, one can clearly see the live footage of the arena. Beside the woman in red, there stands an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire and a middle-aged man impeccably dressed in a suit. The suited man, fixated on his portable computer, reports, "Missin, this Zhao Jinhui, being new here, shows a complete disregard for the rules and is exceedingly unruly. The guests have placed their bets entirely on him. Even with the odds lowered, they still believe he will prevail." Hearing this, the woman in the red dress offers a faint smile, responding, "Those with genuine talent are bound to possess a temper." If they were all like Hu Yud or Xiang Jingqi, it would be rather dull. The suited man hesitates before speaking again. However, our original plan was to leverage the guest's unfamiliarity with Zhao Jinhui by having the renowned Wang Kuei, who gained fame in the last boxing match, face him. At that point, everyone would wager on Wang Kuei, allowing us to reap substantial profits. But now, with Zhao Jinhui's performance, the stakes are all on him. Should he win, we would incur losses amounting to billions. The woman in red chuckles lightly. Then let us ensure Zhao Jinhui does not win. Grandpa Wei, do you believe Wang Kuei has the capability to defeat Zhao Jinhui? Wei Changtong shakes his head, his tone resolute. Zhao Jinhui possesses formidable strength, standing at the pinnacle of the 5th rank in martial arts, and he is on the verge of entering the 6th rank. His inner energy is nearly perfected. He is merely a hair's breadth away from surpassing me. If he were to unleash his full power, he could dispatch Wang Kuei in 3 seconds. Upon hearing this, the woman in red nods thoughtfully and then states, "Then let us assign Zhao Jinhui a different opponent. After all, no contender has been announced yet." The suited man appears troubled. In our establishment, aside from Elder Wei, I fear no one else could match Zhao Jinhui. The woman in red beams with a smile. "No, there is still someone in our midst. Wake the individual confined in the dungeon and send him to face Zhao Jinhui." At this revelation, not only does the suited man's expression change, but even the elderly gentleman in tang attire appears taken aback. Miss Sin, that individual in the dungeon is quite uncontrollable. Once released, restraining him would be exceedingly difficult, the suited man cautions. He is not an ordinary martial artist. Strictly speaking, he has transcended into something beyond mere humanity, exhibiting beastly traits. Moreover, once unleashed, he would not cease until blood is shed, and Zhao Jinhui could very well be beaten to death. You are aware that Zhao Jinhui has only just become the personal bodyguard of Chen Zhongping, who holds a minor stake in our Qing Shui manor, he adds. The woman in red dismisses his concerns. Rest assured, Chen Zhongping understands the gravity of the situation. It is merely a dog he would lose. He would not dare confront me with any complaints. Wei Changtong ponders for a moment and then adds, "Miss, we should exercise caution regarding this matter. If that individual is released and spirals out of control, it could become problematic. If necessary, I shall personally step in to face Zhao Jinhui." "That will not do," the woman in red replies, shaking her head. "Grandpa Wei, you are a loyal retainer of our family. With your status, how could you possibly enter the ring? Besides, with your prowess, even if the creature from the dungeon were to become uncontrollable, do you not think you could still subdue it?" Wei Changtong observed the unwavering demeanor of the woman in the red dress and could only sigh in resignation. "Very well," he remarked. "I shall personally ascend and oversee the situation shortly to avert any unforeseen circumstances."